Chapter 61. Celebration Banquet. Isn't this noble person the female lead Louis E? The plot was off by a hair, but it seemed like it would be brought back on track by CI Feng. It seems that next, the duo is going to actually go for the main plot. At this moment, Ji Lin Feng frowned. Father, big brother, I think this Master CI Feng has a problem. Think about it. The third prince is clearly a villain, and the highly respected Master CI Feng is the embodiment of justice. How can he help the elbow do evil? Second brother is silly. The one acting as the villain is not the third prince, but his mother consort. Master CI Feng will only think that his filial piety is touching the heavens and the earth. Ji Lin Feng deflated his small mouth. It was not easy to run his brain to come up with some useful message. Just like that, he was mercilessly stepped on by his little sister. I'm just wondering how a monk who is clearly uncontested with the world was persuaded by the third prince to come down from the mountain, and also became a national teacher. Inexplicably, a sense of crisis rose in Ji Tranquility's heart. Ji Yushu's eyes turned slightly, and suddenly said, Father, why don't we go to the Protectorate Temple to find out? Even if we don't know why Master Cifeng descended from the mountain, we can at least find out if he took the initiative, or was coerced. I need a little clue. Ji Yushu frowned with a troubled look of being stuck in his thoughts. Marquis Ji analyzed. Master Cifeng is uncontested and indifferent to fame and fortune. He shouldn't have voluntarily descended the mountain unless someone is controlling him. Ji Tranquility broke out in a cold sweat at his own thoughts. Who could control a monk with great divination skills? The third prince didn't seem to have this ability. Ji Lin Feng was chilled as he thought of the dark shadow that controlled dark diffusion. Will we be able to see Master CI Feng at the celebration banquet tonight? Ma'am, take the children to the mountain to pay homage to the Buddha. This time, if we can come back safely from Jizhou, we must have been blessed by the Buddha. Marquis Ji looked grave. He would not allow anyone to help the third prince take the throne. If this CI Feng was insensitive, don't blame him, Ji Xiaoshan, for killing even monks. Lady Ji knew what Marquis Ji meant and nodded in agreement. All right. Go in the morning. It's getting late now. I'll go back to change your clothes and prepare to enter the palace for the dinner. This was a dinner organized in the name of the Ji family. They, as the parties involved, had to go. They just didn't know what dragons and tigers were waiting for them ahead. The banquet for the courtiers was held in the Lin Tian Hall, which was next to the Zhengde Hall. When the Ji family arrived, the hall was filled with officials and their families. The people from the Beihing family were the only ones who hadn't arrived. Dr. Mu was already there, surrounded and flattered by a group of officials. After the Ji family took their seats, the officials and their wives who surrounded Dr. Mu walked towards the Ji family. One after another, they said, Congratulations, Marquis. Another great achievement. Marquis Ji responded one by one. Mrs. Ji was holding Ji Tranquility and could only nod her head and smile, unable to clink glasses in thanks. The crowd could also understand. Ji Tranquility was bored and playing with her small meaty hands. In the original story, this banquet was prepared for Louis E and the third prince, and it was completely devoid of the Ji family's business. During the banquet, the third prince had been eyeballing Louis E, and when it was almost over, he asked Emperor Yu to grant the marriage. Emperor Yu did not respond at first, not to mention Louis Yi's status as a concubine. Lu Qingyan's status as the future crown princess alone had to be considered. The Lu family had 2 concubines at once, which was not a big threat to Emperor Yu. Later, Emperor Yu agreed because the crown prince had let him down. Today, the position had changed to the Ji family, and it was the Ji family that received the reward. Everything that should have been obtained by the third prince had become owned by the Ji family. If he could also foresee the future, how would he feel? Ji Tranquility scanned around and did not see Louis E. Yes, this kind of banquet. If she didn't have merit, she was not qualified to participate as a concubine daughter. Just as the thought came to this, a palace attendant outside sang loudly, The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. The crown prince has arrived. And the third prince has arrived. The original noisy officials quickly returned to their positions, all kneeling, shouting, Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! And the empress is 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. Ji Tranquility's fleshy mass was held by Lady Ji in a kneeling salute. And as a result, I don't know if it was because she was too heavy. Lady Ji's hands loosened. and her entire body slumped to the ground. While others performed the kneeling ceremony, she performed a 5-body on the ground posture. G Tranquility was a bit speechless, and when she raised her eyes, she met Beiheng Jin, who was grinning like he couldn't see his teeth. G Tranquility, Xian Wang and Xian Wang concubine were not present due to business, and the only one who came was Beiheng Jin, led by the crown prince. All the ministers get up. Tonight is mainly a celebration banquet. No need to be formal. Emperor, you gave the word. And only then did the officials hoot and holler and sit down. As the banquet began, the emperor and empress respectively said a lot of words, including gratitude to Dr. Mu and Marquis Ji's 2 families for their selfless dedication to the people of Jizhou. Not a word about the Qin Jiang family. After all, the impact of this matter is very large. The officials can today only talk about the merits and not talk about. Emperor, you publicly rewarded Ji Mu's 2 families 100 acres of good land, gold and silver countless. In addition, he added Mrs. Marquis as a first-class wife. It caused an uproar. G Tranquility was honored and puffed out her small chest. The Jizhou event of the antidote formula is the G lady proposed. Credit. So this one rank enjoying the title should get. Mrs. G also did not excuse herself. Greatly generous to accept. No one saw the North Hung Yuan drooping eyes flashed a flash of deep thought. He carefully linked the events of this period of time and thought about it. It seems that since the Ji family's youngest failed to transfer the incident, everything has become different. Just which part of the process had gone wrong. There was also the question of whether the woman who appeared in his dream was the noble person that Master Ci Feng had spoken of. If so, why was he unable to meet her? Now that I think about it, it's fishy that the night before New Year's Eve, that woman had appeared in his dream. It also appeared in Qitian Street and saved his life. However, he had sat in Qitian Street for 3 hours and had not seen that woman. Could it be the reason why he wasn't injured that night? Beiheng Yuan pondered as if no one else was around. At the top, after Emperor Yu had bestowed rewards on everyone in the Ji family and Imperial Dr. Mu, he individually toasted Marquis Ji and Imperial Dr. Mu, giving both the Ji and Mu families their full honor. The Crown Prince also came over with a glass of wine and toasted Marquis Ji. Since then, everyone knew that the Ji family had become the favorites of Emperor Yu and the Crown Prince, and could not be offended. Ji Tranquility, however, saw something different in Emperor Yu's eyes. Beiheng Jin yelled at the Empress to hug Ji Tranquility, just when everyone thought that the Empress would reprimand Beiheng Jin. Unexpectedly, the Empress nodded in agreement. She even personally came down the steps and held Ji's youngest in her arms to tease her. The look of love and compassion didn't seem fake. Even Emperor Yu and the Crown Prince also passed around and hugged her. So honored and favored. Looking at all the people envious. At the same time, they also know that the Empress is not at all like the rumors. Lonely, indifferent, and holding herself aloof. The youngest of the Ji family is so pleased with the Empress. Grown up cannot be. If it wasn't for the fact that the Crown Prince was too old, they would have suspected that the youngest of the Ji family was the future Crown Princess that the Empress had her eye on. TSK. This honor and favor, not ordinary people can have. Ji Tranquility did not cry or make a scene, and even smiled sweetly at the Empress. Hee hee. After being hugged by the royal family, others won't dare to bully me. Beiheng Jin is not a bad person. He still knows to give me a long face. Beiheng Jin secretly smiled, that's for sure. Only I can bully you in the future. The Empress only felt happy when she met Ji Tranquility's sweet smile. If the Crown Prince was still young, it would be possible to become a family. But unfortunately, the Crown Prince was too old. But it didn't matter. Beiheng Jin was also a child she had watched grow up. A child who understood things. In the future, if they were destined to be together, she could give them a marriage. After 3 cups of wine, Emperor Yu spoke of another matter. I believe everyone has heard of Master Ci Feng. Master Ci Feng is highly respected and his divination skills are even better. It is a blessing for our dynasty to have Master Ci Feng's help. By saying this, Emperor Yu was trying to dispel the opposition of the officials. There was also the fact that Ci Feng had calculated that the third prince's fate should not be extinguished, and felt that this person was the person who could save him. Of course, I don't want to miss it. A group of officials followed and agreed, yes. Yes, Master Ci Feng is a capable person. If we get this person to help us, it is really the good fortune of our dynasty. The officials weren't stupid. Wasn't Emperor Yu's reason for preempting the decision that he didn't want them to oppose it? It was just a monk. So they couldn't threaten him. The Ji family didn't take a stand, always feeling that this Master Ci Feng wasn't quite right. Ci Feng did not show his face, so Ji Tranquility could not judge what was wrong with this person. However, looking at Bei Heng Yuan's aura, it was clear that he hadn't been beaten down by the matter of the Qin family. This made one have to suspect that something big enough to turn the tide had been said between him and this Master Ci Feng. A celebration banquet went smoothly for 2 hours. Ji family thought there would be a dragon pit waiting for them, but unexpectedly smooth. It was so smooth that it made people feel uneasy. The way Emperor Yu looked at Ji Lifeng made it impossible to sleep for 3 days and nights. As the Ji family left the palace, Bei Heng Jin chased behind them, calling out one after another, "Tranquil sister. Tranquil sister." Ji Tranquility impatiently waved her hand at him. How come this brat is so clingy? Not at all as cold and unapproachable as described in the original. When he was held by the Empress just now, Bei Heng Jin ignored the crowd's unusual gazes and sat on his bum next to the Empress, teasing her. The words that came out of his mouth were even more evocative. "Tranquil sister. Why don't you bring the jade pendant I gave you with you? There's also the peace talisman. That's to protect your peace. You must wear it with you. Otherwise, I'll worry about you." Ji Tranquility only felt that the stinky fart child was unquestionably quiet and noisy, completely unrelated to the character described in the original. Got it. Got it. Quickly go home. Bei Heng Yuan returned to Moonflower Palace, seeing his own mother sitting dumbfounded at the door. His heart was touched. "Mother, the ground is cold. Get up." When Bei Heng Yuan went up to help Qin Wan, the latter suddenly grabbed his hand, and the words that came out left Bei Heng Yuan stunned for a long time. "Yuan, Mother still has a trump card in her hand. It's time to make a move." Chapter 62. The destiny that should come can't be stopped. Early in the morning of the second day, Lady Ji took her 3 children up the mountain to pay homage to Buddha. And when she was about to leave the house, Ji Lifeng didn't want to go again. "Mother, you and Big Brother can just go. I'll stay at the mansion and wait for you." He was relieved to have his father's former vice-general escorting him. Ji Yushu looked at him with suspicion. "Second brother, I heard from Zlatan that you've been rummaging through your room lately, itching to tear down the courtyard. What are you looking for?" Ji Lifeng hemmed and hawed. "Just an old object. Some nostalgia. Want to find it and play with it." He had to hurry up and find that booklet of dark diffusion. It must have recorded evidence of the third prince's party affiliation. Even if there was no such evidence, just taking the matter of the Protectorate Temple 2 years ago would make the Crown Prince suspect him. As long as the Crown Prince suspected the third prince, everything would be smooth sailing. Nowadays, everyone was fooled by the third prince's sickly appearance. If you want to win this war without smoke, you have to show substantial evidence. Ji Yushu gave him a less than convinced look. Ji Tranquility slept soundly and only woke up when she arrived at the foot of the Protectorate Temple to change into the sedan carriage. 3 days later is the Shanxi Festival. These days to the temple to incense customers more. Ji Yushu lifted the curtain and glanced at the caravan lined up in front of her to go up the mountain, which looked a bit like the minister's residence. Seeing Ji Tranquility awake, Mrs. Ji lifted the curtain to let her enjoy the flowers and plants on her way. Everything is reviving and thriving. The scenery was naturally not bad. Ji Tranquility baby talks the whole way. Spring is a good time for trekking. A slight breeze, warm sunlight, and you can also release paper kites. The verdant stone-paved mountain road is also a beautiful sight, with a steady stream of incense burners making their way up the mountain. Near the top, the caravan ahead stopped for some reason. Only a few clicks and a scream were heard. Then, the carriage fell apart. And if it wasn't for the quick eyes and hands of the subordinates, the people in the carriage would have fallen off. The breeze blew gently, lifting the light veil in front of the carriage. Ji Tranquility raised his eyes and saw Duan Mui, whose face was full of panic. Duan Mui was born euphemistically. A pair of water-cut autumn pupils particularly striking. Wearing a light pink shirt with 2 butterflies playing flowers. That person seems to be the second sister-in-law. That's right. It's the second sister-in-law. Ji Tranquility's little buttocks arched, itching to jump out of the sedan chair to get close to the second sister-in-law. In the original story, after second sister-in-law Duan Mui entered the mansion, second brother looked like he didn't really like her. All day long, he followed Qin Hai outside. Many times, The second sister-in-law secretly wiped tears. Later, after the accident, only the second sister-in-law has been unwavering in her belief in him. Ji Tran's deepest impression of her was that she was Ji Tran. She was treated as if she were her own. In front of him, Ji Yushu's brows were furrowed. Little sister said that this person was his destined wife. But the woman he met on New Year's Eve wasn't Duan Muyi. Was she? It's all over. Second brother is mistaken. That idiot still thought it was his destined wife? Now he's got the wrong person in his life. Let's see how he'll end up. Mrs. G recognized the mother and daughter in front of the scared and shocked. The older one is Mrs. Duanmu. The younger woman is the first daughter of the minister's family Duanmu. Mrs. G is not interested in the family name, but in the character. The second daughter-in-law who can be repeated by her daughter. I think the character will not be bad. Since she is the future second daughter-in-law, she won't just sit back and watch. After the G family's sedan chair reached the top of the carriage, Lady G carried Ji Tran out of the sedan chair, walking towards Lady Duanmu. She kindly inquired, "Is Lady Duanmu injured?" The shocked Lady Duanmu turns her head and sees that it's Lady Ji, hurriedly pulling her daughter forward to greet her. My wife greets Lady Ho. Duanmu is slightly surprised. Ho? Lady Ho? Ji Gongzi's mother. The Marquis sect is a prestigious family second only to the princes and dukes. Something that a small family like hers cannot look up to. In her opinion, most of the main mothers of the Marquis sect are above board and don't care to talk to people like her. However, she didn't want to take the initiative to come over and inquire. This moment flattered everyone in the Duanmu mansion. Madame Ho is so dignified and ladylike. So approachable. Mrs. Duanmu saw her daughter, who had always had good manners, freeze there without seeing her manners. So she was anxious at once. She reached out and pushed her. And only then did Duanmu react. Busy salute, my daughter. Duanmu has seen the Marquis lady. Ji Tranquility heatedly smiled. Second sister-in-law Mo Fira. My mother is just a big identity. People are particularly good to get along with. You do not beat the drum to cheer. For their own happiness to cheer. Ali give. Ji Tranquility waved her little fat fist, secretly cheering for Duanmu. She knew that Duanmu was favorably disposed to Ji Linfeng herself. Duanmu's gaze happens to be attracted by the hyperactive Ji Tranquility, and smiles sincerely. Quickly look on mother. Second sister-in-law must have been mesmerized by my milky, cute face. Ji Tranquility was so excited that she wanted to speak. Ji Yushu was amused. Truly a baby who likes to make a fool of himself. Because Ji Yushu was a male. Duanmu, a daughter, was not in a position to stare at others. But in her heart, she was very sympathetic to the once recognized great talent, who now ended up with a wheelchair for the rest of his life. It is rumored that Duke Ji has been devastated by this. But the glance just now didn't show that he was devastated. Instead, he was looking at him with a rosy complexion and a lustrous glow. Quite a bit like he was in the prime of life back in those days. Disabled people. That is, this kind of people. Just thinking. The ear came from my own mother's flattered voice line. There is no serious harm. Thank you, Madame Ho care. I see this carriage is also broken. Down the mountain if much inconvenience. Not later with the road. Just my carriage is spacious enough. A moment I will sit with the tree child. You mother and daughter can take my carriage. Lady Duanmu was shocked. Riding in Madame Ho's carriage? This? How can this be possible? Next to her, there were official ladies, who saw that a small minister's wife had climbed into the Marquis mansion. And they all cast envious gazes. Lady Duanmu was instantly somewhat ashamed of herself. The Ji family was in the ascendancy right now. And it was quite possible not to associate it with bah humbug. Mrs. Duanmu's expression was seen in the eyes of Mrs. Ji. She also did not want her to fall into the name of clinging to the rich and powerful. She smiled and nodded towards the ladies, who were looking over. Give a person a kind of warm-hearted and good to get along with appearance. This glance instantly let a group of ladies change their views. I heard that Madame Ho has a kind heart. And today I really see that her name is true. Seeing that Lady Duanmu's carriage was broken, she went forward to help her out. Yes. It is said that this time Jijo plague. Mrs. G heartache suffering people. Sleepless nights to think of a prescription. Diagnosis. Is not clothed to take care of. Mrs. G is still a person of love and justice. This time the Qin family accident. Mrs. G personally sent, but also entrusted the silver care. Truly a good person. The ladies praised each other in twos and threes. which is the wife of the minister climbing up the ranks of the powerful and noble. It is clearly Mrs. G who is so kind that she can't see others suffer. The original not-so-harmonious atmosphere was instantly sublimated. Kind people, whether they are in a high position or as low as dust, will not change her original intention. Obviously, the marquee lady in front of her is this kind of person. Duanmu Yi's goodwill towards Mrs. G has increased. Chapter 63. Yi Hongyuan is closed for business during the day. Come along, Lady Duanmu. Yes, yes, yes. Madam Ho, please. Being invited by Lady G. Lady Duanmu's hands and feet were quite overwhelmed. Seeing Lady G sizing up her own daughter from time to time, her heart moved slightly. The G family had 2 sons. The eldest son, Ji Yushu, was talented and was the scholar of the scholarship 3 years ago. But unfortunately he met an outlaw and injured his leg, and has never recovered since. However, at a glance, he is not as disheveled as rumors have it. The other son is a man of honor, although he is only in the army for a small position. But no one can say what will happen in the future. In the future, it is very likely that he will inherit the title, if the second son's intention is not counted. If it is by the big son to see the rest of his life is not worry about food and clothing. She doesn't expect her daughter to marry a son who will bring honor to her family. She only wants her daughter to be happy and fulfilled. Thinking of the old lady mentioned a few days ago about the Wu family son, she was worried. G Mansion. Ji Linfeng is rummaging around in the courtyard looking for the booklet. But there is no trace of it. Where on earth did that brat Darkian drop the booklet? It wouldn't have fallen out of the Yihong courtyard, would it? Ji Linfeng's heart trembled. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. No, he had to go and retrieve it. Ji Linfeng went out in a hurry. Not much time to come back. Picked himself up as a greasy bearded man, taking advantage of no one in the outer courtyard. Sneaking out, seeing the tightly closed door of the Yi Hongyuan. The wind is messy. Yi Hongyuan why only open at night to welcome guests? Daytime no one patronize it? You silly ah. Other girls also need to rest. A man passing by couldn't help but dislike Ji Linfeng when he heard his words. After that, he even gave him a slanting look like he had never seen the market before. Ji Linfeng didn't care and said thoughtfully, actually, they could have a 2-shift system. The person next to him was surprised and drifted in with a sentence, daydreaming? I'll go. The young man has a future. Ji Linfeng did not enter the Hongyuan. Ji Linfeng grumbled and prepared to return home, but did not want to. In the middle of the road ran into out of the Junfu. In a flash, he thought of a brilliant plan. Busy flashing into the alley. Not long after, a graceful young man walked out. Brother Jun. What a coincidence. Meeting you here. Go. Treat you to a drink. Ji Linfeng saw Junfu running towards a literature and ink shop and quickly ran over to hook up with him. Junfu froze for a split second before seeing that it was Ji Linfeng. It's brother Linfeng. Oh. Some other time. I'm busy buying. Buy what to buy? The distance from the autumn exam is still early. Go. Eat wine, eat wine. Ji Linfeng could not help but pull him towards Drunken Fragrance House. Ji Linfeng, in order to treat Junfu, this cousin brother-in-law, called a table full of good food. After 3 rounds of drinking, he inquired about his cousin in a sideways manner. Brother Jun, which house did you join in Shengjing? The Duanmu mansion. I called Lady Duanmu my aunt. Junfu swallows the braised pork in his mouth before answering Ji Linfeng's words. Ji Linfeng's eyes brightened slightly. Then his future daughter-in-law would be surnamed Duanmu. It was just that the Duanmu family had several young ladies. So how would he know which one of them his future daughter-in-law was? This was difficult for him. Brother Jun, I won't hide it from you. On the night of New Year's Eve, I helped your cousin keep her purse. And she even said at the time that she wanted to personally come to the door to say thank you. After saying that, Ji Linfeng feigned embarrassment and scratched his head, secretly sneaking his eyes to Junfu. He didn't know if this elm boy could understand the meaning. At that time, that Duanmu girl clearly said that she wanted to personally pay a visit, so she wouldn't come after hearing his false excuse. Would she? He was only polite words to come. Of course, the heart of the door to thank. Maybe the daughter's skin is thin. Why don't we ask my mother to ask the matchmaker to come to our door? In case you miss it, and the next one meets a jealous shrew. It's too late to regret. Is that so? It seems that brother Linfeng has some affinity with my cousin. But unfortunately, I haven't met my cousin yet. Can't say anything. Ji Lin Feng. Wasted his meal for nothing. Lady Ji and Lady Duanmu went into the main hall together to offer incense. And Ji Tram was held by Xiao He. Ji Yushu left at some point. When he reappeared it was already an hour later. Seeing his own mother come out, he nodded towards her without a trace. Mrs. Ji then knew that she must have inquired about useful information. The two families after incense, together to the back of the temple with a simple fasting meal. Enjoy the lotus. A chat down. Mrs. Ji very much liked this daughter-in-law. Whether it is demeanor or speech are excellent. Think is cultivated by heart. Duanmu is to see Mrs. Ji sizing up her look. The heart is slightly hot. A few steps behind her, she heard Autumn excitedly say, Miss. The slave girl sees that Madame Marquis is looking at you, as if she is looking at her daughter-in-law-to-be. Nonsense. I and other willow postures since cannot enter the eyes of Lady Ji. Although she said this, her heart was the same as Ichio's. But she was afraid that it would be a waste of time in the end. And left herself room for maneuver. Shichio, however, is happier than Duanmu, and is already fantasizing about the future with a look of adoration on her face. If the young lady is really able to marry into the Marquis family, the slave girl, as a maid, will be able to accompany her in the past. It is said that the guards in the Marquis house are all heroes who once followed the Marquis to fight in the north and south. Duanmu knew that she had worshipped heroes since she was a child, and also knew that she had a dream of being a hero in her life. If it was not for her poor family being sold into the Duanmu mansion, it is estimated that she would have broken into the world long ago. Protectorate Temple is a large bamboo forest in the back of the mountain. 3 or 2 good wife with their families to go inside the pavilion for the rest of the incense. Shortly after everyone sat down, Ji Tran saw the Prime Minister's wife walking this way, as well as Lu Qingyan wearing a veil. Lu Qingyan. Mother! The Crown Princess is here. Quickly have her come over to sit with us, and find out if the second prince has given her any grief during our absence. There can't be rumors spread against her. Lady Ji and Lady Duanmu raised their eyes at the same time, and saw the Prime Minister's wife, as well as Lu Qingyan. Lady Lu. Lady Duanmu was still apprehensive in her mind, as to whether or not to go forward and greet her, when Lady Ji raised her voice, and called out to her. Qingyan. It's Madame Ho. Let's go over and let her take a look at the rash on your face. To be able to meet Madame Ji here? The Prime Minister's wife's heart was joyful. Lu Qingyan is still hesitating. Her hand has already been pulled by her own mother, and she walks towards the gazebo without being told. Lady Duanmu and Duanmu greeted the duo graciously, and Duanmu made room for Lady Lu. Lady Ji has a look of approval, but is a child with eyesight. Duanmu nodded towards Lu Qingyan, who returned the smile. Lady Ho. It so happens that you're here. Please help Qingyan see what's wrong with her face. As soon as Madame Lu sat down, she couldn't wait to pull off the veil on Lu Qingyan's face and display it in front of the public. Mother, my face is a bit scary. I'm afraid I'm going to disturb Madame Ho. Lu Qingyan weakly did not dare to pull off the veil. She had been like this for 3 days, during which time she had seen countless doctors. Even the imperial physician in the palace had been invited. But it just didn't get better. You dead girl. If you don't pull off the veil and let Madame Ho take a look, how can you diagnose the cause of the illness? Madame Ho is now a divine doctor. There must be a way. Lady Lu rebuked her unhappily. Lady Ji also smiled and said, Yes, Miss Lu. Pull it off and let me see what's going on. Otherwise it's not good to draw conclusions. What can be the situation? Poisoned. Unintentionally offended the heroine Lu Yi. A small lesson was given. It will naturally get better in 7 days. Ji Tranquility stretched a big lazy waist. Yin Yin want to sleep over again. Spring sleepiness and autumn fatigue. It's not unreasonable. Chapter 64. The third prince has an additional unimaginable helper. Mrs. G's heart jumped when she heard about the poisoning, turning to hear that it will be fine in 7 days, only to put down his heart. Lu Qingyan hesitantly pulls off her veil, revealing a face full of red rashes, some of which are pus-filled. Lady Duanmu exclaimed in shock. Duanmu was a bit more calm than Lady Duanmu, and asked with concern, Did you eat the wrong thing? Lu Qingyan shook her head churlishly. I don't know. She is also very sad. The most important thing for a woman is her skin. If she lost her appearance, she was destined to have no chance with the crown princess position. Seeing that her daughter's mood went down again, Mrs. Lu was worried. She heard the subordinates say that they had encountered an evil spirit, so she thought to bring her daughter to pay her respects. Mother, you quickly give the crown princess to prescribe some medicine to clear the fire. Let her take 4 days. 4 days after the rash will dissipate. At that time, Mrs. Lu, and then a proclamation. Mother's reputation as a miracle doctor will only soar. She remembers that when Lady Lu brought Lu Qingyan to the Protectorate Temple for incense in the original story, this condition had been there for 3 days. Lady Lu listened to the slanderous words of her subordinates, and said that she had messed with an evil spirit. Lady Ji carried the baby-talking Ji Tranquil in her arms to Xiaohe, stretching out the white jade-like jade hand on Lu Qingyan's wrist. A decent diagnosis of the pulse. A long time before saying, I'll give a prescription. Even drink 4 days since the results. Mrs. Lu received the prescription with satisfaction and thanked her. The two families got closer because of the full moon banquet. After that incident, the Lu family carried 2 large boxes full of gifts to the door to thank them. Mrs. Ji did not accept the gift, but her daughter is a small fortune hunter. Lu Qingyan scanned the prescription. Lack of interest. Come to the doctor has opened this kind of prescription. There is no useful. The mother is still as a treasure to hold. But it is not good to refute Mrs. G's face. After all, now the Ji family is in full swing. By Mrs. G's introduction, Mrs. Lu looked at Mrs. Duanmu 2 more times. Talked about a lot of common topics. As the day grew late, the 3 ladies left together. Ji Yushu was already waiting at the mountain pass. Seeing Ji Yushu's lonely back from afar, Ji Tran's nose flushed with acidity. If we cure Big Brother's leg now, according to the Emperor's suspicious nature, he will definitely suspect the Ji family's motives. If we wait a bit longer, we are afraid that Big Brother will waste his time and not be able to find a sister-in-law of his choice. It's really disturbing. Ji Yushu, don't worry, little sister. Compared to wasting time, Big Brother is more worried about the Ji family being scorned by the royal family. The Duanmu family's mother and daughter ride down the mountain in the Ji family's sedan carriage. Lady Ji carried Ji Tran in her arms and rode in Ji Yushu's carriage, while Ji Yushu was carried in his wheelchair by 2 subordinates. Mrs. Duanmu felt sorry for her, so she said that she would come to her door to thank her some other time. Mrs. Ji was happy to accept, but her face was very calm. This calmness seems a bit perfunctory to Mrs. Duanmu. After sitting on the carriage, Mrs. Duanmu hurriedly asked Duanmu Yi's opinion. What do you think of the Ji family's eldest son? Duanmu Yi was stunned. Is mother looking at the Ji family's Grand Duke? But she... Mother, my daughter doesn't want to yet, Lady Duanmu said with some urgency. I won't hide it from you. Your grandmother has already mentioned the Wu family's son to your father. That Wu son is a miserly man. If he marries there, he will suffer. Therefore, I have thought about it. Although the Ji family's eldest son is handicapped, it's easy to see that he is a man who knows what's good for him. It would be better to marry him than the Wu family boy. But mother, even if Grand Duke Ji's legs and feet are inconvenient, he's still a Marquis Grand Duke. How can he look at a daughter like this? Hearing this, Lady Duanmu instantly rested her breath. Is it hard to really marry the second son of the Ministry of Rights? Wu Zik. Lady Duanmu was distraught. Shortly after entering the city, the 3 ladies split up. Ji Tranquility had long been so sleepy that she woke up at dinner time. Ji Lin Feng came to the green bamboo courtyard to push Ji Yushu to go to the Wudong courtyard to have dinner together. Seeing Ji Lin Feng's unhappy face, Ji Yushu said with concern, What's wrong? Are you sad that you didn't find the object? Ji Lin Feng shook his head. No. I met that brat Jun Fu today and invited him for a drink, wanting to ask for some news about his cousin. The result was to no avail. Is that so? I do have news of his cousin here. Do you want to hear it? Upon hearing this, Ji Linfeng's eyes lit up and asked with excitement. Good Big Brother. Quickly tell me. What news? Ji Yushu gave him a hard sell and turned to another question. Do you remember the woman you met on New Year's Eve? Ji Lin Feng nodded. He could be too impressed. Who made her his destined wife? Just as his thoughts fell, he heard Ji Yushu say in a deep voice. That woman is not the second sister-in-law that little sister is talking about. What? Ji Lin Feng jumped 3 feet high in shock. How could it not be? Little sister said that I would meet my destined wife. Can it be that little sister remembered it wrong? It's not that little sister remembered wrongly, but someone is deliberately looking for someone to approach you. This was the result he got after thinking about it for the whole afternoon. Ji Lifeng broke out into a cold sweat when he heard this. Who else could this person be besides the third prince? It was simply too terrifying. Setting the Ji family up all the time. Right now, I don't have any evidence. So this matter will still have to be investigated in secret by sending someone. Just follow this direction. Ji Lifeng nodded solemnly. Don't worry, big brother. This matter is guaranteed on me. Ji Lifeng pushed Ji Yushu as he walked. In other words, big brother met the second sister-in-law that my little sister spoke of today? Ji Lifeng became excited. Ji Yushu did not pause this time, and said bluntly. Well, her name is Duanmu, and she is the first daughter of the Squire Duanmu family. The appearance is indeed beautiful and generous. And the person is also modest and courteous. After saying that, seemingly smiling but not smiling, he inclined his head to look at Ji Lifeng's foolishness of a young boy in love at the moment. Reacting to this, Ji Lifeng was filled with embarrassment. Cough. That? Big brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not thinking about her. Think this name is somewhat familiar. Well, this excuse is a bit here and there. Ji Yushu let out a low laugh. Ji Lifeng. Come on. Explaining for nothing. At the dinner table, Ji Yushu saw that Ji Tranquility was awake and talked about the results from today's prying. It was Master C.I. Feng who voluntarily came down from the mountain. And it was also he who took the initiative to find the third prince to talk for an hour. It is said that the two of them had a good conversation. There is one thing worth mentioning. A little sannyasin said that Master C.I. Feng went down the mountain 2 months ago, and didn't come back until a month later, which is the longest he has been gone. And the C.I. Feng who came back became a little different. Different where? Ji Lifeng was very curious. Yes. Big brother, quickly say. Where is it different? Marquis Ji and Lady Ji also stared at Ji Yushu with gossipy faces. The corners of Ji Yushu's mouth twitched, whetting the crowd's appetite before he said, the difference lies in the fact that the current Master Sifeng likes to steal chicken legs. Marquis Ji, Lady Ji, Ji Lifeng, Ji Tranquility. Puhaha. That's a bit different. Doesn't the Buddhist sect forbid killing and eating meat? He is breaking the precepts. I wonder if he eats wine. Big brother. Does Master C.I. Feng eat wine? Ji Lifeng asked for Ji Tranquility. That's something I haven't heard. It seems that Master C.I. Feng came down from the mountain to become the state master because he wanted to eat chicken legs openly and honestly. TSK. That's a good idea. The four of them couldn't help but laugh a little at Ji Tranquility's speculation. We'll have to have the Crown Prince keep an eye on it. I don't think this matter is simple. Ji Yushu began to use his strongest brain. Ji Tranquility waved her little pink fist. It should be. After all, the plot has changed by a drop. It's inevitable that there will be variables. Then, the four heard again. It's going to be the March 3rd Shaanxi festival soon. Louis Yi will go to the moat to release lanterns arm in arm with the third prince. The third prince was very appreciative of Louis Yi, and had spent a lot of effort in order to gain her favor. On this day, he would set off fireworks for her for several hours, becoming a beautiful story in the city of Shengjing. But the problem now is that Louis Yi has yet to meet with the third prince. And C.I. Feng divined that the third prince's favorite will appear on the night of the Shaanxi festival. That means Louis Yi will meet the third prince on this day. Thinking that the male and female main characters would soon be going through the main plot, Ji Tranquility's heart was overwhelmed. Louis Yi's appearance directly undid the poison in the third prince's body. The third prince would then have the opportunity to compete for the throne. Chapter 65. Eat the melon of the second brother. There are still 3 days to go before the Shaanxi festival. Ji Lifeng blinks furiously towards Ji Yushu. Big brother. There are still 3 days. Men and women will have to meet. You quickly think of a way? Who told you to have the strongest brain? Ji Yushu was amused. What can he do? The simplest and most direct way is to tie up the female lead, so that she can't appear in front of the third prince for the whole night. The four of them waited for half a day before waiting for Ji Tranquility's heartbeat again, and turned their heads to look before realizing that the little one had fallen asleep with her feet in her arms. Grandma's little group called people how to seek and not get tired of looking. Only when Ji Tranquility fell asleep did the four dare to discuss the next plan out loud. This Master C.I. Feng person is tricky, Marquis Ji said worriedly. Ji Yushu nodded. Master C.I. Feng has always been good at divination. Now that he can divine that the nobleman will appear at the Shaanxi festival, there's no guarantee that he won't calculate later that the nobleman is Louis Yi. The impatient Ji Lin Feng immediately thought of a way to get rid of the problem once and for all. Simply, kill Lu Yi. Lady Ji hurriedly stopped. Not good. Tranquility said that Lu Yi is no longer the Lu Yi of the past. She has heavenly abilities, like Tranquility. Such a person must not act rashly without a 10,000% certainty, so as not to cause trouble. Madam is right. Lu Yi cannot be killed. At least for the time being. He cannot be killed. The best thing to do at the moment is to tie the person up first. Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I'll go. I'm the best at this kind of thing. I'll directly tie the person up and throw her in the Hong courtyard, so that she'll never be able to turn over a new leaf. With her intelligence, becoming the head honcho of the Excelsior courtyard is not a problem. Marquis Ji's eyebrows were solemn, and he went straight to his feet, angrily rebuking. Uneducated thing. Can you think of a good idea? People, Lu Yi is a serious girl, and backed by the Lu family. If you do this, it is not Lu Yi's face, but the face of the Lu family and the crown prince. This kind of bad idea is not for you to think of. Ji Lin Feng's heart shuddered, and he made a surrendering gesture. Okay. I came up with a bad idea. I'll do as I'm told. Okay. Right. Marquis Ji had an expression of a teachable child, and turned his head to drop his gaze on Ji Yushu. Does Sure have a method? All three of them dropped their gazes on Ji Yushu, full of hope. Ji Yushu smiled mysteriously. Just now, an idea quietly took shape in his mind. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yi will marry a rich merchant. What? The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Ji Yushu sold the idea and said, We'll see in 3 days. For the next 2 days, Ji Lin Feng would always sneak out of the house after everyone had gone to bed and return in the wee hours of the morning. Marquis Ji resumed his daily routine of going to court at dawn and returning at 6. In the afternoon, they will be nestled in the study office. The rest of the time will be accompanied by Mrs. Ji in the garden side of the tea side of the flowers and look at the carpet to practice rolling. Looking up the Ji Tranquility. Ji Tranquility will sometimes make himself giggle. On the afternoon of the day, someone handed over the invitation. The Liang family, Minister of the Ministry of Justice? Mrs. Ji was a little confused when she got the invitation. The Liang family did not seem to have any dealings with the Ji family. The two people written on the invitation are Mrs. Liang and her daughter Liang Ruer. What is the purpose of these two people coming to the door? Indeed, the Ji family has no friendship with the Liang family, and I can't recall for a moment what the Liang family's visit to the door is for. But one thing is clear. The Minister of the Ministry of Officials, the Liang family, is secretly a member of the third prince's clique. Hearing this, Lady Ji's brows were solemn. Right now, she was like an enemy when she heard about the third prince. However, if she were to turn him away, she was afraid that she would fall into disrepute. After all, on that day at the Protectorate Temple, all the ladies had seen that she was gentle and modest. Invite the person in. Lady Ji gave the word. The housekeeper immediately turned around to invite people. Not long after, a pair of well-dressed mother and daughter were respectfully welcomed into the main hall by the butler. Ji Tran, who heard the footsteps, also stopped playing with her weighty drums and turned her head towards the Liang family's daughter. At a glance, she recognized that this woman was the woman who was helped by the stupid second brother to snatch back the purse on the night of New Year's Eve. So this woman surnamed Liang Ah. New Year's Eve night. Stupid second brother for this woman snatched back the purse. Today, I guess I came to say thank you. A few days ago, the Ji family back to Jizhou ancestor not at home. They failed to find the opportunity. Look at this mother and daughter's appearance is afraid of wanting to marry the Ji family. Mother cannot agree. This woman at a glance on the deep heart. After hearing her daughter's words, Lady Ji's face changed several times. Her second daughter-in-law had to be a sensible woman like Duan Muyi. This woman also looked a bit bookish, but the fawning look between those brows was displeasing. Nu Jia brings my daughter Liang Ruer to pay her respects to Madame Ho. Lady Liang pulled Liang Ruer towards Lady Ji and flicked her body. Not having seen Ji Lin Feng, Liang Ruer's heart was inevitably a little disappointed. Lady Liang is polite. Please take a seat. Lady Ji is still amiable on the surface. As the saying goes, a handout does not beat a smiling face. The two of them take a seat. Ji Tranquility looks up and down at Liang Ruer's eyebrows. This woman was born as a beauty, but that seductive charming color between her eyebrows makes people uncomfortable. and her pair of fox eyes even more subconsciously reminds people of a woman of the wind. However, this woman reminds me of a person. That is, the third prince's side of the secret guard, called Melons. G. Tranquility carefully recalled the description of Melons in the original story, saying that this person had followed the third prince for 3 years, with high martial arts skills, and only took orders from the third prince. Later, after the third prince fell in love with Louis, he sent her to protect Louis, because Melons had special feelings for the third prince in her heart. She became displeased with Louis, who had taken away the third prince's attention. She repeatedly tried to harm the heroine, but was detected by the alert heroine, completely offending the third prince. Later, she was sent by the ruthless third prince to become a military prostitute and died of humiliation. 3 whole years, loyal to the third prince, only because of the offense. Louis was sent to the barracks. Also do not know when she died. Is to hate the third prince or hate Louis. Suddenly, G. Tranquility remembered that Melons' wrist has a blood mole. If this person is really Melons' wrist has a blood mole is. At this exact moment, a maid brought tea. Liang Ruer, in order to show her respect for the G family, personally went to receive it. At the very moment she reached out, G. Trang got a good look at the blood mole between her wrists. She was so shocked that she directly dropped the bauble in her hand onto the ground with a thud and a crunch. So it's really her. This makes sense why she appeared in front of stupid second brother on the night of New Year's Eve. It was originally the arrangement of the third prince. This is a preparation to plant eyes into the G family? Oh! Silly second brother is still naive enough to think that his peach blossom has come. Lady G bent down to pick up the weighty drum for G. Tranquility, suppressing the indignant look above. And when she looked up again, she had already returned to her dignified and ladylike appearance. Lady Liang just said that the canine son saved your love? This matter, I as a mother did not know about it. Isn't that so? On the night of New Year's Eve, my daughter was robbed of her purse by a thief who suddenly rushed out. And if it wasn't for eldest Prince G's help, that thief would have killed my daughter's life in anger for her purse. So, second eunuch G saved my daughter's life, and I have come here today to thank him. Lady G slightly frowned. But a purse, even raw to the second son, put a life-saving benefactor name. Chapter 66. Mother's Might. This is intended to rely on the G family is not. The Lady G half-jokingly said, today's saint rule the country well. Not to mention is the foot of the emperor. Up to steal the heart of some, but up to kill people. I'm afraid that will not be. Mrs. Liang's words have the suspicion of alluding to His Majesty's misrule of the country. It is better not to say it again in the future. Lady Liang's face stiffened, cursing Lady G for making a big deal out of it. She clearly didn't mean that. Yet she wanted to bring up the Son of Heaven. A huge hat was snapped off. How could she, a small lady Shangshu, afford this? Liang Ruer's brows flashed with an imperceptible cold color. Intuition told her that Lady G was not as simple as she appeared. One sentence disliked her mother to the point of speechlessness. How would the next words come out? It was also true that to be able to sit steadily on the Ho Sec's main mother's throne. Was it not simple? Madam Ho, my mother did not have this intention. The situation at that time was really a crisis. My mother was overreacting a bit after hearing my expression. I hope Madam Ho understands. This is saying that my mother is inconsiderate. Lady G's expression on her face cooled down. Her right hand gently patted G. Tranquility's little bottom, seemingly trying to coax her to sleep. In actuality, she was comforting her, and said emotionlessly, Is Miss Liang blaming this madam for not being considerate of your mother? If she is not sympathetic, why would this madam need to speak out to remind her? Wouldn't it be better to directly let the Marquis submit a report? Also, when the Lord is speaking, Miss Liang is interrupting at will. Does she think she can sit on an equal footing with this madam? This madam is a first-rank grant. If Miss Liang really wants to be on par with this madam, then please write a petition to the saint. It's not good to flaunt your power in the G mansion. G Tranquility simply wanted to laugh 3 times to the sky. Ha ha ha. Using the most peaceful tone to say the most ruthless words. This wave is to see how Liang Ruer will receive it. I didn't realize that my mother is still a master of mansion fighting. TSK. It's me who underestimated my mother. With a terrified look on her face, Mrs. Liang immediately pulled Liang Ruer down to her knees. No. Madam Marquis, forgive me. My daughter must have been too anxious to protect her mother just now. Please ask the magnanimous and forgiving Madame Marquis for more forgiveness. As we all know, G family this time in Jizhou has made a merit. Got the appreciation of the saint. Who would dare to offend the G family at this time? Outside a rumor that Mrs. G is kind and gentle. Good to get along with. Today a look. Is not so at all? At this time, Mrs. Liang wanted to beat a retreat. If you don't bear with me, you're not a magnanimous person. This mother and daughter are really from the same nest. Liang Ruer was simply going to be vomited to death. 3 words blocked the words to death, while also giving her a big disrespectful charge. If she could make a move, the Lady G in front of her would turn into a corpse in an instant. Heh. How dare you start a killing spree against my mother? Let's see how I'll treat you. G Tranquility stretched out her small golden finger to tap them all, picking at it for half a day without seeing a suitable talisman. In the end, he had no choice but to choose a lightning-inducing talisman. This talisman into the body will not immediately see the effect. Have to wait for half an hour. By then, these two would have already left the G mansion. Don't feel aggrieved, Miss Liang. The words are a bit heavy, but it's also for your own good. This madam is generous and won't really care just because of this matter. But the others are different. So this is also a lesson. A lady from a proper family should always keep her virtue and behavior in mind. As Lady G spoke, she moved her lotus steps over to help the duo. In the eyes of the two of them, Lady G was trying to ease the relationship. But in reality, they did not know that she was just cooperating with G Tranquility. When Lady G bent down to help Liang Ru, G Tranquility had already quickly punched the talisman paper into Liang Ruer's body. Ru quickly thanked Madame Ho for her teachings. Even if Mrs. Liang could hear that Madame G was implying that her daughter was not very serious, she could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. Liang Ruer's heart is unwilling, but for the sake of that person's plan, she can only endure. Ru thanks Marquis Lady for her teachings. Strongly suppressing the anger in her heart, she flicked her body towards Lady G. In her heart, she secretly thought, just wait. When I marry into the G mansion, the first thing I'll do is kill you. The second thing I will do is to give the second prince some medicine that is inhumane. I'm the third prince's person. If you want to touch me, there's no way. Hee hee. Look at the hatred under her eyes. It's almost overflowing. At this moment, she must be thinking that when she enters the door in the future, she will be the first one to kill her mother. And then she will make stupid second brother inhumane. This is really naive. The second brother is just stupid. It's not like he doesn't have eyes. Just wait. Wanmu, you will soon meet up with second brother again. G Tranquility seems to be absently playing with the wave drum in her hand. But in fact, her attention has always been on Liang Ruer's side. Knowing that her daughter had already struck the talisman into Liang Ruer's body, Lady G began to rush people away with a fake smile. Fomer, as the city guard, should maintain the security of the city. So the matter of helping Miss Liang snatch back the purse is within her duties. Acknowledgements will be waived. You two should still take the gifts back. Liang Ruer's heart was in a hurry, quickly forgetting all about the teachings of the party. And she busily said, Madam Ho, I would like to thank the second prince in person. I promised him before, and I don't want to be a person who goes back on his word. Lady G's 3 words to disrupt her purpose was simply hateful. She could tell that Lady G didn't like her. But Ji Lin Feng was different. She thought she was beautiful online, and could charm Ji Lin Feng with just one glance. From that day, his eyes, that turned to be affectionate, could tell a thing or two. Mrs. G's path did not work, so she went straight to Ji Lin Feng's body. Mrs. G did not expect Liang Ruer to be outspoken and say she wanted to see Ji Lin Feng's words. Frowned slightly and said, What kind of serious girl yells to see a foreign man? It seems that Miss Liang did not put this lady's teachings in her heart. In that case, this high door of the Marquis house will no longer be open for Miss Liang. Butler, see off the guests. Seeing the butler walk in, Liang Ruer became even more anxious. She had never thought that Lady G would not give any face at all, and acted in such a heartless manner, when she really could not put anyone in her eyes after making a small achievement. I just want to thank the second son in person. I don't have other intentions. Why doesn't Madame Ho ask the second son's opinion before deciding? At this moment, Liang Ruer also coldly turned her face, not wanting to continue with Lady G in vain. Liang Ruer's words instantly made Mrs. Liang angry and bashful. She didn't say she had to see Ji Lin Feng when she came. Damn girl. Aren't you ashamed enough? Hurry back with me. Mrs. Liang forcefully pulled Liang Ruer to go out. Today this trip. The relationship is not good even if. But also will be the other party to offend. Roo-rah. Mother begged you. Hurry up and go. She did not agree to come. But her daughter said that it was more than enough to take down Ji Linfeng. But she didn't expect this family to be so hard to talk to. Completely disregarding the Liang family in their eyes. The first sentence had fully reflected Lady Ji's attitude. Instead, it was their Liang family that was being a bit unreasonable. Is Miss Liang questioning this, madam? Lady Ji's face steeped in anger, frightening Lady Liang's heartbeat. I'm sorry, Madam Ho. It's because my slave was lax in teaching her daughter. Lady Liang was busy apologizing. Lady Ji had a cold face, and did not want to give the two of them a good look. Ji Tranquility waved her small pink fist, revealing a sinister smile. Quickly get rid of the people. The thunderbolt is coming in a moment. In the end, Liang Ruer was still invited out. If people like this were offended, they would be offended. Lady Ji did not feel anything wrong with it in the first place. Chapter 67. The trump card that won't let the Empress and the Crown Prince down. Liang Ruer dawdled around trying to meet Ji Linfeng, but was unsuccessful. In the end, under the pull of Mrs. Liang, she got on the Liang family's carriage. On the carriage, Liang Ruer constantly curses Madame Ji. From the way Ji Linfeng looked at her that night, she couldn't believe that Ji Linfeng wasn't charmed by her. No, she had to find a new way to get close to Ji Linfeng and get inside the Ji family. The switcheroo incident had already failed, and the Qin family had been copied. There were more and more factors that were unfavorable to that person. It couldn't wait any longer. Ru, just keep your words to a minimum. The Marquis family's high court. Is it not something that a bushy-tailed person like us can climb up to? Lady Liang had a headache. She was not in favor of coming to the Ji mansion in the first place. Now it's a good thing that she has caused a lot of trouble. Mother, just leave it alone. My daughter has her own way. Hearing this, Mrs. Liang could only sigh. Her daughter wanted to be the Marquis' main mother, and went crazy. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the Liang family's door. The coachman jumped down from the carriage, and put down the horse stool to facilitate the two people in the carriage to come down. Liang Ruer huffed and puffed and walked in front, just ready to enter the house. Suddenly a thunderbolt struck down without warning. Liang Ruer has kung fu in the body. Immediately feel wrong and jump away. As a result, the thunder is like a long eyes, but still struck her. Liang Ruer, who was struck with a black face and upside-down hair, stared with wide eyes, incredulously stunned in place. Before she could figure out what was going on, the second shocking thunderbolt smashed down again. Ah! Still running after her, as if it had been born with eyes. Frightened a crowd of maids and maids-in-law. They all speculated that the young lady had done too much heartbreak, and was struck by lightning. 3 thunderbolts in a row. Straight to Liang Ruer, splitting, dying, spitting black smoke before giving up. It's a pity that Ji Tran didn't see such a delightful scene. In the evening, the underlings filed in to put dinner on the table. Ji Linfeng pushed Ji Yushu over to Wutong courtyard, while bringing a good news that made people clap their hands. Mother, child secretly had someone acquire most of the Jiang family's industries at the lowest price. A small portion of the industry was taken by an unknown person, thought to be the third prince. Luckily, he wasn't as quick as him. Ji Tran was practicing lifting his head on his cot, and when he heard this at first, he rounded his eyes in surprise. My God, Big Brother is truly a man of God. Why didn't I think of this matter? In the original story, after Consort Xian and the second prince's defeat, the third prince forcefully acquired all of the Jiang family's properties with a thunderbolt, and handed half of them over to Lu Yi to take care of. Lu Yi also lived up to his expectations, and helped the third prince earn a lot of money. It is used to recruit soldiers and horses, secretly manufacture weapons, and train dead soldiers. In this life, the Jiang family fell suddenly. The third prince was too late to acquire the Jiang family industry. Was Ji Yushu picked up a leak? Ha ha ha. Big Brother YYDS. In this way, the third prince will have to think of another party if he wants to recruit and sell horses. Sure enough, Big Brother's head is going to be better than silly second brother, Ji Linfeng. He just couldn't understand why his little sister always didn't forget to step on him after praising Big Brother. Silly second brother also shouted in a sneaky manner. Sure is good. Just let it go. Everything is covered for you by Dad. Marquis Ji's face was filled with a delighted smile. How fortunate to have a son like this. Turning his head to see Ji Linfeng, who was eating with his mouth full of oil and holding a wine glass in his hand. He instantly felt that he didn't know what to eat. Ji Lin Feng, who was met with a cold stare for no reason. Puhaha. The second brother was disliked by father. If you do not support the shuttle up, the second sister-in-law are going to run away. Tonight, the second sister-in-law will certainly go out shopping, not quickly go out to have a chance encounter. After hearing this, Ji Lin Feng did not drink any more wine and tried his best to be a dry person. Don't worry, little sister. Your second brother I have long supported shuttle up. Just suffering from no opportunity to show. No wonder big brother these days out early and return late. The original is busy acquiring the Jiang family's property. Only 5 days to acquire the Jiang family's property. Visible is a shrewd and strong person. I didn't realize that apart from being talented, big brother also has a good head for business. Hee. With honor. Ji Yushu wanted to say that he had this idea when he met the Jiang family at the city gates that day. The reason why he took down the Jiang family's property so quickly had a lot to do with Guanqing. Guanqing was a beggar that he had undoubtedly saved in the past. And at that time, seeing that he was young, he said some words to persuade him to get ahead. He did not know whether he had listened to it. Dropped 10 taels of silver and left. I didn't expect to see him again. He was already a steward of the Jiang family's property. He never imagined that his unintentional action back then would lead to the consequences of today's situation. Perhaps even the heavens were helping the Ji family. Seeing that the time is almost up, Ji Tranquility C4 people have no intention of going out some anxious. Tonight is the last 6 festival. Father and mother and brothers do not go out. But I want to go and watch the fun all. Ji Tranquility stretched out his little fat hand to try to pull Ji Lin Feng. No other. Ji Lin Feng most loved lively. Ji Lin Feng made an appearance of knowing his sister very well, and said in a warm voice, "Does little sister want to go out and watch the fun?" Ji Tranquility screamed. Yes. Yes. Second brother, quickly take me. Or else I'll miss the good show. I don't know how the third prince will meet Lu Yi tonight. Will there be a cheesy hero rescue? Ji Yushu hid the strange color in his eyes. There is a hero saving beauty. But it might not be the third prince. Tonight is the Shanxi festival, which is also the most important festival for the royal family. At this time, the state master Ci Feng led a group of royal children to kneel down and worship towards the sky. After a set of processes came down, Bei Hung Yuan was left alone. The third prince is a sick and weak body. Fear of impinging on the ancestor. Should kneel more. The others retire. Ci Feng said this in a seamless manner, telling people that they couldn't pick a mistake. Coupled with Ci Feng's high moral standing, his words were extraordinarily persuasive. What's more, he accompanied Bei Hung Yuan as he knelt together, and his sincerity was evident. After everyone had left, Ci Feng spoke. Third prince, remember? In the middle of the Ohio hour punctually go outside the moat and set off fireworks to pray for blessings. At that time, the nobleman will appear by himself. Bei Hung Yuan nodded, his heart very grateful to have the help of this noble person. Only after a long time did he hear him speak. Master of State, this prince has a plan here. I don't know what Master of State thinks. Tell me. Ci Feng tilted his head back to look at the bright moon in the sky. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a meaningful arc. The things that flickered out of his eyes made people look at him with chills all over his body. Bei Hung Yuan whispered for a long time before hearing the ground laughter coming from Ci Feng's mouth. The third prince really has the quality of a great emperor. This state master admires it. Then this matter will trouble the state master. Bei Hung Yuan gave a slight nod towards Ci Feng, while the look on his face was sinister and appalling. When he raised his eyes again, he had disappeared. Ci Feng waved his hand. No trouble. Just a win-win situation. There is one more thing that requires Master Ci Feng to divine 1 or 2 things. There is no need to be so polite between you and me. As the words fell, Ci Feng suddenly struck out, grabbing towards the void in front of him. Bei Hung Yuan did not see what he had grabbed, but saw that the moment Ci Feng struck out, there was black gas gushing out from between his palms. His face suddenly turned white, but he quickly recovered as normal. He was aware of the risk of seeking skin with the tiger, which was unavoidable. But more than that, he was unwilling to give up the plan that he had been operating for 6 long years. Wanting to keep that secret, he had to ask for a high position at the top. History books should be written by the victors. North Hung Yuan let Ci Feng divination is a person. Or a woman. This woman was born on the same day as the crown prince. CI Feng immediately threw divination, and finally divined that this woman is on the way back to Shengjing. Bei Heng Yuan smiled, although Master CI Feng gave him the feeling that he was also a man and a ghost. But his ability to pass through the heavens was true. This trump card, hopefully, will not let the Empress and Prince disappointed. Chapter 68. Tonight's Shaanxi Festival has melons to eat. Tonight's Shaanxi Festival. The flow of people than New Year's Eve that night has never been worse. The luxury carriages are one after another. On the banks of the moat, there are even more boats one after another. One of the biggest boat is the royal one. At this time, the crown prince, holding Bei Hengjin, stood on the deck of the boat. Bei Hengjin stretched his neck to look at the other side of the river, which was already crowded with people putting river lanterns. And the lanterns were filled with blessings. The crown prince sensed Bei Hengjin's eagerness and reassured him. Don't worry. The youngest of the Ji family will definitely come. Ji Tranquility did come. But didn't come this way. Instead, being attracted to the pace by the strange and weird contraptions along the way. Silly second brother. That clay figure looks good. Go pinch one. Please. Ji Lin Feng were to drive Ji Tranquility beg at that moment, with a face of surprise to Mrs. Ji behind him. Mother. I see that mudman pinch is good. Let him pinch a sister how? Okay. Lady Ji of course also heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words, and played along with Ji Lin Feng. Marquis Ji stared around vigilantly, fearing that someone would rush into his precious Nui Nui. Ji Yushu was pushed by Zwatong. The old clay man's craftsmanship was very good, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he pinched out a milky Ji Tranquility. It was so cute and cuddly. Ji Tran was having a great time. Without going far, Ji Tran's gaze was again attracted by the roadside juggling. How could Ji Lin Feng not understand her? And without waiting for her to speak, he hugged her and squeezed her into the circle. Good. The juggling stall was performing a chest-breaking boulder, winning a chorus of applause. Ji Lin Feng returned 2 taels of silver. Let's go. Let's release the river lanterns. Ji Lin Feng holds his milk ball Ji Tranquility and squeezes out of the circle again, with a few people behind him following helplessly. Before passing by a meat stall, the crowd saw a meat seller beating his wife. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Ji Tranquility recognized the meat stall owner as the butcher who was addicted to alcohol. This was how his wife was beaten to death alive. It's him. It's that butcher. Second brother, stop him. He'll beat that woman to death. Ji Tranquility couldn't stop stomping her short little legs, her face full of contention. Not waiting for Ji Lin Feng to turn Ji Tranquility's hand, Marquis Ji had already stepped forward to dissuade him. What are you doing? Bullying a weak woman at the foot of the Son of Heaven. Are you still a man? Seeing someone meddling in his own business, that butcher stood unsteadily and yelled at Marquis Ji. Old man beating his own woman. What do you care? Get lost. After finishing, he even pushed Marquis Ji. The butcher was born big and thick, with a face full of horizontal meat. He was not a good person at first glance. Marquis Ji was so angry that his heart ached when he thought of the Qin family handing over his precious Nui Nui to be raised by such a man. This matter today. This Marquis is in charge. Marquis Ji's fist with selfishness slammed hard on the butcher's face, straight to the point that the latter fell back to the ground. Seeing this, the woman flung herself on top of the man and begged Marquis Ji. This master, don't fight. If you kill the man, how can I live as a woman? Marquis Ji glared at the woman with hatred and did not say anything. Ji Tranquility also knew that most women in this era lived dependent on men. If the butcher died, she would become a widow. The world was still too harsh on women in the end. Marquis Ji turned around to leave, only for the butcher to stand up with a carp, raise the butcher knife on the tablet, and charge ferociously towards Marquis Ji. Be careful. Ji Tranquility's face went white with fear. How could Ji Lin Feng let him hurt Marquis Ji? With a spin, he kicked the man out, smashing into the door panel and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The wine also woke up. The city guards rushed in at the sound and saw Marquis Ji, clasping their fists and saluting. Marquis. What happened? Marquis Ji's face was full of iron as he said, this person is lawless and treats human life like grass. Take him back for proper interrogation. Yes. The man was taken away, and the woman was so scared that she shrank in the corner, not daring to speak again. Ji Tranquility only felt great joy. In a smooth mood, she was carried away by Lady Ji. In her afterglow, she saw her own father throw the woman a money bag. The woman had tears hanging on her face as she looked this way for a long time. Ji Tranquility smiled sweetly at her and said wordlessly, "Leave quickly. Go far away. Make a small camp to support yourself. It's better than being beaten by men." On the first day that little Ji Tranquility was carried, the woman loved her very much. If she hadn't been beaten to death by the butcher, she would have loved little Ji Tranquility. In this life, just leave and go far away. Don't come back again. The woman stared blankly at Ji Tranquility's smiling face, and a voice deep inside seemed to be telling her, "Live well. You can live a colorful life away from men. Don't care about the world's eyes." A group of people followed the flow of people towards the moat, completely unaware that behind them a few meters away there are 3 killers following. In the shadows, when Dark Eagle got a good look at Ji Linfeng's face, he furrowed his brows fiercely. This person really does look extremely similar to that Dark Yin brat. Pavilion Master. That brat Dark Yin is nowhere to be found now. But he had been hiding in the Ji mansion prior to this. And there's no guarantee that he didn't hide the pamphlet in the Ji family. If we let that person learn that our booklet is lost, no one can afford his thunderous wrath. So, before that, the booklet must be found. Nowadays, it seems that the Ji family has yet to get their hands on it. Otherwise, it's impossible for the Ji family to still be so calm. Dark Eagle said after deep thought. The subordinate from earlier added, "Pavilion Master. Is it possible that this Ji Linfeng is Dark Eagle, deliberately pretending to be him in order to prevent us from finding it? Yes or no? We'll know if we try it out." After saying that, Dark Eagle was ready to personally test Ji Linfeng. However, at this moment, someone called out to Ji Linfeng, "Brother Linfeng." The Ji family members turned around and were greatly surprised to see that it was Jun Fu. The 5 members of the Ji family then coincidentally looked behind him and really saw the veiled Duan Mui. The latter's small face under the veil flashed with a touch of panic, as if she did not expect to run into the Ji family here. "It's the second sister-in-law. Great. Great. I finally ran into the second sister-in-law. The Ji family must quickly propose marriage to the Duanmu family. Any later and someone else will be the first to get in." Thinking of this, Ji Tranquility suddenly thought of an even more important character. The second Princess Beihengjiu. In addition to a Wu Zik, there is also a second Princess Beihengjiu. Now that I think about it, I finally know the intention of Emperor Yu's look at second brother's eyes on the night of the celebration banquet. Nowadays, the Ji family is too ostentatious, making Emperor Yu jealous. So he began to hit his thoughts on the still sound second brother. Beihengjiu reached her maturity in January this year, and at the maturity ceremony, her wish was to marry a man of her choice. And she ultimately chose her second elder brother under Emperor Yu's hint. Since ancient times, in order to prevent the dominance of foreign relatives, those who were chosen to be a vassal were not allowed to hold important positions in the imperial court. It was even more unlikely that too many generals would be needed in a time of peace and prosperity. It was only later that the Ji family chose Duanmu one step ahead of the royal family. Emperor Yu agreed to the marriage thinking that Duanmu Xiong was just a small retainer and not much of a threat. The second princess thought that the Ji family had slapped her in the face. So she tried to count on her second brother. The few who heard Ji Tranquility's heart felt bad, but did not show it at this time. Going forward, they greeted Jun Fu and Duanmu warmly. "Greetings to Marquis, Madam, Grand Duke, Second Duke." Duanmu bowed to the several people as soon as he did so. Ji Linfeng hemmed and hawed. It was just as his little sister had said. A knowledgeable one. "Since we met, let's join together. Miss Duanmu." Lady Ji invites Duanmu. Duanmu's face hidden under the veil is full of shyness as she nods her head in agreement. Recently, she had been annoyed because of the Wu family's affairs. And it just so happened that Jun Fu was going out. So she also wanted to come out to take a break. She didn't expect to meet the Ji family. This should be considered fate. Right? Chapter 69. Tweak a ghost charm to scare her to death. Because of the large number of people, the Dark Eagle could not find a chance to start. So he had to wait for an opportunity to move in the dark. At this time, the third prince was sitting next to the tea stall not far away, opposite the female disguised as a man Northingju. "Third brother, when are you going to light fireworks?" Waiting for me to doze off. Beihengju sat opposite Bei Hongyuan in boredom. Bei Hongyuan's eyes moved as he spoke. "If Imperial Sister is bored, she can go play on the boat. The Crown Prince and Xiao Jin are on it." Beihengju rejected without thinking. No go. I don't like that little brat. Bei Hingjin had been deeply favored by Emperor Yu and Empress since birth. Not being a natural born was better than being a natural born. Bei Hongyuan's eyes remained unchanged. He picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip. Warmly said, "Go. Maybe the two Ji family males are also there. Didn't Imperial Sister say that father intends to make the Ji family's two dukes your attached horses? On the night of the celebration banquet, I saw that father intended to speak. And I guess I didn't speak because the time hadn't come. In a few days for mother's birthday. Father Emperor shouldn't miss this moment. The second son of Ji is a talented man. The main thing is that he has good martial arts skills. He is the type that Imperial Sister would like. And the second duke is expected to inherit Marquis Ji's title in the future. In the entire Imperial City, only the second prince is a good match for Imperial Sister." After hearing this, Bei Hingjia's heart was swept away, and she said happily, "Third brother also thinks that Imperial Sister is a good match for the second son?" "Of course." Bei Hongyuan smiled faintly, like a spring breeze. "All right. I'll go have some fun, and come back later to watch third brother set off fireworks." Bei Hingjia left after saying that. So much so that she missed the flash of calculation in Bei Hongyuan's eyes. The hidden lines in the other mansions did not show any changes. But only the hidden lines in the Ji mansion were all dead. It can be seen that the problem lies in the Ji mansion. Bei Hingji really saw Ji Linfeng putting lanterns not far away. Just who is that woman beside him? So obtrusive? On this side, a group of people came to the side of the moat. It was hard to squeeze in, putting the lanterns with written blessings into the water. "Let me help you." Seeing that Duanmui hadn't put the lanterns into the water for a long time, Ji Linfeng stepped forward and came over to help. When Ji Linfeng picked up the lantern, his fingertips accidentally touched Duanmui, startling the latter into retracting in a panic, her face turning red into a tomato. Fortunately, there was a veil to cover it. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would have no place to hide. Seeing this, Ji Qiu secretly snickered. Ji Tranquility had since seen this scene as well, slightly wrinkling her brows. "Why do I see that silly second brother looks like he's doing it on purpose?" Ji Linfeng secretly deflated his mouth. This was all seen by his little sister. It seems that his acting skills are indeed not very good. Ji Yushu and Lady Ji are smiling but not laughing. Several people who were about to leave after releasing the lanterns heard Bei Hingjin's voice from the other side of the river. "Tranquil sister. This way. I'm here." On the boat, Bei Hingjin was waving hard towards the side. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally waited for his tranquil sister. "It seems like it's the youngest son of the world." Ji Linfeng took a closer look. Ji Yushu said, "Indeed it is the young world son. The boat is leaning this way. I guess it wants us to get on board." Ji Yushu was right. The Crown Prince ordered the boatman to lean the boat this way after seeing several people. Ji Tranquility's shoulders shrugged. "It's that smelly boy again. Too clingy. I don't even want to see him." In the middle of her thoughts, the boat had already approached the long wooden bridge that met the shore. Bei Hingjin personally ran down to greet him. "Tranquil sister. Quick. Go play on the boat. The scenery from above is unique." Bei Hingjin dragged Lady Ji towards the wooden planks without a second thought. All right. I know. Don't pull my mother. Be careful of falling down the river." The late spring of March was strangely cold. Bei Hingjin obediently let go of his hand, and obediently led the way in front. The group of people all followed onto the wooden bridge. Just as the group was about to board the boat, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind them. "Imperial brother." The crowd turned around in unison, and what they saw was actually the second princess Bei Hingjia, who was dressed as a man, followed by 4 martial maidservants. Seeing this person, Ji Tranquility's small brows frowned fiercely. Just now I mentioned this person, and here he is. Yes, this person is following the third prince out. Ji Tranquility looked behind Bei Hingjiu, and did not see the third prince. Her heart was uneasy. Bei Hingjiu faction is very full, lightly shaking the folding fan uninvited since boarding the ship. Walking up and down the road tugged like 2.5 million. Ignore other people. How can this princess be missing in such a lively event? Bei Hingjiu walks towards the wooden planks by herself, passing by Duanmui as if unintentionally saying, "Huh? Which young lady are you? This princess has not seen you before." "My lady Duanmui." "See your highness the princess." Duanmui owed a slight bow towards Bei Hingjiu. "Imperial brother, why didn't Sister Lu come?" Bei Hingjiu asked the crown prince, who was standing on the boat looking this way with an innocent face, obviously treating Duanmui as an underhanded woman who wanted to intentionally hook up with the crown prince. She intended to give her a downward spiral, so she paid no attention to it. Qingyan has contracted a wind chill. It's not easy to blow in the wind. Get on the boat. The crown prince spoke. Only then did Duanmui straighten up and waited for Beihingju to pass before preparing to get on the boat. But who knows? Beihingju deliberately twisted her foot and knocked Duanmui, who was standing on the edge of the plank, towards the lake. Ouch. Ah. Quickly. Quickly. Saves second sister-in-law. Ji Tranquility finally knew where the uneasiness in her heart came from. Damn Beihingju. I knew she didn't have a good heart. Just in the nick of time. Only to see Ji Lin Feng's long arm fishing for Duanmui, steadily scooping her into his arms. Duanmui's terrified expression immediately crashed into Ji Lin Feng's dark pupils. At this moment, the feeling of a thumping heart was born. At this moment, the shadows of each other were in each other's eyes. Ji Tranquility opened his mouth wide and giggled. Ha ha ha. Beihingju would never have dreamt that harming someone would not be possible. But instead, the two of them would see eye to eye. God-assisted Kung Fu awe. After Lady Ji's shock, she turned into elation. I have to say that this Beihingju is really a god's help. Beihingju seems to have just reacted and exclaims. Ah. I'm really sorry. Just now this princess accidentally slipped. Didn't hurt Miss Duanmu. Did she? Her gaze fell on Ji Lin Feng's hand that was wrapped around Duanmui's waist. Her eyes sullen. Does Miss Duanmu not have any bones? Or do you want to throw yourself at second prince? The threatening intent in Beihingjiao's eyes was very obvious. Duanmui's expression stiffened and she snapped out of it. Ji Lin Feng didn't let go of his hand the first time, but sank his eyes and said, the carelessness of the second princess just now has given Miss Duanmu a fright, and it's unavoidable that she won't be able to stand steadily. Turning to Duanmui, he said, I am sorry for offending Miss Duanmu, but please rest assured Miss Duanmu that I will be responsible to the end. Ji Lin Feng's attitude towards the two said it all. Hee hee. Second brother is finally smart for once. Duanmui's little face, that was already a little red, instantly turned even redder. He said that he was going to be responsible for her. Was it the kind of responsibility she thought? The deer in Duanmui's heart clunked against her chambers, and her heart beat wildly. Beihingjiao was so angry that she almost bit her mouthful of gum teeth, and spoke in a slightly threatening manner. What does this voice of responsibility of the second male son mean? It can't be that you want Miss Duanmu to become a concubine, right? A parent's order and a matchmaker's words are not something that the second prince can just say it will. Father had already agreed to let Ji Lin Feng be her vassal. How could she possibly agree to Duanmui entering the door? Turning to face Duanmui, her smile tragically mixed with a few blood-devouring flavors. Miss Duanmu shouldn't mind, right? Or does Miss Duanmu like being a concubine? The threshold of the marquis house is not something you can step on as a little servant house miss. And she would not agree to being a concubine. Ji Lin Feng could only be hers alone. Meeting Beihingjiao's threatening eyes, Duanmui's pupil shrank in fear, and she subconsciously had to open her mouth. Your servant daughter. Second princess should know how important honor is to a woman. And I have just had skin-to-skin contact with Miss Duanmu. It must have damaged her honor and integrity. And to not take responsibility for it is not what a great man would do. Ji Lin Feng spoke out to interrupt the words Duanmui was about to utter. Upon hearing this, Ji Tranquility looks up in surprise, and sees the frost on Ji Lin Feng's face for a moment of bewilderment. This expression is déjà vu. Only after a long time did Ji Tranquility remember that she had once seen it on Dark Yan's face. She inexplicably felt that the Ji Lin Feng at this moment had overlapping shadows with the Dark Yan who had been missing for many days. The thought was also only fleeting. She won't believe that the two people had become one person. Isn't this nonsense? Stinking woman. After threatening second brother, you still want to threaten second sister-in-law. Piss me off. Let's see how I will cure you. Beihingju has been afraid of the dark since she was a child. So exchange a ghost-invoking talisman for her and scare her to death. Chapter 70. The female lead Lu Yi appeared? Ji Tranquility had just finished spending a heavy amount of money to redeem a ghost-invoking talisman when she heard the sound of a fluttering waterfall. At the same time, Beihing-jin's innocent words came to her ears. Ah, what a big firefly. Crown Prince brother. Come help Jeaner catch it. Beihing-jin bounced and ran around on the wooden boards, just to catch that little bug that wasn't a firefly. A look of innocence that was completely unaware of knocking Bei Hengjiao down the river. Ji Tranquility laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Ha ha ha. Deservedly deserved. Bei Hengjin helped her out. But to forgive Bei Hengjiu like this, wouldn't it be too cheap for her? She wouldn't forget the ruthless look of Bei Hengjiu holding a long barbed whip and lashing at Ji Linfeng's body. While whipping, she laughed wildly and asked Ji Linfeng if it hurt, and if he regretted choosing Duan Muyi over her. Wouldn't it be better to directly scare people crazy and completely change the plot of Ji Linfeng's imprisonment? The four martial maidservants exclaimed. Princess, immediately jumping into the water to hold the flailing Bei Hengjiu. With the help of the prince's close guards, they pulled the person up. Bei Hengjiu, who was pulled up, was drenched in water. Her 3,000 inky hair was haphazardly pulled over her face. Her soaked clothes were also tightly fitted to her body, and her concave and convex figure was undoubtedly visible. The 8 guards immediately turned their backs. Ji Yushu and Jun Fu as well as Marquis Ji also hung their heads. But Ji Linfeng did not bother to look at her. This undoubtedly made Bei Hengjiao's body's inner rage burn even brighter. Anger attacked Bei Hengjiao. Furious to go forward, grabbed Bei Hengjin public to teach him a lesson. However, the crown prince stopped him with a cold voice. Jiner is still young, and is not intentional. Can't imperial sister be a little more generous? Crown prince's cold eyes looked at the soaking wet, lose all the royal face of Bei Hengjiu. Angrily reprimanded, Hall of a country princess. All-day female disguised as a man. Capricious and arrogant. Do not put the face of the royal family in the eyes. What is the behavior? Speed roll back to the palace to receive punishment. The 4 servant girls are guilty of dereliction of duty. Go back to the palace and each receive a penalty of 30 lashes. The eldest son spoke. The 4 servant girls dared to be angry, but dared not say anything. Seeing Bei Hengjiao's defiant face, the chill in the crown prince's eyes deepened. Bei Hengjiao's birth mother, Consort De, had passed away due to illness, and had a true love affair with Emperor Yu during her lifetime. Therefore, Emperor Yu doted on Bei Hengjiu a little more. With this favor, Bei Hengjiao had the capital to be pampered. If she didn't have this favor, what else would she have? Bei Hengjiu was soaked to the skin and shivering from the cold. Where else could she stay? She could only snore coldly and lead the people to leave. As she passed Ji Linfeng, she felt the coldness emanating from his body. Bei Hengjiao's body trembled. But soon, she came to her senses. She was the most honorable princess of Shengyu. Ji Linfeng dared to offend her superior? It was just a bitchy woman. How dare he make a move on her for her? What are you looking at? Beware of this princess gouging out your eyes. These words were said to Duan Muyi. Duan Muyi was busy hanging her head down. Ji Tran would not spoil her, glaring at her short little legs and wanting to go forward. How could Lady Ji not understand? Cooperating with Ji Tranquility, she stepped forward making a show of concern for Bei Hengjiu. Second princess, it's better to quickly go back and change clothes. Be careful of catching a cold. Ji Tranquility took advantage of Lady Ji's proximity to strike the talisman paper into Bei Hengjia's body. To the onlookers, Ji Tranquility just touched her arm. It didn't hurt, but it was disgusting because she hated children. Bitch. Get lost. Bei Hengjiu was already angry and raised her hand to push Ji Tranquility. Straight away, the person cried in fear. Lady Ji held Ji Tranquility unsteadily and nearly fell down the river. Fortunately, he was caught by Marquis Ji behind him. And only then did he not let Lady Ji and Ji Tran fall into the river behind him. Marquis Ji tightly clenched his fists and looked at Bei Hengjiu with a gaze full of killing intent. The latter was startled and only then realized that she had done something stupid. But as proud as she was, how could she apologize? Ji Linfeng narrowed his eyes dangerously, looking at Bei Hengjiu as if he was looking at a dead man, daring to touch his little sister and his mother. Huh. Good for you. I will report today's matter to father. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the painted boat. The crown prince's words were on point, hoping that Ji Linfeng would not do anything foolish. Ji Linfeng's heart coldly grunted. Like the saint report can be exempted from her guilt? If it makes him unhappy, why not change the dynasty? Ji Yushu will be Ji Tranquility in the arms holding. Face expression ancient wells without waves. The more calm he was, the more Ji Tran felt that something was brewing in his heart. The eyes of father and brothers are so scary. But you can't do anything stupid against this arrogant and domineering woman. I have plenty of ways. In the middle of the Ohio Hour, fireworks were lit up on the moat bridge right on time. With this angle one could just about see the bridge. The Crown Prince picked up a cup of spirits and said carelessly, "That's the fireworks set off by third brother. And it's said to be lit until the early hours of the morning." G. Tranquility looked out at the dazzling fireworks in midair. "What beautiful fireworks. Does Sister Tranquil like them?" Beihung Jean pulled up G. Tran's small fleshy hand with an innocent face. G. Tranquility nodded her little head this time very facetiously. But in her heart, she was despondent, thinking to herself, completely ignoring Beihung Jean, who was so happy because of her nodding motion. "It's hard to believe that the third prince is already acquainted with Lu Yi." G. Tranquility raised her eyes to look, just in time to see on the bridge a woman darting towards the third prince. G. Tranquility rounded her dark and bright eyes. "That person is Lu Yi. Right. But this style is a bit wrong. It looks like an old acquaintance. Could it be that the two of them already knew each other before this?" At the same time, the backyard of the Lu mansion. "Put the sack on and take it away," someone ordered. Just a few minutes ago, the maid, Yer, ran into the courtyard and said at first glance, Miss, there are people setting off fireworks outside. They're beautiful. Let's go and have a look too." "Right." Lu Yi at that time was fiddling with a pot of poisonous flowers and plants in front of her. Without looking back, she said, "No, you go by yourself." "But," the slave girl wants Miss to accompany her. Lu Yi helplessly pushed the flower pot in front of her away. "Fine. But before you go out, you have to move the tray of flowers in Mrs. room. Just give a little lesson." She didn't want her life. Lu Yi's maid's name was Yer. Not only was she loyal to her, she had also saved her life. So in Lu Yi's eyes, Yer was not an underling, but her sister. The duo dressed up and went out, first furtively moving the pot of poisonous flowers in Lu Qingyin's courtyard before heading for the back door. As a result, the duo had just poked their heads out of the back door when they were knocked out from behind. Lu Yi would have expected in front of their own home someone to commit murder. Not the slightest defense. Lu Yi woke up again in front of a dark. Completely do not know what happened. Soon calmed down, she guessed that was kidnapped. But also locked into a small dark room. Not only did not panic, but also particularly excited. Hee. Dare to kidnap Auntie. No matter who you are, you have to let you taste the sizzling flavor of 10,000 insects devouring your heart. Lu Yi expected someone to come in, but the result was that he did not expect anyone to come in. But at this moment, the sound of a fight rang out from outside. "What people? Heh. A bunch of little thieves. How dare you ask Master who he is? Speed up and release the two you just kidnapped. Or die." Lu Yi was suspicious. Was this person here to save them? Yet, he did not rule out the possibility that someone was directing himself. Chapter 71. Forcing Lu Yi to take a marriage threat. Lu Yi listened carefully. "And Sue?" The initial voice sounded again. "Kid, I advise you to stay out of my master's business." "Who is your master?" The voice of the righteous man. "I'm afraid to scare you to death by saying it." Lu Yi was speechless. This line was so vulgar that she rolled her eyes. After waiting for several breaths, she couldn't hear the man report the name of his master's family, resulting in another fight. Damn it. Retreat. This kid's martial arts is not weak. The three men in black were so frightened that they abandoned the people and fled. Not long after, the door was kicked open. The man stood against the light, not being able to see his true appearance, but only looking at his magnificent figure. Hearing him say, "Both of you, the thieves have run away. Speed away. Thank you for saving me. But my master and servant are tied up. Please come in and help me loosen the ties." Lu Yi's voice was weak and soft. Shon Liamo hesitated and then entered the house. By the light of the moon, Lu Yi was able to see that he was a gentleman dressed in ink-colored brocade clothes. Very handsome. He didn't look like a bad person. But she was not the kind of woman who judged people by their looks. There was a saying that the more harmless a person looked, the more insidious and vicious he was in the dark. Relatively speaking, the more handsome you are, the more likely you are to be scum. As Shon Liamo leaned over, Lu Yi secretly pinched the silver needle in her hand. Just in the moment Shon Liamo finished loosening Lu Yi's tie, he felt a pain in his neck and something stabbed him. He then fell softly to the ground. The look on his face was horrified. You? Vigilance is so poor. Still learnt from others to kidnap themselves. Say it. The purpose of kidnapping this lady? Jean Lemore was hit with a cartilage needle and couldn't move. So he could only gnash his teeth and say, "Stinking woman. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs." This Gongzi was just coincidentally seeing someone knocking the two of you unconscious and kidnapping you. All the way to follow. Saved you, do not say thank you then. But also to this gentleman Poison. Good evil heart. Louis E as a new generation of women in the 21st century would not be deceived by Jean Lemore's 3 words. She grunted. Just passing by. Do you understand that a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall? And you're so good that you prefer to go through other people's back door. You say. What is your intention? Don't think that just because you look like a talented person, this lady will believe you. Jean Lemore was so angry that he truthfully said, I just saw a man in black running this way and followed him. And I just happened to see the scene. That man in black must have nothing to do with these 3 people. Listening to this, Louis smiled. Such a different reason. Say it out to yourself to believe? This son is true. Why not believe it? It's you, Miss Xiangfu, who is so sneaky as to go out the back door. Louis kicked the man. Humph. What's it got to do with you? Stay well. This lady won't accompany you. Louis woke up the fainted maid with a pin. And while the latter was still in a state of confusion, she forcefully pulled the man outside. Jean Lemore was furious and roared. Woman! Let me go! Haven't you ever thought that if you leave before your feet, and those 3 thieves return again to take my son's little life, what will you take to compensate? Louis arode he nonsense. But do not want to. Just out of the door. On the face of 2 black people. The 2 men in black also froze for a moment. Obviously did not expect such a secluded place there is such a stunning woman. They smiled lewdly at each other, and walked this way. Louis thought that the 2 people in front of her were the ones who kidnapped her just now, and squeezed the poison needle in her hand. Who are you people? The duo didn't speak, their unsuspecting gazes sweeping from Louis' head to her feet. Miss, I'll hold him off. You escape first. Yer stepped forward and blocked the front. Whenever she was in danger, the maid Yer did the same thing, making Louis very touched. As she pulled Yer away, she heard her say in a deep voice, Don't worry. You're young lady. I'm not that soft-bag 3rd young lady who only knows how to cry when things go wrong anymore. Louis' eyes were firm. The other 2 looked at her with contempt. Louis secretly laughed. Continue to be contemptuous. In a moment we'll take your life. At the moment when the other 2 made their move, Louis also moved. The poisonous needle clamped between her fingers ruthlessly stabbed down towards the neck of one of them. But she underestimated the killer's instinctive reaction. And the moment she stabbed down, the man in black dodged away with a tilt of his head. Stinking woman. You still want to hit a stone with an egg? I'll break one of your arms first, and then I'll let you taste a life worse than death. The dagger in the black-clothed man's hand had just been raised when he sensed something was wrong. And in the next second his body fell straight down. Louis protected her, hooking her lips in a cold smile. This young lady is hitting a stone with an egg, underestimating the strength of the 2 of you. But what does it matter? The needles in my hands are dyed with poison. As long as they hurt a little skin, they can achieve the desired effect. It's just the right time to test the medicine on you. Just now, Louis stabbed with force. The man was able to dodge it, but he also scratched a bit of skin on his face. You? As soon as the words fell, the man's pair of black eyes were colored with panic, because he felt the pain in his internal organs at this moment, as if 10,000 ants and insects were gnawing at him. Ah! Kill her! Old 4. Kill this bitch. It didn't take long before the man's face twisted in pain, and that mournful scream was like a severe ghost. Scared Yer's little face turned pale, with the previous experience of her companion. How could the remaining 1 black-clothed man dare to get close? He drew out the soft sword at his waist, and his expression was as cold as if he was looking at a dead person. Louis protected her maid Yer and retreated step by step, straight back to the house, trying to close the door. But the door was kicked by Jean Lemore. Just as the man in black raised his knife to slash at Louis, Jean Lemore jumped up and threw out the flying knife in his sleeve, hitting the man in black straight in the face. Louis turned back violently and looked at Jean Lemore in disbelief. But Jean Lemore didn't hate Louis. Instead, his eyes showed appreciation. He was used to seeing women who were too soft, but this woman was really pleasing to his eyes. Not only did she not panic, But she also took things in her stride. The first time he returned to the green bamboo courtyard, Ji Yushu summons Watong. My lord. It's done. We lured the Zhongli Moor kid to the backyard of the Prime Minister's residence according to your plan, so that he could see our people kidnapping Louis Yi. Then we trailed all the way to where the Dark Cabinet personnel landed. Louis Yi's skills were not small, and killed one of them. The other was killed by Zhong Liamo. Unsurprisingly, Duke Xiong appreciates Louis Yi quite a bit. Zuotong spoke excitedly. Ji Yushu also smiled. As long as we succeed in making that boy surnamed Zhong see the difference in Louis Yi, then we will find more opportunities for the two to meet by chance later on. And you will personally take care of this matter. Remember? Don't let anyone see the clues. Your Excellency, don't worry. Zuotong answered and left. Ji Yushu was very glad that the landing point of the Dark Cabinet personnel was not far from the outer suburbs. In this way, Louis Yi could not suspect the Ji family even if he wanted to. If he hadn't followed the two Dark Cabinet assassins that day, he wouldn't have been able to discover that the Dark Cabinet member's den was located in the outer suburb of 5 Mile Slope. That said, why were those two sneaking around outside the Ji residence? Just as Ji Yushu couldn't figure it out, there was a sudden ringing from outside, followed by Zuotong, who had gone and returned. It's bad. Grand Duke. The second Duke's courtyard has an assassin. Chapter 72. Bei Hengju is crazy. When Ji Yushu rushed here, Marquis Ji as well as Yin Zheng were there. A black-clothed man was dead on the ground, but one ran away. Ji Linfeng's arm was slightly injured. A government doctor was bandaging him up. Remove this person's face scarf. Let's see who it is, Marquis Ji said in a cold voice. No need to look. It's Dark Letter. A Dark Pavilion assassin. Ji Yushu frowned at his words, and looked at Ji Linfeng with a meaningful gaze. Ji Linfeng froze in hindsight before realizing that he shouldn't have known Dark Xian. With Dark Yan's memories, he knew almost everyone in the Dark Pavilion, and the one who escaped just now was none other than Dark Eagle, the head of the Dark Pavilion. It seemed that he wanted to test him, but fortunately, he was smart, and didn't use Dark Yan's killing move. It seems that Dark Eagle knew that Dark Yan was dead, and found that he was extremely similar to Dark Yan. So he suspected his identity. The purpose was also for the pamphlet. Ji Linfeng stammered an explanation. Just now, I heard that's how that person called him, so I wrote it down. Ji Yushu nodded, not knowing whether he truly believed it or not. He also knew that his own big brother had always been smart, and would see the difference sooner or later. He wanted to say it, but he was just afraid that they wouldn't believe him. There was also the fact that he desperately wanted to find that booklet now. Dark Eagle was onto him, and he had to find the booklet before Dark Eagle did. At the same time, he desperately wanted to prove himself in front of his parents. Then, there is Bei Hengjiao, who has returned to the palace. Bei Hengju sneaked back to the palace to change her clothes, just ready to sneak out to watch the fireworks again. Was caught by the Empress with her people. Where does the second princess want to go? The Empress's side followed by the Crown Prince's palace guards, which Bei Hengjiao did not understand. This was the Crown Prince coming back to complain. Bei Hengjiao had a disgruntled look on her face, but she didn't dare to make a scene in front of the Empress, so she could only say with a lowered brow, Empress Mother, my son was wrong. Wrong where? After your mother consort died, she entrusted you to this palace, and you are not close to this palace, but you want to be close to Xianfei. See for yourself? What have you learned now? What's the difference between your behavior and that of an urban drifter? Bei Hengju tightly pinched the corner of her coat with a defiant face. She liked to be close to Consort Xian, because Consort Xian would always praise her for her good work, and would always guess what she was thinking, and wouldn't force her to do something she didn't want to do. She, on the other hand, always took a stern tone and accused her. Never care about whether she is happy or not. Never care about what is in her heart. Not to mention not caring about her future. In the end, the Empress does not see her as a child without the love of a mother consort in her heart. Thinking about this, Bei Hengjiao hard to the gas. For the first time loudly refuted the queen. I call you a mother. Is already to your respect. Do not really think you are my mother. My mother has died. The Xian concubine who loved me has also been exiled. I know you are very pleased in your heart. But don't be too happy too early. Sooner or later someone will rule you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Such great disrespectful words came out of Bei Hengjiao's mouth, and the Empress was so angry that her face turned blue. You stand still. You? Empress Mother rest her anger. Just let the second princess go. The sister at her side advised in a low voice. You've done enough. It's the second princess, who can't tell what's right from wrong, and can't see that you're good. The second princess was completely unable to see that Consort Xian was deliberately trying to raise her to be invalidated, treating the empress, who had been true to her, like a snake and scorpion. She only wanted to say that the second princess was already wasted, being used by others without even realizing it. Huffing and puffing back to the Jiaoyong palace, Bei Hongjiao drank back her subordinates. All of you roll down. Don't come to bother this princess, said, heavily slammed the door shut, turned around and prepared to enter the inner bedroom to rest. At this time, a black figure quickly flashed by in her afterglow. She thought it was an underling who had just retired and didn't take it seriously. As a result, just as she was about to lie down, she felt someone behind her. Who? She jerked her head back, but found nothing, and only watched the candlelight on the table flickering. She looked to the window. It was closed tightly. And where did the wind come from? Could it be an illusion? Bei Hongjiao cannot understand. But at this time her heart has a little panic. Unexplained panic. As if something bad was about to happen. Someone. Called a few times, no one answered. Her heart panicked even more. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Give this princess to come out. All that answered her was an eerie cat call outside the window. She retreated to the edge of the bed in fear and sat down, completely unaware that a large black hand was reaching out from under the bed. Early in the morning of the second day, Bei Hongjiao violently woke up from her sleep and shouted, "Come on! Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin!" The forbidden army did not arrive, but a martial servant girl guarding the outside pushed the door in panic. "Princess, where is the assassin?" Before the word "guess" could be uttered, Bei Hongjiao was greeted with a blow to the head. "Beat you to death. Beat you to death." Bei Hongjiao's eyes were godless, her hands unconsciously holding a stick and knocking the fainted servant girl one after another. The empress, who heard about this, hurriedly rushed over and saw Bei Hongjiao still unconsciously knocking the maid's head. Her face abruptly changed. "Are they all dead? Don't pull people away yet." The maid was already dead, and blood was flowing all over the place. A group of maids serving Bei Hongjiao were trembling in fear, not daring to come forward. Yesterday she was fine. For some reason, she woke up early in the morning in this state, demented, as if she had been possessed. "Quickly go and ask Imperial Dr. Mu to come." The empress gave the word, and the palace talents hurriedly went to ask the imperial doctor. Not long after, Imperial Dr. Mu came, along with his son Mu Chung. Bei Hongjiao had already been tied to the bed by the empress's order, but her eyes were still wide open, both hands raised, knocking the air unconsciously. Her mouth spoke nonsense. "Beat you to death. Beat you to death. No eating me. No eating me." After an examination, Imperial Dr. Mu respectfully said to the empress, "Back to Empress Dowager. The second princess in this situation is suffering from shock. I can only prescribe a pair of calming potions to eat first, and it will get better in a few days. But the prerequisite is that she should not be frightened again in the last few days. If she was frightened again, it would be difficult for the gods to save her." The empress nodded her head to indicate that she knew. After surveying the house, she found nothing, so she asked a few maids to take good care of her and left. After going back, how can not understand? A good person can be what shock? Yesterday when she saw her all so well, Empress did not expect is that the next 2 nights, Jiaoyong Palace are heard in the North Hongjiao ground panic screams. There was even a black shadow seen flickering in the room. By the 3rd day, Bei Hongjiao was completely dumbfounded. This matter alarmed Emperor Yu, who was furious and had this matter thoroughly investigated. And the results really found out the truth. A palace maid found a black dress underneath Qin Wan's bed in Yuhua Palace, in addition to a rag doll with silver needles inserted all over its body. The doll's face was covered in blood. Emperor Yu was furious. "Good you Qin Wan. I see in the face of Yuan's son to spare you from death. You even use such evil means to stir up the harem. Simply do not put me in my eyes. Come on people. Will this person into the prison?" Qin Wan was wrong to the extreme, trying her best to refute, "Your Majesty, it was not the maidservant who did this. This time it was really not the maidservant who did this. The servant girl didn't know why that thing was under the servant girl's bed. Someone must have framed the servant girl. I beg your Majesty to look into it." Emperor Yu's big hand flicked. Scram. Do you think I will still believe a woman with a heart like a snake like scorpion like you? Chapter 73. The complacent Jilin Feng. The forbidden army rushed into the house, and was about to take Qinwan away, when the third prince, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly vomited blood from his mouth. You honor. Emperor Yu took 3 steps, and held the staggering Bei Heng Yuan in place. Seeing that his face was so pale that it was bloodless, he was heartbroken. You honor. Don't be angry. Father. Father is just in a moment of anger. You. Father. Let mother go to the Protectorate Temple to take her hair and practice. What? What? Emperor Yu and Qinwan simultaneously explained in incredulity. You honor. Even you don't believe mother? Mother really didn't do it. Huh? Qinwan's heart was cold. Colder than even the ice and snow of that winter day. Believe? How can one not believe? This is saving your life. Ah? However, his mother would not understand. He only hoped that when he learnt the truth in the future, his mother would understand him. Emperor Yu felt that it was good that this was the case. A woman like Qinwan who was greedy for curtains and vanity should go to a place like that, and stay there to nourish her temperament. Eventually Qinwan was sent to the Protectorate Temple. Emperor Yu sent 2 forbidden soldiers to follow her for fear of her escaping, and ordered her to copy 10,000 words of scripture daily. Pray for Bei Heng Yuan and Bei Heng Jiao. Bei Heng Jiao went crazy, and stayed in her chambers every day shaking her head. Does not cry and does not make a fuss. Phony palace. The crown prince strides into the house. Empress mother. What is the reason for calling my son in such a hurry? Empress put down the tea in her hands, and said with a straight face. The emperor's son gave mother a detailed account of the night of the last festival. The crown prince hung his eyes, and thought for a moment. Well, that night's events in detail. Finished. Looked around and whispered. Mother thinks the royal sister's affairs with the Ji family? That night, the royal sister tried to Ji family youngest hands. Jilin Feng is a revenge. Adding to that night's imperial sister unintentionally revealed the idea that she was interested in Jilin Feng. Although Jilin Feng looked out of tune on weekdays, he was a man of means when it came to things. But thinking back, the Ji family shouldn't be so capable of extending their hands into the palace. Or was this matter really related to Qinwan? No. This matter is related to the oldest too. Only he hates Qinwan the most. He only borrowed your royal sister's hand to get rid of Qinwan. But unfortunately, he was still bailed out by your third brother. Your third brother is not a simple person. Capturing the guilt in Emperor Yu's heart towards him, and repeatedly exploiting it. He just didn't know how long he could exploit it. Jilin Feng was injured. Ji Tren only learned about it on the second morning, and was so distressed that she shed tears. These 3 days have been twisting him to rest in the mansion. Does second brother hurt? Ji Tranquility's eyes were full of hot tears that were about to fall, giving Jilin Feng a bad heartache. Little sister, this is heartache second brother? Don't worry about it. Your second brother. I have a solid skin. It doesn't hurt at all. Jilin Feng did not say okay. Once he said that Ji Tranquility cried even more fiercely. It hurts? How could it not hurt? It's just that the heart is dead. Ji Tranquility recalled the portrayal of Jilin Feng when he was dying. Bei Heng Yuan was holding a stinging whip and looking down on him, asking Jilin Feng if it hurt, and if he had any regrets about choosing Duanmu with every whip. He hit Jilin Feng so hard that his skin and flesh turned over, and his bones were visible in the depths. He froze, and did not say a word. Now think about it. Good heartache. Good heartache. Heartache for everyone in the Ji family. A family of 4 was completely unaware that Ji Tranquility thought of such a miserable picture. Only that she was crying because Jilin Feng was injured and heartbroken. Marquis Ji was so distressed by his daughter that he gave Jilin Feng a hard scratch. What's wrong with you? You have to get hurt. Look at your daughter. Ji Yushu also scraped Jilin Feng. Next time don't get hurt. Little sister will cry. When my little sister cries, not one person will be hurt. But 4. Jilin Feng, come on. Even getting hurt is at fault. But what's with the sweetness in the heart? In order to cheer up her Nui, Mrs. Ji changed the topic. Feng, do you take what you said to Miss Duanmu seriously? Do you really want to be responsible for her? Jilin Feng learned his lesson this time, and understood Lady Ji's meaning in seconds. Putting down his chopsticks, he said with an affirmative face. Of course. Didn't mother say that a man should be responsible? I see that Miss Duanmu is a good-looking girl, who knows what's hot and what's cold. Being able to say this shows that you have grown up. Father is very pleased. Hearing Marquis Ji's words, Ji Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Thanks for the compliment. Father, child will definitely be a good man who can stand up to the heavens, and not do the mixed up things he used to do. Ji Tranquility was held in Lady Ji's arms and coaxed. Hearing this, she babbled and cracked a smile. Good. Good. As soon as possible find a matchmaker to propose a marriage. So that second sister-in-law can also feel at ease. Lady Ji pretends to think for a little while and picks up. That's done. For my mother to entrust someone to ask the Duanmu family's opinion. It had to be settled in advance at this point. After all, there was still a Bei Hingju in the shadows watching intently. At this point, Ji you should feel very lucky. Legs ruined. There will be no girl to look at him. But also to avoid a lot of trouble. The people on who to find on the Duanmu family to propose marriage matter discussed for an hour have not discussed a reason to. This matter. Still need to trouble madam more trouble. For my husband to go to busy other things. After finishing his morning tea, Marquis Ji went to get busy. Ji Yushu also said that he had something to do. So he let Zuotong push him away. Ji Lin Feng was injured and had nothing to do. Little sister. How about second brother accompanying you to bask in the sun these few days? Hee. Since second brother has nothing else to do, why don't you think about how to welcome second sister-in-law into the house as soon as possible? The corner of Ji Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Little sister yo. This matter really can't be rushed. Back in Green Bamboo Garden, Ji Yushu secretly sends Zuotong a task. Zuotong answered and left. Ji Yushu pushed his wheelchair to the front of the courtyard, looking at the green bamboos swaying in the wind not far away. His thoughts drifting away. Dark diffusion has not appeared since he disappeared that day. But the people of the Dark Cabinet are often active in Shunjing City. What other secrets are unknown in this? The reason why the people of the Dark Pavilion took action against the second brother was probably because they recognized him as Dark Yin. So it seemed likely that Dark Yin was already dead. If this matter wasn't resolved, the people of the Dark Pavilion would keep moving against second brother, making it impossible to defend against them. This matter was somewhat difficult to deal with. Over here, Lady Ji ordered someone to spread a blanket on the ground, allowing Ji Tran to roll around on it by himself. She repeatedly urged Ji Lifeng to take good care of her. Be careful. Don't hurt your daughter. Ji Lifeng thought it was a beautiful job, and happily agreed, I know. Mother, you go and get busy. It's not a big deal. He is so big and still can't take care of a 4-month-old baby. Isn't that a joke? Ji Lin Feng sits leisurely in his rocking chair basking in the sun. And in his afterglow, Ji Tranquility is dripping with her rumps and humming as she practices lifting her head and rolling over. Before he could sit and warm up, he saw Ji Tranquility's little body tumbling towards the flowers. Ouch. Little sister, you can't go in there. It's dangerous. Ji Lin Feng had one hand tied with gauze, so he had to use his other hand to wring her. Like wringing a chick. Straight away, he twisted Ji Tranquility to giggle. Funny. Really funny. I'm going to fly. Seeing Ji Tranquility laughing happily, Ji Lin Feng twisted her around the garden like this. Ji Tranquility's giggle spread throughout the entire Ji mansion. Ha ha ha. Quick. Second brother faster. Catch that butterfly. Don't let it get away. Ji Lin Feng was infected by Ji Tranquility's laughter. His heart was also very happy. And for a moment, he got a little carried away, twisting her with one hand to speed up his pace forward. Chapter 74. It's the little sister who is too fat. Ha ha ha. Follow second brother fun. Right? When you grow up some more, second brother will take you to hunt and feel the feeling of galloping a horse. Good. Good. It's a deal. When I grow up a bit, second brother can't miss his words. Ji Lin Feng replied with a firm heart. Second brother will definitely not break his promise. As he spoke, he didn't pay attention and his feet slipped. In order to stabilize his body, he subconsciously threw Ji Tranquility out of his hands. Ji Tranquility. Ah, my God. Stupid second brother. I'm pro-life. Are you throwing me away as a burden? When Ji Lin Feng realized that something was wrong, he only saw Ji Tranquility's tiny mass fall headlong into the flowers. Ji Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. Sister. When he picked the person up, Ji Tranquility mouth full of mud not to mention. Chubby little face is full of scratches by the flower branches. Some of them see red. Tearful eyes crying so pitiful. Disfigured. Disfigured. It hurts. My mother AI. This stupid goods is so bring people. Sooner or later bring GA. Oh. It hurts so much. Blah blah blah. G Tranquility tried to spit out the mud in his mouth, but it didn't come out. Ji Lin Feng was so distressed that he apologized. I'm sorry, sister. It's all second brother's fault. He had to hurry up and deal with it. And if he let his parents see him, they would have to peel off his skin. Ideas just heard the roar of Lady Ji and Marquis Ji from behind him. Ji Lin Feng. Ji Lin Feng's body stiffened. In his memory, his parents did not even call him by name. It could be seen how powerful the anger was. Ji Lin Feng was so scared that he placed Ji Tranquility on the blanket and turned to run, saying as he ran, I didn't do it on purpose. Who let my little sister be too naughty? And had to let me wring her out to catch butterflies to play with. Born so fat. My hand is injured. Where can I wring it? So just. In an instant, Ji Lin Feng ran out of the Ji mansion. Ji Tranquility. Oh! Still saying she is fat. Where is she fat? Not just that other children me billion point it. Hey. In the end, it's still the little me who bears all the burden. Mrs. G was so distressed that she burst into tears. Bastard. Look at what you've done to your daughter. Ji Tranquility knowingly reached out to stick to Mrs. G's face. Mother, don't cry. It actually doesn't hurt very much. Hearing this, Lady G's tears fell even more fiercely. Marquis G was so angry that he blew his mustache out. Lady G carries Ji Tranquility into the house to clean up the injuries on her face. Although the injuries are not serious, but the skin is tender and bleeds when touched. Anyone who sees it is not distressed. Hearing that his little sister had been injured, Ji Yushu hurried over, and was startled when he saw the crisscrossing injuries on Ji Tranquility's face. How did it get like this? How is it to be disfigured? Don't worry. It won't leave scars if it's so small. Even if it leaves a scar, I have a way. Marquis Ji sat aside sulking, and Lady Ji blamed herself. It's all my fault for handing over Nyan to older two, knowing that he has no experience in bringing up children. That brat was also a careless one, repeatedly telling him to keep a good eye on him, only to turn around and get injured. Ji Tranquility was afraid that her family would worry too much about her, and stopped crying. Hearing Lady Ji say that Ji Lin Feng had no experience in bringing up children, she helpfully said, Yes. 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 Second brother has no experience in bringing up children. When second sister-in-law enters the house, we must let second sister-in-law have a litter of monkeys, and give them all to silly second brother to bring up, so that he can grow some experience. Marquis G. Marquis G. Marquis G. Over here, Ji Lin Feng was afraid of going home to be taught a lesson and didn't dare to go back to the mansion. So he had to wander around the streets, unconsciously strolling to the alley not far from the backyard of Yihong Yuan. He wanted to cross over from the alley to take Qintian Street, but he didn't want to accidentally bump into a man and a woman in a tight embrace. Ji Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the alley and looked carefully, and saw that the man's figure was somewhat familiar. As soon as they let go, Ji Lin Feng jumped to the side and hid himself, with his back against the wall. He listened to the dialogue between the two. Shurshu, don't worry. As long as you steal the clothes from Lu Qingyan, I will have someone go to the Lu family to propose marriage. How about promising you the position of noble concubine? Lu Shurshu drew circles on the man's chest, her voice soft and weak. But I want to be your wife. The man struggled and nodded his head, assuring, as long as you steal the clothes, the position of the rightful wife, I will definitely help you fight for it in front of mother. How about it? Lu Shurshu made a face that she wasn't satisfied yet, but she knew to stop at the right moment. That's fine then. I'll go back and try to find a way to get big sister's clothes. But say yes. I'll return them tomorrow. That's for sure. When have I, Wu Zik, ever broken my word? Saying that, the man lowered his head towards Lu Shurshu's red lips and kissed them. Ji Lin Feng's eyes widened. The man was Wu Zik, and the woman seemed to be the Lu family's young lady. What did this Wu Zik want Lu Qingyan's clothes for? No matter what he was doing, a man wanting the clothes of a lady of the boudoir would directly affect Lu Qingyan's reputation if word got out. It seems that Wu Zik is trying to deal with Lu Qingyan, and deep down, he wants to deal with the crown prince. Which prince's party is the Wu family? Frowning and pondering for half a day, Ji Lin Feng suddenly blessed to the heart. Remember Ji Tranquility's words. The Duanmu family seemed to be interested in speaking Duanmu to this person. Love rivals meeting each other. Ji Lin Feng grumbled in anger and turned back to look at the alley again. only to see the backs of the two leaving together. This Wuzike, no matter whose party he is my enemy anyway. He also wants to count on the future crown princess. Even if he didn't hear it, but if he heard it, he must not let this person succeed. Jilin Feng Street also do not stroll. Directly hit the road back to the house. Just ran into the house ushered in Marquis G a fat beating. Ouch, father. I am your own son. You cannot be a little lighter. I'm still injured? The Marquis of G, since is aware of the proportion, did not greet him on the body. Light to his buttocks greeted. You still know it's your own son. You go and look at what you've done to Nui Nui's face? If it's disfigured, I'll break your legs. Jilin Feng was also suffocating and muttered in a small voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Get your arse back to the courtyard and be grounded for 5 days. 5 days? How can this be done? He even asked Little Red of Yihong Courtyard to help find the booklet at night. It was so hard to get a clue. But he couldn't give up. When Marquis G shouted angrily, he lost all the thoughts in his head. She went back to her own courtyard in a pitiful manner. As the sky quickly darkened, an underling brought Jilin Feng some food. While eating, Jilin Feng always felt that something was wrong. Am I forgetting something important? What is it? After thinking for a long time and not remembering, Jilin Feng instead relieved himself. Things that could be easily forgotten by him. It was thought that it wasn't a big deal. Around the middle of the hour, Jilin Feng, who had picked himself up as a greasy bearded man, sneakily opened the door of his room and found that there were no guards in the outer room. Cannot help but be pleased. Secretly said, Heaven helps me. He knew how to successfully avoid Yin Jing's patrols. Arriving at the brightly lit Lin Tian Street, Jilin Feng only felt that the wind in the air was sweet. Just as he was about to stride towards Yihong Courtyard, his afterglow suddenly skimmed a sneaky figure. In this instant, that missing cleverness returned. Oops. I remembered. I forgot to mention that Wuzike wanted to frame Lu Qingyan. The clothes that the person in front is wearing wouldn't be Lu Qingyan's. Right? What does she want to do? Shall we follow and see? Jilin Feng hesitated for 2 breaths between entering Yihong Courtyard and following the woman in front of him, and then chose the latter. Chapter 75. Lu Qingyan's night meeting with the second prince. Jilin Feng followed the woman all the way to the back alley of the Patriarchate before he was shocked to realize what this person was going to do. My God. It turns out Wuzike is the second prince's man. The second prince is the one who failed to plan Lu Qingyan at the full moon banquet and directly changed to ruin her reputation? No. We can't let her have her way. What person is in front? Jilin Feng immediately shouted. When the woman in front heard this, her body obviously stiffened. But she didn't turn around. Jilin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly approached. The hazy moonlight stretched the shadows of the two of them. The woman's head was covered with a cloak. Very mysterious. The woman seemed to sense Jilin Feng's approach. The dagger in her sleeve slipped into her palm, waiting for Jilin Feng to get close. She would give him a fatal blow. Jilin Feng was not stupid. He walked to 3 meters behind the woman and stopped. Please turn around. Or don't blame me for doing it. After a few moments of silence, the woman's voice was heard. I'm Lu Qingyan, the eldest miss of the Lu family. What is it that the gentleman called out to the young lady? Jilin Feng frowned. Of course he knew that the woman in front was not Lu Qingyan. Then he said, Little master, I've heard the voice of the Lu family's eldest miss. You can't bluff me. Who the hell are you, and why are you wearing her clothes? These words directly caused the woman to move in for the kill. Her voice icy cold. Doesn't the gentleman think it's too nosy? Is it? Oh, little master is a nosy one. What can you do? Jilin Feng looked like he was not afraid of the sky and the earth. The woman slowly reached out and pinned the veil behind her ears. A touch of grimness flashed across her face, and the words she exited were very ruthless. In that case, then go to hell. The woman's speed was very fast, and in a split second, she threw out a flying knife in her sleeve. Jilin Feng wasn't a vegetarian either, and was prepared. With a flash, he retreated a few meters behind him. When he raised his eyes again, the woman appeared in front of him. The harsh palm wind came suddenly. If she wanted to complete tonight's mission, the man in front of her had to die. Therefore, the woman made a killing move. Jilin Feng was forced to retreat. It wasn't until he was unable to retreat that he returned the favor. One of his arms was injured, so he had to use the other arm to tangle with it. After 10 moves, He found that the woman's moves were not only vicious, but also tricky. There was no way out. He had to use dark diffusion's killing moves. The woman, who seemed to be acquainted with the Dark Pavilion's assassin, saw Ji Lifeng using a killing technique, and after being shocked, she directly stopped her hand. "You're Dark Chi?" Ji Lifeng was stunned, his not-so-smart brain spinning fast. "Yes. And you are?" "I'm Liang Ruer." With those words, Liang Ruer lifted her cloak and veil, revealing her true face. Ji Lifeng. "Ha ha ha," laughed to death. "This Liang Ruer doesn't seem to have a heart of defense. In that case, still want to approach him? It's even more stupid than him." Okay. If he hadn't heard the words of his elder brother and mother, he would have really thought that Liang Ruer was his destined wife. Right now, she seemed to treat him as a member of the Dark Pavilion. It was evident that Liang Ruer had close dealings with the Dark Pavilion. "So it's you. What are you doing here? Are you on a mission?" Ji Lifeng said in a submissive manner. "Well, there is a mission. The master asked me to pretend to be Lu Qingyan to meet the second prince at night." "What are you doing here?" Liang Ruer stared at Ji Lifeng. Ji Lifeng was afraid that he would see a thing or two. He was busy snorting in response to attach her. I'm here. Don't you know my mission? It's to sneak into the Ji mansion and steal that roster." Hearing this, Liang Ruer looked like she understood and turned around, waving her hand as she said, "That's fine. We'll each be busy with our own business. I'll leave first. I can't afford to be delayed any longer." Ji Lifeng nodded his head, but saw Liang Ruer suddenly turn around and said towards him, "Next time, don't pretend to be a bearded man. It's very fake." Ji Lifeng. Suddenly, Ji Lifeng turned over Dark Yan's appearance from Dark Chi's memories. It was a very young lad, white and tender, even more fine-looking than the male heralds in the Elysium. Since he learned about Liang Ruer's purpose, Ji Lifeng felt that there was no point in following her any further. It would be better to let her act according to the plan. "I believe that according to the big brother's clever brain, we'll be able to come up with countermeasures." As such, Ji Lifeng went back, asleep until the sunrise. "Oh no! I've missed the big event." After putting on his shoes, he ran to Widong Courtyard in a hurry. No need to think. The family was here with the little sister. Ji Lifeng rushes in just in time to hear the news Marquis Ji brought out from the palace. Bei Hongjiao has gone crazy. Someone found black clothes as well as a cloth doll with blood underneath noble consort Qin's bed. Upon hearing this, Ji Tran, whose face had been painted into a flower cat with Lady Ji's ointment, laughed her head off. "Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect this move to kill two birds with one stone. It's probably the Empress who made the move. Who else but her for such a good opportunity?" Marquis Ji coolly glanced at Ji Lifeng, who ran in, and then added, "The third prince took the initiative to send noble consort Qin to the Protectorate Temple to take her hair for training. And Emperor, you said 2 forbidden soldiers to follow in case noble consort Qin escaped. Hee hee. Only this can save Qin Guifei's life. And the third prince knows that that meager bit of life-saving affection won't last long. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to send noble consort Qin out. The 2 forbidden army can't be put to great use. In the dark there must be the third prince's dead soldiers to protect. In this case, there is no need for the Empress to take action. The second prince will naturally not let go of Qin Guifei. But the second prince is not a match for the third prince. Can't move Qin Guifei. We can help out instead. The third prince will then mistakenly think that it was the second prince who killed her. So let the 2 of them go dog-eat-dog." Listening to this, Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu's eyes flickered slightly. If noble consort Qin died, what would the third prince do? Would he directly force the palace? Or would he have another strange move? There is one more thing. Upon hearing this, several people coincidentally looked towards Marquis Ji. Ji Lifeng was even more excited. It was mostly that matter. It was now close to noon. How come Liang Ruer had also spread the news out? Something happened to the Lu family. Hearing Marquis Ji's words, Ji Lifeng had an expression that said it all. Several people in the room were stunned. And Ji Yushu busily asked, "What happened to the Lu family?" Ji Tranquility also stretched her ears to listen. Marquis Ji organized his language and said, "Last night, someone saw Lu Qingyan meeting the second prince, who was locked up in the sovereign's residence in private. And some guards and passers-by confirmed that they had seen Lu Qingyan. It was said that Lu Qingyan took advantage of the guard shift change to sneak into the sovereign's mansion to meet the second prince, and even fondly told each other her feelings. Now Shangjing City has gone crazy with rumors. It's even rumored that the two have long been privately engaged, and that it's the crown prince who has crossed the line. G. Tranquility had a look of astonishment. That doesn't hold water at first listen. What kind of place is the clan house? That's a place where the royal family specially detains the royal clansmen. How can ordinary people go there? Right now, it seems that it doesn't matter whether this statement is valid or not. What matters is that people believe that it was the crown prince who took over. Lu Qingyan and the second prince were the perfect couple. It seems that Lu Qingyan has been counted by someone. I don't know if the crown prince believes it or not. The second prince was imprisoned in the sovereign's palace, and the Jiang family had lost their power. So there was no guarantee that they wouldn't want to throw their weight around. There is also a possibility that the second prince is being used. Of course, the former is the most likely. In the original, Lu Qingyan was already unrelated to the second prince on the day of the full moon feast. And shortly after that, the two were married. There is no longer a connection with the crown prince. Now the plot has changed. But Lu Qingyan is stuck in this swampy situation as usual. The plot seems to have been pulled back again. And how should the Lu family deal with this matter? And what is the crown prince's attitude? Chapter 76. It was Liang Ruer who did it. After listening to G Tranquility's analysis, Ji Lin Feng wanted to make a couple of comments. It seems that Lu Qingyan has been set up. And since we chose to stand up to the crown prince, we can't stand idly by in this matter. Madam has a point. Once this matter spreads, it will be most beneficial to the second prince. G Tranquility thought about it, and felt that this matter could not completely take the third prince off the hook. The third prince is a very clever person, who is accustomed to knowing how to kill people with a borrowed knife. He probably saw that the second prince wanted to get out of the sovereign's palace, and use such a trick. Lu Qingyan and the crown prince withdrawing from the marriage is something that both of them would be happy to see. The second prince hates noble consort Qin so much that it's impossible for him to work with the third prince head-on. So at this time, if the third prince wants to use the second prince, he'll have to find someone he can trust. Let me think about who it could be. G Tranquility hung her head and thought for a short while, then snapped her head up. Oops. I forgot that the Jiang family was close to the Wu family, the Minister of Rights. Before the accident, this matter can be known with a little bit of investigation. The third prince must have found this out as well. So he had the Wu family secretly approach the second prince. The second prince was born wanting to get the Lu family's help. That's why he repeatedly counted on Lu Qingyan. Whether it's the second prince, who wants to throw his weight around, or the third prince is killing with a borrowed knife. Go and check and you'll know. First, we'll find out the suspect. And I'll use a mouth-spitting talisman to make that person tell the truth on his own. There's no use in just guessing here. Ji Linfeng secretly said. Little sister guessed right. This matter is really related to the Wu family. However, your mouth-spitting talisman can be saved. Your second brother I know the beginning and end of the incident. At the same time, he also thought of a good idea. Seeing a few people do not speak, Ji Linfeng thought, it's time for me to go on stage to perform. Right? Guaranteed to make you fell eyes. After Ji Linfeng crooked as he did, he cleared his throat and said, actually, there's no need to find out. I know who did it. The three big ones and the small ones all set their gazes on him in unison, all of them being skeptical. Ji Linfeng, who had successfully caught the attention of several people, said all he knew in one breath. This matter was the work of Wu Zik and Liang Ru. Wu Zik coaxed Lu Shishua to steal the clothes from Lu Qingyan at Lu Qingyan's place. And then Liang Ru pretended to be Lu Qingyan before she met with the second prince. The public opinion was probably created by Liang Ru as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the three major and one minor all looked at him in shock. Under Marquis Ji's forced questioning, Ji Linfeng then carefully told what he saw last night, and also said that he had crossed paths with Liang Ru. It was Liang Ru who recognized him as a member of the Dark Cabinet and told him the truth. Mentioning the Dark Pavilion members again, Ji Yushu's eyebrows twitched. It always felt like eldest had something to hide. After listening to Ji Linfeng's account, the family fell into deep thought. Why didn't second brother say so earlier? The family discussed here for half a day. It turns out that he knows the beginning and end of the incident. The key is that it hasn't been stopped. Isn't this a mistake? Upon hearing this, Several people's dangerous gazes all landed on him. Ji Lifeng actually felt that he had misplaced things. But just now, after listening to his little sister's analyses, he thought of an idea that would be a trick. Didn't the third prince like to kill people with a borrowed knife? They could also all. I have a good idea here to make the crown prince suspect the third prince. Do you want to hear it? Marquis Ji immediately said angrily. Speak up. If you can't come up with a good idea, I will have to beat you to death today. You unreliable thing. Ji Linfeng's body trembled, frightened enough by Marquis Ji's angry look. Lady Ji also said with a look of hatred. Feng, if you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. Look at you. What do you look like these days? Ji Linfeng's heart was suffocating. He also wanted to be recognized by his father and praised by his mother for being smart. That's why he desperately wants to find the pamphlet, so that he can get rid of the hidden danger of the third prince and solve the problems for his family. Recently, he was so annoyed by the matter of finding the booklet that he was distracted. At this moment, seeing his own mother's disappointed eyes, he wanted to cry. Mother! I'm sorry, mother. Child is really too eager to prove himself. He was afraid of being beaten and scolded by old dad. It was only since his little sister was born that Pops looked at him squarely and didn't deny him at every turn. In the past. Hey. Alright. Let's talk about your idea first. Seeing this, Marquis Ji couldn't bear to chastise more. Seemingly realizing that Ji Linfeng had grown into this because he had neglected to discipline him, Ji Tranquility had a sad face. She understood Ji Linfeng's hardship. In the original, Ji Linfeng's persona is always trying to prove that he can also protect his family, and can also be as smart as Ji Yushu. That's why he's been training hard in martial arts, just to protect everyone in the Ji family. However, nothing he does is recognized by his family, and all Marquis Ji sees is that he often hangs out with Qin Hai. He has been disappointed for a long time. In the end, Ji Linfeng's unruly nature is still Marquis Ji's fault. He misses that person too much and neglects his family. In the end, only 16 years old, still an age that needs to be affirmed by the family. Ji Linfeng inhaled and said, Yesterday Liang Ruer recognized me as Dark Qi. So I said that I came to the Ji family to steal the roster. I can use this to ask Liang Ruer out. Get the words out of her mouth, and then let the crown prince hear it inadvertently. Dark Qi? This person is a master of disguise. I remember. The head girl of Yihong Courtyard nowadays is the one who is disguised by Dark Qi. If you want to recognize Dark Qi, you rely on the unique killing techniques in the Dark Court. This Dark Tardy has never shown his true colors. Ji Lifeng had a face like that. Last night, he had used the Dark Diffusion's killing technique to make Liang Ruer identify it as Dark Tardy. Ji Yushu frowned. How could second brother make Liang Ruer decide it was you? Since his little sister said that Dark Qi was a master of disguise, how could he be easily identified? Ji Lifeng sighed in his heart. It was true that in terms of meticulousness, it had to be the elder brother. It seemed that he couldn't hide the fact that he had fused Dark Yan's memories. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the fact that he knew the Dark Pavilion's unique killing technique. So sexually, said it, father and mother, big brother, I have Dark Diffusion memories. Just on the night of the 20th day after you guys went to Jizhou, the memory of Dark Diffusion was suddenly in my head. What? The three of them exclaimed in shock. Why was this? Ji Tranquility was also startled. The night of the 20th day. Wasn't it the night that Dark Yin killed the Yin Yang elders? It was on that night that Dark Yin met the two elders of Yin and Yang and was then killed. Did the soul merge with second brother after being killed? This matter was actually more surprising than her being reborn and wearing a book. Can two completely different souls merge together? Or was Ji Linfeng missing one of his three souls? With his short-tempered nature, the chances of the latter are a bit high. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility associated it with C.I. Feng's change. When they went to Jizhou, Master C.I. Feng also seemed to have left the Protectorate Temple, and he was gone for a month. Was there a connection between the two? Now is not the time to be concerned about this. Since second brother has Dark Yan's memories, then he can successfully pretend to be Dark Qi, and might really be able to get words out of Liang Ruer's mouth. Liang Ruer and the Dark Pavilion have close dealings, and have a lot of handles on each other. Since we have Dark Yan's memories, we have to make good use of them. Then Ji Linfeng also told a shocking piece of important news from Dark Yan's memories. I also learned that the Dark Pavilion has the habit of keeping records. recording all transactions with the court officials in a book. That booklet was stolen by Dark Yin and lost the night he kidnapped me. I've been searching for it all these days. Ji Yushu came to a realization. This explained why he had been so busy lately. Sometimes he was even absent-minded. So it was like this. Father and mother. I believe that second brother will be able to get words out of Liang Ruer this time. I can help with the matter of luring the crown prince. As for that booklet, it must be found. This booklet is the third prince's ironclad evidence of guilt. Receiving his own big brother's approval, Ji Linfeng gave him a grateful glance. Ji Tranquility also cheered for Ji Linfeng. Second brother is good. If the matter comes to fruition, I'll remove that silly word. Hearing this, Ji Linfeng's heart cried and laughed. Chapter 77. Appointment to meet Liang Ruer. After thinking for a long time, Marquis Ji decides to just follow Ji Linfeng's idea. How can he say that he has to give him a chance to perform? Be careful with everything. If you find something wrong, don't do it the hard way. Hearing his own father's concern, Ji Linfeng's nose turned sour. Ji Tranquility clapped her little hands to cheer for Ji Linfeng. Second brother should cheer. This is one of the few chances for you to grow a face. If it comes to fruition, father and mother will definitely think highly of you. It's also considered as keeping the clouds open and seeing the moon. But then again, second brother's nature is so jumpy. It's better to marry second sister-in-law into the family as soon as possible and restrain her a bit. Ji Linfeng. In the next few hours, several people discussed the details on how to lure the crown prince and Liang Ruer. In the end, Ji Yushu decides to just lure the crown prince with the water ruling diagram. In this way, the crown prince would not be suspicious. Ji Linfeng then took a fake name book to lure Liang Ruer into a meeting. All are reasons that the other party can't refuse. Feasible. The place shouldn't be chosen a drunken fragrance house. That's the property of the third prince. Ji Yushu understood. So let's choose the Yuan. On this side, the people had just discussed and set the time for tomorrow. Over there, the Lin family sent the banquet invitation. It is the Lin family that is organizing their second daughter's maturity banquet in advance. The Lu family has just had an accident. The Lin family is going to hold a banquet. Really is Sima Zhao's heart. Everyone knows awe. This is to let all the noblewomen in Shenjing come to see the Lu family's jokes. If the Lu family does not accept this post, it shows that the thief heart is weak. Of course, this was also an opportunity to prove their innocence. Ji Tranquility smiled at that moment. The Lin family's second daughter, also known as Lin Qinglan, has always wanted to become the crown princess. But the person who was internally appointed was Lu Qingyan. Now that the Lu family is in trouble, the Lin family can't wait to step on Lu Qingyan to get to the throne. The Lin family thought that they could step on the Lu family's family. But they didn't know that they had thinned the crown prince's face. The Lin family thought they could step on the Lu family. But they didn't realize that the crown prince was being humiliated. Their fiancé had been with someone else. But the person in question had to be invited to watch. Who wouldn't be angry about this? Tomorrow, second brother will use this as a pretext to let the crown prince know that this matter is the work of the Wu family, and that the third prince ordered it. If there is a hint, the prince will definitely find out what's going on. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to find out the third prince's head? Must attend a banquet with Melons. Okay. The family of four nodded secretly. This is a good idea. One could let the crown prince know that it was the Wu Liang family that was causing trouble. And two could let the crown prince see the Lin family's ambitions of trying to get their hands on the crown princess position. In that case, Ji Linfeng was right not to stop it at that time. Lin Qinglan's birthday banquet was supposed to be next to the empress' birthday banquet. But the Lin family decided to hold it 3 days earlier. That is, 2 days later. As the future crown princess, Lu Qingyan had an esteemed position. Every move is under the spotlight. Now that something has happened, it will not be possible to calm down in a short period of time. It will even become more and more intense. Lu Qingyan stayed at home the whole day. Not even dare to go out. Even the underlings in the house are talking about it. Lu Shishu, under the waiver of caring for her sister, often pretended to be a good person in front of Lu Qingyan. Then she would pass the news of the Lu family to Wu Zik. Yuhua Palace? The third prince looked at the secret document in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. When Lone Wolf saw that he was rarely happy, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as well. If the plan this time came to fruition, It should be able to make the crown prince withdraw from the Liu family. It was even more unlikely that Emperor Yu would accept a daughter-in-law who was so damaging to his virtue. At a time when the Liu family was suffering from a blow, the third prince secretly pulled it together. Such a perfect plan. It was exciting to think about. Hearing the footsteps outside, Bei Hongyuan's eyes turned slightly, and he coughed lightly, seemingly in a small voice that could actually be heard outside. Little Xuanzi, do you think Lady Mu was really killed by the mountain bandits? The people outside slowed down their steps when they heard this. Lone Wolf then turned around and went behind the screen. Xiao Xuanzi helped Bei Hongyuan to smooth out his qi while humbly saying, "In my slave's opinion, a mere mountain bandit is not Marquis Ji's match at all. I have heard that Marquis Ji was a valiant warrior on the battlefield back in the day, and was able to fight 1 against 100. I'm afraid that a few mountain bandits in the district wouldn't even be able to get close. Then according to what you're saying, it's very likely that Lady Mu didn't die at the hands of the mountain bandits. The pros and cons of this slave is unknown." Bei Hongyuan's brows moved and sighed. This is afraid that it touches someone's interests. Deliberately just. Things have already passed for a few days, so let's not mention this. You go and see why Imperial Dr. Mu hasn't come yet. Xiao Xuanzi was just about to go out when Mu Cheng arrived. He respectfully saluted Bei Hongyuan. Bei Hongyuan had a smile on his face that made people subconsciously want to be close to him. Imperial Dr. Mu, please rise. Words. He had already pointed to the point. How to do it depends on whether this Mu Cheng has the guts or not. Mu Cheng lowered his eyebrows and obediently went up to take Bei Hongyuan's pulse. After a long time, he respectfully said, "The poison in the body of the Third Royal Highness has been well suppressed. As long as you don't get angry, there is no hindrance in the short term." Bei Hongyuan nodded. Imperial Dr. Mu has quite the true heritage of Imperial Dr. Mu. This prince believes in you. A sentence of this imperial son trusting you made Mu Cheng's body tremble slightly. In the evening, Lady Ji coaxed Ji Tranquility to sleep while saying with a sad face, "Husband, the matter of the second oldest having a dark diffusion memory makes my heart unsure. You say, when he was born back then, was that cloud above his head a great evil omen or an auspicious omen? I guess it was a bad omen." Marquis Ji's mood was also extremely heavy. He always felt that this child, Lao Heir, was an uncertainty, and he even felt that Lao Heir's imprisonment could still be fulfilled. Go to sleep. It's late. Having spent all afternoon drawing up the fake roster, he was slacking off at this time and felt exhausted. As soon as the next day dawned, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng set about getting ready. Ji Lifeng dressed himself as a woman, even more enchanting than Liang Ruer. Ji Yushu took out the half-finished water treatment map, which was the thing that the Crown Prince needed the most. If the Crown Prince felt satisfied, he would continue to draw. After breakfast, Ji Yushu went ahead and delivered a secret letter to the Crown Prince, requesting to meet at the Yulian. It was about half an hour later that Ji Linfeng delivered the letter to Liang Ruer. After Liang Ruer received the secret letter, she didn't give the first reply but informed the third prince of the matter. Dark Qi really found the booklet? Bei Hongyuan's slightly white face revealed a few moments of deep thought. Could it be some people's tactics? Come over here and let Liang Ru. Bei Hongyuan attached his ear and said a few words in Lone Wolf's ear. Understood. Subordinate will go do it now. Lone Wolf answered and left. After receiving Liang Ruer's response, half of the family's hearts fell. Just in case there was a mistake, Ji Lifeng thought carefully about the details about Dark Tardy. From memory, there weren't many chances for Dark Yin and Dark Qi to meet. Both belonged to the type of experts who were good at concealment, just with a different division of labor. Ji Tranquility was worried about Ji Lifeng being recognized for who he was, and also thought hard about the details about Dark Yin. I remember that Dark Qi has a signature move of pinning his hair. It's because the head honcho has been a head honcho for a long time and is effeminate. And his catchphrase was, "Cut. It's no fun." Dark Qi is a quick person. When the time comes, the second brother will directly throw the booklet at her as soon as they meet. And even if she suspects, she will be quickly dispelled. Ji Tranquility got anxious. Hey, I can't speak what to do. Such important information can't be passed on to second brother. In a while, in case Liang Ruer wants to test it, won't it be a reveal? Ji Yushu listened, blessed from the heart, opened his mouth and reminded, second brother, does Dark Yan's memory have some details about Dark Qi? In case Liang Ruer wants to test you, how should you respond? Ji Lin Feng was smart this time, and understood Ji Yushu's intention in seconds. He laughed. There is. I remember Dark Chi's catchphrase, and his signature move. Dark Chi is a very fastidious person. I'll throw the pamphlet to Liang Ruer when I enter in a while. It's hard for her to even think of suspecting it. Ji Yushu gave him an appreciative look. Ji Tranquility joyfully clapped his little hands. Great. Great. Dark Yin has helped us a lot this time. During the day, Dark Yin is not resting in any home courtyard. So it's a rare chance. Chapter 78. Luring the Crown Prince into a trap. At the appointed time, Ji Yushu went out first. Ji Lifeng went out later. Marquis Ji was afraid that things would change. So he asked Yin Zheng to disguise himself as a waiter and meet him at the Yulian. Lady Ji and Ji Tranquility waited for news at the Ji mansion with fear and trepidation. The longer the time dragged on, the more worried the two were, and the faster their little hearts beat. AI. Since ancient times, risk and opportunity coexist. If this time is successful, the secret of the third prince will soon be revealed. If it fails, what awaits the Ji family is the endless retaliation of the third prince. Enemies in the dark are the most frightening. On this side, after Ji Lifeng received Yin Jingdi's gesture, he knew that Liang Ruer had entered the room. Only then did he twist his waist and hold an oil paper umbrella towards the Yulian. Just as he was about to enter the door, a beggar suddenly sprang out and fell at Ji Lin Feng's feet. Please kindly give some food. The little one has been hungry for some days. The little beggar was dressed in rags and had a dirty face. But the hand that stretched out was very slender. Not at all like a beggar who had been begging for food for a long time. Ji Lin Feng first used his left hand to pin a handful of hair hanging down from his ear, slightly lifted his lips, reached into his pocket, and touched out 2 pieces of broken silver. Casually threw to the little beggar. Muttered a sentence, "Che. Really no fun." Then twisted waist continued to walk in. Sigh in his heart. This third prince is a real dog. Even use a small beggar to test him. Luckily, my clever big brother told me to pay more attention to the details along the way. Otherwise, I will be trapped. On the smart also have to be big brother. After picking up the broken silver on the ground, the little beggar ran away, turning eyes to a hutong, panting to the man waiting here to do the action of a separate hair. But also said, "Che. Really no fun." Lone Wolf then understood that this man was none other than Dark Chi. And it was up to Liang Ruer next. The down payment had already been paid to Dark Eagle, and the rest of the commission was on Liang Ruer. When she came, Liang Ruer swept a glance at the door of the penultimate room in the corner, and saw that a lock had fallen on it before she pushed open the last room to enter with peace of mind. Not long after, Liang Ruer heard footsteps in the corridor. Then she got up and hid behind the door. Ji Lifeng snapped it twice, and didn't see anyone responding. So he pushed it open. In an instant, a harsh palm wind came. Ji Lin Feng did not even think to use his injured hand to use the unique killing technique of the Dark Pavilion. With just one move, Liang Ruer was sure that it was dark late. Come in. Ji Lin Feng was disguised as a woman today. A bit more genuine than the man with the broken hand and beard that day. In Liang Ruer's opinion, the injury on her arm that night was also fake. If he bandaged his arm again today, she would definitely be suspicious. For fear that the wound would disintegrate and bleed, he would have to make quick work of it. Ji Lifeng don't the hair hanging down from his ear, forcefully endured the tearing pain coming from his arm, and then casually threw the booklet in his arms to Liang Ruer and said, "This is the roster of the Ji family. For fear of arousing suspicion, I transcribed a copy of it. So take a look at it." Liang Ruer roughly looked at it and nodded her head. So she took out the thick stack of silver tickets she had prepared. Ji Lin Feng rests his chin on one hand, moving his gaze from the silver checks to Liang Ruer, raising an eyebrow. Third prince is really quick. Liang Ruer's hand with the silver ticket lurched and was filled with anger. Shut up. Have you forgotten our rules? I know. Isn't it that the 3 words third prince shall not be mentioned in front of people? Don't worry. I've already wrapped up the venue. Liang Ruer frowned and warned again. You'd better shut up. She didn't dare to be careless regarding that person. Would Ji Lin Feng shut up? No way. Today he had to extract more words even at the risk of being discovered. Ji Lin Feng made an appearance of being even more impatient than Liang Ruer. Alright. I'll shut up. Speaking of which, you succeeded in pretending to be the Lu family's eldest miss last night. Didn't you? I heard some people rumoring that the Liu family's eldest daughter met the second prince at night. This is a really poisonous move of yours. Liang Ruer thought that this matter was done very beautifully. So she hummed. That's natural. With me, Liang Ruer. There's nothing that can't be done. Alright. Why don't you hurry back? I have to hurry up and send this booklet to the master for his approval. The next time there is an opportunity, I will contact Dark Eagle myself. Alright. I won't stay either. If Sister Liang is free, remember to come to Hong Courtyard in the evening to support her. Saying that, she got up and twisted her waist to go out. Liang Ruer was nauseated in her heart. She waited for Ji Lin Feng to leave for some hours before she got up and left. Liang Ruer was completely unaware that the Crown Prince was right next door. Just now, when the Crown Prince was about to further discuss the water treatment plan with Ji Yushu, footsteps came from the doorway. The Crown Prince was busy signaling Ji Yushu to keep quiet, and then hid his breath. The water treatment plan was of vital importance, so there must not be any mistakes. The next door is occupied by people. The Crown Prince knows that it is inconvenient to discuss the water treatment plan, so he is ready to leave with Ji Yushu. But the result is that before he gets up, there are footsteps again, but in 2 breaths of time. Those two seem to have crossed the line. Immediately after that, he heard something about the Ji family's roster. Seeing Ji Yushu anxiously trying to push his wheelchair, the Crown Prince busily signaled him to hold his peace. Then he heard the other party mention the third prince. Now he wanted to calm down, cannot lie. The words that followed made him even more furious. Good. Really good. His good third brother. Poison still think with the Dark Cabinet killer's collusion. He also had someone steal the Ji family's roster. Stealing the roster was nothing more than wanting to form a party and control the military power. That's great. He's still trying to get his hands on the throne after all this. He also thought that this matter was the work of the second brother. But it turned out to be good. The second brother is also a person who is being used. Guess he couldn't wait. The Crown Prince was furious. But he saw Ji Yushu, who also had an angry face. Ji Mansion is like a bronze wall. All can enter the thief to steal the roster. Think about it, all make people angry and hard to get even. Grand Duke also heard this matter. Lone will certainly report to Father Emperor, but also please Grand Duke as a witness. Ji Yushu, however, shook his head. Your Highness is thinking too simply. We only overheard it and have no evidence. His Holiness will not believe it. The Crown Prince was stunned. After thinking it over, it was true. But he was the one who was in a hurry. The Ji family roster was only transcribed. The original book was still there. Unable to prove anything? Moreover, the person that the third prince had liaised with the Dark Cabinet was the Liang family. Not himself. He could totally bite the bullet and say that it was the Liang family's doing, or that it was the Crown Prince's slander. And there was also the possibility that the second prince was deliberately making a snipe play. The third prince's image of being too soft to take care of himself had been put on for too long. And without hard evidence, Emperor, you would not believe it. The second prince had lost his sacred heart and could not defend himself. The third prince has been poisoned on behalf of Emperor Yu and is used to pretending to be pitiful. Emperor, you would not believe it easily, and would only think that the Crown Prince was jealous that he had given too much care to the third prince and deliberately slandered him. Right now, the main thing is still to find evidence of the third prince's liaison with the Dark Pavilion, as well as helping the Liu family's eldest young lady to clear her name. The Crown Prince should feel fortunate that we heard this secret today, and we won't be that passive in the future. Also, before we find out the evidence, the Liang family can't move yet, so as not to frighten the snakes. The Crown Prince also thought of this point, and nodded his head to show that he knew. He had seen Ji Yushu's intelligence before, and it was not surprising that he could analyze the pros and cons so quickly. If he hadn't lost his fighting spirit after injuring his leg, this person would have been the most capable strategist by his side. Ji Yushu, for fear that there are people outside, pulling the prince hard on the matter of water treatment map chat until lunchtime. In the end, to eat a meal before leaving. No one thought that this inn was formerly the property of the Jiang family, but now it is the property of his Ji family. As for the lock on the door of the room, if Liang Ruer looked carefully, she could still see that it was a fake lock. It was a pity that she had only glanced at it. That booklet must be found as soon as possible, because the third prince would soon realize that the lists recorded in the booklet were all fake. Chapter 79. The Mantis Catching the Cicada. The Yellow Bird in the Back. Ji Mansion. When Ji Lin Feng came back, The wound on his arm chipped open, and there was the smell of blood coming out. Lady G and G Tranquility thought that the plan had failed and had been injured in another fight with Liang Ruer. Anxious. Oh! Second brother. Are you in pain? Failure is failure. The third prince doesn't dare to make a blatant move against the G family right now. We'll just be careful. Lady G was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Quickly sit down. Mother will bandage you. Yes. 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 Mother quickly bandaged second brother. I'll exchange a recovery talisman for him to ensure that he gets better quickly. Even if they find out, they will only think that the medicine mother used works. Damn it. I actually forgot about this earlier. Ji Lin Feng looked at his little sister, who stretched out her small hands and hands in a flurry of points, and felt remorseful. He said, next time, I'll bring my little sister along properly, and I'll never let him bump into anything again. Ji Lin Feng pulled out a pile of silver tickets like a magic trick, smilingly holding them to Ji Tran. Ji Tranquility shouted, yeah, so many silver tickets. Is this a success? Lady Ji is also surprised and asks, but it's a success? Ji Lin Feng nodded. It's done. Everything went well. Mrs. Ji was overjoyed and said, Lao Air has finally done something this time. Ji Lin Feng deflated, right. In front of parents. I'm a not due personnel. Ji Tranquility saw Ji Lin Feng not looking too good and tugged on his arm, comforting with laughter. Second brother is great. Sister, I'm optimistic about you. Oh. Ji Lin Feng smiled faintly. He was already used to it, and did not take his own mother's words to heart. Lady Ji glanced at Ji Lin Feng and didn't say anything, carefully unwrapping the cloth for him, so she could easily apply the medicine. This brat was afraid that he knew early on that he would bleed, and then wrap some strips of cloth around him. Right now, the blood is staining the cloth red. Seeing that he was usually heartless, he was quite meticulous. How could she not be heartbroken? Ji Tranquility picks at those silver tickets on the cot and rolls on the bed with laughter. Ha ha ha. It's a full 10,000 taels. Third prince is so generous. Now all this money is the Ji family's. Ji Tranquility laughed with joy. Not long after, Marquis Ji returned. He came back later because he was cut off from Yin Zheng. Seeing Ji Lin Feng administering medicine, he said, this time, it's thanks to Feng'er's alertness. Or else, he would have been discovered by that schemer beside the third prince. It's Lone Wolf, isn't it? That person is quite powerful, and is the third prince's right-hand man. Ji Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly, just as his little sister said. He had grown a face for himself this time. Zuotong pushed Ji Yushu back already afternoon, and the family was waiting for him at the Wutong courtyard. As soon as Ji Yushu arrived, he complimented Ji Lin Feng. Second brother performed well this time, and managed to make the crown prince suspect the third prince. He also learnt that the Liu family's affair is related to Liang Ruer. And the day after tomorrow, the Lin family's banquet will only be a joke. Marquis Ji pondered and then said, although today's matter was done flawlessly, but the crown prince is a person who cannot be looked at with normal eyes. Father, don't worry. Even if the crown prince is suspicious, he will figure out that we are helping him. He will also pretend not to know. Big brother's analysis is extremely correct. The heavenly family is merciless. But right now you have a use for you. He won't dismantle it, as long as it's a little later for the third prince to discover the end. Only then will the Ji family be able to breathe. Then he heard Ji Yushu analyzing. One more thing. We have to find the missing booklet of Dark Diffusion as soon as possible. Today's battle is considered to have given the third prince a fuse to suspect the Ji family. Find out the pamphlet as soon as possible. And we can't let him have a chance to turn the tables. Awesome. Big brother is getting smarter and smarter after Branch Shuttle got up. Second brother isn't bad either. He finally understands that if you want to deal with the third prince, the family needs to be twisted into a rope. The complimented Ji Lin Feng giggled and scratched his head. Marquis Ji very comfortably patted his shoulder. It seemed like he, as a father, should do some soul-searching. Fengyi Palace. Imperial Sun is saying that you overheard the conversation between the members of the Dark Pavilion and Liang Ruer when you were discussing the water treatment map with the Ji family's Grand Duke? Precisely. Empress Mother. This Liang family is harboring evil intentions. It's a shame that my child was almost entrusted with a heavy responsibility. There's also old third, who even attempted to dye the throne. He also designed my child's marriage with the Liu family. It's really hateful. The crown prince was so angry that his face turned blue. The Empress looked a million times more grave. Mother said before that the oldest three are not simple. But I never thought it would be so uncomplicated. Now that I think about it, there are mysteries everywhere. Also today, is Jiyushu really just coincidentally asking the Crown Prince to discuss the water ruling map? After thinking for a long time, the Empress smiled. Imperial Son thinks that today is really just a coincidence? At these words, the Crown Prince froze. What does the Empress Mother mean? The Empress made a silent gesture and hooked her lips into a smile. Go. Go and help the Ji family break their tails clean. The Crown Prince was stunned for a long time before reacting. Then he nodded his head in a condensed voice. Yes. That night, the news of the assassination of the Crown Prince came out from the Eastern Palace. There were 3 assassins. All of them were highly skilled in martial arts. The Crown Prince was injured. The commander of the Forbidden Army brought people to encircle the Elysian courtyard. Because the assassins fled towards the Elysian courtyard, the Crown Prince suspected that there were accomplices within the Elysian courtyard. This search led to the arrest of a number of suspicious characters. The matter was so big that the Ji family soon got the news. The family urgently convened an impromptu meeting. Jiyushu played his strongest brain and analyzed. The Crown Prince's move has successfully covered up the point of exposure for us. You guys think the fact that second brother played the role of Dark Chi and received money from the third prince will be exposed sooner or later. Once Dark Chi is caught, who would think that the money is in the Ji family's hands? Liang Ruer thinks that the money and goods were paid for. Dark Eagle's side will only think that Dark Chi did the job, took the money and got caught. Both sides hadn't even made the connection yet. And the person was arrested. This time, no one could suspect the Ji family. Big Brother has a point. But this is all based on Dark Chi being successfully captured. If he hadn't been captured, the Ji family would still be exposed. That guy is a master of disguise. He's resourceful. The other 3 secretly nodded in agreement. Nui/Little Sister's analysis made sense. Now then, we'll have to go and inquire if this Dark Chi has been captured? Jiyushu said. I'll go. I have acquaintances in the prison. Ji Linfeng patted his chest and said. The family then gave this task to Ji Linfeng. The unreliable people slowly had to learn to be reliable. Bei Hongyuan's side was still looking at the booklet. There were people's names and addresses on the booklet. It didn't look like a fake. But just in case, he still immediately ordered someone to go down and contact them secretly. Lone Wolf had just left when news of the assassination of the Crown Prince came out from this side. The Crown Prince was injured, and 2 of his guards died beside him. The commander of the Forbidden Army has chased him to Yihong Courtyard. For people to make the play realistic, the Crown Prince was indeed injured, but not seriously. Bei Hongyuan clenched into a fist, his expression hostile. Damn Dark Cabinet. He had said that he would make his move during the Empress' birthday banquet. Why did he act earlier? Bei Hongyuan immediately had someone go to find out why. And the news that came back made him frown. Your Highness, it wasn't the people from the Dark Pavilion who made the move. The Dark Guard beside Bei Hongyuan said. Could it be the second prince? I don't know. The Dark Eagle said that Dark Chi was captured. A large number of silver bills were recovered from Dark Chick's room. Bei Hongyuan was furious. Wasn't this silver ticket exactly what he gave out today? Damn it. The second prince had spoiled his big event. When did he become this intelligent? Or was this matter a complete mistake? We can't let Darky tell us about stealing the roster. So Darky must die. If he wanted to kill someone in the heavenly prison without knowing it. This matter was none other than the State Master. Go and make arrangements. This prince wants to meet the State Master. When Bei Hongyuan arrived at the State Master's residence in disguise, the State Master was busy gnawing on a chicken leg. This State Master already knows that the purpose of the 3 halls coming down. There is indeed someone who is making trouble out of this matter. And who this person is? This State Master has yet to figure it out for the time being. The corners of Bei Hongyuan's mouth twitched as he thought. This Master Ci Feng's divination skills are not what they used to be. He had come to find him to kill, not to divine. This shadowy person he already knew was the second prince. He couldn't wait to come out of the sovereign's palace. However, Bei Hongyuan had no intention of revealing him. It also looked as if he had guessed correctly. Lord State Master is truly worthy of being the first capable person in divination. This prince admires him. I also asked the State Master to find out as soon as possible who is behind this. This matter is related to your and my family's life. In addition, I would like to ask you to help me kill someone. This person is imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Bei Hongyuan lowered his stance by a drop. The state master continued to gnaw on a chicken leg after nodding his head, like a starving ghost. When Bei Hongyuan left, the state master threw the chicken leg in his hand, and his expression abruptly became gloomy and terrifying, like a hellish cultivator. One. All. Don't. Want. Live. Chapter 80. Dare to call little master a dog? The day before the Lin family banquet, the Empress invited Mrs. Ji to bring Ji Tranquility to the palace on the grounds that she wanted the youngest of the Ji family. Ming and secretly thanked the Ji family. Lady Ji said in her heart, "The Empress is smarter than the Crown Prince." I'm afraid she guessed something in advance, since she had said words of thanks. That meant she didn't want to point it out yet. There were things that, as long as they were moving in a good direction, who would care about the process? If the water is clear, then there are no fish. So let it be. If it's muddy, maybe the dark late to be caught on the matter of the Queen's handwriting may also say. Although the third prince cannot live 30. But there are still some years from 30. This throne can sit on the day counts 1 day. A small age on the death. Always have to leave a bit of sensational deeds. Right? The Queen and the Crown Prince are thinking this way. Is not thought of the third prince's poison is false. Dark Late was unaware of this matter, and could not tell the truth even after beating him to death. In the Crown Prince's opinion, the people of the Dark Cabinet were not afraid of death. Tooth-hiding poison is common. This is not. Only a few hours in prison on the crime of suicide. Hongyuan was copied. The booklet is not even a trace. Ji Lifeng was so anxious that he scratched his ears. He wondered if the direction is wrong. The booklet Yegener did not fall in Hongyuan? Ji Lifeng how would not think. He was looking for the booklet as now being an old blind beggar used to cushion the buttocks. When Ji Lifeng said back the news that Dark Chi had killed himself, it caused the family to ponder. Unexpectedly, Dark Chi was really caught and died. This undoubtedly helped the Ji family break their tails. Ji Yushu was a smart one and quickly thought that the Empress or the Crown Prince was afraid that they had seen the name of it. Just don't know when the third prince found out. Even if he found out, he can only suspect for a moment that Dark Late stole a fake booklet. After all, people die without proof. So important things are let you steal. Ji Xiaoshan war god name is not empty. The thought of the Empress or the Crown Prince being so cooperative made the Ji family's vigor even greater. This battle must be won. The Lin family has no idea of these insiders, and is still happily preparing for the banquet. Soon to the Lin family banquet this day. Mrs. Ji early in the morning to pick up new clothes for Ji Tranquility. A moment later, beautifully go to the Lin family to eat melon. In order to go to the theater beautifully, Ji Tran exchanged a scar-expelling pill for herself last night. Today's banquet at the Lin family is not a banquet. It's clearly a melon-eating convention. I can't wait already. Hee hee. Lady Ji secretly lost her smile. After changing the new clothes into the new clothes, she hugged the person and headed out. The Lin family, in order to give the Lu family a hard time, hated to invite all the noblewomen in all of Shangjing to see Lu Qingyan's jokes. Therefore, even though the Ji family left early, they were still stuck halfway down the road. The front was filled with a steady stream of carriages, and the back was soon filled with them as well. Some even abandoned their vehicles. From time to time, I could hear the people talking, all about the Lu family. The Ji family had managed to get to the Lin family through a shortcut, but they didn't want to. But the Lin family's entrance was also jammed. There were even people arguing. When they got closer, they realized that it was Duan Mui and a noblewoman who had quarreled. What did the two argue about? Those who came later would not know. But as soon as he heard it was Duan Mui, Ji Lifeng lifted the curtain and quickly jumped down. No matter who it was, bullying Duan Mui was bullying him. Ji Lifeng rushed forward with a furious rage. Just in time to hear, "Heh. Whoever looks at a woman like you who loves to cling to power is simply blind." Liang Ruer next to her was about to chime in, but her afterglow saw Ji Lifeng charging up like a mad bull. Hee hee. How dare you call little master a dog? Little master? I never hit women. Except for women who curse. Before Wu Huan could see clearly who it was, he was kicked out. And behind him, a group of noble women followed and suffered. Seeing that it was Ji Lifeng, Duan Muyi's nose soured, and her aggression surged. Just now, so many people were noticing her. She didn't even cry. Now that she saw Ji Lifeng standing up for her. What's wrong with wanting to cry? Mrs. G carried G Tranquility down to the carriage. Saw Duanmu being bullied. Her face swished cold. Her daughter wants to eat melons. But not the melons of her own people. Mrs. Duanmu then hurriedly came and asked Duanmu worriedly, Are you all right? Duanmu shook her head with red eyes. Mother, my daughter is fine. Her heart is shy, bashful, and sweet at the same time. It's complicated anyway. The crowd of young talents, who didn't go in as well as the young ladies, were dumbfounded by Ji Linfeng's kick that showed no mercy. This is really a true nature. Ah, a word is not enough to make a move. The key is that he didn't seem to curse him. Right? Wait, he said. Scolded him as a dog. Wu Huan just scolded the person who looked at Duanmu blind dog eyes. Ah, this. The crowd of reacting young ladies were shocked as they swept their eyes back and forth over the two. Ji Linfeng. Duanmu. TSK. Hiding deep enough. Eldest Prince Ji. What is this about? Seeing that it was Ji Linfeng. Wu Huan's face was full of grievances. Borrowing her 10 guts, she wouldn't dare to scold him off. Wu Huan was kicked down by the second son of the Marquis. The key was still kicked in front of Madame Marquis. The latter is not even a word of reproach. This shows what? This shows that the wife of the Marquis also agrees with the practice of the second son of Ji. The group of young ladies who followed Wu Huan's coaxing did not dare to help her at this time. They even hid far away. At this time, Wu Huan was crying like I feel sorry for her. But no one dared to go forward to help her, or even say a fair word. In the end, it was Wu Huan's maid who helped her up. As soon as Wu Huanfeng's blind dog's eyes words fell, Ji Tranquility snorted out a laugh. Ji Linfeng's character is like this. He thinks what he wants. He doesn't squirm. And he doesn't care about the eyes of the onlookers. Does this stupid girl not have a brain? Even scolding second brother? Yes. The events of that night haven't spread out yet. She probably doesn't know that stupid second brother dared to offend even the second princess for Duanmu. Right? Ha ha ha. Now there's a melon to eat. Ji Yushu thought. It's impossible to keep a low profile. Some people the lower you keep a low profile, the higher he jumps. Wu Huan probably felt that second Prince Ji had kicked the wrong person and was still sobbing lowly there, waiting for Ji Linfeng to apologize. Who dares to hurt my Wu Zik sister? Eaten bear heart and leopard gall. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. As soon as Wu Zik's voice came out, Duanmu subconsciously cowered. Although the marriage between the two families hadn't been put in the open, Old Lady Duanmu had explicitly and secretly hinted at it many times with Old Lady Wu. Old Lady Wu was afraid that she had already mentioned it with her young life. Otherwise, Wu Huan wouldn't have taken this matter up. Therefore, Wu Zik was most likely also informed. Ji Linfeng had seen Duanmu's dissimilarity since and gave her a reassuring look. Don't be afraid. Everything has little master me. This brat will make him the unlucky one in a while. Lady Duanmu protects Duanmu behind her, not letting the bystanders see her expression at this moment. Most of the crowd's attention was on Wu Huan, and there were not many people looking this way. Even if they did, what would happen? Just now, the second son of the Ji family had already made his position known. Hadn't he? Who is the Ji family? That is the current emperor in front of the red man. Repeatedly made great achievements. Who dares to offend easily? Wu Zik walked over with a black face. Seeing black-faced Wu Zik, Ji Tranquility giggled out loud. This person's life is also too dark. Right? Like the Bao Gong. The man was born tall and powerful. But it looks like a flowery frame. Ji Yushu covered her mouth and smiled. Little sister was right. Wu Zik is just a flowery man. Looking big? It is estimated that in the hands of the second brother cannot even pass a move. He was born with the look of a martial artist. But he is a civil official. Wu Zik of course will not be with a small child general understanding. He condescendingly scanned the circle, and finally saw Lady Ji and her party, as if they had just seen them. But he didn't come forward to salute. But a marquis with no real power. What is there to be proud of? This male says again. Who injured my little sister? Are you planning to be a shrinking violet? Wu Zik raised his voice again, with a black face. He was the second son of the Minister of Rights, and held a key position in the dynasty. So people in general really had to give him a few points. Wu Huan pulled Wu Zik's sleeve and weakly said, Second brother? Yes. It is the second son of Ji who kicked the wrong person. When Wu Zik heard this, his black eyes flickered slightly. cursing Wu Huan for not saying it earlier. How would it end right now? Does Miss Wu really think that this eunuch kicked the wrong person? Ji Lin Feng had a slight smile on his face, tugging as if he was 250. Chapter 81. This prince wants to kick someone when he is in a bad mood. Wu Huan's almond eyes were round, somewhat incredibly looking at Ji Lin Feng. No. Didn't kick the wrong person? Why? Little lady wants a reason? Ji Lin Feng laughed, laughing at Wu Huan's stupidity, laughing at Wu Zik for being too self-righteous. Reason Hee hee. The reason is that this male son has taken a fancy to the Duanmu family's young lady, and will ask the matchmaker to come to the door to propose marriage in the next few days. And you? Hee hee. Disrespecting this duke's future wife has put this duke in a very bad mood. Do you think this kick is unjust? After saying that, Duanmu Yi's pretty face reddened. Such a high profile was truly something that the second son of the Ji family could do. Hearing her own son's words, Mrs. Ji was a little bashful for a moment. This is if people refuse. Let's see how you end up. But she also knows that her son is such a straightforward character. And Wu Huan and Wu Zik's entire body was dumbfounded. No. It can't be. Duanmu Yi is. Is what? Duke Wu should be responsible for what he says. If he says something wrong, this duke will want to kick someone in a bad mood. Ji Lin Feng clasped his hands on his chest, with an air of not putting the Wu family in his eyes at all. The crowd of young ladies and gentlemen whispered. Is what second Prince Ji said true? He really has his eyes on Duanmu Yi? The Duanmu family has really climbed up the ranks of the powerful. It seems like we need to have a good relationship with the Duanmu family in the future. With this, the attitude of the ladies towards Duanmu Yi changed drastically. The eyes that looked at Wu Huan were permeated with contempt. Someone even sneered out. The Wu family's style is really pure, preferring to marry a woman of the wind rather than an official lady. It seems that their bones are all dirty. Yo. It seems that Fong cursed very hard. Ji Lin Feng felt that this kick was not unfair at all. You shut up. Wu Zik was furious. The pink-clothed woman wasn't afraid of her and raised her lips. This is irritating. When Miss Wu was talking about Miss Duanmu like this just now, she didn't bother to talk back. Because Miss Duanmu knows that dealing with this kind of brainless person lowers one's stature. And this miss, being kind, likes to point out those stupid people who don't know themselves. Wu Zik clenched his fists and backhanded a slap on Wu Huan's face, dropping a sentence. Disgraceful thing. Get back. Although Wu Zik had many concubines, he was not a brainless one. Ji Tranquility clapped her little hands and applauded for the pink-clothed woman. Hey, who is this sister? It's so reasonable to say. Lady Ji's eyebrows twitched as she lowered herself to ask Ji Yushu. Sure. This young lady seems to be the granddaughter of the imperial magistrate. Yes. Mother. The second daughter. Her name is Shenrushua. Ji Tranquility explained. Shenrushua is the crown prince's side consort. After the crown prince was unattached to Lu Qiyin, he was forced by the empress to marry this Shen family lady as a side consort. And then, later on, he followed the crown prince and was martyred. Lady Ji and Ji Yushu were stunned at the same time. Ai. There is another ill-fated girl in the world. Now that I've seen it, it's a good girl with a sense of justice. It's a pity that the crown prince always had Lu Qiyin in his heart and never looked at her squarely. Only when he died did he take her hand and say, Rushia, I have no intention of neglecting you in this life. But fate has a way of working against us. I gave you the peace book has long been prepared. You, go home. Ji Tranquility learnt from the prince's tone of voice to finish this sentence. To his own stun too. Ai. The crown prince even long ago prepared a good and leave the book. Can be seen to have learnt in advance to his own life is not long. Yes. How can he defeat a third prince, who has been calculating since he was 10 years old? If you want to be invincible, you either have to be smart or have many allies. The Ji family's methods were not clever. So Lady Ji felt that the Ji family needed more allies. It had to have more good relations with the imperial household. Unexpectedly, Lady Ji met Shenrushua's gaze, and the former smiled faintly at her. The latter was flattered and saluted her. Greetings, Marquis Lady. You're welcome. Miss Shen. Wu Zik was a bit furious as he left, glaring angrily at Ji Lin Feng. Liang Ruer beside her hung her eyes. She sort of knew why Lady Ji couldn't look at her. It turned out that she was looking at Duanmu Yi. How could a daughter of a minister's family be compared to her? Simply blind. Ji Lin Feng rubbed his nose. knowing that this second prince Wu held a grudge against him. But would he be afraid? Ji Lin Feng hemmed and hawed towards Duan Muyi. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to go up and say a few words. After that night's parting, he hadn't seen her for a few days, and he missed her. Mrs. Duanmu sighed in her heart. And now she is completely sitting on the reputation of climbing up to the powerful and noble. As long as her daughter is happy, face and other things are not important. Lady Duanmu nodded politely towards Lady Ji, and then prepared to leave with Duan Muyi. As a result, Lady Ho smiled and stepped forward to invite. Come along, Lady Duanmu. This move was enough to show that Lady Ji was agreeing with Ji Linfeng's statement. And those noble women behind her, who had their hearts set on it, only returned disappointed. Lady Ji intended to draw closer to Lady Duanmu, regardless of whether the marriage was successful or not. It would be good to be a close friend. She can see that Mrs. Duanmu is an honest person who loves her daughter. It just so happens that she is also a daughter of love. The two talents have a common topic, is not. Lady Duanmu had a terrified look on her face. Well, Madam Ho, please. Ji Tranquility is delighted to see Duanmu and opens her little meaty hands to beg for a hug. Second sister-in-law hugs. Second sister-in-law smells good. Duanmu can also see that Ji Tranquility likes her and wants her to hug her. It was the second son's sister, and she was since very joyful to hug her. My little daughter seems to like Miss Duanmu very much and wants Miss Duanmu to hold her. Lady Ji hands Ji Tranquility to Duanmu. Duanmu immediately carefully took it in her hands, and was a little scared at first to hold the soft mass, but was soon attracted by Ji Tranquility's milky smiling face. Miss Ji was born so cute. Chichio was very happy with such a child. A milky mass that was soft and cuddly in her hands. Ji Tranquility babbled at the duo for a while. If I remember correctly, this maid is called Chichio. She followed her second sister-in-law into the Marquis house, and later fell in love with one of Yin Jing's men. After the Ji family's accident, she insisted on following along on the road. She was eventually forced out of the house by Marquis Ji. It was a loyal maid. After entering the Lin mansion, because men and women had to be seated separately. Therefore, Ji Lin Feng pushed Ji Yushu to another courtyard. Duanmu held Ji Tranquility and followed behind Lady Ji and Lady Duanmu. When she heard the two of them talking about yesterday's rumors about the Lu family. How does Lady Duanmu feel about the recent rumors of the Lu family? Duanmu didn't know how her mother viewed this matter, but she believed that it was impossible for Lu Qingyan to do such a thing. Knowing that she was in a marriage contract with the crown prince, she still met the second prince at night. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to create public opinion for herself? Even Duanmu can think of it. Can others not think of it? But thinking of not thinking of it is one thing. Corrupting the reputation is another. A group of people went inside. The Lin family is very large. Pavilions, rockeries and arched bridges, brooks and pavilions, etc. Everything is there. In the courtyard, a group of official ladies were surrounding today's protagonist, Lin Qingwan. Mrs. Lin was combing her hair, chanting something as she did so. A group of boudoir ladies were observing the ceremony, offering their compliments without stinting. Lady Ji didn't expect the Lu family to arrive at the Lin mansion first. At this time, Lu Qingyan was surrounded by none of the noble ladies. Those women who used to surround her, or were close friends of her girlfriends, had chosen to stay away after the news of Lu Qingyan's nightly meeting with the second prince was spread. The royal family is most concerned about face. Lu family's move is completely in the face of the heavenly family. Offending the heavenly family is not far from defeat. Today, the crown prince would definitely come. And he also brought Emperor Yu's oracle with him. As for what kind of oracle, only he knows for sure. Of course, there will be smart people who will speculate. For example, the Lin family today. Lady Lu and Lu Qingyan did not feel good about coming to the Lin family today, but they had to suffer. Showing cowardice would only make more people feel that it was the Lu family that was weak. Lady Lu also knows that the success or failure of the Lu family today is here to stay. Night meeting with the prince. Night meeting with the prince who made a big mistake. This offense, the Lu family cannot afford. Daughter, head up. Don't be afraid. I believe the prince will believe you. The Lin family wanted to borrow the Lu family to rise to power. And wouldn't the Lu family want to take advantage of today's events to explain this matter clearly? She believes that the eyes of the crown prince are bright. Such a big lie. If he believes, it is really a mistake to pay for the hearts of people. those who are accustomed to holding high and stepping on the bottom of the lady and young lady. She will today one by one in her heart. Mrs. G knew that if she went over to greet the Liu family, she would be representing the G family's position. It was possible that she would be similarly isolated. But then, how is today's Liu family not the future G family? Without her daughter's heartbeat, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't step on the Liu family's footprints and end up being counted to death by someone. If she pulls the Liu family's hand, she also hopes that someone will pull the G family's hand if something happens to the G family in the future. She always believed that good people had good rewards. Lady Duanmu, I'm going to greet Lady Liu, so you don't have to follow me if you feel uncomfortable. Just now, she hadn't answered what she had asked her. Therefore, she didn't know the position of the Duanmu family. The ones who came today were all with the mindset of watching a joke. Even if she didn't know the beginning and end of the incident, she would have chosen to side with the Liu family. This person, Prime Minister Liu, was someone Marquis Ji often boasted about. And with his husband comes his wife. Therefore, Lady Liu was a person she was willing to befriend since. Before Lady Ji could go forward to say hello, she heard someone talking next to her. Isn't that Liu Qingyan? Thumbs up. Quite self-aware. But also know to wear a veil to cover up the ugly. If it were me, I'd have crashed my head into the ground long ago. How would I dare to come out and flaunt myself? She probably wouldn't have dreamt that this kind of thing would still be seen. You're wrong. Since she dares to do it, she's not afraid of being seen. Look at her arrogant look. She has no sense of shame to speak of. You can see that she is a woman who is a slut at heart. How is this kind of person worthy of being the crown princess? Lady Ji glanced unhappily at the two who were speaking in a cold voice. Did you two see it with your own eyes? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it's not good to discredit others behind their backs. The same woman should also keep her mouth shut. The two of them did not recognize Lady Ji, and were full of disdain when they saw someone speaking for Liu Qingyan. This lady is really funny. What is known all over the city? That is the truth. How could it be that the two of us are slandering nonsense? Oh! How can you be sure that what is known throughout the city is the truth? All the ladies from the various families who have come here today know that today is Miss Lin's maturity ceremony. But is it really true today? Lady Ji stared at the two of them with a somber expression that made them panic in their hearts. The two of them know that today is not Lin Qinglan's actual maturity ceremony. There is no way to argue. They could only stare angrily at Lady Ji. Which lady are you? Why do you care about the Liu family's business? One of the women in green was full of disinterest. Lady Ji hooked her lips. You are not qualified to know. After saying that, she no longer paid any attention to the two of them, and lifted her foot to walk towards Lady Liu. Ji Tranquility yelled anxiously. Mother! Mother! There's still a daughter, ah. You left your daughter behind. Lady Ji, who had taken 2 steps, seemed to remember that there was still Ji Tran, and turned around again to carry the person away from Duanmu Yi. At this time, Lady Duanmu smiles at her. If Lady Ho can go, so can our Duanmu house. Let's go. Daughter, didn't you say you had something to ask Miss Liu? Duanmu Yi quickly reacted, busy nodding. Yes, mother. This was the position of the Duanmu family. The 2 daughters behind them, who were just discussing this, were shocked by the 3 words Madam Ho. Their pupils suddenly shrunk and their faces brushed white. Ho! Madam Ho! Most of those who had come today wanted to wait to see the Liu family's jokes. And the Lin family's delayed action was nothing more than waiting for the crown prince. Madam Liu. Mrs. G's voice is not too loud. As if she was afraid that the others would not hear her. A flush of gazes looked over, including the Lin family. Mother! Is Lady Ji planning to get involved in the Liu family's affairs? Lin Qinglan's fake dignified face had a hidden ruthlessness. Lady Lin raised her eyes and glanced at the 3 families standing against the water pavilion. She said, I don't know. Let's take a look at it first. The Ji family is in full swing right now. The crown prince has a lot of trust in him, and even his holiness has praised them many times in the courtroom. If the Ji family gets involved, this matter will not be easy to handle. Lin Qinglan's pink fists were clenched so tightly that she didn't even realize that her nails were sinking into her flesh. Over here, Lady Liu's heart trembled when she saw Lady Ji walking towards her with many strange gazes. She was also followed by Lady Duanmu. This undoubtedly gave the Liu family a floating duckling with no return, a place to return to. Duanmu Yi directly stepped forward to take Liu Qingyan's arm. only to realize that her body was shaking terribly. Duan Muyi's arm gave her endless comfort. Lu Qingyan reddened her eyes. Sister Lu has lost a lot of weight in a few days. Duan Muyi smiles at her. Ji Tran stretched out her little fat hand to grab Lu Qingyan's arm as a sign to give her comfort. Being talked about by so many people. Who feels good? Don't be afraid, yo. Today is not the Lu family losing face, but the Lin family losing face. The Crown Prince has already learnt of the events of this matter. And how could he possibly let things go on? Ji Tranquility vaguely saw through the white veil that Lu Qingyan still had a rash on her face, which made her small frown tighten. Almost 10 days have passed. Why has the rash on her face not yet healed? Could it be that Lu Yi has poisoned her again? It shouldn't be. Lu Yi poisoned her once. Lady Ji also saw the red rash hidden under Lu Qingyan's veil. So she asked, "Has the rash on Miss Lu's face not improved? But have you not taken any medicine?" Then I heard her say, "The rash on my face is so serious. I think I haven't gone out in the past few days." Hearing this, Lu Qingyan's eyes moved. Lady Lu's face was full of sorrow. It was really not good to explain this matter. The rash on Lu Qingyan's face was better 3 days ago. But then this happened. How can she clear it up? So I thought of this method. On this side, Ji Tranquility guessed the intention of the Lu family. Lu family is afraid to use this to explain with the second prince of the night meeting thing. Face with a rash is not to see the wind. Therefore, it is impossible to go out. As for who had pretended to be her, she had no idea. Thinking only of making the crowd believe that the person from the night before was not her. And not discrediting the royal family. Everything will be fine. The Lu family thought too simply. Without finding out the real culprit. Even if the people knew it wasn't her, she would definitely have no chance with that position. With a loss of grooming and this scandalous rumor. How could Emperor Yu continue to accept this marriage? Arguing this matter with self-destruction is so pale and powerless. Hearing Ji Tranquility's analysis, Lady Ji secretly nodded her head. Then with a tone of reminder, she said, "The celestial family pays a lot of attention to face and grooming. Miss Lu should still be careful." Upon hearing this, Lady Lu and Miss Lu's hearts thumped in unison. Their hearts and minds trembled. Yes, there was no way to prove anything with this alone. There was also the possibility that the more it was described, the darker it became. It seemed that their method would not work. So wouldn't they be drilling into a dead end? Please also ask Lady Ji for some guidance. Lady Lu was a smart person and instantly figured out the purpose of Lady Ji coming over. Lady Ji was also not polite, looking straight ahead, helping her to analyze. Today, the Lin family has invited almost half of the Shenjing city's dignitaries. So it's already known to everyone. It is impossible to prove Miss Lu's innocence based on grooming alone, unless the real culprit is found. Listening to this, Mrs. Lu made a bitter face. She also knew that she had to find the real culprit. But where to look for this moment in time? Prime Minister Lu has been investigating this matter for 2 days now, and has no clue. Mrs. Ji saw the two did not come up with a clue. So she reminded, since that person dares to pretend to be Miss Lu, must have made all the preparations. Is it possible to wear Miss Lu's clothes? Lady Lu and Lady Ji's faces changed slightly. The broker lady reminded. Really think there is this possibility? Lady Lu was busy asking. Yenner, think carefully. Have you lost your clothes? Lu Qingyan lowered her eyes in contemplation. And only after a long time did she raise her head in fear. I remembered mother is missing an apricot-colored tunic. Today she was going to wear it, but she couldn't find it. Lady Lu glanced gratefully at Lady Ji. Now that she has a clue, it's a good thing. Afterwards, Lu Qingyan thought of her fourth sister Lu Shishua, who came today. Could it be that she stole it? The third sister is at home all day tending to flowers and plants. It seems unlikely. Chapter 83. Lady Lin dug herself a hole. On this side, Lady Lin had already combed Lin Qinglan's hair. A group of people came towards this side. Lady Lin pretended to have just seen Lady Lu, and immediately made an awkward and surprised expression. Lady Lu? Mrs. Lu. I'm really sorry. I actually forgot to pass the post to Madame Lu. What a sin. The whole audience was shocked at these words. Mrs. Lin chose this position well, and yelled across the lake shore, making sure to shout over all the male guests from the outer courtyard. Mrs. Lin's words surprised many people. The Lu family and the Ji family couldn't help but frown severely. This Lin family is not giving face at all. Really think that they have one. In the opening round, They used the fact that they had not delivered the banquet invitation as a reason to implicate Lu Qingyan in the scandal. It is really despicable and shameless to the extreme. Ma yeah. This Mrs. Lin is really a brainless one. She doesn't even give the Lin family a way out. I'm afraid that this matter is her temporary intention to hide it from Master Lin. This is good. This Mrs. Lin is dead. Once the Lu family turns over, they will trample the Lin family to death. This melon is eaten. TSK. Sweet and sour. Lady Lu looked at her coldly. Her face red with anger. If she didn't come today, it would only make people think that the Lu family was weak-minded. But if she came, there would inevitably be a hard battle to fight. The Lin family's mother and daughter were still singing along as if no one else was there. Mother, did you really not deliver the post to the Lu family? Could you have misremembered? It won't be wrong. The banquet invitations were all written by Mother's own hand. Mother remembers them clearly. In fact, Mother is thinking of the Lu family. Lady Lin emphasized the fact that she had personally written the invitations, which further confirmed the fact that she hadn't delivered the invitations to the Lu family. Turning to Lin Qinglan, Madame Lin made a show of considering for the Lu family. Yesterday, I went out and heard a lot of negative comments about the Lu family. Of course, I don't believe it. But in order to protect the Lu family's face, I didn't send a post to the Lu family. You think, today came either the dignitaries, or princes and nobles. If this into their ears, how do they feel? In addition, the crown prince will also be there today. This is a pain in the neck for my mother's intentions. Why don't we ask the two of you to leave the stage before the crown prince arrives, so as not to anger the crown prince? Mother, this isn't right. People are here. How will the onlookers judge the Lin family if we invite them out again? That's true. That's why Mother is in a difficult position right now. After all, the crown prince doesn't know that the Lu family will be here today, so I guess it will annoy him. Lady Lu tugged her fists tightly. What a way to leave the scene before the crown prince arrives. This was an attempt to make the Lu family carry another charge of defying the imperial authority in front of the Tian family. The Lin family had taken away the post when they entered the arena. So even if they went to look for it now, it would be useless. It was up to the Lin family to decide whether there was a post or not. The Lu family thought that today there would be a hard battle to fight, but did not want to start so tricky. This moved Lu family how to take it. Not waiting for the Lu family to speak, Mrs. Lin sighed in annoyance. I blame this lady is too busy today. Too late to instruct the subordinates. Lu family came to remind a good one or two. This is the intention to turn away the Lu family? The onlookers will only believe that the Lu family is just sneaking in today. Lady Lu must hold on. The battle between our two families has only just begun. Don't fall down as soon as you come. The drama behind you has not yet started. Mrs. Lin thought sorrowfully. Mrs. Lu was really angry. Sneered back, Mrs. Lin's memory is really bad. If there is no delivery post, this is a winged fly and not. Or is it that Lady Lin is deliberately here to humiliate this lady? All of them are first-grade power officials. The Lin family is not afraid of offending the Lu family. Lady Lin was full of surprise. Lady Lu, why do you say this? This lady is always for the sake of the Lu family. How to humiliate a word. This is not a person who will not appear in the public eye on the second day after making that kind of statement. Right? I was thinking of the Lu family's reputation. Lady Lu is good. She doesn't appreciate it at all. My Lu family's daughter is a clean person. Why can't she be? Lady Lu was so annoyed at this point that she was about to lose her mind. Lady Lin secretly reveled in the fact that she was trying to provoke Lady Lu into anger. In this way, she was able to mouth off, wasn't she? It seems that Lady Lu did not understand the hard work of my Lin family. It's just that Mrs. Lu has no banquet invitation. This lady will not be pursued. The visitor is a guest. Just hope Miss Lu a little self-awareness. Do not want to disturb the princes. Lady Lin, a look of your banquet post even if it is fake stolen. This lady also does not care. Look, how generous is this Lady Lin. You? Lady Ji patted the fuming Lady Lu, signaling her not to be agitated. And in a low voice, she pacified. Don't panic. When you get angry, you're playing right into her hands. I have a way. Lady Ji called out to Lady Lin, who wanted to go across the river. Smiled and said, Lady Lin really took great pains for Miss Lin's maturity banquet. Not only organizing it 2 days in advance, but also personally handwriting the banquet invitation. In such a short period of time and busy situation to write hundreds of copies. I think it is written overnight. This heart of love for her daughter. This madam is willing to bow to. The three Ji Lu Duanmu families were standing leaning against the water pavilion, while Lady Lin and a group of other official ladies were on the opposite side of the lake. The three families were isolated quite obviously. But of course, there were also a large number of people who maintained a neutral attitude. Ji Tranquility clapped her little hands and babbled happily. Ha ha ha. With my mother stepping in. This Lady Lin is fierce. She can't even tell a lie. And also personally handwritten banquet invitation. You have to get it? Just now I saw that the handwriting of the Duanmu family's banquet invitation was different from that of the Ji families. If I remember correctly, this Mrs. Lin's banquet invitation was written by her own hand. If I remember correctly, Mrs. Lin is a military general. She doesn't know much about writing. I guess Lady Lin didn't expect that mother would catch her casually saying something and not let go. Right? Ha ha ha. Mother is mighty. Mother is the best. Today the Lin family has more melons than they can eat. This wave. Tai Fu is afraid that he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. The higher you bounce now, the more painful it will be to hit your face in a while. Mrs. Ji always kept a smile on her face, sitting in the shrewd, knowing that today the Lin family held a banquet in advance is not good intentions, but things that have nothing to do with them, are happy to watch a hilarious. The sound on this side was not small. And some of the male guests from the outer courtyard were also attracted over, standing not far away, hearing Lady Ji help her own wife speak. Prime Minister Liu was both excited and moved. After he came today, he clearly felt a shift in the attitudes of the few officials who had always been close to him. All of them intentionally or unintentionally isolated him. Only the Marquis, as soon as he arrived, greeted him and invited him to climb into conversation with a few of his close friends. It was not so bad that he lost face in front of people. Just now, when he heard Mrs. Lin raise her voice to say that she did not deliver the invitation, he knew that the Lin family was starting to make trouble. While angry, he was a little worried that his wife and daughter would not be able to cope. Mrs. G's voice undoubtedly made him grasp the last straw. In the official world, he could fight with his tongue, but he was at a loss when it came to calculations between his daughter's family. He also went to check on the guard who had seen the man that night, and he was flat out certain that it was Lu Qingyan, which made him feel a deep crisis in his heart. The second prince had been visiting the Lu mansion some time ago, so he was on guard. With the Jiang family's sudden accident, there was no guarantee that the second prince wouldn't throw his weight around. Right now, there seemed to be a turnaround. Chapter 84. Inspection of Invitation. Over here, many official ladies and young ladies were discussing. Lady Lin's face was not obvious, but the fists hanging at her side were tightly clenched. She parted the long hair around her ears in a pretense of elegance, and the smile on her face was a little far-fetched. A daughter's maturity ceremony. It's fine to work a little harder? Who parents don't love their own daughter? That's right. Since Mrs. Lin said that she didn't send any banquet invitations to the Lu family, it's a good idea to take out all the banquet invitations and look for one or two of them. Don't you know? This lady hates people who are opportunistic. We must find out whether the Lu family has a banquet invitation today. Lady G's blistering words were shared by many of the neutral faction. If Madame Ho insists on inspecting the invitation, I have no problem with that. It's just that in that case, the Lu family's face could be. Lady Lin laughed coldly in her heart. She thought that Lady Ji was so difficult to deal with. But it's just like that. There are no banquet invitations. Not by their Lin family, say? This really want to check the post if this Lu family's face will really hit the slap in the face. Mrs. Duanmu was a little anxious and reminded in a low voice, Madame Ho. The Lin family probably had someone hide the Lu family's banquet invitations. In a moment, she will bite the bullet and say that she can't find the Lu family's banquet invitations. It's up to him to decide what's right and wrong. The one who lost face was still the Lu family. Hearing this, Lady Lu beside her was also anxious. She was a little confused as to what Mrs. Ji meant. Was she helping her, or was she throwing stones at her? After just a short while of agonizing, she believed the former. Since Lady Ji dared to stand with the Lu family, she had already made her attitude clear. She shouldn't have doubted her. Lady Ji smiled, and did not explain too much. Turning to Madame Lin, she said, This madam feels that this matter is of great importance. For a minister of the first rank to come to the Lin family without a banquet is a disgrace. And this matter must be investigated clearly. Therefore, I would also like to ask Lady Lin to take out the post and rummage through it in front of everyone. Everyone present should have known that the Liu family had the post. But if this search was done, they wouldn't necessarily be able to find it. Therefore, many people suspected that Lady Ji was helping the Lin family. There was a moment when Madame Lin thought the same. It was all talk. But once it was determined that there was no banquet invitation, then the loss of face would be real. Well then, since Lady Ho is insistent on checking it, all of you please wait. This lady will personally go and do it. Lady Lin aggravated the words Lady Ji insisted on testing. The meaning was clear. Losing face was not the Lin family's business. It was the Ji family that insisted on making the Liu family lose face. Mrs. Lin left. A group of ladies whispered. Mrs. Lin went to the banquet invitation is not found. Isn't this move a slap in the face? Yes. Yes. I don't know what Mrs. Ji was thinking. But she wanted to inspect the invitation in public. Mrs. Liu also didn't stop one or two. Shishue, do you guys really not have a post? A young lady asked Liu Shishue, who was standing in the corner watching the fun. Liu Shishue wanted to say, how could she not have one? How did she get in if she didn't? This was clearly a deliberate act by the Lin family. But right now, in order to see Liu Qingyin's joke, she couldn't refute it. Only saying, it was mother who brought me here. Whether there was a post or not, I'm not sure. After saying this, she softly wiped the corners of her eyes. The role of soft and innocent was portrayed in place. Not long after, Lady Lin and a maid came holding the banquet post. Lady Lin's face was full of complacency. She looked at Lady Liu. But her words were addressed to Lady Ji. All the posts received today are here. I wonder who Madame Ho would like to have examine them. Lady Liu clenched her palms tightly to comfort the worried Liu Qingyin. Since she chose to believe in Lady Ji, she has to stand on her side unconditionally. Ji Tranquility clapped her little hands and gave her own mother praise. At this time, Lady Lin is completely led astray by her mother. Anyone who went up to inspect the post could see that the handwriting was different. Since the handwriting was different, it meant that Lady Lin was lying. With so many people in eyes, could she remember clearly that she didn't deliver the post to the Liu family? Ji Tranquility was still crooked. When her own mother's voice came to her ears, this lady will personally come to check it. Right? What does Mrs. Lin think? Lady Lin almost wrote the word complacent on her face, suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, it's possible. Who knows that Lady Ho is a first-grade lady, and has the power to do so. Find it. You will find all the posts. If you can find out the Liu family's post, count me as a loser. Lady Ji thought to herself, you still know that I'm a ennobled lady. Huh? And you still dare to be so disrespectful to this madam? Of course. This is not the time to dwell on this. Lady Ji carries Ji Tranquility to Duanmui, and then lifts her feet to walk through the water pavilion. Mother is mighty. Mother, go for it. Ji Tranquility waved her little chubby hands to cheer Lady Ji. Liu Qingyan was also worried. When she heard Madame Lin say that she would personally go up to the banquet invitation, inexplicably, her restless heart settled down quite a bit. When she inclined her head, she saw Ji Tranquility smiling at her in a cute and adorable way. Hee hee. Don't worry, yo. Mrs. Lin, that brainless has already been my mother brought bias. She will lose awe. Over here, Lady Ji had already arrived in front of Lady Lin, standing there graciously and appropriately. May this madam begin? Since I can. Madam Ho, please. Lady Lin had a bad feeling when she saw the smile on Lady Ji's face, but also couldn't figure out which part could be wrong. Lady Ji only casually flipped through the two posts. The two on top had the same handwriting, so she thought it was written by the same person. The further back she flipped, the handwriting was different. She suddenly smiled and raised the different banquet post in her hand. Mrs. Lin thought that she had found the Liu family's post, and her heart panicked. But on second thought, she had personally torn up the Liu family's post just now. So how could there still be a Liu family post? She stretched her neck to look, and what she saw was the general's post. She was instantly at peace. The next second she heard Lady Ji say, the handwriting on this post is completely inconsistent with the previous one. Didn't Mrs. Lin say that it was all written by you personally? Why is the handwriting different? Lady Ji held both posts up high for the crowd of ladies to see clearly. The handwriting of the two posts clearly differed. Not waiting for Lady Lin to argue, Lady Ji continued, Lady Lin hosting the maturity banquet for Miss Lin in advance already makes people suspicious. But this is still a lie? Those who don't know still think that the Lin family is deliberately trying to embarrass Miss Lu. Isn't this slapping the crown prince's face? As long as the crown prince has not withdrawn from the marriage, Lu Qingyan will still be his future crown princess. This Lin family had been so bold as to not put the crown princess in their eyes. The people who came here are all smart. Who doesn't know that today's move by the Lin family is to embarrass the Lu family? But if you put it on the surface, it's a bit of a villainous behavior. The hall of the imperial master, or the crown prince's mentor. So it is in the face of the prince. Hit the royal face. I don't know how this master Tai Fu was too simple-minded for Lin's developed woman talk through. I guess he thought that Lu Qingyan and the second prince were really in love with each other, and that the crown prince was the one who took his love away from him. Chapter 85. Not fighting. If Lu Qingyan's matter was confirmed by the heavenly family is okay. Lu Qingyan was withdrawn from the marriage is okay. But now, not only is the marriage not returned, Lu Qingyan and the second prince is still under investigation. This Lin family is smart to guess the intention of the Holy Spirit. Guess the intention of the crown prince. Simply does not put the royal family in the eyes. This. Will everyone know things out to say, but really have a different flavor? Lady Lin's face darkened, turning instantly to think of a remedial remark. This madam admits that the banquet invitation was not written by me alone, in which my daughter and canine son helped. Regarding holding the banquet in advance, Lady G has really wronged us. It was really in consideration of the 2 days that we got free. She wouldn't dare to hold it around the same time as the Empress's birthday. Lady G waited for these words, and the smile on her face deepened. Oh! Since all 3 of them have written, it's inevitable that Lady Lin hasn't remembered it. Right? What do you say? Lady Lin? Lady Lin was simply going to be infuriated. Just a moment ago, she had said that Lady G was nothing more than that. And in the blink of an eye, she had blocked her path and turned the situation around without any effort. At this moment, if she didn't admit that she had misremembered, she would have to sit down for the villainous act of deliberately embarrassing the Lu family. Damn it. I should have known that I wouldn't have said that I had written it myself. Letting Mrs. G take advantage of the situation, just for the sake of humiliating the Lu family. She hadn't considered so much. What a careless mistake. Facing the aggressive Madame Ho, she had no choice but to snort and admit the fact that she remembered it wrong. She also apologized to the Lu family in public. If she didn't apologize then, she was speculating on the holy will. This was a crime that the Lin family could not afford to carry. But it does not matter. Her purpose has been achieved. Is not it? Who cares about this little episode? The focus is on Lu Qingyan's night meeting with the second prince. It's me who's confused. This man once he gets busy, he forgets things. I hope Lady Lu doesn't mind. Lady Lin smiled sardonically. Lady Lu was furious. Even such an important matter can be remembered wrongly. It seems that Lady Lin is really old and confused. Since she is old and confused, when my daughter gets married to the crown prince in the future, this lady will not invite the Lin family, lest Lady Lin lose the face of my Lu family because she is old and confused. G Tranquility cackled loudly, causing Lady Lin's face to darken even more. I didn't expect Lady Lu to not only have a poisonous mouth, but also hold a grudge. This wave was a small victory for the Lu family. Lady Lin forced down the fire in her heart. Humph. Still wanting to marry the crown prince. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming? Lady Lin sent a look towards Lin Qinglan next to her. At this exact moment, someone shouted, "The crown prince has arrived." Not far away, the crown prince dressed in a silver python robe came striding in, followed by his personal palace attendant, carrying a rectangular tray in his hands. There were also 2 guards escorting a woman, Tai Fu Lin, who was exchanging pleasantries with a group of officials, walked a few steps quickly to greet him. I'm sorry, Tai Fu. I'm late. The crown prince made a bow towards Tai Fu Lin. Not too late. Not too late. Your Highness being able to come has already made the Lin mansion shine. Crown Prince Lin was about to invite the crown prince to take a seat when he saw the woman being escorted behind him. Your Highness. What is this? The crown prince seemed to have just remembered that there was another woman, and slapped his head in embarrassment. Oh! See, Lone, this memory is like this. Lone, when passing by the Prime Minister's residence, saw this woman sneaking around. Thought it was a thief, so arrested it. It just so happened that I learnt that the Prime Minister was also here, so I brought it here by the way. From the official's mouth corner a twitch. Really, as the crown prince said, this woman is just a thief. If she was a thief, why would she need to be arrested to the Lin Palace? You know, today is the birth anniversary banquet of the Lin family's daughter. So, isn't it giving the Lin family a hard time? Look, the corner of the woman's mouth has even seen blood. It's too unlucky, isn't it? Where is Prime Minister Liu? I'm here. Prime Minister Liu was standing next to Marquis Ji, and when he heard the crown prince call, he hurried forward. Before the crown prince could say anything else, the woman kneeling on the ground immediately cried, Master, the slave girl is the maid beside the fourth young lady. Not a thief. The crown prince made a gesture of surprise. Oh, a sound. Oh, the original is the Lu Fu's maid? Then why did Lone see you sneaking around in the backyard of the Xiangfu just now? Because the slave girl was burying clothes. The maid's head hit the ground, her body trembling. On the way here, the crown prince had already instructed her on what to say, and she just did as she was told. In this way, there could still be a life in it. Hearing this, Prime Minister Liu stared fiercely with a pair of old eyes. You? Tell me clearly, what are you burying? He was a little puzzled as to why the crown prince had to bring this matter to the Lin mansion to say that this was a really big crowd today. What if there's something going on here? Wait, could this matter be related to the rumors? Did the crown prince come in front? Why can't we see it? Why are so many people gathered around? Ji Tranquility stretched her neck to look around, and her afterglow caught a glimpse of a small figure darting towards her. It was Bei Hengjin. Good lord, when did this brat come in? She hardly didn't see it. Tranquil sister. Tranquil sister. Finally seeing you again. Bei Hengjin lurched over and pulled on Ji Tranquil's small feet to shake them. Ji Tranquility giggled at him. In her heart, however, she muttered, just come, and make it so passionate. Those who don't know would think that the two of us are betrothed. Bei Hengjin's eyebrows twitched, and there seemed to be some truth to it. From afar, Lady Lin saw the palace attendant standing at the side holding a tray, and smilingly pulled over Lin Qinlan. Lan, look, for my mother's guess. The tray in the palace attendant's hand must contain the maturity gift that the crown prince gave you. You were the crown prince's chaperone when you were young. You too. Your relationship is different. Quite a few noblewomen beside her heard the words of the two Lady Lin and flattered them. Lin Qinlan immediately made a shy appearance of a young daughter. Mother, what are you talking about? She still has to stage the scene of Lu Qingyan pushing her into the water in a while. But she has to let the crown prince see clearly Lu Qingyan's person. Mother, I'm afraid that what happened just now has angered the Lu family's eldest miss. My daughter will personally bring tea to make amends. My Lin family's daughter really understands things. Go! Lady Lin smiled, as she watched Lin Qinlan walk towards the water pavilion. Lu Qingyan tightly twisted her handkerchief. Wan Muyi comforted beside her. Don't worry. The crown prince won't believe those rumors. Lu Qingyan wanted to say. That tray must have contained the maturity gift for Lin Qinlan, which means that he has already believed those rumors. Thinking about this, Lu Qingyan could not help but redden her eyes. Lu Shishua hid in the corner and stayed inconspicuous. And only after the crown prince came, she walked towards Lu Qingyan's side. Sister, what's wrong with you? Lu Shishua saw Lu Qingyan's red eyes and pretended to be concerned about her. Lu Qingyan ignored her. Whether or not Lu Shishua did it, only going back to investigate would tell. Right now, she is just guessing. There is no way to take her. Lu Shishua, however, continued to comfort Lu Qingyan with a small voice. Sister, don't be sad. It's not yours, and you can't force it. Actually, marrying the second prince is not bad. Sooner or later, the second prince will be from. Lady Lu scraped Lu Shishua fiercely. This eyeless thing. Does she know how much of a doom this statement will bring to the Lu family? Lady Ji didn't even give Lu Shishua a look. It was just a clown. She didn't care to look at it. Ji Tranquility did look at her twice more. With her curved willow eyebrows and a look of pity, she is able to arouse a man's desire for protection. Bei Hengjin also followed Ji Tran's gaze and glanced at Lu Shishua, and immediately exclaimed, Yeah, this sister's hall of imprints is blackened, and I fear that there will be a plague of blood. Ji Tranquility was amused by Bei Hengjin's words. Where would the people next to her care about the words of a small child? Bei Hengjin was the sun of the world, and Lu Shishua even dared not say anything? It only laughed awkwardly. Lady Ji complimented. I didn't realize that the young son of the world could also read faces. Impressive. Being complimented by Tranquil's sister's mother. Bei Hingjin made a face of being overjoyed. He. There's something even more impressive. Not only can I tell that she has a plague of bloodlight, but I also divine that she's about to fulfill it. G Tranquility opened her small mouth, full of astonishment. The smelly boy can't be knowing something, right? Based on his closeness to the Crown Prince. It's really possible. It seems that the Crown Prince has found the key evidence. Just as G Tranquility was guessing with vigor, an angry roar suddenly came from the front. Someone! Bring the fourth young miss here. This was Prime Minister Lu's voice. Lin Qinglan, who had just walked up the water pavilion, was stunned. Chapter 86. Lu Shixue confesses to Wu Zik. Ji Lifeng stood dangling behind Ji Yushu's wheelchair and whispered, "The Crown Prince is quite good. He even found evidence. The Crown Prince is sincere to Lu Qingyan. Plus, he needs the help of Prime Minister Lu. If he hasn't made a move after learning that Lu Qingyan was slandered, I look down on him," Ji Yushu said in a faint voice. When the roar of the front ground rang out, the ladies in the backyard exploded. Soon, two of the Lu family's household servants came to the backyard and directly took down Lu Shixue, who was still in a state of confusion. Why? Why did you take me down? To be taken down in front of so many people. Anyone's face would not be honorable. As Lu Shixue was taken away, Lady Lu and Lu Qingyan looked at each other and followed. Mother! Mother! I'm going to eat melon too. Quick, quick, quick. This is probably the most wonderful melon of the day. Can't miss it. How could Lady Ji refuse her own good daughter? Bei Hingjin pulled Ji Tranquility's little feet and brought her towards the front yard. Out of the corner of his mouth, he said, "Go, go, go. Sister Tranquil. Let's go to the front yard to watch the fun." Seeing that Lady Ji and Lady Lu were both heading towards the front yard, the other ladies and young ladies were also not holding back. They came to the front yard one after another. Originally, they came to see the fun, and if there was no more backyard, they went to the front yard. The big things can't stop an enthusiastic crowd that loves to eat melon. When Lu Shixue saw his own maid kneeling on the ground, all of a sudden, his legs went soft. An ominous feeling of foreboding hit her heart. Feeling Wu Zik's gaze, she was instantly like an awn on her back. Rebellious daughter. How dare you? As soon as Lu Shixue arrived, she was kicked out by the furious Prime Minister Lu. It fell at Lady Ji's feet. A mouthful of blood was spat out. It was evident that Prime Minister Lu had used great force. Bei Hingjin eked out as he watched the fun. Huh? I said, why is this sister's hall of imprints black? So there really is a plague of blood. It seems that my divination skills have improved quite a bit. G Tranquility, Lady Lu, who had just come over, and a group of Ana's dancing official ladies were all unsure of what was going on, and asked those in the know. When they heard that it was Lu Shixue who pretended to be Miss Lu to meet the second prince at night, they all showed shocked colors. Heavens! Who found out about this? Was it the Crown Prince? Lady Lin and Lin Qinglan were even more incredibly wide-eyed. This? Why is it like this? Wasn't Lu Qingyan in love with the second prince? How did it become like this again? Lin Qinglan's body and mind trembled more than ever. She raised her eyes towards the Crown Prince in fear, just in time to see him looking deeply into Lu Qingyan's eyes. At this moment Lin Qinglan's mind collapsed. Completely collapsed. She did not have the favor of the Crown Prince. Never had. Today was not a joke for the Lu family, but a joke for the Lin family. Lu Shixue's face was as pale as paper. Obviously, she had suffered internal injuries under this kick. Nor did she pretend to be churlish. Prime Minister Lu had no intention of letting go of the injured Lu Shixue, and pressed on step by step. Who instructed you to steal Missy's clothes and then pretend to be her nightly meeting with the second prince? Say. Hearing this, Wu Zik was so frightened that his face was bloodless. He prayed that Lu Shixue truly loved him and kept his mouth shut for him. Father, I didn't steal Big Sister's clothes, much less meet the second prince at night. Lu Shixue still wanted to argue. The maid mayor knew that if she didn't bite her to death, the one who would die would be herself. Kneeling and marching forward, pulling Lu Shixue's arm to mournfully say, "Fourth miss, you'll just confess. It's obvious that it's you who stole elder sister's clothes, and then realize that there's a hole on it, and you can't give it back again. Let the slave girl go dig a hole and bury it." The slave girl was afraid of being discovered, which is why she waited until Missy left the house today. Shut up. I didn't let you bury the dress at all. That dress has already been burnt by me. Lu Shishua roared at the maid, only to realize that something was wrong after she had roared. She didn't beat herself up? These words caused an immediate uproar. Oh my god. So it was really Lu Shishua who did this. I really can't see that she is this kind of person. Just now she was still pretending to be soft with us? That's right. Under the soft appearance is a snake's heart. In the future it's better to stay away from her. Who dares to befriend such a person? A group of ladies said one thing to another. Lu Shishua covered her ears with a terrified face. It's not me. It's not me. You guys stop talking. Ji Linfeng's face was smiling like a flower, offering a treasure as if whispering to Ji Yushu. Big brother. That opening was my work. Oh. That night. If he hadn't fought with Liang Ruer, his clothes wouldn't have been torn. This was good. Unintentionally helping the crown prince. Ji Yushu smiled and patted the back of his own second brother's hand, praising. Big brother has always known that second brother is very capable. Hearing this, Ji Linfeng's nose soured terribly. Seeing this, Ji Tranquility excitedly clapped her small hands. Great. Lu Qingyan's suspicion has been cleared. Next we'll see if Lu Shishua will bite Wu Zik to death. At this moment, the crown prince's warm and angry voice rang out. A lady of the boudoir. Even if it's okay for her to meet the second prince at night, she is still clamoring around, attempting to tarnish the reputation of the future crown princess. This action is completely slapping Loan's face. Slapping the royal face. Someone come. Beat the Lu family's fourth miss into the heavenly prison. Hearing that she would be beaten into the heavenly prison, Lu Shishua was terrified. At that moment, she hurriedly said, I didn't. I only stole the clothes. The person who met the second prince at night was not me. I beg the crown prince not to send me to the heavenly prison. I know I am wrong. Father, please save my daughter. My daughter doesn't want to be sent to the heavenly prison. Prime Minister Lu kicked away Lu Shishua's hand that wanted to hug up, and angrily hummed. Humph. Right now, the one who can save you is yourself. Do you still want to sacrifice yourself to save that person behind the curtain? The mistake Lu Shishua had made was not enough to be sent to the heavenly prison. The crown prince's purpose in saying as he did was only one, and that was to force Lu Shishua to reveal the person behind her. How could a lady of the boudoir successfully meet the second prince of the sovereign's house? Prime Minister Lu was a shrewd one and understood the prince's intention in seconds. Lu Shishua knew in her heart that once she was sent to the heavenly prison, she would never come out again. At this point, how would she dare to defend Wu Zik? Searching around, she finally pointed at Wu Zik with an angry face. It's him. It's him who swindled me. He was the one who told me to steal Big Sister's clothes, and then promised me that he would take me as his wife. As for who the person pretending to be was, she didn't know. Your Highness the Crown Prince, my daughter is true to every word. It was Wu Zik who swindled my daughter. The sniveling Lu Shishua knelt down towards the Crown Prince, kowtowing one by one. Does Lord Wu want Loan to come and invite him personally? The Crown Prince stood with his arms folded, a silver python robe claiming his might. Wu Zik knew in his heart that he had lost to Lu Shishua this time. If he had known that this person was so spineless, he shouldn't have cooperated with her. Minister, I deserve to die for my sins. Wu Zik stepped forward and flung himself onto the ground with a heavy kneel. His head was tightly pressed to the ground. Hee. Since you know that you deserve to die for your sins, why don't you still confess who impersonated the Lu family's eldest miss? The Crown Prince looked coolly at Wu Zik. When the Crown Prince was angry, everyone was silenced, except for Ji Tranquility. The youngest of the Ji clan clapped her little meaty hands together with a look of fun. Fun? Really fun. The smile on the corner of Beihing Jin's mouth never stopped. When the little one was happy, he was happy. This is a trick. I thought Lu Shishua's love for Wu Zik had reached the point of sacrificing his life for him. Now it seems that it's nothing more than that. In the original, this fourth Mrs. role was just a sidekick beside Miss Lu. In this life, it's added a lot of drama to herself. Wu Zik didn't hesitate to give up the maid beside him. The Ji family's crowd laughed coldly. Really good. Since he still wants to protect the third prince. He is a loyal dog. Originally at this time also did not intend to move Liang Ruer. She still has the value of use. So the Crown Prince did not pursue. Liang Ruer, who was nervous from the beginning to the end, was greatly relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Fortunately, Wu Zik was not so stupid as to be incorrigible. Chapter 87. True or False Nobleman. Lu Shirshua was not put into the heavenly prison in the end. How to say is also the Lu family miss. So let the Lu family bring back to dispose of themselves. And Wu Zik was stripped of his official position and expelled from Shenjing for designing the Lu family and the second prince. The crown prince did not move the rest of the Wu family. These people still have to stay to let the third prince reveal his footsteps. The Lu family sent Lu Shirshua back to the Lu family's old mansion to marry the village chief's stupid son. Of course, this is an afterthought. As for what was in that tray, naturally, it was a maturity gift for Lin Qinglan, a book of women's commandments. At that time, when the prince lifted it, Mrs. Lin and Lin Qinglan had a wonderful look on their faces. The others were happy to watch. What could the crown prince have in mind? Of course, it was to let Lady Lin and Lin Qinglan learn what female virtue was and what humility meant. At that time, Crown Prince Lin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was the crown prince's crown prince. But he was educated by the crown prince. Lin Taifu fell ill. Not lie down for 10 days, and a half months cannot get up. At the banquet, there was not a single guest to stay and eat. Along with the crown prince went away. In the end, Lin Taifu also fell a waste of the crime, punished by 1 year. As an example to others, when Liang Ruer brought the news back, Bei Hongyuan slapped her in anger. After slapping her, he regretted it. He turned his back for a long time before calming his anger. When he turned around again, he could no longer see the anger on his face and replaced it with remorse. He spoke softly. "I'm sorry." Fong was in a hurry. Liang Ruer was already interested in Bei Hongyuan. And now that she heard him apologize, all of a sudden, her heartbeat accelerated, and a blush surfaced on her face. Gina's subordinate understands. Proud as the third prince was, he would never give an apology. She was indeed different. In the past, Bei Hongyuan did not care to make use of women. But now, he comprehended it. There were some things that were still really difficult to achieve without a woman. Go down. Next time do things with more thought. He wanted to say to have a little bit of brains. But the words quickly changed his mouth. Yes. Subordinate will leave. Wait. There was really no difference in the deal with Dark Qi that day? Bei Hongyuan suddenly called out to Liang Ruer, who had taken 2 steps. Liang Ruer thought carefully and shook her head. No. When my subordinate entered the room, she also deliberately checked the surroundings. Just in case. Dark Late also wrapped up the scene. As for the mention of the third prince, it was thought to be an unintentional mistake on his part. Hearing that the venue was wrapped, Bei Hongyuan put his heart down. Now that Dark Qi was dead, no one would find out about the booklet being copied. Good. This you take. Bei Hongyuan fished out a white porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Liang Ruer. Just now, the hand was a bit heavy. Hearing this, Liang Ruer reddened her eyes. Thank you, master. Liang Ruer took the bottle and glanced at Bei Hongyuan one more time before reluctantly leaving. Third Highness, why be angry? Shortly after Liang Ruer left, an enchanting woman revealed herself from behind the curtain. Her hand just rested on Bei Hongyuan's shoulder, and Bei Hongyuan frowned. However, he did not reprimand her either. Master Ci Feng said that this woman in front of him was not the noble person who should appear. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that it was enough for father to believe that this person was the noble person by his side. After dragging on for 6 years, it was time for him to get better. Remember what you should do, Bei Hongyuan said expressionlessly. That's natural. Everything is in progress. Third Highness, don't be in a hurry. After all, after being poisoned for 6 years, getting well too quickly, I'm afraid that it will cause suspicion from onlookers. Oh yeah, I want 1,000 mountain snow lotus. But I have to go pick it myself. Does your highness understand? Saying that, the woman got an inch too late and wrapped her arms around Bei Hongyuan's waist. Bei Hongyuan's brows flashed with a flash of disgust, which passed in an instant. Worthy of being the person this prince has his eye on. Saying that, the third prince forced himself to endure the discomfort under his heart and backhanded the woman's catkin in his palm. The blazing temperature intertwined in his palm, and the woman smiled openly. She had worked so hard to help him pick the 1,000 mountain snow lotus. And when things came to fruition in the future, he wouldn't be able to get rid of her even if he wanted to. Compared to Liang Ru, a fool who couldn't see the light of day, she had a better chance of winning. coming out of the Lin mansion. G Tranquility laughed all the way. Today, this melon is really full. Mrs. Lin's face is so dark that she can't even see her original face. Ha ha ha. Brothers this time credit. Especially the second brother. That day, if not afraid of being beaten by the father, ran out. Where can hear so coincidentally heard Wu Zik and Lu Shishue conspiracy. Afterwards, and then mistakenly let Liang Ruer misunderstanding into dark late. Then, there was the deployment behind. Now that Dark Chi is dead, where else would the third prince have thought that someone would have interfered? The second brother also gave me 10,000 taels of silver for nothing. I'm going to be a rich girl in no time. Ha ha ha. A family member just wanted to say that without the details she revealed. How could this matter have come to fruition? Thinking about it now makes me scared. While passing through Chitian Street, Marquis Ji lifted the curtain and inadvertently saw Zhang Shijun on patrol. He had learned from Lady Ji that this person was the third prince's hidden informant. No. He had to find a way to dispose of this person. He would not allow any factor to affect the Ji family. When he returned, Marquis Ji summoned Yin Zheng and told him to go down and check on Zhang Shijun. Once he found out what he had on him, it would be easy. After a day of eating melons, Ji Tran was exhausted and went to sleep after drinking milk. Ji Yushu summoned Ji Lin Feng to discuss the matter of finding the booklet. Ji Lin Feng doubted, "Big brother, after things have gone on for so long, the pamphlet is afraid that it has been picked up by someone else. As long as it wasn't picked up by someone from the Dark Pavilion, we all still have a chance. Fear only. The pamphlet involves a wide range. The Dark Eagle Million is not dared to publicize. So this matter the third prince must be unaware. Why did the Dark Court go after you that night?" Ji Yushu thought of this. Ji Lifeng this time truthfully said, "Must be to see me and Dark Yin similar. Want to know I am Dark Yin or the second son of the Ji family. So, recognize it?" Ji Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. "Of course not. Big brother. I'm dumb. Not stupid. You can't underestimate me like father." Ji Yushu cried and laughed. Speaking up for Marquis Ji. "Second brother. Father and mother have never underestimated you. As parents all love their children. The previous father was afraid that hey, you also know that there is a person living in father's heart. That is the regret of his life. Ji Lin Feng doesn't understand these love affairs. He only knows that his own father has rarely ever cared about him. But it had to be said that this time, Ji Lin Feng had made a great achievement by mistake. Otherwise, I really don't know when I'll be able to let the crown prince discover the third prince's conspiracy logically." 5 days later was the Empress's birthday banquet, when all officials above the 5th rank would head to the palace to celebrate the Empress's birthday. At that time, I'm afraid there will be another tough battle to fight. For the next 2 days, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng were busy looking for the Dark Pavilion pamphlets. At the same time, they also discovered that there was another group of people looking for it. And this group of people were none other than those in the Dark Pavilion. After they found out that Ji Lin Feng was not Dark Yin, they gave up this side and focused on finding Dark Yin and the booklet. On this day, at night, Suatong brought Ji Yushu good news. Grand Duke, Duke Xiong and Miss Lu had another chance encounter at the medicine shop. Duke Xiong was injured, and it was Miss Lu who helped bandage it. Duke Xiong was attracted by Miss Lu's novel bandaging technique. Ji Yushu's eyes lit up slightly. If this boy's surname Zhong launched an attack on Lu Yi, there would be nothing left for the third prince. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Chapter 88. Looking for Lady Lu to propose marriage at home. Ji Tranquility is humming and hawing on the cot to practice lifting her head. Mrs. Ji is on the side, with a sad face not knowing the queen's birthday banquet. What to send is good. At this time, Zuho runs into the house with a happy face. "Madam, Lady Lu brought Miss Lu to the door to say thank you." Hearing this, Ji Tranquility was suddenly blessed from the heart. "Yeah? Wasn't it impossible to find someone to propose marriage to the Duanmu family? Isn't this coming?" Lady Ji had this intention at the Lin family banquet the day before. Now that she heard that her own daughter had the same idea, a smile crept over the corners of her mouth. "Quickly, go and pour tea for Lady Lu. I'll be right there." Xiao He left. Lady Ji went into the inner room to change her clothes, then carried Ji Tranquility towards the living room. When she arrived, she was seeing an underling serving tea. There was also a large gift box on the tabletop. "Why is Madame Lu so polite? It's just a lift." Hearing the voice, the mother and daughter looked towards the door. Lu Qingyan stepped forward and bowed. "See you, Marquis Lady." Miss Lu is polite. Please sit down. Lady Ji gave a false hand, her face full of smiles. He, mother quickly say. Let Lady Lu Ji family on behalf of the Duanmu family to propose marriage. That day, the second brother but made a public statement. How can the Duanmu family not understand? Just waiting for us to go to the door to propose marriage. Settle this matter first so that Emperor you can't open his mouth. Beihingju is crazy. But there's no guarantee that Emperor you won't want to hit the other princesses with his ideas. It doesn't matter if you don't love them. As long as you can bolster second brother. Emperor you is happy to see it happen. Lady Ji patted Ji Tranquility's back and calmed her down. Don't panic. How bad it was to mention this matter as soon as she arrived. Lady Lu spoke first. Thank you for relieving Madame Ho the day before yesterday. At that time, she was also so anxious that she did not notice the details. Lady Lu mustn't say that. As the person involved, I understand your feelings. Fortunately, the Crown Prince discovered the maid beside the fourth young miss. Otherwise, this matter is really unspeakable. Yes, that girl is also a straightforward person, which is why she was deceived by Wu Zik. The Jiang family had close dealings with the Wu family and definitely wanted to help the second prince out of the sovereign's house. He just didn't expect to hit his idea on the Lu family. Oh, right. Lady Lu looked out, moved a few points closer towards Lady Ji, and lowered her voice. The Qin family all died halfway through the journey, saying that they encountered robbers. The Jiang family escaped 3 people, and Consort Xian was unable to escape due to her discomfort. This is the news that the Crown Prince revealed to Lu Qinyan yesterday. Isn't this deserved? If the Qin family doesn't die, it will be the Ji family that dies. Lady Ji's eyes moved slightly. If she hadn't heard Nui's heartfelt words, the one who died would really be the Ji family. The rest of the Jiang family was somewhat wrong. But these were not something she could sway. Next, the two of them had been chatting about the Lin family, saying that it was Tai Fu Lin who had matched Lin Qinglan with someone else, completely cutting off her thoughts of wanting the Crown Prince. The Lin family's second aunt has also been raised as a flat wife by the Lin family's Tai Fu. Mrs. Lin is afraid to fight with this flat wife in the future. Mrs. Ji delayed to mention the matter of going to the Duanmu family to propose marriage. The Ji Tranquility are waiting for Sleepy. It was only after an hour that Lady Ji spoke of business. I have a matter here that I would like to trouble Lady Lu. Madam Marquis, please speak. As long as my Lu family can do it, I will never excuse myself. When Lady Lu came, Prime Minister Lu specifically instructed her to have a good relationship with the Marquis family. So at this moment, when she heard that there was something she wanted to help with, she couldn't wait. Immediately, she sat upright. Afterwards, Mrs. Ji said that Ji Linfeng was looking at the Duanmu family's young lady, and wanted to ask Mrs. Lu to go up to the Duanmu residence to find out what was going on. The man's basic decency towards the woman's family should still be given. With her own daughter's voice, she thought that the Duanmu family was also interested in the marriage between the two families. What's so troublesome about this? This is a great joyous event. I'm happy to make this trip. Being able to help the Ji family, she was more than happy. Finally hearing the two of them talk about the marriage proposal, Ji Tranquility was not in a hurry to go to sleep and forced herself to listen. Afterwards, Lady Lu thought of the fact that the Ji family still had an unmarried eldest son. It wouldn't be good for the Grand Duke's reputation if the second Duke got married first. Taking the liberty of asking Madame Ho, does this Grand Duke have a favorite family? Thinking of Jiyushu, Lady Ji's expression immediately became sad and shook her head. He has not yet met anyone. In the past, she thought that the Zhou family's daughter from the imperial household was good, but because of her leg injury, she never mentioned it again. It was said that the Zhou family's daughter was already betrothed. The boss had repeatedly said that he had no hope in this life and didn't want to delay the girl. But now that Nui has a way to cure his leg and he has a new hope, of course, he can't be left to his own devices. So, this thing about the boss, this thing has to be on the agenda as well. But right now, who would want to follow a man with a crippled leg? As Nui said, the Ji family is too big, inevitably arousing the scruples of some people. So this leg will have to be crippled for a while longer. In this way, again, I'm afraid that I'll miss my second's life event. Big Brother is a bitter man. Until his death, he did not have a marriage. Let Big Brother stand up. Right? Emperor Yu is afraid that he won't allow second brother to marry the Duanmu family girl. Wait a little longer. Wait for second brother to finish his marriage. Wait for the crown prince to get rid of the third prince. That's in case waiting and waiting. Fate itself comes to the door might be possible. It seems that right now, the only thing to do is to entrust the eldest brother first. Thinking as she did, Lady G spoke up. I'm sure that on that day, Lady Lu heard about the matter between my dog's son and Miss Duanmu. If we delay in mentioning this matter at the door, I'm afraid that the onlookers will have a lot to say about it. Lady Lu had also heard of this matter, so she nodded her head to show her understanding. Good. It just so happens that I'm free today, so I'll go and walk up to the Duanmu mansion. Lady Lu was a man of action, and soon after lunch, she delivered an invitation to the Duanmu family. The Lu family is a first-rate dignitary, and the Duanmu family has been treated with great respect since they arrived. Old Lady Duanmu also personally came out to greet them. Old Lady Duanmu kept mentioning the Wu family's son. Lady Duanmu was not very tired of it, so she said that the second son of the Ji family was interested in Duanmu. The old lady was so excited that she couldn't sleep for a few days. She has been waiting for the Ji family to come to her door to propose marriage. Today, Lady Lu suddenly came to visit. It cannot be for this matter, right? Their family is only a fourth-grade official. Let the Lu family to propose marriage really is to give the face of the Duanmu family. Now, the Duanmu family is going to be on the up and up. It's exciting to think about. Lady Lu didn't beat around the bush and stated her intentions. I was entrusted by the Ji family to ask Miss Duanmu's opinion of the Ji family's second son. Upon hearing this, old Lady Duanmu was so excited that her hands shook, and busily said, No opinion. My ear has no opinion at all. Lady Duanmu's heart snapped. This old madam was acting too much. How would it make Lady Lu feel about the Duanmu family? She was not at all going to consider the point that the other party was a marquis family, and whether her granddaughter would be bullied if she married there. In her opinion, as long as it was a high family, it was fine for her to come to the door in a sedan chair. Old Lady Duanmu also realized that she had gone too far and reddened her face. Lady Lu also did not mean to laugh at old Lady Duanmu. Ask who would refuse a marriage proposal from a marquis family. This matter, we still have to ask Miss Duanmu herself. If there are no comments, I will go back and reply. Pick an auspicious day to formally propose marriage. Old Lady Duanmu wanted to say, parents' orders, matchmaker's words, which still need to ask the person concerned. She can make the decision. But people have said their words. If she says it again, it will seem like she's in a hurry. Sister Xia, go and invite the young lady here, Lady Duanmu said without haste. Compared to the old madam's eagerness, it was much more decent. Old Lady Duanmu secretly scratched her. The latter was completely unconcerned. Old Lady Duanmu originally lived in Heong village, and only followed her son to Shengjing after he was given a position in the second grade. Her mannerisms were more or less inferior to those of nobles, who had lived in Shengjing for a long time. The old granny who got the order went down joyfully. They, the subordinates, had also heard about the Lin family's incident that day, especially the part where the second son of the Ji family stood up for his own young lady. It was simply passed down as a good story by the subordinates. Not to mention the public threat to take a liking to Miss Duanmu. Although the second son of the Ji family looks frivolous, but that is the Marquis who do not want to marry into a high family. Chapter 89. Spreading the happy news to everyone. Miss. Lady Lu came to the door to propose marriage. Jiqiu ran into Ri courtyard at first glance. At that time, Jun Fu was teaching Duanmu to paint. Here, the face of this place needs to be thicker for this one to look vibrant. Both of them look up in surprise when they hear Jiqiu's words. The Lu family has come to the door to propose marriage. Proposing marriage to whom? Who would be the person who could invite the lady of the hallowed minister's residence to come to the door to propose marriage? Could it be the Ji family? Jiqiu saw her own young lady's face climbed into a cloudy haze, and smiled cheekily. Since it is for you to propose marriage to the young lady it is entrusted by Mrs. Ji. Thinking is one thing, hearing is another. Then he heard Jun Fu's ha-ha laughter next to him. Ha-ha. So that's how it is I said why Brother Lin Feng said those words with me. It turns out that he has long been interested in cousin. Duanmu and Jiqiu glanced at each other and asked, Cousin, the second prince mentioned me in front of you? Yes. A few days ago. He said that he had seen you that night on New Year's Eve. Duanmu was surprised. So on the night of New Year's Eve, he saw her? Don't know what to think of Duanmu's small face is again a red. Busy let Jichio to pick up for her. Do not pick up some to meet the guests. Much slack. Changed a smoky water 100 flowers dress of Duanmu. He came to the front hall. Saw his Mrs. Lu and his own mother talking and laughing, while the grandmother is a face of embarrassment sitting on the sidelines. Greetings, Madam Prime Minister. Duanmu Yi's lotus steps moved lightly, and she graciously gave Madam Lu a salute. When Lady Lu's eyes fell on Duanmu Yi's posture, curling and graceful body, her eyes flashed a flash of amazement. It's a good girl who can't be missed. Gongzi's vision is good. Lady Lu is not a person who sells out. And directly said, Duanmu girl, I came today. There is a great joy. I do not know how Duanmu girl's impression of the Ji family's second son. Hearing this, Duanmu Yi almost couldn't collapse the emotions in her heart, even though she had already heard Jichio talk about it when she arrived. At this time, when she heard Lady Lu's words, she was still so excited that she could hardly contain herself. For many years, she hadn't dared to admit that she couldn't forget the scene where that man flew up a tree to fetch a paper kite for her. She also secretly went to inquire about the Ji family, and found that the difference in rank is very far. So she stopped those who have no heart, in order to be closer to him. She even secretly learnt lightness. After the Lin family that day, she became a good life in the eyes of the noble women of the capital circle. And she used to wake up in her sleep these 2 days, fearing that it was all a dream, seeing that her granddaughter didn't answer the first time, but launched herself into a daze. Old Lady Duanmu was afraid that she would not agree. Then, ignoring the presence of Lady Lu, went forward and reminded Duanmu Yi in a low voice, the Marquis family is not something that anyone can step on. If you marry in the past, you will be the wife of the Marquis in the future. So you have to be careful, Duanmu Yi wanted to say that what she was looking at was not the Marquis family lintel, but Ji Linfeng is a person. Old Lady Duanmu's voice was a bit low, but Lady Lu could think of what was said with her toes. Lady Duanmu and Duanmu Yi looked to be sensible. It is this old lady. I'm afraid it is a bit difficult to deal with. I hope that in the future, when they become in-laws, they will not come to the door to beat the autumn wind. Duanmu Yi flicked towards Lady Luing. Her small face flushed and said, Gongzi is 1,000 times better since. Upon hearing this, old Lady Duanmu slapped her thigh. It's done. What an understanding girl. Old Lady Duanmu's behavior really made Lady Duanmu unhappy. But it was not good to say anything in front of outsiders. Mrs. Lu's eyes are full of Duanmu Yi. Where does she care what the old lady means? Stealing Duanmu Yi's hand, she said, since Miss Duanmu doesn't have an opinion, then this matter is settled. I'll bring the good news back now. Lady Lu is happy to have the matter settled and turns around to tell Lady Ji the good news. Lady Ji was afraid that at the Empress' birthday banquet, Emperor Yu would not let go of Ji Linfeng. So on the second day, she asked Lady Lu to bring the bride price to her door to exchange the invitation. This matter is settled first. As for the rest of the process, take your time. When Mrs. Lu came to the Duanmu family's door again, everyone was out to greet her, and it was a lively event. Neighbors all came over to join in the fun. The rich gifts were carried to the Duanmu family one box after another. I learned that the Ji family came to the door to ask for the name. No one is not surprised to hear that the Duanmu family is lucky. The Ji family and the Duanmu family to marry the matter overnight in Shengjing crazy rumor. Of course, this is since the Ji family to promote the handwriting. Of course, the Ji family was the driving force behind the rumor. However, the rumor was so strong that it had to reach Emperor Yu's ears before it would stop. The Ji family got what they wanted, and the news was delivered to Emperor Yu by the Empress herself. Oh, the Ji family? Isn't the Ji family's eldest son unmarried for life? Upon hearing this, the Empress's brows moved in an unnoticeable manner. Is this not wishing for the Ji family's eldest son to remain unmarried for life? Back then, if he had not chilled Ji Yushu's heart, he would not have been so disheveled. The Empress hid the discomfort in her heart and said in a warm voice, It's not the Grand Duke. It's the second Duke. Because of the leg injury, the Grand Duke was afraid of misleading the other girl. So he said that. But who can say what will happen later? It's possible in case there's a kind-hearted girl who doesn't dislike the Grand Duke. Emperor Yu nodded with an unchanged expression. There are a few points of truth. Since it's the Ji family and the Duanmu family tying the knot, it's only right to congratulate them. However, isn't this a bit quick? I hadn't heard of the two families moving around before. The Queen then said, that day the Lin family female birthday banquet. The second son of Ji helped Duanmu head. Young people. Since it is a little exuberant, said happy people girl words. If it drags on for a long time, where will the girl's face go? When the Empress said this, Emperor Yu had already thought about the stakes and then stopped talking. How could the Empress not know Emperor Yu's concerns? That's how it was for a ruler. To have so many worries. She didn't have such a lot of worries. As the saying goes, if you suspect someone, you should not use them. Since she had used them, she should not do something that would chill people's hearts. By the way, the ambassadors from the North and South countries will be arriving soon in a few days. And the South country has come with a princess. The one from the Northern country is a prince. You are responsible for receiving the princess. And Mara is responsible for receiving the prince. I'll save it. At the same time, Bei Hung Yuan also heard the news. However, a minister's daughter was no threat to him. But because of this matter, Lady Ji should return to the Mu Mansion. It was a rare opportunity. If the plan fails again this time, we'll start directly with the second son of the Ji family. Everything about the Ji family had changed. This Ji family really couldn't stay. Bei Hung Yuan's green onion and white jade-like fingers gently tapped the desktop. Very rhythmic. The secret guards behind him answered and left. At this time, Lone Wolf hurriedly walked into Moon Palace. Master, Madam wants to see you. Bei Hung Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the tea leaves floating in the cup. The sharpness in his eyes not showing. Only after a long time did he softly say, It's not too late to go after the Empress' birthday. Lone Wolf understood. The Empress's birthday was critical, and there could be no changes at this time. Then heard Northing Yuan ask, How is the investigation of Ji Zhou's matter? Back to Master. So far we only found out that Lady Ji and the others went to the village where Yin Yang Heir Lao was before entering the city. It seems that the two elders of Yin and Yang were exposed at this time. Even if they were exposed, it's not like they were instantly associated with Mother. One thing he couldn't figure out was since his own mother hadn't written the note, then who could have written the handwriting on that note? Even if someone imitated it, there had to be a basis for it. Right? If someone imitates another person's handwriting without any evidence, are they not afraid of failure? Unless someone knows all the plans in advance. Chapter 90. Mu Cheng's hatred for the Ji family. After the news spread, all the people in the Ji family breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ji Linfeng's face was even smiling like a flower. Mother, you're so quick. You don't even ask your child's opinion. Then do you have an opinion? Lady Ji didn't have the good sense to gouge him out. Since I don't. Child is joking. Ji Linfeng hugged Lady Ji's arm, as if he was being petulant. Ji Tranquility's giggles spread throughout the Wutong courtyard. Got Duanmuyi's gung post. The knot down is to find someone to combine the 8 characters. Look at the wedding date. The day after tomorrow is the Queen's birthday banquet. This matter can be pushed back. Such a big thing. Mrs. Ji thought it would be better to go back to the Mu residence to personally inform Dr. Mu about this matter. Marquis Ji nodded in agreement. Because of the second day off, he personally accompanied Mrs. Ji to the Mu mansion. When Mu Chung learnt that the Ji family had come to his door, the hand holding the cup tightened. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. What was said about encountering bandits? And why was Mother the only one who died? It was obvious that Father was deliberately lying in order to help the Ji family cover up the crime of murder. Because Father had raised Mother as the main house. Mrs. Ji had been holding a grudge. So when there was a quarrel on the road, Marquis Ji killed his own mother in order to protect Lady Ji. Thinking of this, hatred tumbled in Mu Cheng's eyes. Recruiting a near servant to whisper a few words. That near servant nodded and left. When Mu Chung brought Gao to the front hall, Lady Ji was talking about the betrothal of 2nd Duke Ji to the Duanmu family. This is a good thing, That boy Lin Feng is too out of tune. It's good to get a daughter-in-law early to restrain 1 or 2. Dr. Mu smiled and said, Yes, Father. Daughter also thinks the same way. It's just that it's going to be bitter for the oldest. Lady Ji held the sleeping Ji Tranquility in her arms a little tighter for fear of her getting cold. Imperial Dr. Mu understood the concern in Ji Yushu's heart. It was nothing more than feeling that he had lost his legs, and was afraid of missing out on the other's years. Thinking of Ji Yushu's legs, Dr. Mu was filled with sadness. He could save countless people in Jizhou, but he could not save his own nephew. Every time he thought about it, he was sad. Mu Chung and Gao respectively greeted the two of them, and then sat down to listen. Mu Chung has always been a gloomy person, not too fond of communicating with others, and does not have much of an opinion. Being able to hold a certain position in the Imperial Hospital was all thanks to Dr. Mu. Marquis G raised his eyes to survey Mu Chung and unexpectedly met the gaze he was looking over. That gaze was uncomfortable. But Marquis G didn't care too much. The Qin family was gone, and Su was dead. What waves could he make? What Dr. Mu claimed to the public was that he encountered bandits on the road, and Aunt Su died under the bandits' knives to protect him. Even if Mu Chung was suspicious, there was no way to investigate. Thinking about this, Marquis G picked up the tea at hand and took 2 sips. The sharp-eyed Mu Chung noticed that the tea in Marquis G's cup had reached the bottom. So he recruited an underling to pour the tea. The subordinate picked up the teapot and realized that there wasn't much tea left. So he said, "Wait a moment." Then he left with the teapot. Not long after, he brought another teapot full of tea. Separately, they poured tea for the several people in the room. When he poured it for Marquis G, his fingertips touched the rim of the cup unnoticeably. When it was poured to Lady G again, there was no such movement. G Tranquility's small mouth wriggled twice, rolled over to find a comfortable position to continue to sleep. She had risen too early this morning, and she hadn't slept enough. It wasn't until Lady G got up to go back to the G mansion that G Tranquility woke up. Seeing Madame G and her own father heading out, G Tran smiled and waved at Imperial Dr. Mu. "Grandfather, goodbye. Oh. As long as nothing happens to the G family, you won't have to go up to the Hall of Jingda to admonish you with your death." Imperial Dr. Mu sends Lady G and the others to the door. And on the verge, remembering Dark Yin, he asks Lady G, "Has that child diffractor been found?" In his heart, he had long treated the two as twins, i.e. his nephews, so how could he not be concerned? Lady G didn't want her father to know about Dark Yin for the time being. So she said, "Father, that child can't be controlled. So just pretend that there is no such person." Imperial Dr. Mu also knew that Dark Yin was used to being wild. So how could he be subject to the restraints of a worldly family? He could only nod his head and give up. Mu Chung and Gao, who was holding the child, only stood far away. G Tranquility inadvertently glanced at Mu Chung, as if meeting a pair of viper's eyes, and couldn't help but shiver. Mu Chung, this person wouldn't want to avenge his own mother, right? Aunt Su originally wouldn't have followed. It was only because of mother's repeated persuasion that she followed. As a result, he died. This brat won't blame mother for Aunt Su's death, right? In the carriage, Marquis G and Lady G both heard G Tranquility's heartfelt words. Their hearts said, "It shouldn't be. He doesn't have this much guts. Even if he dares, just guard against it in normal times." After Lady G and the others left, Mu Chung personally poured a cup of tea for Imperial Dr. Mu. Breaking through, he said, "Father, on the day of the wedding between Lin Feng and the Duan Mu family, let my son personally go there. In the past, it was my son who was unintelligent and listened to my mother's words. Son thinks that since we are a family, we should move around more." Imperial Dr. Mu was pleased with himself and boasted, "Chung'er finally understands. When the time comes, we will all go to celebrate that boy. I'll listen to father." After saying that, Mu Chung handed the tea in his hand to Imperial Dr. Mu, who drank it without thinking. Compared to the colorless and tasteless poison that Marquis G drank, the one that Imperial Dr. Mu drank was nothing but a small thing. Back at the G mansion, Marquis G was hurriedly called away by Yin Zheng. Inside the study, Yin Zheng told what he had found out truthfully. "Marquis, Zhang Shijun has recently switched shifts with someone, and has been patrolling the city gates like he's waiting for someone." Marquis G had a grave look on his face. "Oh, waiting for someone. Then send someone to follow him for a while to see who he's waiting for. Also, how is the investigation into Zhang Shijun's handle going?" "Still investigating. This kid is very shrewd and seems to be diligent. Relationships with the people around him are also good. Can't find a weak point to start with." Marquis G thought for a moment and said, "If you can't find a weakness, create one for him." Hearing this, Yin Ning's eyes lit up. "Subordinate knows how to do it. Don't worry, Marquis. Wait. Don't start for now. Let's see who he's waiting for." "Yes." Coming out of the study, Marquis G went to the green bamboo courtyard. When he arrived, Ji Yushu was painting on a stone table in the courtyard. "Father." Hearing footsteps, Ji Yushu looked up. "Sure. How's the search for the pamphlet going?" Marquis Ji walked over, and with a toss of the hem of his coat, he landed on the opposite side of Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu put down his pen and said in a condensed voice, "There hasn't been a single bit of progress. The second brother has been looking around in the name of his patrols. It was also discovered that the people in the Dark Pavilion were also looking for the booklet. However, Father, second brother has recently discovered that Vice Commander Zhang Shijun is a bit off. He hasn't taken a break from his duties for half a month in a row. So I don't know what kind of conspiracy this person is up to." They had already learned from Lady Ji that Zhang Shijun was the third prince's man. So they paid more attention to this person. Marquis Ji was pleased that that boy Ji Lin Feng had become attentive. So he said, "This person is waiting for someone. As for who he is waiting for, I am not sure for now. Remind Fomer not to frighten the snakes." Hearing his own father say this, he knew that he had already sent someone down to follow him. This was good. So he and his second brother would just focus on finding the pamphlet. "There is one more thing. Father, I discovered that a large number of beggars have gathered on the west side of the city. I have already ordered people to give kanji every other day. It is in the name of the Hall of Supreme Goodness." The shopkeeper of the Hall of Supreme Goodness was Guan Qing. "This matter is feasible. If possible, find them a stable place to live. Especially those old people who are too old to take care of themselves." "Good. My son will order someone to do that," Ji Yushu thought. Unable to serve as an official in the dynasty, doing business and performing good deeds is also a good choice. When the Ji family really can't change their fate in the future, they will resign from the government early and return to their hometown to do business. Marquis Ji sat for a little while longer, then got up and left. When he reached Wudong Courtyard, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit him, but it went away quickly. He didn't take it seriously. Chapter 91. Marquis Ji's complexion didn't look too good. In the evening, when the family sat down neatly to discuss what congratulatory gift would be appropriate to send to the Empress, Ji Tranquility mentioned that jade pendant with poison again. Some time ago, the third prince brought Qin noble consort up to the Protectorate Temple to pray for the Empress under false pretenses. I'm afraid that the countermeasures have already been discussed. It's just that I don't know by whom this jade pendant was given to the Empress, and it can't cause the Empress to be aware of it yet. At that time, if the Empress will still hug me, then it will be fine. I'll exchange 100 poisons charm for her unknowingly. Fear only, the Empress won't hug me. I will then have no chance. The times to enter the palace were few and far between. So the secret of this jade pendant was kept hidden until something happened to the Empress in the end." Thinking of this, Ji Tranquility annoyingly grabbed a handful of her hair, hissing, exerting this much force, hurting her so much that she bared her teeth. As soon as Ji Tranquility's heart rang out, several people's moods all became heavy. Who exactly would send this jade pendant? It was impossible for the third prince to personally deliver it, and the Empress simply wouldn't wear it. Who would deliver it? When she went to sleep in the evening, Mrs. Ji wanted to talk to Marquis Ji for a while, but when she turned her head, she saw that he had already fallen asleep. It was probably because he had been too tired in recent days. Lady Ji smiled and lay down on her side. The next day, Mrs. Ji woke up and went to the storehouse, picking and choosing, and finally picked a pair of jade rui. When she came back again, Marquis Ji was already awake, sitting in front of the cot with a tired face gazing at Ji Tranquility's sleeping face. He couldn't get enough of it. The little guy was still sleeping, his mouth full of water bubbles, like he was dreaming of something particularly delicious. Father and mother. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Ji Lin Feng's loud voice directly scared Ji Tranquility. Waking up, when the person pushed Ji Yushu in, he was confronted by the dual pressure of Marquis Ji and Lady Ji. Ji Lin Feng stared with a pair of innocent eyes, his face filled with, "What's wrong? What's wrong? I don't seem to have gotten into trouble in the last 2 days. Right?" Ji Tranquility giggles out. Ha ha ha. Second brother's face is so cute with innocence written all over it. That said, with Dark Yan's memories and his kung fu, second brother is not cold and heartless, but still jumpy and flamboyant. This cleverness also comes and goes. Ji Lin Feng secretly deflated. He also wanted to say why he always dropped the ball at critical moments. At the breakfast table, Marquis Ji's face didn't look too good. He then heard him mention the ambassadors from the north and south. The two countries have come with a princess and a prince respectively. I guess it's because they want to join forces. Ji Tranquility also remembered that there were these two characters. It was a marriage that was wanted, but there was no imperial princess to agree to it. Emperor, you did have 2 other princesses who were almost of the right age. And although they weren't very loved, they knew that they were their own children and couldn't be married off far away. Plus, the current Shunyu has the strength to refuse, and did not agree. However, this princess of the southern kingdom is a bit of a Ming-Tang and offered herself a dance at the banquet. With this dance she dazzled the crowd. Her target was the crown prince. But the crown prince already had Lu Qian, so he didn't show her any respect. But Emperor Yu caught her eye. She was eventually taken into the harem. Because of her honorable status, she was given the position of consort as soon as she arrived. The empress was furious with herself for accepting a beauty at her birthday banquet. But Emperor Yu was not a vegetarian. Under the banner of for the sake of peace between the two countries, the empress dared to be angry. Hearing this, the family only wanted to sigh. Since ancient times, emperors have had many weak feelings. There is also the fact that there are 5 assassins who came along with the second prince of the northern kingdom this time. These 5 people were selected only from 1 in a million. Not only are they highly skilled in martial arts, but they are also good at concealment. The purpose is to come here for Dad. The thought of not being able to tell such important news to her family caused Ji Tran to feel a pang of chagrin. What she didn't know was that the 4 people who heard the heartfelt news were greatly appalled in their hearts, truly daring to plant an assassin into Shunyu. Good job. Then let these 5 people have no return. Ji Linfeng, who was drinking congee, had his hand clip the vegetables, and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Probably didn't sleep well last night. Right? After breakfast, the family packed ready to enter the palace. A snow-white python robe plus body of the Prince Xing stepped into the Phoenixy Palace. Raised his hand to wave off the house busy a group of palace maids. You guys go out first. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd of palace maids whisked towards the crown prince and left. The empress was already fully dressed, and was waiting for her hair to be pulled back. Seeing this, her gentle and dignified face wore a kind smile. But there is a happy event. Tell me about it. Prince mysteriously smiled, then came close to the empress and lowered his voice. My son found out that Lao Heir contacted the old Jiang family. Upon hearing this, the empress was slightly stunned. Then she sank her face. Your son thinks that this matter is a happy event? The joy on the crown prince's face remained undisguised as he said, Lao Heir contacted the Jiang family's old division because he wanted to kill Qin Guifei. That's all. It was the empress who did not think that the second prince did not have other ideas. Emperor's son should not be careless. The second one seems to have admitted his fate. But in reality, he is hiding his sharpness. I know. But right now, I have a good idea. The crown prince took the peachwood comb in front of the bronze mirror, and combed the empress' long soft hair one by one, spelling out the intention in his heart. The oldest 2 is bent on killing Qin Wan to avenge the Jiang family. If the oldest 3 had ambitions early on, Lao Heir couldn't kill Qin Wan at all. So, my son wants to help Lao Heir. Upon hearing this, the empress' eyes flickered. Imperial son means to use Lao Heir to hold Lao San back? Precisely. Suddenly, the empress thought of something deeper. She twisted around. Emperor's son. If the oldest 3 had ambitions early on, have we not forgotten a very important thing? That is the Jizhou epidemic. Now it seems that what happened in Jizhou was not at all what noble consort Qin said. It's very likely that it was old Sen's idea to get rid of the Jiang family precisely. Without the Jiang family as a backer, Lao Heir can't turn over a big wave. As such, there will be one less competitor. Lao San is poisoned. Your father would never have thought that he still has such ambitions. Even if he surrendered the throne, he would still refuse with his health problems. So as to lower the guard in your father's heart, who would believe that a man who will not live to see 30 years will have the intention to usurp the throne? But thinking about it, setting up such a big game just to get rid of the Jiang family didn't seem to make sense. The second oldest can be used once. And perhaps twice. 3 times. The empress didn't know what came to mind. Her face went white with fear. The oldest 3 won't live to see 30. But he's perfectly capable of finding a good successor. That's why this matter has to be taken very seriously. Often, the better the hunter is at disguising himself, the more full he is, the easier it was to ignore, the more they could laugh in the end. It was evident that the Ji family had long since seen through this. Emperor's son. The Ji family is available. So we must not chill the hearts of loyal officials, like your father did. The empress solemnly said to the crown prince. The crown prince nodded. My son understands. All right. Let them come in. Oh yes. Princess Nanyang repeatedly mentioned you. Mother is afraid that this person is not coming from a good place. The Empress wanted to call out to the Crown Prince, who was going out. The Crown Prince returned a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Empress Mother. Today's Shengyu will not be held back by the two countries in any way. The implication was that if he made an impolite request, he could completely refuse. The Ji family prepared 2 carriages, one for the women and one for Marquis Ji and the 2 sons. A group of 5 traveled to the royal villa. Since going out, Ji Lifeng felt more restless. Raising his eyes, he saw his own father, whose face seemed even more ugly than his. Worrying, he said, "Father, are you not feeling well? Do you want Mother to give a look?" From the time he ate until now, he noticed that his own old dad had a very sleepy look. "It's not a problem. Probably because I didn't sleep well last night." Marquis Ji waved his hand somewhat feebly. "Today is the Empress's birthday. 10,000 cannot be delayed." Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers' looks were somewhat subtle. Ji Lifeng heatedly smiled. Father and mother have such a good relationship. Marquis Ji knew in his heart that his second had misunderstood. And without explaining too much, he began to close his eyes and recuperate. Chapter 92. Gu Fanmu, the second prince of the Northern Kingdom. The reason why the banquet venue was arranged in the other village was because it had more varieties of flowers than the imperial garden. Instead of the Empress' birthday, it was more like a banquet of 100 flowers. In previous years, when the Empress did not celebrate her birthday, she would hold a banquet in the name of the 100 flowers, inviting the ladies of all families to come to the villa to enjoy the flowers. Last year's hairpin banquet was also held here. The villa is home to a collection of famous flowers from all over Shengyu, and talented men and women love this kind of event. That's why many people choose to arrive early to recite poems and chants. And it's a lively event. In addition to the blooming flowers, there is also an archery range. The Southern Kingdom is good at poetry, and the Northern Kingdom is good at riding and shooting. Emperor, you intended to let the young talents and warriors of the 3 countries compete, so there were no separate seats. At this moment, the riding and archery arena was surrounded by the children of the world's families, and from time to time, bursts of applause erupted. Good. I didn't expect the second prince of the Northern Kingdom to not only have excellent archery skills, but even his riding skills are so exquisite. The key is also a talent. See a group of girls blushing cheeks, being praised by the bystanders. The second prince of the Northern Kingdom, Gu Fanmu, was instantly smug. He said loudly, "I am not talented. I want to compete with the warriors of Shengjing. I don't know if anyone can come to fight." As soon as these words came out, there were immediately aggressive youths stepping out. I, Jiangze, would like to spar with the second prince. The first one to step forward was EV Vice Lieutenant Jiangze, a 7th grade military general. Gu Fanmu saw that it was only a 7th grade martial general, and a displeasure flashed between his brows, but soon disappeared. It would be good to use this person to set an example. He came to Shengyu this time with only one purpose, and that was to defeat Ji Xiaoshan's son. This time he came. He must let Ji Xiaoshan know that green is better than blue. What's more, he must let him know that losing at one time doesn't mean losing all the time. Sooner or later, the North will attack Shengjing to wipe out the previous shame. He has investigated. Ji Xiaoshan has 2 sons. One son from the literature, the second son from the martial arts. His aim is this second son Ji Lifeng. 2 people then is riding over obstacles and archery too. Jiangze picked a date red adult horse. The horses at the riding and archery range were tamed by specialized personnel once they were bought, so they were all very docile. Jiangze felt that he was representing Shengyu in the battle, so he couldn't afford to be sloppy. So he started with full vigor, so much so that he used too much strength and lost his front hooves. He fell to the ground with his horse. He even consoled himself with the fact that he was the prince of a country, and there was nothing to be ashamed of if he lost as a junior general. After Jiangze, there were quite a few other promising young men who took to the field, but they all ended up failing. So much so that Gu Fanmu's rampant laughter was a little too loud. The laughter was thick with teasing. Ha ha ha. Everyone bear with me. In a few moments, he had already challenged dozens of people, other than Azure King from the general's house and Howie Lu from the prime minister's house, who narrowly won the horsemanship. The rest all lost. Does anyone else want to come forward to spar? At this moment, Gu Fanmu had already become the center of attention in the arena. The words that came out of his mouth were even tinged with a few contemptuous tones. Wasn't it said that Shengyu Kingdom has a lot of talent? It turns out it's nothing more than that. It really is true that apart from Ji Xiaoshan, everyone else has nothing. The day Ji Xiaoshan died would be the day the Northern Kingdom's Iron Horsemen would march out. Thinking of this, the contempt on Gu Fanmu's face increased. Hearing this, many young warriors who boasted of their riding and shooting skills turned red in the face. On the surface, it was a sparring match. But in reality, it had risen to a two-country fight. Not only did this give the other country a boost, but it also made the other country realize how strong Shengyu is now. It really is true that those who live in peace for a long time forget about danger. The Prince of the Northern Kingdom is so powerful. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned around and looked towards the source of the voice. Gu Fanmu's eyes turned slightly. Heh. The person he was waiting for came, only to see Ji Lifeng holding his own little sister walking idly. Behind him was Ji Yushu, who was being pushed by Zuotong. Ji Tranquility stretched his neck to look, and saw a handsome and peerless man in the field, holding a pure white horse. This horse was not a mortal product at first glance, nor was it of the Shengyu breed. This person should be the second prince of the Northern Kingdom. Gu Fanmu. Right? TSK. Look at that godly look. Those who don't know would think this is the Northern Kingdom. As soon as the Ji family arrived, a crowd of duchesses spontaneously made way. They all whispered, "The second son of the Ji family is also good at riding and archery. I wonder who is better than this one. I'm not sure. We'll have to see after the competition." Ji Lifeng didn't know that Duanmu had come a long time ago. And when she saw him talking, a group of noble women surrounded her and joked. Duanmu looks calmly at Ji Lifeng, but her heart has already set off shock waves. The day before yesterday, she was betrothed to him. But that very night, she had a dream. In the dream, she was married to Ji Lifeng. But Ji Lifeng wasn't very fond of her. None of this mattered because she had always adored Ji Lifeng. To be married to him was the greatest gift from heaven. However, less than half a year after the marriage, he was imprisoned for molesting the second princess. He was beaten to death in prison. Ji family was copied and exiled, including her also died on the road. This dream is too real. So real that it seems like it just happened. She was so scared. So scared. All of today's scenarios were fulfilled with that dream. Her heart was very fearful when she learned of this situation. It seemed to be telling her that it would all play out again as in the dream. No. She couldn't. She couldn't let things go on even though she knew how it would end. She had to change. Change the fate of the Ji family. But she didn't know what to do to save the Ji family. At this moment, Duanmu, her heart and eyes were filled with Ji Lifeng's figure. Would he really molest the second princess? This side, Gu Fanmu first towards the Ji family 2 gentlemen line and not much polite North meet etiquette. Afterwards, he smiled lightly and raised his lips. This prince has already used 50% of his strength, so it's not very impressive. The moment these words came out, it immediately drew a sound of backward huffing. Mockery. Proper mockery. Defeating dozens of youths from Shengyu who were all accomplished in mounted archery with only 50% of their strength. How big of a face do you think you have? The crowd of youths glared at Gu Fanmu in exasperation. That villainous face made Ji Lifeng laugh instead of being angry. 50%? That's really impressive. Then let this prince come to appreciate how terrifying as a fellow this 50% strength of the second prince of the Northern Kingdom is. Ji Lifeng could not do anything else, but he could compete in martial arts or riding and shooting. Ji Lifeng turned around and handed Ji Tranquility, who had been chattering non-stop, to Ji Yushu to hold. Roar roar roar. Second brother on. Beat him to death. Isn't it just a riding and shooting competition? See what he can do. He thinks he can fight 10 with 1. But be careful. He changed his strategy for the second match. He shoots at people. He puts an apple on a person's head, and the winner is the one who hits it. This kid came prepared. He's been practicing for years. There are 99 underlings who have died without 100. Hearing this, a look of gravity flashed across the eyes of the two. It seemed that this second prince was a ruthless character. Then, will the second prince please pick a horse? Gu Fanmu had a smile on his face. Only that smile clearly did not reach his eyes. But he also knew that in order to trample this person under his feet ruthlessly, he must go all out. Ji Lifeng. Amidst a chorus of shouts of approval from the crowd, had the grooming officer go and bring in a horse that hadn't been tamed yet. A chorus of worried voices rang out. Chapter 93. You trust me so much? Why did the second prince choose a horse that has not yet been tamed? This kind of horse's wildness has not yet subsided. So it is inevitably uncontrollable. Wild horses are fierce in nature, but they are also more capable of revealing the competitor's abilities. It wasn't long before the groom brought in a black adult horse. This horse was tall and easily agitated. Without waiting for Gu Fanmu to say anything, Ji Lifeng rolled onto the horse and pulled on the reins. Giddy up. The black horse galloped with hooves. Gu Fanmu had also rolled onto his horse and followed closely behind. The race is very simple. Whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Of course, there are many obstacles on the road, and you can't fall off the horse. Just a few meters out, the black horse seemed to feel the provocation, hissed and raised his front hooves. As the black horse raised its front hooves, Ji Lifeng leaned back. Duanmu exclaimed, "Be careful." Her heart was in her throat. She was really sweating for him. Ji Lifeng, who thought he was going to fall off his horse, abandoned his horse and took off into the air, then landed steadily on the back of the standing horse. Sensing that the person on the back of the horse did not fall down, the black horse is even more manic, jumping forward and backward. Angry. In this moment, Gu Fanmu had already overtaken the horse. When he passed the first obstacle, Gu Fanmu almost fell off his horse. But he was in good shape. Holding the horse's head, he spun round and sat firmly on the horse's back again, about to pass the second obstacle. Behind him, Ji Lifeng was several meters behind, and the black horse was still hesitating at the first obstacle. Compared to Ji Lifeng's lightheartedness, the children of the family watching from the sidelines had mixed feelings. I told you that you can't pick a wild horse. Right? He still doesn't believe me. This is good. He's going to lose. If this is lost, the second prince of the Northern Kingdom will only become more arrogant. Ji Tranquility nestled in Ji Yushu's arms and played with her little feet and legs. Not worried at all. There's no need to worry, La. Second brother has a way. As soon as Ji Tranquility's heartbeat fell, Ji Yushu saw Ji Lifeng lean over and whisper something in the black horse's ear. A confident smile spread across his face. The black horse then spread its hooves and galloped, leading its owner straight towards the white horse in front. As he passed the second barrier, Ji Lifeng slammed his horse's back. The horse seemed to be connected to its master's mind, directly raising its front hooves, swept up in the air, and flew past Gu Fanmu's hair strands. Gu Fanmu was frightened and quickly pulled the reins tighter so that he didn't fall off the horse. But he also delayed the hour. When he raised his eyes, he saw that the black horse, which was still wild and untamed just now, had behaved itself well and carried Ji Lifeng across the third barrier. Gu Fanmu's eyes flashed with surprise, not knowing why the black horse, that was still wild and untamable just now, had become so well behaved in an instant. However, he did not have time to think too much. After sitting steadily, he clamped his horse's belly and chased towards Ji Lifeng. Seeing that Ji Lifeng was about to cross the last barrier in front of him, he became anxious. He searched around for the figure. As a result, he really saw the man in black hidden in the forest. He only saw that person nodding unnoticeably towards him before landing his gaze on Ji Lifeng. In an instant, Ji Lifeng felt locked by something terrifying. Even his soul sent out a shudder. A voice told him that the danger came from the woods 100 meters away. In the nick of time, Ji Lifeng glanced towards his right. What he saw was a person hidden under a black cloak. This person gave him a familiar feeling. To be precise, it gave Dark Yan a familiar feeling. If it wasn't for Dark Yan's alertness, he wouldn't have been able to detect the danger in the shadows. At the same time, Ji Lifeng sidestepped his body and dodged an invisible chi force. He slapped his palm towards the horse's belly, and the black horse seemed to sense the danger as well and ran faster. It ran several meters in an instant, while Gu Fanmu behind it also followed. The two actually reached the finish line at the same time and tied. Ji Lifeng's complexion was as deep as ink, a hint of killing intent staining his brows. If he hadn't dodged that one time, he wouldn't have tied with him. He wanted to say a few words to warn the second prince, but he was afraid of spooking the snakes, so he gave up. Second Prince Ji really does have the style of General Ji back then. Since you and I are tied, how about another match? Hearing this, Ji Lifeng knew what Gu Fanmu was referring to, and his eyes twitched, smiling danglingly. That's fine. Say it. What's the next competition? As he said this, he handed the reins to the groom, who came up. seeing Ji Linfeng's clueless appearance. A sneer crossed Gu Fanmu's eyes. Just now, he was lucky and escaped. This time, he will definitely die without realizing it. Originally, it was a target shooting competition. But in this prince's opinion, that kind of small trick can't get into the second prince's eyes at all. How about we play something more exciting? Saying that, he clapped his hands. Immediately, a beautiful woman with an apple on her head came forward. Seeing this, the next group of worldly family's sons and daughters let out screams. Oh my god! It's not going to be shooting apples. Is it? A bad shot would not be an apple but a person. Today is the Empress's birthday. If we see blood, no one can afford it if the Empress blames it. That's right. I suspect that this second prince of the Northern Kingdom is deliberately making things difficult. If second Prince Ji should not respond, would he not be afraid of him? But if he should, how would it be to shoot someone? Each and every one of them looked at the seemingly laughing and joking duo in the stables with a grave expression, thinking that Ji Linfeng would refuse. They saw him smiling like a spring breeze. What the second prince dares to do. Will I? Ji Linfeng. Back down? This is what it means to respond. The crowd thought that an apple on the head was hard enough for people to accept. And Gu Fanmu's next words were even more jaw-dropping. He said, "This girl with the apple on her head is the daughter of my Northern Kingdom's Duan Wang, County Lord Huan." When these words came out, all the almond eyes glared. Ji Linfeng turned back to look at the crowd of ladies of the world behind him, who had retreated 3 steps under his sweeping gaze, fearing that they would be pulled by Ji Linfeng to use the apple of his head as a target. Ji Linfeng was about to sneer at a coward. But then he saw a woman stand out. This woman is not someone else. It is Duan Muyi. Duan Muyi's clear and crisp voice overpowered the entire audience. I'll do it. Wow. The word startled all 4 seats. Ji Linfeng dropped his worried gaze onto Duan Muyi's face, his lips pursing slightly. The latter candidly looked straight at him, as if saying, "Don't worry. I'm not afraid." This moment caused Ji Linfeng to rest his mind on advising her. His woman was supposed to be bold. Wasn't she? The reason she stood out was because she didn't want the Northern Kingdom to underestimate Ji Linfeng. In the dream, no woman stood out. And finally Ji Linfeng had no choice but to let Zhuitong head the apple on the field. But he was taunted by the North for a while. She wouldn't let the Northerners have a chance to taunt him. The moment Duan Muyi stepped forward, she had already defeated the many ladies of the Shenjing family. Ji Linfeng smiled towards Duan Muyi, took the apple from the attendant with his right hand, and led her towards the stake with his left hand. As he walked, he asked her, "You trust me that much?" Duan Muyi didn't answer him. Her downcast eyes fell on the hand he was holding her with, and a mist of water colored her eyes. She hadn't even passed through the door yet, and she was so unconcerned about the defense of men and women. It really made people think that her Duanmu family had taught their daughter poorly. However, after having that dream, she only wanted to cherish every moment with him. With red eyes, she said, "I've always believed in you. Just like when I was 8 years old, and you flew up a tree to fetch the paper kite for me. If the dream was true, how could she ever go down that old road again? She would have to tell him from the start that she had adored him for years." The young man was stunned, and a strange color flowed in his eyes that were as attractive as crystal beads. It turned out that his destiny with her was here. Chapter 94. 3 Arrows. If you don't remind me, I forgot that I even fetched paper kites for you 7 years ago. Ji Linfeng says this, a splash of flying colors appearing on his face, which has always been toneless. Duan Muyi heart a burst of sourness. It turns out that he will have already forgotten. Duan Muyi's nose is so sour. Tilted his head to comfort him. You do not have to have any burden in your heart. Despite taking out strength, I'm not afraid. At this moment, Duan Muyi has a feeling as if they have been married for several months. Ji Linfeng nodded coyly. Suddenly being so familiar, he was actually a bit uncomfortable. Over here, Ji Yushu heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words and fell into deep thought. What county princess? It's all fake. That woman is just a big courtesan beside Gu Fanmu. The two had long since rolled into bed. There was no one to check on this matter. So it was just as he said. His purpose was to taunt his second brother about his poor reputation, while at the same time insinuating that Sheng Yu's women are timid. That is why second brother had to let Zhuitong on. But how did it become second sister-in-law? You know, she hasn't even entered the Ji family yet? Behaving like this is not afraid of attracting dirt. The original depicts Duanmui as being knowledgeable and tactful. She's not this ignorant of etiquette. Today's Duanmui was acting a little unusual. Ji Yushu raised his eyes and glanced at Duanmui, who was holding hands with Ji Lifeng in the middle of the field. Although the Duanmu family was only a minister, it was still very recognizable in terms of teaching their children. Today, Duanmui's actions were truly baffling. Some of the ladies of the family who prided themselves on their virtue and talent had already whispered in low tones. This second son of the Ji family is looking so Mengwang. Miss Duanmu is also really just betrothed, did not go through the door, may still encounter changes. Such behavior is really unethical. In the future, if something goes wrong, it will be difficult for anyone to come to the door to propose marriage. But someone beside him said with an envious face, "What do you know? Ji Gongzi's behavior is called true nature. If you love someone, you have to show it boldly. I can see that Miss Duanmu will be very happy when she enters the Ji family. People won't be belittled by the Ji family because of the lentil issue." Many people scoffed at this person's words, but were secretly envious in their hearts. Which young lady who married into her husband's family didn't rely on her husband's love and affection to make a living? If they did not receive their husband's love, their life would be a struggle. Ji Lifeng placed the apple on Duanmui's head and met her watery eyes. Secretly, he said, in the end, "It's still a daughter's home. How can she not be afraid?" "You're still." "I'm not afraid." Ji Lifeng was about to say changed person, but saw her people strong, courageous, and cowardly road. Ji Lifeng, in fact, there is no need to be brave. But see her insist. He is not good to say again. People are invited out of the county, princess. Our side if we do not come up with some sincerity out. But call people laugh. At this time, Gu Fanmu had already learned of Duanmui's identity under the explanation of the chamberlain. He pulled out a meaningful smile. So it's the fiancé of the second son of Ji. Ji Lingfeng's face still had a dangling smile on it, and the words that came out were full of indifference. The second prince dared to take the head of the county princess as a bet. A fiancé is nothing. Of course, Duanmui would not take these words seriously, forcing himself to be calm. To trust him, wasn't it? In that case, let's begin. Gu Fanmu, in order to crush Ji Lifeng in terms of aura, took the lead in raising his arrow and shooting it out without a single pause, hitting the apple on the head of the Huayang sheriff 15 meters away. So fast, accurate, and ruthless. Who would believe that this was an impromptu move on his part? Gu Fanmu's eyes looked at Ji Lifeng with complete provocation. But he saw that Ji Lifeng was holding 3 arrow feathers in his hand. His eyes widened all of a sudden. 3 arrows? Is this kid trying to hit all 3 arrows? No. It can't be. No one in this world is capable of firing all 3 arrows and hitting them all. The onlookers all covered their eyes and didn't dare to look. In their opinion, hitting all 3 arrows was impossible. Today, Duanmui will definitely die. Too cruel. Even his fiancée dared to shoot in public. There were even speculations that there was an inside job in the marriage between the Ji family and the Duanmu family. And Ji Lifeng was not happy about it, which is why he wanted to find a reason to shoot someone to death. Otherwise, why did he not stop Duanmui the first time he said he was going to be on the field, but also hung back and pulled the person forward, whispering for a while? It was clear that he was threatening her. Duanmui is too stupid. Even if you can't fight Ji family, you can knock on the drums to ask the emperor to do really can't destroy the wedding well. A big living person still be urine suffocation, not? Ji Yushu and Ji Tranquility were shocked. Second brother at this time to show what can it. If you can get a hit, you can get a draw. Don't let your bravado get you into trouble. Ji Lifeng turned a deaf ear to the chatter of the crowd. He had already raised his bow and aimed at the apple on Duanmui's head. Duanmui stood straight, forcibly enduring the subconscious trembling in his body. Gu Fanmu didn't believe that he could hit it and laughed sorrowfully. Is the second prince really willing to shoot your fiancé? There is no shame in admitting that you are an incompetent coward. If you unintentionally kill your beloved fiancé, you'll be accused of wificide. Who will dare to marry you in the future? As soon as Gu Fanmu's words fell, Ji Lifeng gave him a cool look. You'd better shut your stinking mouth, or the person the arrow is aimed at will be you. It's just a vassal state. If I, Shun you, can beat you once, I can beat you twice. I really don't know what you're being so goddamn proud of. Upon hearing this, Gu Fanmu's body churned with anger. and his killing intent was immediately apparent. Ji Linfeng did not put him in his eyes at all, since he hadn't seen his hand hanging down on his right side towards a certain direction, comparing it to a cutting motion. Has been in the dark to observe this side of the black-robed man. Once again, curved finger popped out an invisible air force. If you look closely, there is a faint black gas lingering. The corner of Ji Linfeng's lips hooked up a sneer. His hand loosened. 3 sharp arrows shot out at the same time as that chi energy. The fear in Duan Muyi's heart magnified infinitely. Despite knowing that Ji Linfeng would not let her down, she still instinctively felt scared. She subconsciously closed her eyes, only to hear a clicking sound ringing in her ears. And she knew the hit had been made. However, what made people wonder was that one of the arrows suddenly fell to the ground without knowing what happened. One should know that it was impossible to fall on the ground with the same force, unless it met a blockage like the arrow feather in the middle. Gu Fanmu's face sank violently. Once he got away with a fluke. Is the second time still a fluke? He had clearly discovered something. He hadn't been trying to hit with 3 arrows in the first place, but to block the dark move. The other arrow was afraid that it was deliberately shot towards the man in the forest. At this moment, he had to admit the gap with this person. The crowd of worldly families' sons and daughters breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that they had been hit by an arrow. The other 2 arrow feathers missed, but they also grazed the apple. Seeing that only 1 arrow was hit, Ji Linfeng said to Gu Fanmu with a disappointed face, "It seems that archery skills still need to be improved." Actually, only 1 arrow was hit. Gu Fanmu heard in his ears, and only felt that Ji Linfeng was mocking him. Today, it seemed like a draw, but in fact, he was the one who lost. Now, it seemed that this Ji Linfeng was a few points more powerful than Ji Shaoshan. He just didn't know how accomplished he was in arranging troops. No matter what, he must die. Chapter 95. The State Master has calculated that Ji Linfeng has a prison sentence. Victory. Victory. Second brother is good. Truly the blue is better than the blue. Second sister-in-law also has commendable courage. After today's incident, second sister-in-law will be famous. Jiqiu hurriedly jogged over to support Duanmu Yi, whose legs were a bit weak. "Miss, are you all right?" Jiqiu cried in fear. She couldn't pull her back. If anything happened, how could she explain to Madam? "Miss, when you came out, you scared the slave girl to death." Jiqiu cries out. Ji Linfeng walks over and notices that Duanmu Yi's face is a little white. With 4 eyes facing each other, neither of them said anything. They also turned a deaf ear to the praises around them. Ji Linfeng smiles towards Duanmu Yi. "Let's go. The palace banquet has begun." Ji Linfeng didn't hold Duanmu Yi this time. He just wanted to give her a sense of security, and it wouldn't be good for her reputation to hold her again. It seems as if her behavior today is already damaging to her reputation. It's just, with him protecting her, who would dare to look down on her? Ji Linfeng quickly walked a few steps from Zhuotong Han, took over the wheelchair to push. Leaned over to Ji Yushu, said, "Big brother, there is someone in the forest. Just now also out of the hand. I guess that person is the State Master." "State Master?" Ji Yushu's tone was grave. "Are you saying that the State Master is secretly colluding with the Northern Kingdom? Whether it's collusion or really the Northern Kingdom, I don't know." He only knew that as soon as he sensed that person's presence, Darkian was resistant, even fearful. Just now, there was a moment when a fragmented image flashed in his mind. Going to capture it again. It disappeared again. Huh? What are the brothers talking about? What State Master? Ji Tranquility didn't hear the duo's dialogue. The two knew in their hearts that this was not the time to speak, so they did not speak again. A large wave of people headed towards the Konghe Palace. Behind them, Gu Fanmu saw that the people were all moving forward and recruited Servant Sung to check into the forest. Not long after, Servant Sung returned, holding a bloody arrow in his hand. Gu Fanmu frowned. He's injured? Such a powerful person would also be injured? He said he couldn't figure it out. The palace banquet was set up in the Konghe Hall, and when Ji Yushu's 3 arrived, the courtiers and the daughters and sons of various families had already taken their seats one after another, pushing cups and exchanging drinks. It was a lively event. When Ji Yushu went in, Mrs. Ji was talking to Mrs. Liu. Prime Minister Liu and Marquis Ji were drinking. Marquis Ji was drowsy as if he had drunk too much. Brother Ji, you're not drunk. Are you? It's only a few cups and you're drunk? One must know that the most capable drinkers are those who are soldiers and fighters. This is only 2 cups, obviously won't get drunk. But it's not like he looks like he's faking. Prime Minister Liu frowned. Imperial Dr. Mu and Mu Cheng were also present. And Mu Cheng's expression at this time could be said to be shocked to the extreme. He had clearly seen Marquis Ji drink the colorless and tasteless poisonous tea with his own eyes yesterday. So why was he fine? This can't be possible. Could it be that Lady Ji found out in advance and detoxified the poison? Impossible. There is no cure for this poison. Even if there was an antidote, Mrs. Ji should have come to his door to find him when she found out that someone had been poisoned. He had already thought of a way to deal with it. But now? Why was Marquis Ji sitting here in good health? Where exactly did it go wrong? Mu Cheng was puzzled. Could it be that the subordinate had lied to him? Ji Tranquility was carried over by Lady Ji, and was staring with a pair of big black eyes glancing around. When glancing at Mu Cheng, his small brows abruptly furrowed. This guy's face is full of gloom. Maybe he has bad ideas in his heart. I have to pay more attention to him. Today's palace banquet can be described as a mixed bag of fish and dragons. One slip up and things will go bad. Hearing this, Ji Yushu could not help but look at Mu Cheng twice more, only to see that he was full of gloom at the moment, drinking mulled wine to himself. Ji Yushu signaled Zwatong to attach his ear and ordered a few words in a low voice. Zwatong answered and left. At this time, the state master clad in a red gold robe walked into the temple with a duster in his hand, followed by 2 small sannyasins. Feeling the trembling of his soul, Ji Lin Feng violently raised his eyes to meet the state master's eagle-like eyes. His hand suddenly grasped Ji Yushu at his side. In this instant, those fragmented memories in his mind instantly converged like a tidal wave. You can't be here to persuade me to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground. Right? You monk really think that putting down the butcher's knife will make you a Buddha on the ground? It was like a person before he was awakened. Si Feng's expression was odd. What are you muttering about? Who doesn't look like a person? Dark Yin didn't hear it, and when he raised his eyes, he suddenly saw Si Feng's large, withered hand grabbing at him. Dark Yin wanted to move, but he couldn't. What have you done to me? Dark Yin was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. However, he saw the look on Master Si Feng's face like a hellish Shura, only to hear plop. A loud sound came, and Grandmaster Si Feng's palm actually went straight into Dark Yin's body. Ji Lin Feng's eyes widened as he saw the Grandmaster stretch out his large hand towards Dark Yin and grabbed him. And then a dark shadow was forcefully pulled out by the Grandmaster. No, the person at this time was not the State Master but Master Si Feng. The memory was so arcane that he couldn't believe it. It turned out that Master Si Feng had long since learnt that Dark Yin was not human. So he followed all the way to Jizhou. I wanted to bring it to justice, which had thought that the opposite was that the black mist took over the body, combined with Si Feng's recent changes, was seized by the 8 or 9 is not bad. And the reason why he has the memory of Dark Yin. In fact, Dark Yin is him. Is one of his soul. 16 years ago. That is, the day he was born. The rolling dark cloud that was attracted was actually this black mist. At that time, he wanted to occupy his entire body. Resistant to merging ability is insufficient. Only to swallow a wisp of his soul. The illusion lived as him. Ji Lin Feng was so shocked that he couldn't bring himself to do so. His entire body trembled more than once, and his handsome face was even more pale and frightening. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Ji Yushu sensed Ji Lin Feng's fear and asked worriedly. Ji Lin Feng was about to open his mouth. Who knew that a shadow was cast? Ji Lin Feng raised his eyes and met a face that seemed to be smiling but not laughing. Hearing his sly words come from him. Why is the second son of Ji sweating profusely? Why don't you want this state master to tell a fortune for you? Ji Tranquility was pondering with his little hands cupping his little chubby face about who gave the blood jade to the empress. The sound of the state master's voice came out of her ears at first, startling her. When did this state master come? Look at the silly second brother scared. Godly monk. Proper godly monk. Still want to tell my second brother's fortune. Come on you. Other monks are kind and kind-looking. But this one is good. He looks horrible. He's not a good person. What kind of virtue and respect? It's simply a demonic path. In the eyes of the onlookers, the state master is deeply in the heart of the emperor. Some had even heard that the state master was refining pills for Emperor Yu that would prolong his life. Ji Tranquility didn't know that the state master was refining pills for Emperor Yu. And if she did, she would only laugh at Emperor Yu's foolishness. If he knew, he would only laugh at Emperor Yu's foolishness. Pills are not pills. But poison pills are very likely. Ji Yushu didn't know why his second brother, who had always been fearless, was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything when he saw the state master. He could only say no for him. However, before the words were uttered, the state master actually started counting on his own. Thumbs were pointing back and forth on the other fingertips. Quite a bit of the flavor of a magician. Quite a few people had not seen CI Feng divining before, and thought it was quite rare. So they all came over. Many people said, Master CI Feng's divination skills are very good, and he doesn't easily tell fortunes for others. If he offers to tell fortunes, he is a person who has a relationship with Buddha. The implication was, Master CI Feng's fortune telling for you is because he thinks highly of you. So don't be ungrateful. Soon, the Ji family side was surrounded by a crowd of officials. Not long after, the state master withdrew his power, and his complexion looked a bit grave. Hearing him say, the second son of Ji is afraid of having a prison sentence, so he should be careful in his recent actions. CI Feng's speaking voice was quite loud, as if he was deliberately speaking to everyone present. The people of the Ji family who were in the know. Duan Muyi. Chapter 96. The blood jade was delivered by Emperor Yu himself. No way. This great magus actually did calculate it. Last time, he counted out that on the last snake festival, the third prince's nobleman would appear. And it turned out that he really did appear. By the way, why didn't Lui Yi show up today? Who is that woman behind the third prince? At this moment, Ji Tranquility's milky little face was seized into a ball. When the officials heard this, they only felt that Master CI Feng had miscalculated this time. Who was the Ji family? That was Shun Yu's great meritocracy. How could they possibly be in jail? Gu Fanmu happened to walk into the main hall, and when he heard these words, his eyebrows twitched. Ji Yushu's heart tightened as she raised her eyes to survey the state master. Unlike the kind brows of the past, the current CI Feng had a hint of hostility between his brows that made him fearful to see. Just as Prime Minister Lu wanted to go up and ask if this calamity could be solved. Outside the palace, people sang loudly, His Majesty arrives. The Empress arrives. The Crown Prince arrives. Behind them were a number of people. These included the Xian Wang family, the third prince, and the princess of the southern kingdom. The courtiers put down the cups in their hands and kneeled. The state master was also ready to kneel, but was held back by Emperor Yu. The state master is highly respected, so you are excused from kneeling in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty. See how much this person has won the Emperor's heart. Not even the great meritocracy Ji family was treated this well. This time, the courtiers knew who to flatter next. All rise. Today is the Empress' birthday banquet. No need to be formal. Emperor Yu was helped to sit on the dragon throne by eunuch Den in vain before he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to rise. King Xian's family then sat diagonally across from the Ji family. As soon as Bai Hengjin sat down, he giggled at Ji Tranquility. Princess Xian Wang followed her own son's gaze over, only to feel that after many days of absence, the Ji family's youngest has become much more white and tender, especially a pair of black eyes. More and more rare. Ji Tranquility was being held by Lady Ji. Seeing Bai Hengjin looking over, she returned a strange smile to him, and then dropped her gaze on the others. On the left, at the head of the table sat the crown prince, followed by the third prince and the two princesses who were still underage. On the right were the two newly promoted favorite concubines and Princess Nandong Yen of the southern kingdom, as well as the second prince of the northern kingdom, Gu Fanmu. As for the crazy second princess Bai Hengjia, she was not present. Today was the Empress's birthday, which was considered a large-scale palace banquet and a time for a group of ladies to compete. The crown prince has only decided on a main consort. The side consort as well as the noble concubine have not yet been decided. So today, the ladies are all dressed more than one in flamboyance. Nandong Yan's target was also the crown prince. This is not. As soon as he took his seat, he kept throwing winks to the crown prince. As a princess, Nandong Yan does not agree to be small, so she wants to be the position of the princess. The crown prince cannot give her, then do not want to look at. The next step was for each of them to offer congratulatory gifts. Ji Tranquility's eyes turned very fast, analyzing who has the best chances of being present, and will also be cherished by the Empress. It couldn't be Princess Xian, could it? She and the Empress are not only sisters-in-law, but also cousins. The relationship is different from others. If she sends it to her, the Empress will definitely treasure it like a treasure. Just as her thoughts fell, she caught a glimpse of Emperor Yu presenting the Empress with a blood jade tied with a small red string. G Tranquility's eyes widened. My mother? The blood jade was actually given by Emperor Yu. Does he know that this jade is poisonous? A jade pendant given by Emperor Yu himself. The Empress treats it even more like a treasure. To her death, she wouldn't have thought that Emperor Yu would send the poisonous jade pendant to her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing the Empress happily accept it, Emperor Yu was happy in his heart. The jade pendant was begged by Lao San, but he had promised him not to reveal the secret. The Qin family matter was found out by the Empress and the Crown Prince, and Lao San did not hold a grudge against the Empress, but instead begged for this piece jade for her. So it was clear that Lao San had a pure heart. But the Empress will not necessarily want his things, because Lao San is Qin Guifei's child. The Empress' heart suspicion will not accept. Only then did she accept him and send him out. Emperor Yu was very pleased that Bei Heng Yuan was kind and innocent, and did not learn from Qin Guifei's viciousness. Seeing the Empress accept as a treasure, G Tranquility heart that anxious awe. What to do? What to do? This mustn't go wrong, awe? Ouch. I just remembered that the 100 poisons charm has a time limit, and I have to exchange it for a 100 poisons pill. Lady G felt G Tranquility's furtiveness in her arms and followed suit. She inclined her head to discuss with Marquis G, only to see him hanging his head as if he was asleep. Just now, when she was chatting with Lady Lu, Marquis G had been drinking with Prime Minister Lu and was afraid that he had drunk too much. Mrs. G was preoccupied with the blood jade, so she didn't think about him. Nor did she carefully observe Marquis G's changes today. The thing that Emperor Yu had sent out was an imperial gift, and it would be inappropriate to lose it or give it away. It would be nice for the Empress to offer to hug me, and then I'll unknowingly put the 100 poisons elixir into her cup. Lady G's face was solemn. This was not a request she dared to make. Next to Ji Linfeng's aura, it didn't look as ugly. But just don't dare to look at the State Master. Just hope that this banquet can end quickly. He has to be the first to tell this important news to his little sister. His little sister must have that what to collect goes talisman. Will that State Master? Thinking of this, Ji Linfeng was on pins and needles. He even wondered who was more powerful when the divine little sister was compared to the bizarre State Master. As for Bei Heng Jin, who was at the bottom of the table, he saw the red jade pendant in the Empress's hand and was suspicious. Wasn't this jade pendant exactly the same as the one he had snatched from G Tranquility last time? When he thought of G Tranquility saying that the jade pendant was poisonous, he was instantly alarmed. Could it be that Uncle Emperor wanted to kill Auntie Empress? Absolutely not. The Empress Aunt is a good person. Nothing can happen to her. Thinking of this, Bei Heng Jin snapped to look at G Tranquility, wanting to know if that blood jade was poisonous or not. The latter, however, did not look at him, holding her bun face with a sad face and launching herself into a daze. Naive and delightful. Bei Heng Jin's eyebrows moved as he got up and walked towards G Tranquility. He had always shown affection for the G family's youngest, so this time he could cover up for him. Thinking as such, Bei Heng Jin smiled and came to sit beside Lady G. Straight away, he boasted, "Sister Tranquil is so lovely today." Hearing this, G Tranquility turned her head to look at him, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Stretching out her little fat hand, she anxiously pointed to herself and then to the Empress in the upper position. Babbling, "Bei Heng Jin, the blood jade in the Empress' hands is poisonous. You quickly find a way to make the Empress hug me, and I will then unknowingly put the 100 poisons pill into her tea. You must understand me. I can't think of a good way. Once we say goodbye today, we don't know when we will have the chance to enter the palace. If we never enter the palace to see the Empress, she will really be hopeless. Once the Empress angrily breaks into the imperial study and harms the Emperor, committing a monstrous mistake, it will be hard for the gods to save her, and the Crown Prince will also have no chance with that position." Bei Heng Jin's face remained unchanged, but his heart was in shock. Is it really poisonous? No. He had to help her. Bei Heng Jin made an understanding look and said to Ji Tran, "Sister Ji Tran wants to go to the Empress." "Right." Next to her, Lady Ji watched the two interact without moving, and when she heard these words from Bei Heng Jin, her eyes lit up. She was worried that she couldn't think of a way to do it. But here it is. Yes. 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 Actually comprehending my gesture. Too clever. Ji Tranquility was so excited that she danced around. Beihing Jin made a difficult face. But, Madam Ho won't let me carry you. She's afraid I'll drop you. But in a flash, he thought of a way. Hee hee. There. I can twist the mother consort to hold you. Saying that, Stomp ran back again. After a bout of pampering plus trickery, Princess Yen had no choice but to get up and come towards the side. Just in time. The congratulatory session was over. And the next step was for the ladies of each family to show off their skills. The princess of the Southern Kingdom took the brunt of the show, getting up and bowing towards the Yu Emperor at the top. Honorable Emperor Shang Yu, I would like to present a dance to cheer up the Empress' birthday. Chapter 97. False Noble is Mu Yun's daughter. The princess of the Southern Kingdom personally offering a dance had since received the approval of Emperor Yu. Following which, Nandong Yen went down to change her clothes. The Empress and the Crown Prince's eyes simultaneously flashed with a glint of gravity. This Nandong Princess is not an easy one. If you really marry her, what will happen to the Lu family? Is it possible to live as a flat wife? Nandong will respond? Xian Wangfei smiling continuously towards the Ji family this side of the walk. After listening to Princess Xian's intentions, Mrs. Ji graciously held Ji Tranquility to her. Beiheng Jin looked excited, and his eyes were even more colorful. Ji Tranquility was so focused on saving the Empress that she didn't see the bad look on his face. This Beiheng Jin person is really reliable, and actually let me get close to the Empress. In order not to let anyone see what's going on, I had to spend a lot of points to exchange for this antidote pill that's only the size of a grain of rice. It melts in water, and is colorless and tasteless. Beiheng Jin's eyes rolled rapidly. When Consort Xian approached the Empress with Ji Tran in her arms, before she could say anything, Beiheng Jin directly spoke out shockingly. Aunt Empress, Xiao Jin likes Tranquil Sister too much, and would like to ask Aunt Empress to betroth Xiao Jin and Tranquil Sister in a baby marriage. These words shocked the four seats. The smiles on the faces of Princess Xian and the Empress froze on the spot. Ji Linfeng and Ji Yushu's eyes widened. This kid was really capable, knowing how to abduct their little sister at a young age. That won't do. The little son of the world looks good now. Who knows what he'll be like when he grows up? Want to marry a natural beauty. Intelligent little sister. Must have both talent and appearance. Both military and civil talent is. This kid can do it? Ji Tranquil semi-playfully put the pills into the Empress's cup of water. Hearing Beiheng Jin's words, he almost dropped the pills on the table. Turning around, she punched and kicked him for a while. But of course, it was no different from scratching an itch in the eyes of outsiders. Fine. You stinking child. I treat you as a brother. Yet you want to betroth me? If it wasn't for the fact that you unintentionally helped me twice, I wouldn't give you a second glance. Just wait. Emperor Yu and the Empress won't answer. Just as Ji Tranquility's heartbeat fell, the sound of Emperor Yu's laughter came from this side. And he heard him say, since Xiao Jin is so fond of the Ji family's youngest, today, your royal uncle will make this decision for you with your royal aunt. However, we must ask Marquis Ji's opinion. After saying this, he set his eyes on Marquis Ji, who seemed to be asleep with his head hanging down. What does Minister Ji think about this? The crowd of courtiers simply thought they had heard wrong. In their opinion, the young prince was just a joke. How could he be taken seriously? However, they didn't want Emperor Yu to really mean it. Lady Ji busily got up and kneeled on the ground with a terrified look on her face and said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Master. He's drunk. A clear-eyed person could tell that he was drunk at a glance. If it was a normal palace banquet, Emperor Yu would have been displeased. But today was the Empress's birthday, so he couldn't change his face and lose her face. So he smiled and asked Lady Ji. Lady Ji also heard the words of the young son. I wonder what you think about this. Mrs. Ji wanted to say, I have a big opinion. The words of a child playing house can't be trusted. Furthermore, no one knows what kind of character the youngest son will have when he grows up. She wouldn't hand over her daughter's lifelong matters to someone else. But she knew that she couldn't refute the royal face in public. So she only said in fear, Your Majesty also knows that the Ji family has only one daughter. She is very precious. So I have to ask my daughter's opinion on this matter. It means that this matter will be discussed when the daughter grows up. Whoever in the capital circle knew that the Ji family's youngest daughter was highly favored by the entire Ji family. So it wasn't too much to ask for such an answer. Emperor Yu nodded in understanding. He also said, "In the future, if the youngest of the Ji family has no opinion, I will agree to this marriage." These words were also considered to be a verbal marriage contract for the two of them. To be Ji family youngest grew up. No one dares to propose marriages. Royal predetermined daughter-in-law. Who dares to move? Bei Hung Jin had a bad smile on his face, as he got what he wanted. Hearing her own mother's answer, Ji Tranquility secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was interpersonally sober. Seeing that group of courtiers surprised, they were afraid that they didn't think that rejecting the royal family today was a big loss. Right? Yes. The ladies of the family who came today all want to fly to the branches as a phoenix. If the Ji family rejects the Xian Wang family today, they will surely regret it in the future. In fact, King Xian and his wife are willing to settle on this marriage in their hearts. There are two reasons for this. One is that the Ji family has produced two geniuses, one in literature and one in martial arts, and they think that they can teach their daughters well. The second reason is that North Hangjin does like the youngest of the Ji family. Now the Ji family, because the daughter is still small, to the refusal is not relevant. The future of the matter who cannot say. The Empress took over Ji Tranquility to hold for a while, and then gave the person to Xian Wangfei. Because Bei Hangjin was too happy with her, Xian Wangfei did not return her to Mrs. Ji, but carried her back to her seat. Bei Hangjin called Tranquil Sister in one breath. The entire hall could hear his voice softly calling Tranquil Sister. Ji Tranquility's gaze instead fell on Marquis Ji, who was diagonally across the room. Seeing that he kept his head hung low, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Is father really drunk? From the moment I came in, I haven't seen father raise his head or say a word. I wonder what came to mind. Ji Tranquility stomped her short little legs anxiously. Daddy? I want Daddy. Mother quickly pat Daddy. It can't be that something happened. Right? Ji Tranquility was not far from Lady Ji. She had heard her daughter's heartfelt voice. She was busy raising her hand to pat Marquis Ji. Husband? Are you all right? Feeling someone patting himself, Marquis Ji abruptly raised his head and shook off his somewhat dazed head. It's fine. Well, I drank too much. I guess. My head is a bit dizzy. Unlike his previous tired color, the current Marquis Ji's face was flushed with red. It was just like a drunken appearance. The third prince on the opposite side was holding a teacup as a shield, and hooked his lips when he saw Marquis Ji's appearance. Very well. All thought he was drunk, waiting to find out that something was wrong even if Mrs. Ji's medical skills were superior. There was nothing she could do. As expected, the Western secret medicine was not worthy of the name, but was actually concealed from the skilled medical skills of Lady Ji. Thinking about this, the smile at the corner of Bei Hung Yuan's mouth enlarged. Seeing that his own father was really drunk, Ji Tranquility and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Ji, however, frowned and raised her hand to land on Marquis Ji's pulse. Only after discovering that the pulse was beating normally did she settle down. After a short while of silence, Emperor Yu set his gaze on third prince Bei Hung Yuan, and seeing a woman standing behind her, he asked, Your Honor, is this woman the noblewoman that the state master has spoken of? Back to father. It is. This woman's name is Qi Yun. Now is the Imperial Hospital a small doctor's daughter. Her father is the Ministry of War Minister Qi Adults. The third prince got up and respectfully replied, and pulled Qi Yun to salute Emperor Yu. What? Ji Tranquility inclined her head towards the third prince. Then her eyes widened. Qi Yun? Isn't this Mu Yun's daughter? Mu Yun was Mu Cheng's elder sister, married into the Ministry of War's ministerial house. The daughter born was named Qi Yun. Ji Tranquility frowned tightly in deep thought. Some time ago, the state master calculated that the third prince's life should not be destroyed. Said that there is a nobleman to help. At that time she also did see a woman darted onto the bridge with the third prince to mean her intimate. At that time, she thought that person was Lu Yi, but did not think it would be Qi Yun. Whether Lu Yi appeared or not was not important. What was important was that a nobleman had to appear, so as to fool the world and fool Emperor Yu. Just by looking at Emperor Yu's expression, it was clear that he very much believed in the words of the state master. Thanks to her, she thought that Lu Yi had appeared and could help the third prince. Compared to a little baby like her, Lu Yi is a higher level. Now, Even if the Ji family follows the original storyline, she can still help the Ji family get through it. When the Ji family was in trouble, she had long been able to speak. At this time, she was still afraid of the third prince. At this time, Ji Tranquility has already arranged the future properly. Chapter 98. Bestowed the title of Princess Rong. Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng looked at each other, and the reason for this was quickly figured out. The third prince, in order to let the poison in his body recover logically, directly fabricated a nobleman. If they hadn't learned in advance that the nobleman was Liu Yi, they would have been deceived by him. People who don't follow the ordinary path are called scary. The military minister's daughter Qi Yun does not practice martial arts. Do not practice women's red. Do not practice women's commandments. Only interested in the practice of medicine. After the help of his own father, learn under the door of Doctor Hu, master of the country face as such. Ji family will know that these two conspired to calculate the Qi family. Today, the third prince will bring this person, is to let her in front of people show a face. He said that this person is his nobleman. Will save him. In the future, it is possible that she will also be named the third prince's consort. And from then on, the Qi family will be on the up and up. Emperor Yu smiled and nodded, pleasure written all over his face. That's good. You take a good rest. If the poison in your body can really be solved, I will personally commend the Qi family's entire family. The Qi family kneels in fear, shouting long live. Raising her head, Muyun glanced at Mrs. Ji with deep meaning. This first sister of hers is really something. Other people rushed to be less than the royal marriage, but she avoided it. This is intended to tell the world. Only a person under 10,000 people on the crown prince is still of Ji family female. It's a pity that the crown prince is too old. On this side, Ji Tranquility was indignant. Damn. This is intended to force maternal grandfather to stand in line, not? Grandfather is not alone in his power. There are many disciples in the imperial hospital. Hearing this, Lady Ji's heart was a million times heavier. She had to find a time to tell her father about the third prince to know. Qizhou line. Darkyan said words he did not believe. It was really the third prince, who pretended to be too much and fooled too many people. Changed the clothes of Nandong Yin twisted charming waist, graceful into the hall, where all left a charming aroma. Immediately attracted the attention of all people. Nandong Yin knew how to take the lead. Of course, the prerequisite was to have enough confidence. If she succeeded in grabbing the eyes of the gentlemen of the world, then the songs and dances of the others would only be the green leaves to set her off. If it was the palace concubine who was going to dance, the crowd of male guests would not dare to look at her more than once. That would be disrespectful to Emperor Yu. But Nandong Yin was different. This move was a bit of claptrap. But if she herself didn't care, what did they care? When the music started, Princess Nangong's dance also moved, dancing with a sparkling passion. A moment towards the prince threw a wink. A moment towards the Ji family, two gentlemen side flung a long sleeve. Look at a crowd of male guests 3 souls away from the 2 souls. The men were happy to see this kind of dance with bold movements and enchanting waists, while the women scoffed at Nandong Yin's claptrap. Ji Tranquility, however, giggled as she watched. Ha! Not a bad dancer. A match for the head girl of Yihong Courtyard. Ji Lin Feng couldn't help but spray out the tea he had just drank in his mouth, receiving a cold look from Nandong Yin. It really was a mountain pig that couldn't eat fine chaff. If she didn't have a good skin, she wouldn't have bothered to give him a second glance. On the contrary, next to the fine tea-sipping teenager is somewhat special. Actually born than the prince is also good-looking. The prince is a good-looking man, but he is not like that. It's a pity that he has a crippled leg. After the dance, Emperor Yu rewarded some gold and silver, none of which Nandong Yin wanted. She was about to open her mouth when the Empress spoke. Which other young lady has talent to show? The Empress spoke directly, just to interrupt the words Nandong Yin was about to utter. But Nandong Yin had a thick skin. Without waiting for which young lady to step forward, she knelt on the ground and begged for grace from Emperor Yu. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, I have come to Shunyu this time, and I am quite appreciative of the prosperity of Shenjing City, as well as the folkways of Xinjing. For the sake of the two countries' long-lasting diplomatic relations, I'm willing to make a contribution by marrying the men of Shengyu and forming a marriage between Qin and Jin. She was a princess of a country, so she couldn't just be dismissed at will. I believe Emperor Yu was not a stupid person. In Gu Fanmu's opinion, Nandong Yin was a stupid one. If she could join forces with the Northern Kingdom, why would she end up relying on a marriage to maintain this peace? Why pay tribute to Shun Yu every year? In the end, it was still the Southern Kingdom that was too timid. Upon hearing this, the Empress' face darkened. She said that this princess of the Southern Kingdom was very thick-skinned. Normally, people would not be so brazen as to kneel down and ask for grace. If you really want to have a marriage, it is on the paper. This is her personal behavior. Emperor Yu swept his eyes majestically around the room, as if observing who was worthy of such a hot and spirited princess. Finally, his eyes landed on Crown Prince Bei Hengmo. The Crown Prince's sword brows were slightly furrowed. The Lu family, including Lu Qingyan, immediately had their hearts tightened. That was the princess of the Southern Kingdom. A low status would be lowering the face of the Southern Kingdom. Naturally, Emperor Yu didn't want years of peace to be broken and would absolutely fulfill her. From the Crown Prince's deep frown, the Empress had already grasped his meaning. So she whispered to Emperor Yu, Your Majesty's son is really in love with the Lu family's eldest young lady, and he can't afford to spare any more of his favor for someone else. If he marries the princess of the Southern Kingdom, he will have to neglect her. If the princess of the Southern Kingdom is aggrieved, it will be detrimental to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. If the marriage is really necessary, she will have to fight for Lu Qingyan's status as a plain wife, and the Crown Prince will be interested in her. He will not leave her out in the cold. She knew that Lu Qingyan was a sensible child. The third prince had an attitude of watching the show. In the entire hall, only the Ji family was calm and relaxed. Anna, nothing will happen. Look at how scared the Lu family sister is. And look at that Nandong Yen. TSK. She thought she would marry the crown prince. But she didn't want to capture Emperor Yu's heart with just that dance. If she learns that she's going to be concubine Rong, she'll spit out blood on the spot. Emperor Yu was actually waiting for the Empress to say no, so that he could incorporate her into his harem. He had a different thought the moment Nandong Yen came out in her navel-gazing outfit. Just when the Empress was in an up-and-down mood, Emperor Yu spoke. Then incorporate Princess Nandong into the harem to be a companion to the Empress. The Empress, who was preparing to help Lu Qingyan fight for a flat wife status. Emperor Yu looked towards Nandong Yen and spoke in a seemingly amiable manner. I didn't expect Princess Nandong to be so full of family and national sentiments as a woman. But I'm impressed. Since Princess Nandong voluntarily stays in Shengjing for the sake of diplomatic relations between the two countries, I will not condescend to the princess. Eunuch, pass on my decree. With immediate effect, bestow Princess Nandong with the title of Princess Rong, and move into Xiaohua Hall. One moment, Nandong Yen thought she got what she wanted. The next moment she heard that she was given the title of Consort Rong. The whole person was not good. She didn't want to be any Rong concubine. She only wanted to be the crown princess. No. Your Majesty, you Emperor. Minister is trying to. What? Princess Nandong thinks that I'm not good enough for you. Emperor Yu's face suddenly sank. Nandong Yen was startled and panicked, waving her hands. No. I didn't mean that. I just. Nandong Yen kept looking towards the crown prince's side, thinking that he was going to say a few words for her. But the latter just lowered his head and drank, completely acting as if it was none of his business. Since Princess Nandong has no opinion, so be it. Other matters will be arranged by the Empress. Emperor Yu sealed the deal. Nandong Yen fell to the ground as if she had lost her strength. Chapter 99. Poisoned. The crowd of courtiers did not dare to have any dissent at all, but most of them were mocking in their hearts. Who couldn't see and understand that little thought in Nandong Yen's heart? Didn't become the crown princess not to mention, but became consort Rong instead. Oh! What is this called? Moving a stone to hit one's own foot. TSK. This is what happens when you are too ambitious. If you don't want to be a good princess, you want to be concubine Rong. See, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Nandong Yen thought too simple and perfect. She is a princess of a country. To be the crown princess is a sure thing. Moreover, the crown prince married her will have the entire southern country as a backing force. In the throne will only sit more stable. Where to know the prince completely disdain, but also in front of her and a courtier's daughter staged infatuation play. Really is angry dead her. Good. Very good. When this princess gets a man, she will take over your position as the crown prince. The more Nangongyan thought about it, the more angry she became, and did not sit for long before finding a reason to leave. Following the Nangongyan, there are constantly girls on the stage to offer talent. But because there is Nangongyan hot dance in the front, behind the conservative dance were still into the eyes of the crowd. They all returned unhappy. The banquet soon reached the second half. Emperor Yu left first because he had to approve a report. The empress accompanied the crowd to enjoy the dance for a while before the banquet came to an end. When she was about to leave, the empress announced something, which was to advance the marriage between the crown prince and Lu Qingyan. Recently, too many things have happened. She was afraid that there would be another change, and the crown prince decided to advance the wedding date after discussion. The marriage between the crown prince and Lu Qingyan was around the beginning of August, and this time it was advanced to the beginning of June, a full 2 months in advance. It seems that the events of the last few days have caused the empress to be flustered. Also good. An early marriage, not giving the second and third emperors the chance to make another demonic move against the Lu family. Ji Tranquility looked at the empress' amiable smile and yelped. I have already put the 100 poisons pill into the water cup and have seen the empress drink it. That jade pendant one is not going to be in favor of harming her anymore. I really want to see the third prince's furious expression when he learns of the failure. The banquet ended in Ji Tranquility muttering. The courtiers each hit the road back to their homes. Ji Lifeng helped the drunken Marquis Ji walk outside. Marquis Ji's face looked even redder than before, and Ji Lin Feng carefully helped onto the carriage. Father, watch your step. Ji Lin Feng can't help but mutter in his heart. Father hasn't drank like this for years. He must be too happy to get himself drunk today. Not long after, the two carriages of the Ji family drove away from the palace one after the other. Duanmuyi's heart is very uneasy, reluctantly being pulled onto the carriage by Lady Duanmu. Let's go. Here. It's unruly to stare at an outside male like this. But mother, my daughter has something she wants to tell Lady Ho. Duanmuyi is very anxious, but is still pulled onto the carriage by Lady Duanmu. Lady Duanmu even snapped. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no rush. Duanmu anxiously twisted her handkerchief, feeling that if she spoke of this matter later, it would be a mistake. No. We need to find an opportunity to go to the Ji mansion. At today's banquet, Nangongyan's behavior, Emperor Yu's behavior, all fulfilled that dream. She felt more and more that it was no longer a dream, but was guiding her from the underworld. Another thing she didn't understand was that everything else was being fulfilled. So why wasn't the person standing behind the third prince Lu Yi but Qi Yun? Obviously the crown prince was still alive. Why was it the sickly third prince who finally ascended the throne? And what is that vague fragment? Under the palace wall, the pale-faced Bei Hung Yuan and Lone Wolf watched the Ji family leave. Master, will the Ji family suspect the empress? Because of this matter, they had stared at Mu Chung for several days. It was only when they found out that he had finally made up his mind to take action against the Ji family that they arranged for the medicine to be switched. Mu Chung was also a ruthless person. The moment he came, he put on a poison that would surely kill him, thinking that he was ready to fight the Ji family. Fortunately, it was switched by them in advance. Otherwise, how could the Ji family suspect the empress? Bei Hung Yuan did not answer him at first, seeing Ji family's carriage drive out of sight. Only then said quietly, even if you won't suspect the empress, you will also suspect that it is Mu Cheng's doing. In any case, it has nothing to do with us, that is. Those who can't be used for him must be removed. It's better if the suspicion goes to father's head. The Ji family has been somewhat successful in recent years. He found that the Ji family was present in all the plans that had failed repeatedly in recent days. It was thought that this variable was in the Ji family. So no matter what, the Ji family must disappear. The Lone Wolf was full of smiles. This arrow could be considered a triple eagle. Go and make arrangements to stay at the Protectorate Temple for 2 days. Yes. The master and servant duo stood for a while longer and left together. On this side, the Ji family carriage quickly arrives at the residence. Ji Lin Feng and the butler who quickly stepped forward helped the drunken Marquis Ji off the carriage. And just after crossing the threshold, the originally weak Marquis Ji suddenly broke away from the two of them and spat out a mouthful of black blood with a wow sound, before collapsing to the ground and convulsing. The change came so quickly that the housekeeper was stunned. Ji Linfeng's face changed drastically as he flung himself down beside Marquis Ji. Father! Father, what's wrong with you, father? Mother, come quickly. Father seems to have been poisoned. Father! What's wrong with you? Don't scare the child. Ji Linfeng was so scared that his face was bloodless, and he couldn't speak well. Lady Ji had just stepped off the horse stool holding Ji Tranquility when she heard Ji Linfeng's panicked voice. Intuition told her something was wrong. She quickly stepped across the courtyard and saw the image of Marquis Ji spitting blood and falling to the ground. In that instant, it seemed like a thunderbolt had exploded in her brain. It wasn't until Ji Tranquility's cries rang out that she regained her senses and stumbled towards Marquis Ji. She shouted in fear. Quickly go get the medicine chest. Father! Father's condition looks like he's been poisoned. Oh! Why didn't I see it just now? His face is dark blue. His lips are purple. The poisoning is already deep. It's too late. It's too late to resuscitate. There is an elixir. There is the resurrection of the dead elixir. I saw it last time. As long as there is still a breath, it can be saved. Wait for me. Wait for me. Father must wait for me. Ji Tranquility cried out in fear. But she didn't forget to click on the golden finger mall and search for the resurrection pill with her hands and feet. At this moment, she was so panicked that her entire body was trembling. Because Marquis Ji suddenly collapsed to the ground. The entire Ji mansion was in chaos. No one paid any attention to the man on the street corner who had got the news and left in a hurry. At this moment, Ji Tranquility knew that the more she panicked, the worse it would be. But she couldn't control herself. Her body trembled terribly. And her hands trembled even more. The courtyard was a mess of shrieks and cries. Lady Ji ordered someone to get her medicine chest, while she herself knelt down in front of Marquis Ji with one arm holding Ji Tranquility, trembling right hand to take his pulse. The poison has attacked the heart, injuring the lungs. Mrs. Ji panicked to the point of bloodlessness. She tightly embraced Ji Tranquility. At this moment can save Marquis Ji only she. She is the hope of the entire Ji family. Marquis Ji lay on the ground and kept vomiting blood, even spitting out broken pieces of internal organs. It was evident that the poison had attacked his heart. Lady Ji wanted to cry, but she knew that she had to be the one to preside over the situation, tightly biting her lips to prevent herself from crying out. But the tears in her eyes were silently mainstreaming themselves. It's going to be okay. Right? It's going to be okay. Right? Husband? You'll be fine. Right? You won't leave me and the children behind. You're most worried about Tranquil Child. She'll be very upset. She'll look for Daddy. Right? You must hold on. As she spoke, the tear-stained Lady Ji began to blame herself. Why? Why didn't I diagnose it? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Lady Ji bit her lip to the point that blood even flowed out. Yet she was as if she didn't realize it. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng comforted Lady Ji with crimson eyes. But seeing Marquis Ji continuously spitting out internal organs and black blood, their hearts were half cold. Ji Tranquility slid and pulled the panel with shaking hands, finally finding the elixir at the bottom. But she didn't have enough points. She was still a full 100 short. She was going to collapse. She was really going to collapse. Why was it so expensive? Could it be that the Ji family's fate really couldn't be changed? Chapter 100. Ji Tranquility strikes again. At this moment, Marquis Ji was breathless and his consciousness was gradually blurring. Only heard the cries faintly coming from the surroundings. He was in so much pain, and so unwilling to leave the lady and the children in such a way. But he felt anger draining away. Was he really leaving? A tear of blood fell from the corner of Marquis Ji's eye. He had to insist. Insist until his daughter to save him. His daughter is the most well-behaved and intelligent. To be able to meet her is a blessing that the Ji family can't cultivate for several lifetimes. The tears of blood at the corners of Marquis Ji's eyes hit Lady Ji's heart, and she held his hand tightly, trying to give him comfort. Crying, she said, "Husband, hold on, hold on." Nui Nui was already thinking of a way. She must have a way. Marquis Ji wanted to raise his hand to comfort her, but he didn't have the strength. Even his eyelids were too heavy to open. His internal organs hurt so much that he couldn't even breathe. The medicine box was brought over by an underling running fast. But Marquis Ji was too deeply poisoned for Madame Ji to do anything at all. However, she still trembled as she stabbed the silver needle down, covering for Ji Tranquility's next move. There is a way. Her daughter must have a way. She can't afford to lose Daddy-aw. Not only Lady Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng also placed their hopes on Ji Tranquility. God knows how anxious the two of them are at the moment. And how much they want time to run slower and slower. Just as Ji Tranquility was about to break down in a hurry, the system sound that had been months in the past once again resounded in their minds. Ding! The point system has been upgraded. From the previous 20 points to 100 points. Ji Tran's despairing expression instantly changed to ecstasy. Upgraded. Her system had been upgraded again. From the original level 2 to level 3. And she was awarded 100 points for spitting out a single sentence. A heavenly chance. Simply a heavenly chance. Ji Tranquility immediately spat out a sentence about Bei Hung Jin without hesitation. Little Jinzi. You're really going overboard today. I'm treating you as a brother. But you're trying to pick me up. When I grow up, I won't be able to spare you. After saying that, 100 points immediately arrived. Bei Hung Jin, who had just returned to the Xianwang mansion, stumbled on his feet, and was somewhat in tears. Good. This Shitzi will wait for you to grow up, and see how you can't spare me. Ji Tranquility excitedly nodded the word exchange. And when the elixir arrived, Ji Tranquility struggled to go down. Quickly. Quickly. Mother, quickly put me down. I have a way to save father. Ji Tran didn't struggle twice before falling to the ground from Lady Ji's embrace. In her opinion, Lady Ji was completely overly sad, and couldn't hold her anymore. Ji Tranquility rolled to Marquis Ji's side in a single roll, not caring if the blood on his body would get on him. Darting out her small hand. Snap. With a sound, the pill was slapped into Marquis Ji's mouth. Without half a moment's hesitation. The pill seemed to have divine power. And as soon as it touched his mouth, it entered the body on its own. Then it actually emitted a faint golden light that enveloped Marquis Ji's entire body. However, it disappeared in no more than an instant. The subordinates were all kneeling with their heads hung down, seemingly praying for Marquis Ji. So they didn't see the scene. But Mrs. Ji and Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng really saw it. 2 tears were still hanging in the corners of their eyes. Ji Tranquility. Oops. Mother and brothers must have seen it. How can this be explained? Ji Tranquility's dark and shiny eyes rolled, not daring to look back at her mother and brother's expressions. Why hasn't mother come to hug me? It can't be that she's treating me as an evil creature and is scared. Right? Ji Tranquility pitifully lay on Marquis Ji's body, feeling his gradually normalizing heartbeat. Reassured, she couldn't help but feel sad. Oh! What should I do? My mother and brothers will definitely think that I'm a monster, and are going to throw me away. And from now on I'll be the little poor thing that no one wants. At such a young age, I have to wander the streets. How can I say the word miserable? I'm afraid that there are very few street children as young as me in the world. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. Oh! Am I still not going to escape dying on a snowy, dark night? My life is so bitter. The few who heard the heartfelt words only wanted to say, there's no need. There's no need to think like that, Nui Nui / little sister. No one will treat you as a monster. You are a blessing to our Ji family. You're a treasure. How could we throw you away? Ji Yushu's eyes moved slightly, and secretly kicked Ji Lifeng, signaling with her eyes. Ji Lifeng learned his lesson this time, and immediately understood. In the next second, he exclaimed, Mother! Mother! Look! Father's fingers moved, spinning, hand over mouth as surprised. My God! Mother's medical skills have improved a lot. 3 needles down, father has a reaction. The expression was very pompous. But fortunately, Ji Tranquility's concentration was on Marquis Ji. Ji Lifeng still had tears hanging from the corners of his eyes. And with this shocking performance, he called out to look extremely like a clown. Ji Yushu's tight nerves finally loosened after seeing Marquis Ji's face gradually turn normal. Raleigh. He pressed back the fishy sweetness in his throat. Mrs. Ji knew that her 2 sons were making excuses for Marquis Ji's awakening, and she had already checked her pulse, which was as steady as it could be. Just now, that a golden light is afraid of repairing the body-damaged organs and bowels. At the same time also cleaned up the body's toxins. Think of all the excitement. This time, if not Nui Nui, Ji family really want to go on the road to destruction. She hurriedly picked up the person, sniffing, and cried and laughed and said, it must be the blessing of the Buddha. Just now, mother seemed to see a layer of faint Buddha's light shrouded in your father's body. Even Buddha is blessing your father. It will be fine. He spent half of his life on horseback for the country. Lord Buddha must not be able to bear to let such a person, who loves the people and the country, to pass away early. Saying this, Lady G hugged G Tranquility and bowed towards the sky. In her heart, she silently recited, "Thank you, Buddha, for casting such a well-behaved daughter into the G family. The G family will surely save up merit and virtue for generations to come in return." The people in the back hollered and followed. Bowing down, Ji Lifeng helped Ji Yushu also kneeled. Thank you, Buddha gave Sister Ah. From now on, the Ji family will be generations of good, to save merit in return. The people don't believe in what Buddha's light, only know that their family's wife is a veritable miracle doctor. 3 stitches down pulled the ghostly Marquis back. Ji Tranquility let out a long breath. So it turns out that mother and brothers interpreted the golden light as Buddha's light. That's so great. I thought I would suspect me of being a monster. I'm not a monster. I'm a real human, only with the memories of my previous life. Lady G ordered people to carry Marquis G, who had yet to wake up, back to Wutong courtyard, holding Ji Tranquility, who had changed her clothes, at her bedside. The 2 Jiyushi brothers also did not leave. They stared closely at Marquis G on the bed, hoping that he would wake up soon. At this time inside the Moon Palace, Lone Wolf, who had received the news, was already smiling. "Master, it's done. Will the next plan remain unchanged, or?" Once Marquis G was dead, the remaining people would not be enough to fear. But they could not stay. Just now, they had already received news that Gu Fanmu wanted to get rid of Ji Lin Feng. Since Gu Fanmu had taken action, they could just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Bei Hung Yuan had always been cautious. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Wait a little longer, and observe the reaction of the Crown Prince and that person." Yes. After the Lone Wolf left, the 3rd prince was lying on the noble consort couch with a cozy face. The real didn't know that the person he thought was dead was about to wake up at this time. Chapter 101. Ji Tranquility dreamed that Lady G was covered in blood. "Mother!" Probed father's pulse again. "Why aren't you waking up?" This was the 108th time Ji Lin Feng had asked. Lady G didn't feel impatient, but seriously put her finger on Marquis G's pulse. It was even smoother than before. And there was also the sound of even breathing. Almost awake. "Don't worry." Upon hearing this, several people appeared to be relieved. But in reality, the heart they were carrying still hadn't been put down. That scene just now was really dangerous, and several people's minds could not be calmed for a long time. Ji Tranquility was held by Mrs. G. 2 little fat hands cannot be honest. Has been pickpocketing G Marquis. "Daddy, quickly wake up, Ah. The sun on the R's. Don't sleep." The 3 people in the room are very silent. Today Marquis G was poisoned. If it is not the 3rd prince is very difficult for people to explain. Thinking about how dangerous Marquis G was just now, several people were seething with anger within. Ji Lifeng felt that before saying the matter of poisoning it was necessary to mention the state master. Only this person can God unknowingly put poison into Marquis G's cup. So, with a straight face, he said, "Mother, big brother, didn't I say before that I have Dark Yan's memories? But it's the part where he died that's missing. Separation to be exact." The 2 big brothers and 1 small brother immediately looked towards him, waiting for him to continue. When it came to business, Ji Lifeng gathered up the hangdog. Listening to him, he said, "The state master is no longer Ci Feng. To be exact, he was seized by something that had taken over his body. And that thing was originally residing in Dark Yan's body before." Ji Lin Feng said a lot in one breath. Hearing the crowd dumbfounded, Ji Tranquility was even staring wide-eyed. Is it so shocking? Second brother actually didn't find this matter bizarre? Is he not afraid? Ji Tranquility stared with a pair of dark, glowing eyes, glancing at Lady G for a moment, and then at Ji Yushu. Luckily, the latter too showed the incredulity and horror that a normal person should have. What Ji Tranquility didn't know was that with her weirdness in front of them in the 3 people's minds, the rest seemed to be even weirder and not so hard to accept. Ji Tranquility furrowed her small brows, carefully analyzing Ji Lin Feng's words. If Master Ci Feng was truly taken over, the time period would most likely be right around the time we went to Jizhou. After Dark Yan was misunderstood by his mother that time, he rushed into Stony Mountain in a fit of anger, then encountered the waiting Master Ci Feng. Master Ci Feng shot the second brother lest that wisp of soul that is Dark Yan stripped out. That thing then took the opportunity to take over Master C.I. Feng's body. No matter how good Master C.I. Feng is at divination, he is still immortal after all. That's why it was successful in taking over his body. The man in black in that forest was most likely the State Master. From this, it can be deduced that that black mist itself is a Northern Kingdom person. And it is also acquainted with Gu Fanmu. In that case, this all makes sense. Is the third prince's move considered collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country? He probably wouldn't have thought that the State Master was from the Northern Kingdom, and gloating over the fact that he has found a competent helper. I think the State Master's intentions are definitely impure. Suddenly, G Tranquility thought of a more serious matter. In the original story, it was mentioned that a vision fell from the sky when second brother was born. It also mentioned Dark Yin sneaking into the G mansion to steal the roster. But it didn't say anything about C.I. Feng being seized. If, as written in the original, Master C.I. Feng has not been seized, then it is possible that the person who has been seized is second brother. That is to say, that the second brother who died tragically in prison in the original was not really the second brother. The time he died was when that dark shadow took over his body. It became the real Dark Yin. Because the Dark Yin in the original story didn't die. The one who died was second brother. After the body was taken over, Dark Yin found another body to replace it. G Tranquility recalled that when the G family went to identify the body at that time, Ji Lifeng had already been beaten to a bloody pulp and could not see his original face. At that time, the author also gave Ji Lifeng a close-up of his face. It was estimated that the intention was here. At that time, because the picture was too brutal, she had skipped reading it. Now that she thinks about it, everything makes sense. Now that Dark Yin is dead, that black shadow was forced to take over someone else's body ahead of time. This person is Master C.I. Feng. And the appearance of this Master of State seems to be an attempt to pull the plot back to its original trajectory. In other words, the biggest enemy now is not the third prince, but this State Master? Upon hearing this, the hearts of the several people were shocked beyond horror. And they thought that the original story G Tranquility was talking about was a historical account penned by a historian. They also didn't think too much about it, and placed all their focus on this State Master. Since the State Master was the greatest enemy, this State Master must die. With the help of the State Master, the chances of the third prince's success seemed to be greater. This was because he had first calculated that the third prince's nobles would appear on the last Snake Festival. After that, he also calculated that Ji Lifeng had a prison sentence. From this, it could be seen that this State Master had the same divine ability as G Tranquility. That was why the three of them felt appalled. Ji Lifeng's eyes rolled. He really wanted to know if G Tranquility had a ghost-repelling talisman or a ghost-descending talisman in her hands. So he lightly coughed twice and asked Jiyushu as if he had no intention of doing so. Big brother, isn't the current State Master having his body taken over by someone? We have to think of a way to save him. We can't just let that monster-like thing help the third prince disrupt the dynasty. If this person is from the Northern Kingdom, we can't let him go even more. Therefore, someone has to be found to force this person out of Master C.I. Feng's body. G Tranquility also nodded her small head. Immediately, she tapped on the golden finger maul to rummage around to see if there was a soul collector talisman or something. It turned out that there really was. I'll go. This is too expensive. A soul collector talisman costs 10,000 points. I'm penniless right now. Nom. G Tranquility really couldn't figure out why a soul collector talisman would cost 10,000 points. Upon hearing this, Ji Lifeng's expression dimmed. It seemed that this matter would have to wait. Wait for G Tranquility to gather 10,000 points. He also didn't know how G Tranquility's points were obtained. If he did, he would have to find a way to help her get them anyways. Jiyushu pondered for a moment and said, I do know a Maoshan Taoist priest, but this person has not asked about the world for many years, and his whereabouts are uncertain. I can't find anyone for a while. Lady Ji gazed at her willow eyebrows and said, Sure, think of a way to find this person. One had to make two preparations. After all, this person had great magical powers. Jiyushu nodded and decided that she would let people go look for this person at first light tomorrow. Over here, Ji Lifeng spoke of Marquis Ji's poisoning with an angry face. Mother! Big brother! Father's poisoning is definitely linked to the third prince. And the helper is the State Master. Such a weird person. It couldn't be simpler for God to poison him without realizing it. Today is the Empress's birthday. Intentionally using this matter to set up Father's poisoning. Then let us suspect the Empress or His Majesty. This plan can't be described as not poisonous. And it's still a method to get the best of both worlds. Getting rid of father, while also making the Ji family suspect the Empress. Thus coming back to being the good guys. Lady Ji glanced appreciatively at Ji Lin Feng and took life over. Fomer's analysis has a few points of truth. As we suspect the Empress, I believe the third prince will secretly send someone to pull the Ji family together. Of course, the prerequisite would have to be the death of the Ji family's head family. This was the usual trick of the third prince. After analyzing the entire incident, the next thing was how to retaliate back. Ji Lifeng was a calm one, and immediately clenched into a fist and said, "Directly tell the crown prince about the third prince pretending to be poisoned. In this way, we can still have one more ally." Chapter 102. No. If the crown prince asks how we learn about it, how can we explain? Ji Yushu objected. The most convincing thing is that booklet. Ji Lin Feng frowned. Big brother, have you forgotten about the Jizhou epidemic? The third prince can't get out of it with that by he. If we analyze this matter to the crown prince, he will definitely suspect the third prince. Ji Yushu, however, shook his head. The crown prince is already on the same path as us. He will draw attention to it. The key is that Emperor you won't believe it. No matter what. That booklet is the hard evidence. Moreover, the third prince must have evidence in his hands to remove himself from the Jizhou incident. If the crown prince is too calm to tell Emperor you, then what awaits the crown prince will be the offense of deliberately slandering his handlers, thereby striking the grass and alerting the snakes. Eldest brother's analysis is extremely correct. If there is no ironclad evidence in hand, it will be hard to get past Emperor Yu's hurdle. As long as Emperor Yu is unconvinced, he will defend the third prince. As the future emperor, if he can't even tolerate his own sick and weak blood brother, his belly can be imagined. And wouldn't Emperor Yu feel comfortable handing over the position to him? Hearing this, Ji Lifeng sighed darkly. Then where is this booklet? Could it have been buried in the mud long ago? The matter of finding the booklet is really urgent. Just then, Ji Tranquility saw Marquis Ji's fingers move. Surprised, he exclaimed. "Ah! Wake up! Wake up! Daddy is awake! That's wonderful!" When Marquis Ji moved his hand, several people's faces were overflowing with joy, and they came closer. Marquis Ji seemed to be able to sense the several people's concern for him, and didn't let the several people wait too long. He opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his eyelids was the cute and cuddly milk dumpling Ji Tranquility. Then Lady Ji, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, followed by the crimson-eyed Ji Yushu. And lastly Ji Linfeng, who was going to cry but not cry. I'm fine. Don't worry. He knew that it was his precious daughter who had stepped in to save him. And no one but her could do it. Marquis Ji broke into a smile. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. Marquis Ji gently raised his right hand and slowly held Lady Ji, wordlessly comforting her. Ji Tranquility laughs as her body swings about. He. Father and mother's relationship is getting better and better. Perhaps father found out that mother is the white beauty he's been thinking about for years. When these words came out, the three people were all dumbfounded. All of them stared with a pair of don't-be-believable eyes. Ji Tranquility's back was turned to the three of them, so she was invisible. As if answering Ji Tranquility's words, Marquis Ji nodded secretly towards the three, as if to say, I know. I knew it long ago. But at this moment, the few people all tacitly did not open their mouths to ask, because Ji Tranquility was there. Lady Ji only ruthlessly suppressed her heart, which was so excited that it was beating wildly. Turning to another matter. Husband, we've already discussed today's matter, and it was precisely the third prince's doing. He asked the state master to take advantage of your unpreparedness to put poison in your wine cup, which caused you to be poisoned. This poison is so tricky that it's probably not the product of Xingyu. Just now, when I took your pulse in the hall of Konghe, it showed normal. Your aura looks undoubtedly the same as being drunk. I've never heard of this kind of poison. It seems like I need to make a trip back to the Mu Mansion and ask father if he's ever heard of this kind of poison. As soon as this matter was mentioned, several people thought of the shocking scene just now. Their fists clenched and creaked, hating the fact that they couldn't immediately split the third prince into 5 horses. Marquis Ji frowned and pondered for a long time, always feeling that this matter was not that simple. But it was also feasible to go to the Mu Mansion and ask. The Marquis Ji's matter Mrs. G had already ordered her subordinates not to spread a word about it. However, the movement of the G family's side is not small, and it is expected that the neighbors have already known about it. It is unknown when the news will reach the palace. Mrs. G was anxious to know what kind of poison Marquis G had been hit with. She rushed to the Mu family before it got dark. This time, she didn't bring G Tranquility. Only a maid. G Tranquility fell asleep when Marquis G left, and woke up in less than half an hour. It was because she had a very scary dream. In her dream, she saw Lady G being tied up, locked into the basement, and then beaten with a barbed whip. This dream was coming on strong. She was so scared, afraid that this dream would turn into reality just like her last New Year's Eve dream of Bei Hong Jin vomiting blood. Mother! Mother, wow wow wow. Where did Mother go? Hearing G Tranquility on the cot crying, Xiao He hurriedly ran into the house. On her lips, she said, "Why did you wake up only a short while after you fell asleep? Is it possible that you're hungry? How can this be? Madam has gone to the Mu Mansion." Upon hearing that Lady G had gone to the Mu Mansion, G Tranquility cried even more violently. When Xiao He came to hold her, she looked very resistant. "Want Mother? Want Mother?" Xiao He couldn't hear G Tranquility's heart, but seeing that G Tranquility didn't want her to hug her, she softly consoled her. "Miss, don't be anxious. Madam will be back soon." Xiao He tried to coax G Tran to sleep while comforting her. As a result, G Tranquility becomes more and more resistant, and her little fat hands keep pushing against Xiao He. Wanting Mama, quickly go to the Mu Mansion to fetch Mama. If we're any later, something will happen. At this moment, G Tranquility was scared. The dream with Northingjin in front of her became a reality, and this dream really couldn't make her calm down. G Tranquility is really crying too much. Xiao He's heartbroken, so he carries and walks towards the main courtyard. In the main courtyard, only Ji Yushu is guarding Marquis G's bedside. Ji Lin Feng was called away by the housekeeper. Grand Duke, Miss has woken up and has been crying. Presumably she's hungry. Xiao He carried Ji Tranquility and hurriedly crossed into the house. No. No. It's Mother. I just dreamt that Mother was tied up in the basement, covered in blood. Something must have happened. Big brother, quickly go and save Mother. Ah. Hearing this, Marquis G was horrified, and despite his physical ailments, he lifted the covers and was about to get out of bed. Ji Yushu also had a horrified look on his face. He was busy raising his hand to hold the person down. His deep eyes had a meaning that only the two of them could understand. Ji Yushu's mouth, however, said, "Father is trying to hug his sister? Don't be in a hurry. Your body is not yet fully healed. Sister is crying so hard. I'm afraid she misses her mother. I'll have someone go to the Mu Mansion to rush her." "Oh, Big brother understands me too well. I just miss my mother. You quickly send someone to the Mu Mansion to look for her. Ah. It's best to let second brother go. Second brother's martial arts are strong, so if there's anything, it's good to deal with it." Marquis G forced down the worry in his heart and raised his hand to signal Xiao He to carry the person over and place him next to Marquis G. G Tranquility stopped crying when he heard Ji Yushu say that he was going to the Mu Mansion to rush Lady G again. The bun's face was covered in tear stains. "Big brother, go quickly. If it's late, I'm afraid that something will really happen to Mother." Ji Yushu also did not delay. Immediately beckons Wutong, letting push to go outside. Once out of Wutong courtyard, Ji Yushu's face became gloomy. Immediately said to Wutong, "You are fast on your feet. Quickly go and call the second son." After Wutong nodded, he hurriedly left. Ji Yushu was so anxious that his hands and feet were sweating. Delaying even one more breath could be dangerous. He believed that it was impossible for his little sister to have a dream like that for no reason. There must be a reason. Today's Ji family is simply plagued by many disasters. Not long after, Ji Lifeng hurriedly rushed over and saw Ji Yushu sinking into a phase, anxiously stepping forward. "Big brother, what happened?" Ji Yushu signaled Ji Lifeng to attach his ear. The latter listened. His face was filled with solemnity, and he turned away without hesitation at that moment. Chapter 103. The poison was put down by Mu Cheng? Ji Lin Feng left on horseback, followed by Lu Ma and Go Yuan. Both of them were Yin Zheng's men. Each of them had been through 100 battles. Because it was almost dark and there were fewer pedestrians on the streets, Ji Lin Feng dared to hurry to Mu Mansion quickly. When he arrived at the Mu Mansion, Go Yuan went up and tapped on the door. Normally, if you clap twice, someone will open the door. But today, there is no movement. Ji Lingfeng's feet stomped. A borrowed force to rise up in the air. Directly leaped into the Mu mansion. Inside the courtyard was quiet. Without any popularity. Ji Lifeng raised his hand, signaling the two of them to split up immediately after him. Ji Lifeng found his way to the backyard before he found the housekeeper on the ground, who had long since died of gas. His heart was in his throat. At that exact moment, the sound of porcelain breaking came from inside the house. Ji Lifeng dodged to the closed door. Heard Mu Cheng roar from inside, "Oh, you are dying. Still thinking of your daughter. Is it that I am not your son? Is I not your son? Is Mu Yan not your daughter? How have you ever cared about our siblings as much as you have cared about Mu Yao? She's the one who killed mother. Mu Cheng, won't let her go." At this moment, Imperial Dr. Mu was lying breathless on the bed. And there was blood everywhere by the bedside. Mu Cheng accused Imperial Dr. Mu with a trembling hand. "You lied to me in order to harbor your mother's killer. It was clearly Mu Yao and Ji Xiaoshan who teamed up to kill mother. And instead of stopping it, you lied to us siblings. I hate you. I hate you." Imperial Dr. Mu shook his head. No. I killed your mother. It has nothing to do with Xiaoshan and Yaoer. Don't accuse good people indiscriminately. If there is anything, you just come at me. Imperial Dr. Mu had already said a lot of such words. But the furious Mu Cheng couldn't listen to them. Mu Cheng had been waiting for this day to come for a long time. And had also been preparing for it for a long time. He dismisses the servants in the residence and sends Gao and the child away in advance. He knew that if he offended the Ji family, he would be subjected to endless retaliation. But he couldn't just stand by and watch his mother's murderer live happily ever after. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the Ji family to avenge his mother. He had already ordered the city guards. As soon as he sent Dr. Mu and that woman away, he would take his wife and children and escape from Shangjing. Mu Cheng laughed madly. "Although I don't know why I didn't poison Ji Xiaoshan. I caught Mu Yao, and the person he loves the most. This is something she sent to me herself." Ha ha ha. His intention was to poison Ji Xiaoshan and Imperial Dr. Mu together. But he didn't expect that Ji Xiaoshan was not only fine, but also participated in the banquet in a good manner. Unable to kill Ji Xiaoshan, he could only kill Imperial Dr. Mu first to make Mu Yao regret his life. But what he didn't expect was that Lady Ji sent herself to the door. Even the heavens were helping him. Outside the door, Ji Lingfeng is shocked beyond words when he hears this. So, the poison was given by Mu Cheng? It was they who had wronged the third prince. Damn, Mu Cheng actually had the audacity to poison father. Go to hell. At that moment, Ji Lingfeng kicked open the door of the room without hesitation. And the door with the bolt shattered with a sound. Mu Cheng turned back violently when he heard the commotion, and was met by Ji Lingfeng's black eyes filled with killing intent. "You?" Mu Cheng was shocked. He guessed that the Ji family would come, but he did not expect it to be this swift. In an instant, Mu Cheng drew out the dagger in his sleeve and stabbed towards Ji Lingfeng. Ji Lingfeng sneered, lifted his foot, and easily kicked the person out. Mu Cheng smashed his whole body on the screen and then fell down, spitting blood from his mouth. Mu Cheng is just a small doctor. In front of Ji Lingfeng, he is completely hitting a stone with an egg. The fallen Mu Cheng was not afraid. Instead, he laughed even more. Ha ha ha. You won't find Mu Yao. You'll never find her. And your maternal grandfather will not live long. Ji Lingfeng was so angry and hateful that he flew over and ruthlessly stomped on Mu Cheng's neck. He roared, "He's your real father. Are you still fucking human?" As soon as Mu Cheng heard the word father, he was like a madman and roared at Ji Lingfeng. "He's not my father. I don't have such a father. He only has Mu Yao and the Ji family in his eyes. Never looked at my siblings as human beings. And even more so, he looked down on my mother." Ji Lingfeng laughed at Mu Cheng's radical words. "If grandfather looked down on your mother, why did he raise her to the position of the first wife? If grandfather did not have you and Mu Yun in his eyes, why did he stoop so low as to seek a position for you in the Imperial Hospital? Why was your sister placed in a good family like the Minister of War, with your mother's lowly status? She doesn't deserve it at all. With your sister's status as a concubine, she can only be a concubine." Shut up. These aren't his regard for his mother and sister. Those are all things they fought for and took their lives in exchange for. Mu Chung disagreed with Ji Lin Feng's statement, and angrily retorted. Ji Lin Feng also didn't have the heart to speak to the same greasy, good-for-nothing brute who couldn't understand what he was hearing. He gave him another hard kick before saying, "Tell me the entrance to the secret room, or else I'll send you to the Western Paradise with one kick. Do you believe me?" Of course, Mu Chung believed that Ji Lin Feng would kill him on the spot. But he already had no regrets if he could drag that bitch Mu Yao to die with him. He just pitied his underage son. Mu Chung glanced at the breathless Imperial Dr. Mu on the bed and laughed openly. "Using my life to exchange 2 lives is worth 1,000. So do it." Mu Chung looked as if he wanted to kill or die as he pleased. Ji Lin Feng was furious, stored up his strength, and slapped his palm at Mu Chung. Heard 2 clicks. Knew that his chest bone was broken. But Ji Lin Feng is not satisfied, and didn't want to give him a palm. Outside came the sound of hurried footsteps. It was the other 2 people who had split up to look for him, who had returned. One holding the injured Lady Ji, and the other holding the maid Ji Li, who was also injured. Ruma said excitedly. "Second Duke, Madam has been found in the secret room in the backyard. When we arrived, the thief was holding a stinging whip and beating the madam. In order to prevent hurting the madam, my subordinate had to behead the thief." Upon hearing this, Mu Chung only felt as if he was hit by 5 thunderbolts. He raised his head in shock and saw Lady Ji standing alive in the doorway. He only felt a huge stone pressing on his chest and couldn't breathe. "No, it can't be. How is she still alive? How can she be alive? Ah, I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Let go of me. Let go of me." Mu Cheng's eyes were glazed over, his hands fiercely grasping onto Ji Lin Feng's foot that was stepping on his chest. He tried to move it away, but unfortunately, the disparity in strength was as if he was trying to shake a tree. Ji Lin Feng laughed evilly. Hee hee. "My kung fu for more than 10 years is not practiced for nothing. Pinching you to death is like dealing with an ant. Now that my mother has been found, you have no value." Turning to Lu Ma and Go Yuan, who came in from the doorway, he said, "Well done, Uncle Lu, Uncle Yuan. If it wasn't for your experience, I would have to look for a while. This dead kid has a tough mouth." Ji Lin Feng gave the 2 of them an appreciative glance before dropping his gaze on Lady Ji. There was only 1 whip wound on her body, so he thought that the duo had discovered it in time, which had not led to a serious situation. Only then did his hanging heart dare to let go. Against Mu Cheng's face full of dead gray, Ji Lin Feng only felt incomparably relieved. Lady Ji clenched her teeth, forcibly endured the pain in her body, and glared at Mu Chung angrily, saying, "Fomer, this person shall not be lightly spared. He poisoned your maternal grandfather, as well as your father." Ji Lin Feng nodded heavily, his sandbag-sized fist smashing against Mu Cheng's chest in a cathartic manner, causing him to vomit blood furiously. "Hee hee. You didn't expect us to arrive so quickly, did you? Even more so. You didn't think that we would be able to find the entrance to the secret room without any problems, right? TSK. There are still more things you couldn't have imagined?" Ji Lin Feng slammed fist after fist on Mu Chung. Lady Ji, on the other hand, approached the bed with Lu Ma's assistance and checked Dr. Mu's pulse. Only after a long time did she withdraw her hand. A pair of beautiful eyes tinged with anger. "Fomer, search him. The antidote must be on his body." This poison that Mu Chung had given to Imperial Dr. Mu was not as violent as Marquis Ji's kind of poison. Now that it was discovered in time, there was still a chance of survival. Chapter 104. The medicine has been switched, and Mu Chung has been taken advantage of. Ji Lin Feng searched on Mu Cheng's body for a while, and found the antidote. For fear that the people in the house will be worried, Lady Ji arranges for Go Yuan to carry Ji Li back to the house to recuperate first, and in the meantime informs Ji Yushu of this side of the story, so that they won't be worried. While waiting for eunuch Mu to awaken, Ji Lin Feng speaks with Lady Ji about Ji Tranquility's dream. "Mother, today, if it wasn't for my little sister dreaming that you were covered in blood, the consequences would be unimaginable." Saying this, Ji Lin Feng glared fiercely at Mu Chung, who had fainted to death. He wanted to slap him to death, but was finally stopped by Lady Ji. She said that she would wait for Imperial Dr. Mu to wake up before convicting him. Only then did Ji Lin Feng give in. Lady Ji's whip wound was on her chest, and she had already applied medicine. Lady Ji held onto Dr. Mu's hand tightly, and said with red eyes, "Mu Chung thought that your father and I had killed Aunt Sue. which is why he came up with the trick to poison us. I thought he believed your grandfather's words. Blame it on the fact that I thought he was a know-it-all. How could I have known it was someone so paranoid? Fortunately, it was fortunate that Tranquil was there. When she thought that the poisoned hand that the G family had met today had been saved by Tranquil Child, she was both grateful and fearful. They had all learnt a lot of information in advance. But there were still many calamities that could not be avoided. As the two of them were talking, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded from outside. It was Ji Yushu holding Ji Tranquility who came. He also brought many government soldiers, illuminating the entire Mu mansion with lights. Mother! Are you alright? Mother! Mother! I want Mother! Ji Tranquil's heartfelt voice and Ji Yushu's words rang out at the same time. Lady Ji pulled out a big smile. Mother is fine. At the same time, she reached out to hug Ji Tranquility. Ji Tranquility didn't let her hug her, as Ji Tranquility's eyes pointedly saw blood stains on Lady Ji's outer shirt. Oh! Mother is injured. There's blood on her body. Mother, don't hug me. Be careful of hurting you. Ji Tranquility knew so much that it was heartbreaking. And Lady Ji's heart and eyes were filled with Ji Tranquility. Mother is fine. Mother doesn't hurt. Lady Ji responded to Ji Tranquility. Ji Yushu glanced at Mu Chung, who was alive or dead next to the screen, and asked in a deep voice, Mother, what exactly happened? Seeing Lady Ji's body trembling unceasingly, Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng as well as Ji Tranquility simultaneously reached out their hands to give her silent comfort. Lady Ji sank her face and recounted in detail what had happened just now. When I came, I saw quite a few Mu House subordinates carrying bags and heading out. No matter how I asked the original reason, they didn't say anything. I had to go into the house to ask your maternal grandfather, but I didn't want to hear Mu Chung talking about poisoning him outside the door, because he suspected that Andy Su didn't die from bandits, but from me and your father's knives. It was your maternal grandfather who harbored us. He also said that he had already poisoned your father in the tea yesterday, with the same kind of intense poison. But somehow, the poison did not come out that day. I was in such a hurry to save your grandfather that I rushed in without having time to inform you. At that time, the butler hadn't left yet and followed me in to deal with the irrational Mu Chung. How could I have known that he had a knife on him and stabbed the butler in the abdomen? He also ordered someone to tie me up. Your maternal grandfather was already poisoned at that time. Where to stop him? Perhaps thinking of the thrilling scene just now, she finally couldn't help but cry out. Experiencing two frightening moments in one day was already on the verge of collapse. Father, it's my daughter's fault for not discovering Mu Cheng's evil mind earlier. Lady Ji threw herself on top of Imperial Dr. Mu and cried out. How could she have thought that Mu Cheng, this unfilial son, would even dare to kill his own father? The antidote was fed down, but because Imperial Dr. Mu was too old, she was so worried that he wouldn't wake up. Ji Tranquility wanted to comfort Mrs. Ji, but she couldn't speak, so she could only comfort in her heart. Mother, don't be too sad. Who could have known that Mu Chung was a wolf in sheep's clothing? In the original, the Ji family did not encounter dark diffusion, nor did they go to Jizhou, and there was no such thing as Aunt Sue's exposure. At the end of the day, Mu Chung was alive and well. Who would have thought that it was such a person with a small role who was a poisonous snake? Mu Tai Doctor probably would not have thought that he would be poisoned by his most trusted son. He thought that Aunt Sue deserved to die. Even if Mu Chung found out anything, he would understand him. In his opinion, his own son was the most understanding. He thought that the poison was given by the third prince. But in the end, it was Mu Chung. This was something that a few people would never have expected. But mother, would you not be able to see the poison Mu Chung put down? Ji Linfeng asked in surprise. Mu Cheng's medical skills were not as good as Lady Ji's, so there was no way he wouldn't be able to see it. This question stumped Lady Ji. If it was really Mu Chung who had placed the poison, she would have been able to see it. Could there be something missing in this? A few people's doubts had just risen when Mu Chung woke up. Ji Linfeng was busy coming over to force the question. Honestly, tell me, what kind of poison did you give my father? Mu Chung didn't want to say anything at first, until Go Yuan caught Gao, who came back. Gao's because of the long wait Mu Chung cannot, so returned to the Mu house to check. How do I know? As soon as I entered the door by the hook Yuan grabbed. If you don't tell me, I'll kill her first. Ji Linfeng made a gesture to slap Gao to death. Only then did Mu Chung tell the truth. It's heart devouring scatter. I put down heart devouring scatter. After saying that, He spat out another mouthful of blood because of his anger. Child's father. Gao broke away from Go Yuan and pounced on Mu Cheng's body, hugging him heartily. The gaze that looked at Ji family members was all hatred. It's you guys. You're so cruel. Not only did you kill the mother, but you also want to kill the child's father as well. The Gao family, and the Ji family have no power over each other. Ji Lifeng was simply laughed at Gao's words. Retorting, he said, "Wide your dog eyes and see clearly. It was your man who kidnapped my mother first. Okay?" Ji Lifeng really wanted to kick the indiscriminate couple in front of him to death. The two siblings, including Gao, had always been disrespectful to Lady Ji. So Ji Lifeng and Ji Yushu had never called an aunt. Gao landed her hate-filled gaze on Ji Lifeng and yelled, "It's you guys. It's you guys who killed your mother-in-law first. Ah Chung was just trying to avenge his mother-in-law. What's wrong with him? It's you guys who are at fault." Lady Ji, however, didn't want to pay attention to the hysterical Gao, staring tightly at Mu Chung. "You're lying. The heart-devouring scatter can be completely diagnosed from the pulse. Moreover, a person who has been hit by the heart-devouring scatter will show symptoms of heart and vein failure after an hour. And she did not diagnose the heart-devouring scatter from Marquis Ji's pulse." This was what Mu Chung was puzzled about. He had clearly seen Marquis Ji drink that cup of tea with his own eyes. But why was he still able to appear at the banquet in good health? Is there a possibility that the medicine was changed by someone else? For example, the third prince? As soon as Ji Tranquil's heartbeat rang out, the faces of the three people who could hear it all changed. If that was the case, that meant that Mu Chung had been used by the third prince. The moment this thought came out, Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng both had a chill down their backs. Suspicions come and go, but in the end, they still suspect the third prince's head, when it really is like a maggot on the bone. Cannot get rid of it. Ji Yushu's eyes flickered as she pushed her wheelchair closer to Mu Chung. She called Mu Chung an uncle for the first time in her life. "Uncle, do you really think it's heart-devouring scatter?" Mu Chung lowered his eyes and contemplated for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and laughed, laughing as blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. I know. You have offended an unimaginable figure. What awaits the Ji family will ultimately be extinction. You guys can't fight him. You can't fight him." Ji Yushu and Ji Lifeng looked at each other, and both thought of the third prince. It seemed that Mu Chung was precisely being used by the third prince. "Ah Chung, don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. You still have me and Yura. Don't say anymore. I beg you, Lady Ji. Save the child's father. For the sake of us being a family. Save him." Seeing that Mu Cheng's situation was very bad, Gao seemed to have just reacted to the fact that the Ji Mu2 families were originally family. Chapter 105. Preparing to return a big gift to the third prince. Ji Lifeng snorted, laughing to death. "You only remember that we are family at this time? When you kidnapped my mother in the beginning? Did you ever think that we are a family? I don't know. I really didn't know that Ah Chung would kidnap Big Sister. Just based on your earlier statement that the Gao family and the Ji family are at odds, I wouldn't have let my mother save him." At this moment, Ji Lifeng was simply not going to stop until Gao was pissed off. Gao also knew that the Ji family wouldn't save Mu Chung, so she simply cursed. "Murderers. Your Ji family is murderers. I'm going to beat the din when drums and expose the Ji family's murder of my mother-in-law in front of His Majesty. Let the entire people of Shengyu come and see how the undefeated god of war in their eyes is a black-hearted man behind their backs." Lady Ji stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Gao, coldly saying, "Have you ever thought about why we killed Ensu?" Mu Chung, who didn't have much strength, raised his head indignantly after hearing these words, staring at Lady Ji with a pair of bloodshot eyes. "You admit it. You finally admit to killing my mother." Lady Ji, however, shook her head. "No, I didn't kill the person. But after I learned that my mother was poisoned by your mother, I really wanted to kill her. Do you know that your mother had bought poison in the hands of the Dark Cabinet in order to poison the mother in charge, so that she could take her place? In that case, would you still feel that she died in vain? No. It can't be. My mother is kind and gentle. It's impossible for her to do something like killing the head mother." Mu Chung tried his best to retort. Lady Ji laughed in anger. "What's impossible? She was bent on taking the position of the main mother in order to prevent your siblings from being ridiculed for being commoners. There are many ways to resolve this matter, and your mother chose the most despicable means. She is a person who will do anything to achieve her goal. Do you know how my mother suffered daily after being poisoned by your mother? The ridiculous thing is that my father never suspected your mother. It was only that she had consumption. Mu Chung was still there screaming that it was a lie deliberately made up by Lady Ji, and that his mother was kind. Madame Ji ignored the despair in Mu Cheng's eyes, and continued in a cold voice. As for the Dangwon drum, you guys can go ahead and bang it. This madam would like to see whether it is you, Mu Chung, who will not be forgiven for killing your father, or my Ji family, who will be spurned by the world for avenging the murder of my mother. Mu Chung and Gao despaired. They couldn't see when the Ji family was exterminated. But right now, they really couldn't fight the Ji family. Mu Chung laughed with blood in his eyes. What happens to me? Mu Chung. Today is what will happen to your Ji family in the future. You won't be able to be complacent for long. Ji Lin Feng saw that Mu Chung still had the strength to speak. He couldn't help but tsk twice. You don't think that we really can't defeat the one you're talking about? Do you? Oh. Do you really think that everyone on the other side is a fool like you? Being taken advantage of. And still helping to speak for the enemy. Mu Chung looked at Ji Lin Feng like he was stupid. His intuition told him that they knew who that person was. And Su was a member of the Qin family. Which I don't know if Mu Chung would know. But from the beginning to the end, and Su as well as Mu Chung was the one being used by the third prince. In the end, Mu Chung still died, not being able to wait for Imperial Dr. Mu to wake up. And under severe injuries, he was infuriated alive because of Ji Lin Feng's words. Gao kept crying and screaming, and was knocked out by Ji Lin Feng's slap. In the latter half of the night, Imperial Dr. Mu finally woke up, and after learning all that had happened, he didn't blame Ji Lin Feng, and said that Mu Chung had been blinded by hatred. And even if he lived, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be used by the third prince again. He just pretends that he never had such a son. Dr. Mu also said that after learning that the former Lady Mu was poisoned by Aunt Su, he had the idea of splitting the family with Mu Chung. Seeing Mu Chung is like seeing Auntie Su, and he can't forgive himself. Dr. Mu also says that after Ji Lin Feng gets married, he will retire to his hometown. As for Mu Cheng's son, he hopes that Madame Ji will claim him. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving Yur to be raised by Gao. As for Gao, she was naturally repudiated back to the Gao family. The Gao family is a fifth-ranked governor, and would never cross the Ji family just because of a daughter, let alone the fact that the fault lies with Mu Chung. In the Gao family's view, Yu's being placed in the Ji family's care is his good fortune. When Dr. Mu wakes up, Lady Ji asks the question in her mind, Father, is there a kind of poison that can't be diagnosed from the pulse, and can't be seen from the color of the person's face? And the person hit can only be poisoned every other day. Just now, they had already worked it out. The reason why they let the poison come out every other day was because the third prince wanted to implicate the Empress or Emperor Yu in this matter. Getting drunk at a banquet was the most normal thing to do, and thus getting poisoned. Anyone would associate it with the Empress or Emperor Yu. Ji Tranquility also wanted to know about this kind of poison, and listened with a strong spirit. Dr. Mu pondered for a long time, and he really remembered a poison. He had heard about it from the mouths of Western merchants. There really is a poison. This poison doesn't have a name. I only remember that at that time, that Westerner only wrote 2 symbols. Because it's been so long, I also forgot what that symbol looked like. So it was a contraption that came from the Western Ocean. No wonder even Mother couldn't detect it. It was impossible for Mu Chung to come into contact with that thing. In that case, this matter is unrelated to the third prince. Because Imperial Dr. Mu's body was still weak, Lady Ji left Shou He and Go Yuan, and 2 guards to look after him. The others returned to the Ji mansion. Ji Tranquility fell asleep as soon as she got on the carriage. Back at the Ji mansion, Lady Ji placed the sleeping Ji Tranquility on the cot. The 3 of them then sat by Marquis Ji's bedside, and talked to him about Mu Chung being used by the third prince. The third prince took advantage of Aunt Su's death, and used Mu Cheng's hand to poison the Ji family. The Ji Mu family would not have thought that the murderer was someone close to them, and only suspected that the poisoning was related to the Empress or Emperor Yu. For the third prince, this plan was a sure thing. They were careful of all the people around the third prince, but not Mu Chung, who had never been very talkative. Ji Lifeng said indignantly right away, Father, Mother, Big Brother, we've always thought about how to crack the third prince's tricks and watch out for the people around him. But we haven't thought about taking the initiative. Ji Yushu echoed Ji Lifeng. Second brother is right. Before we were all thinking about how to break the third prince's moves, and were very passive. This time, the lesson would have been learned without little sister's divine ability. The cost is really too great. Therefore, we have to take the initiative. Just in time. We can use this matter to teach the third prince a painful lesson. In fact, Marquis G had already drawn up a plan in his mind, only waiting to implement it after the Empress' birthday banquet. This time, it was indeed his carelessness, neglecting Mu Chung. However, as Ji Yushu said, he could use this incident to catch the third prince off guard. Analyzing from Ji Tranquility's heart, the third prince had a pulling attitude towards the Ji mansion, and it was only after he ascended to the throne later on that he would cross the river and tear down the bridge. But right now, it seems that he doesn't want to pull in, but wants to get rid of it completely. In that case, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Sure, tell us your plan. Ji Yushu nodded heavily. So he greeted everyone and attached their ears. After hearing Ji Yushu's plan, the three of them brightened up. Even if they couldn't move the third prince for a while, they could still plant the seeds of suspicion in the hearts of the Crown Prince and Emperor Yu. Chapter 106. Woe to the East. After the two brothers left, Lady Ji was able to have some pillow talk with Marquis Ji. You learnt early on that that person was me, yes or no? Marquis Ji knew what Lady Ji was referring to, looking at her with a gaze full of tenderness. Yes. The reason I didn't tell you is because I wanted to make up for what I owed you over the years. I also know that there are things that can't be made up for. But by doing so, my heart will always feel better. I'm sorry, madam. It's my husband's fault. Lady Ji had once hated Marquis Ji's. Hated him for wasting most of his time on a woman. But now she learnt that that woman was herself. She suddenly wanted to cry so badly. It turned out that she had been sulking with herself all these years, without Tranquility's heartfelt words. He and she were afraid that they wouldn't know until they died. Right? Because Marquis Ji's mental state was poor. Lady Ji didn't pester him for too long. After only a few words, she went to sleep. Early in the morning of the second day, the Ji family spread the news that Marquis Ji had been poisoned and was unconscious. Immediately, it caused turmoil in Shengjing City. At the same time, the Mu family also released the news that Mu Chung had been poisoned and died. Some people say that the Ji and Mu families are overshadowing their masters, while others say that the Ji and Mu families are on the wrong side. Otherwise, the others were not poisoned, but the two families were poisoned. You should know that Mu Chung is the half-brother of the Marquis wife, and the people are all proud of each other, and all are lost, in order to not let the Ji family turn over. So even the Mu family will not be spared. The news has been confirmed. Yesterday afternoon, there are a lot of passing people heard Ji family cries. When it was almost dark, the Ji family and many people rushed to the Mu family. It was thought that they had learned of the news that Mu Chung had also died of poisoning. When this news reached Emperor Yu and Empress Yu's ears, their eyes were filled with horror. Ji Shaoshan was known as Sheng Yu's undefeated god of war, and his prestige was high in the hearts of the people. So once such news was spread, it would be extremely unfavorable to the royal family, and even Sheng Yu as a whole, because of the comments about the meritocracy. Emperor Yu was furious. However, he knew that he couldn't get angry at this time, or else the rumors would be confirmed. Not only could he not get angry, but he also had to send the imperial physician to the Ji family to treat Marquis Ji. Outrageous. In the end, who is the rumor? When did I ever say that he, Ji Shaoshan, had achieved more than he deserved? Since he took the initiative to hand over his military power, what reason is there for me not to believe him? Investigate for me, and no matter who it is, kill them on sight. Emperor Yu was so furious that he broke the scroll in his hand. This person's intention was very clear. He wanted to make him centrifugal. Inside the imperial study room, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Liu were kneeling on the ground to bear the wrath of Emperor Yu, and eunuch beside them did not dare to utter a single breath. As soon as this news was spread, the Crown Prince surmised that this matter might be related to the third prince. He was trying to make the Ji family suspect that this matter was the Empress doing, thus suspecting the Eastern Palace. As for the meritocracy, it was just a deliberate attempt by Lao San to confuse the public, regardless of whether this matter succeeded or failed. Emperor Yu would have an opinion of the Ji family. It had to be said that the third prince's use of this ploy was truly brilliant. The Crown Prince reported in a deep voice, "Father, the only plan today is to send the imperial doctor to inquire if Marquis Ji has a shortcoming, not to mention you. Even the Queen Mother can't be blamed. Marquis Ji was poisoned after attending the palace banquet. Emperor Yu coldly hummed. Isn't Marquis Lady known as a miracle doctor? It would be unable to save a Ji Xiaoshan. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince secretly let out a cry of badness. Father Emperor was implicating the Ji family in his anger. From the perspective of the whole thing, the Ji family was the one who was most wronged. If Lao San was ruthless, Ji Xiaoshan might not be able to survive. It depends on whether Lao San really wants Ji Xiaoshan's life or just wants to create public opinion. On this side, Prime Minister Lu spoke up. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has a point. Right now, the first priority is to save Marquis Ji from waking up in order to calm the people's hearts. Eventually, Emperor Yu nodded his head, and as a show of sincerity, he had the Crown Prince personally bring the imperial physician to the Ji family. As for the rumors, Emperor Yu had his trusted eunuch to personally investigate. The first person to investigate was Gu Fanmu, the envoy of the Northern Kingdom. When the Crown Prince arrived at the Ji family with the imperial doctor, the entire Ji family was shrouded in grief. Mrs. Ji held Ji tranquility and led the two sons in front of the bed. Each of them cried with red eyes. The Crown Prince signaled for the imperial doctor to come forward for an examination, and the result was that the poison had attacked the heart, making it difficult to wake up. Ji Tranquility has already learned from Lady Ji's mouth about the Ji family's plan of trying to trick them this time. He is trying to hold back a smile. Hee. Look! Even the Crown Prince was surprised by the acting skills of his mother and brothers. The Crown Prince could probably guess that it was the third prince who was behind it. Emperor Yu wasn't so sure. The person he could guess was afraid that it was the second prince of the Northern Kingdom, Gu Fanmu. But it's good. That guy is not a good person by nature. If we can find out something else, I'm sure it'll be a good thing. It had to be said that Ji Tranquility had the truth. Eunuch hadn't found evidence that Gu Fanmu had poisoned Ji Xiaoshan, but he had found the 5 dead soldiers beside Gu Fanmu who were preparing to make a move against the Ji family. Emperor Yu was furious and detained Gu Fanmu in the cold palace, releasing the other ambassadors. From then on, Gu Fanmu became the first hostage from another country since the beginning of Shengyu. Of course, all of this is just an afterthought. The Crown Prince returned with the imperial doctor to resume his duties. And when Emperor Yu learned of this, the grief on his face was genuine. The Crown Prince, who had come out of the imperial study room, turned around and went to Fengyi Palace. In front of the Empress, he opened a note. This note was one that Ji Yushu had secretly slipped to him when Fan was leaving Ji's house. There were only 5 words written on it. Beware of the third prince. After reading it, the Crown Prince and Empress expressions changed instantly. They had guessed correctly. This matter was really related to the third prince. The Empress straightened up and exclaimed, Mare, this is not a bad opportunity. We must make your father suspicious of old third. The Empress' heart was thrilled with inexplicable excitement. The third prince wanted to use this matter to make the Ji family suspect that it was them, or that they already had the so-called evidence. Nay, the Ji family had long since learned of the third prince's plot, and therefore did not believe it. This Ji family was really someone who could be trusted. The Empress even boldly guessed that the Ji family must have evidence in the hands of the 3 emperors plotting against the emperor. The reason why they did not take out because the timing is not enough. Such as thinking. The queen face shows a rare color of joy. The Crown Prince quickly thought of a wonderful trick. Mother, my son already has a way. This will go down and do it. You just wait for the good news from my son. Didn't Lao San want to draw the trouble east? He then drew the evil water back again. How could he not have thought that this time? He had dug himself a hole. If it wasn't for the Ji family deliberately letting him hear those words, he would never have thought that a sickly child would want to sit in that position. Bei Heng Yuan, who got the news of Ji Xiaoshan and Mu Qing's death, was playing chess with Qin Wan in a meditation room of the Protectorate Temple. Although he didn't put out the rumors, this was exactly the result he wanted. So how could he not be happy? He simply wouldn't care about the death of a Mu Qing. Mother should be relieved this time. Without the support of the Ji family, the Crown Prince won't be able to bounce around for long. Bei Heng Yuan's eyes brought a smile as he dropped a stone. Bei Heng Yuan, who was immersed in pleasure, did not see Qin Wan's expression as she was about to speak. It was only after a long time that she plucked up the courage to say, Yuan, do you know the news that your aunt and the others have died? Knew. How could he not know? He would soon avenge the Qin family's death. Qin Wan looked at Bei Heng Yuan somewhat nervously, several times wanting to speak. Bei Hung Yuan could see her thoughts, and put the black disc in his hand back into the chest box. Speaking softly, he said, "Mother may as well say what she has to say." Qin Wan gripped the corner of her coat, and thought for a long time before she was ready to speak. But unexpectedly, a secret guard hurriedly pushed the door in. "It's not good, master. Something has happened in Shengjing." Hearing this, a bad premonition hit Qin Wan's heart. Bei Hung Yuan even stood up in a hurry. Speak. Chapter 107. Against the Imperial Court. After listening to the secret guard's reply, Qin Wan's face went white at that moment. And she busily said, "Your Honor. But has someone discovered something?" Bei Hung Yuan's face had a few moments of solemnity. "You said that Eunuch found out that the rumors were spread from Yuhua Palace?" "1,000 times true. The one who was captured was a small palace made from Yuhua Palace called Shaozu. When Eunuch caught her, she was preparing to escape. After 2 lashes, she confessed that the rumor was spread by you, Master, in order to make the ruler and minister centrifugal. She also said that the poison also came from you." "What? How could this be? Can it be that the palace maid heard something?" Qin noble consort's eyes widened incredulously as she listened. Turning to her, she said urgently, "Your Honor, think of a way. Otherwise, the crown prince will suspect you. For that position, you endured 6 years of poisoning. You can't lose all your efforts in this matter." A crack appeared on Bei Hung Yuan's face, which was good at disguise, for the first time in history. Sure enough, plans concerning the Ji family would end up going against their wishes. What kind of a bully is the Ji family? Why are all the other plans fine, but only in this Ji family business trip? Suddenly, Bei Hung Yuan thought of one thing, and that was the booklet. That is the booklet. That is the booklet that has not made any mistakes so far. Is it true that no mistakes have been made? Or has the matter of the booklet been exposed, or that booklet is a fake? Is there any news from old man Wu's side? Bei Hung Yuan suddenly asked this question. The secret guard reported back, "There is no news yet. Just in case there was a mistake in the pamphlet." He asked Wu Laosan to check from the nearest person. Some days had passed, so it was reasonable that news should have come. Right at this moment, Wu Laosan came back in a dusty manner. Bei Hung Yuan hurriedly asked, "Have you found out?" Wu Laosan shook his head. "Wrong. The address on the booklet is all wrong. There is no such person. Master, we were cheated by the Dark Pavilion. The people from the Dark Pavilion took our money but fooled us with a fake booklet. The plan had failed again." Qin Wan didn't even dare to think about it anymore. "Your Honor, let's reverse it. Shall we? This damn place, she doesn't want to stay any longer for a moment. Every day besides eating chaff and swallowing food, is copying Buddhist scriptures. Forcing the palace at this time would still catch those people off guard." This was already the second time Qin Wan had said such words. Bei Hung Yuan's brows held back his anger, but he still forced himself to suppress the fire and said, "Mother, child does not want to hear such words again. As long as Ji Shaoshan died, the truth of the pamphlet didn't matter. It was just that he could not tolerate deception." Bei Hung Yuan gave Wu Laosan a stern look, and the latter understood and left. But Mother doesn't want to stay here at all. Mother is about to go crazy." Qin Wan looked at Bei Hung Yuan with a pleading face. The plan had failed time and time again. She could no longer afford to wait. Bei Hung Yuan shook her hand that was calloused from copying scriptures daily. He said, "Mother should keep these days of suffering in mind so that she can act more securely in the future." Qin Wan knew that Bei Hung Yuan was still blaming her for not doing enough to secure the Jizhou matter. After thinking for a long time, Qin Wan nodded with teary eyes. "All right. Mother will endure again." With these words, Bei Hung Yuan's face only looked better. The next time, Bei Hung Yuan continued to play chess with Qin Wan, until Emperor Yu sent someone to pick him up. The person sent was Eunuch Da. Eunuch Da just pushed open the door, and saw Bei Hung Yuan spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was very pale. "Agu, why is Third Highness still spitting out blood? Didn't he say he met a nobleman who can heal?" Because of the rumor, it had upset Emperor Yu, and even the subordinates in the entire palace were doing things with trepidation. He was no better. Later on, he finally found a clue, but it turned out that the spearhead was pointing directly at the third prince. This is not a proper frame-up. The third prince is pure and innocent, and he is also suffering from a strange poison. How could he do such a thing? This is not beneficial to him. Don't believe in it, but still have to go. After all, So many pairs of eyes are watching. Qin wipes her tears straight from the side. Miss Qi, for the sake of your honor, has already rushed to the top of Snow Mountain overnight to take the Snow Lotus. After Miss Qi left, the poison that was so hard to stabilize seems to be showing signs of a toxic outbreak again. Eunuch Do was so distressed that his brow wrinkled into a ball, thinking to himself, if he were to be told that a palace maid had identified him as spreading rumors, wouldn't it be even more difficult? What is Eunuch Do here for? Qin asked the frothing Eunuch Do. Eunuch Do's mouth moved, and he finally lied. There's no big deal. It's because the Emperor remembers his Third Highness, which is why he asked us to personally come to pick him up. Qin nodded with a look of so. Since father misses it, then go back. Mother, child will come back to see you another day. Saying that, Bei Hung Yuan held Qin hand tightly. Seeing a strand of hair fall behind her ear, he gently helped her pin it behind her ear. Finally, only then did he reluctantly leave. In front of Eunuch Do, he staged a mother-son love story. Behind her, Qin opened her mouth, and finally watched Bei Hung Yuan leave. It's just a matter of time. The person is already dead. What's the point of telling him? It will only add to the sadness. On the way, under the repeated questioning of Bei Hung Yuan, Eunuch Do did not hide it from him. He told him that the palace maid had identified him. Bei Hung Yuan was really as Eunuch Do expected. Couldn't take the blow and spat out another mouthful of blood. Does Eunuch Do believe it? I don't believe it. Your Third Highness, please don't worry. His Majesty doesn't believe it either. But Marquis Ji's poisoning is a serious matter. And if Marquis Ji doesn't wake up, the people will believe it. Your Highness also knows that the Ji family has a very high position in the hearts of the people. If this is not handled well, His Majesty will have to fall under the title of persecuting loyalists. Now, someone suspects that this matter has something to do with Third Highness. When we return, Third Highness will properly speak with His Majesty. Who this someone was, Bei Hung Yuan could tell with a single guess. Bei Hung Yuan nodded his head in a clean-cut manner. He also said, this imperial prince also wants to know who the person behind the palace maid is. This matter troubles Eunuch Do to make sure to investigate clearly. Third Highness, don't worry. His Majesty already has a suspect in mind. Oh, who is it? Bei Hung Yuan was curious. Eunuch Do smiled faintly and said, the second prince of the Northern Kingdom, Gu Fanmu. Bei Hung Yuan, who thought that he would investigate the crown prince or the empress. Thinking about it carefully, only Gu Fanmu was filled with hatred towards Ji Xiaoshan. When Ji Xiaoshan led an army of 100,000 troops straight into the Yellow Dragon of the Northern Kingdom. If it wasn't for the Northern Kingdom's royal family taking the initiative to submit a surrender letter and become a vassal state, Ji Xiaoshan wouldn't have spared the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Therefore, the Northern royal family hated Ji Xiaoshan to the bone. Did not check to the crown prince or the queen head does not matter. Ji Xiaoshan dead is not it. The carriage rushed slowly. Finally rushed back to the palace after 1 hour. Wide imperial study room. There are quite a lot of people. There is the queen, the crown prince, 2 responsible for investigating the poisoning of the Marquis of Ji case of the police, and 3 first-ranking ministers. The right is full of grief in the Ji family of the 2 sons, and the Marquis of Ji's 3 in the court as a disciple of the official. Bei Hung Yuan's eyes flickered with an unfathomable color after secretly scanning the circle. None of the people who came were his people. Was this unintentional or intentional? Bei Hung Yuan was helped in by Eunuch Do. And as soon as he entered, he ignored Eunuch Do's obstruction and knelt next to Xiao Zhu. Emperor Yu, who was angry, didn't say much. The palace maid next to him, Xiao Zhu, did not apply any other criminal punishments other than the 2 lashes she started with. However, as soon as she saw Bei Hung Yuan come in, her body shook non-stop. It was as if he was a flooding beast. When the people around her saw this attitude of hers, they all revealed suspicious gazes. Ji Linfeng even looked like he was muttering in a low voice. Why is this palace maid afraid of seeing the third prince like this? Can it be that this matter is really done by the third prince? It's true that you don't know what's in your heart. Emperor Yu sat at the top with a sullen face, not hearing Ji Linfeng's mutterings at all. But the people around him heard them clearly. Bei Hung Yuan's eyebrows jumped imperceptibly. Chapter 108. The witness was killed. Over here, Emperor Yu asked Palace Maid Xiao to repeat the words of the party again in front of the third prince. It is easy for a mere palace maid to be bribed. This kind of person is very timid, as long as torture is used. Are you still afraid of not being able to tell the truth? His honor has always been pure and virtuous. How could he possibly do such a thing? Confronting him in front of everyone was just a way to give the Ji family an explanation. With this in mind, Emperor Yu raised his hand to signal the palace maid to speak. Xiao seemed to be frightened by Emperor Yu's uncertain expression, and directly spoke out of turn when she got to the end of her sentence. No. 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 The Third Highness asked the slave girl to put the poison down. The rumor was not put out by the slave girl. No. No. The rumor was put out by the slave girl. The poison was put into Marquis Ji's wine glass by the Third Highness State Master. The crowd was getting more and more confused. But no matter how the order was reversed, both events were related to the Third Prince. What kind of person was the Third Prince? Even if Emperor Yu personally sent the throne to him, he would have refused on the grounds that he wouldn't live long enough. What reason would such a person have to poison Marquis Ji? But the two dukes of the Ji family were different, with I believe it written all over their faces. Ji Linfeng was even more directly angry as he stepped forward to question Bei Hongyuan. Third Prince, why did you poison my father? Tell me. Why? What did my Ji family do to offend you? My father has dedicated half of his life to Shengyu, and has never done anything wrong to the people of Shengyu. My elder brother was crippled for life by bandits, who broke his hamstring to save the future ruler. Why are you still going after my father? Thinking of those heartfelt words of Ji tranquility. Thinking of the final end of the Ji family. Ji Linfeng really wanted to punch this evil wolf in sheep's clothing in front of him to death. He really wanted to rip off the mask of hypocrisy from his face and ruthlessly stomp on it. At this moment, Ji Linfeng was hissing from the bottom of his heart on behalf of the dead Ji family. The current ones were like reborn people, experiencing what they had experienced before with the knowledge of the end. Ji Linfeng portrayed a filial son with a heart for his family's father to the fullest. The ministers on the sidelines were all dumbfounded. Was eldest Prince Ji believing the palace maid's words? How can that be? The third prince had been corrupted by a strange poison for 6 years, and living one more day was a luxury. How could he have poisoned Marquis Ji? Seeing Emperor Yu's gloomy and ghastly face, the crown prince busily stepped forward to pull Ji Linfeng, who was so agitated that he was on the verge of losing his mind, to a halt. He advised, Second Prince, don't get excited first. This matter is not necessarily the work of Third Brother. Third Brother has a pure nature and a weak body, so he doesn't need to make enemies for himself, losing decorum in front of the temple. This is a provocation to the royal family. Seeing this, Eunuch Da also busily came down to support the agitated Ji Linfeng together with the crown prince. Second Duke, calm down. Calm down. This is in front of the royal court. Don't provoke His Majesty. Prime Minister Liu on the side also echoed the crown prince's words, and came up to advise Ji Linfeng not to be a jerk at this time. In everyone's opinion, Ji Linfeng himself was an unruly one. With Marquis Ji's death, it's already good that he didn't kill his way into the palace. After such a big thing happened, how could Ji Linfeng calm down? Kneeling on the ground, hammering the ground fist by fist, full of hatred, he angrily asked the third prince, Why? Why? Turning as if he thought of something. He looked particularly alarmed. Could it be? Could it be that he's been in disguise all these years? The purpose is to find an opportunity to get rid of my father? Ji Linfeng's voice was not too loud or too small, and was just heard by the 3 people who came up to pull him. At that moment, the pupils of the 3 people all shook. The crown prince's brows furrowed fiercely at once. Even though the third prince acted calmly, his body still trembled after hearing Ji Linfeng's words. Ji Linfeng looked at his eyes, and coldly grunted in his heart, See if I don't scare you to death. Calming down, Ji Linfeng knelt on the ground with a thud and asked for forgiveness. I lost my mind for a moment. Please punish your majesty. The composure at this moment contrasted sharply with the excitement of the party, giving the impression that the person who was fooling around just now was as if he wasn't himself. The crown prince's frown deepened. Ji Linfeng's moves seemed to be telling him something. Emperor Yu was so angry that his face became even more gloomy. If he hadn't wanted to carry another reputation for angrily killing a loyal and good man after that, he wouldn't have let a brat get away with being so reckless in front of the imperial court. And how could he publicly chastise a great filial son who sought justice for his father? At this time, he could only be a good emperor who loved his people like a son. Emperor Yu forced down his anger and said, I fully understand the feelings of the second son. However, this matter is quite suspicious, and needs to be questioned in detail. But I promise that no matter who it is, I will definitely seek justice for the Ji family. Emperor Yu asked Bei Hung Yuan with a sullen face. Your Honor, tell us truthfully if this matter was your doing or not. Bei Hung Yuan shook his head very firmly as Emperor Yu expected. My son is very sympathetic to what happened to the Ji family, but this matter was not my doing. Hearing this, Emperor Yu was very satisfied. Turning to the palace maid, he said angrily, Bold bitch's servant girl. Who in the world told you to pour the stolen water on the imperial son? Tell us the truth. Emperor Yu slapped his palm on the table, scaring the palace maid so much that her body shook. Abruptly, the palace maid's eyes lit up, as if she suddenly remembered something and complacently said, The slave girl remembered. The rumor was released by the slave girl, and the poison was put down by the third prince's state master. The slave girl really didn't remember wrongly this time. The state master gave outsiders the impression that he was a powerful man, and that it was easy to drug people without God knowing what was going on. This time, the palace maid did not speak incoherently again, but rather her words were clear. There was also a sense of support rejoicing because she remembered. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like she is lying. Emperor Yu was furious. Asshole. How dare you climb up and bite? Come on. Give me a beating. Beat her until she speaks. Emperor Yu was furious and directly asked people to do it. Immediately, the two forbidden soldiers waiting outside the door rushed into the room. Emperor Yu sent a look towards the two of them, signaling that they should know how to take it lightly, and that if they killed her, she would really be dead without a right. The two understood the meaning, and immediately pressed the man to the ground, raising the board high and then dropping it hard. Seemingly forceful, but mostly intimidating. Spare your life, Your Majesty. Slave girl sentence is true. Do not dare to deceive the emperor. Xiao Lu screamed at the top of her voice. Emperor Yu, however, didn't believe it, and ordered the two forbidden soldiers to continue beating. Everyone present frowned as they watched. As he watched, Xiaoju's bottom was being beaten to the point where it was stained with blood. But she still insisted that she was telling the truth. The slave girl really didn't dare to deceive the emperor. Every word, every sentence she said was the truth. Truth? The so-called truth is to tell the mastermind behind the scene. Only then will I spare you from death. You have to weigh it up. Emperor Yu's gaze at the palace maid was full of threats. The crown prince dropped his gaze onto Emperor Yu's face, and the fists hanging in his sleeves tightened. At this moment, it was as if he had figured out something. Yudi thought to himself that he would always say when he couldn't take it after two more hits. Where did he know that he wouldn't say anything until he spat out blood? But he was a tough guy. Before she told the truth, she couldn't die. If torture didn't work, she had to think of another way. With this in mind, Emperor Yu raised his hand to signal for a halt. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoju, who had only been beaten with 18 plates, suddenly threw up her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Turning her head to look at the third prince, the words that came out of her mouth sobbed with blood. She said, Your Third Highness, didn't you promise the slave girl, if something happens, to protect the slave girl? Now you but are indifferent. As soon as the words were finished, the person lost their breath. Just so very suddenly died? Ji Lin Feng seized the opportunity. His face changed, and he shouted, It's clearly you. What else do you have to say? Chapter 109. Ji family bites the third prince. Bei Hung Yuan's always unperturbed face directly cracked open at this moment. He looked violently at Emperor Yu, who was at the top, and his eyes were full of panic. His father. His good father. The good father who looked at him with a look of indebtedness every day, had actually beaten a witness to death alive in front of him. Didn't Eunuch say that he already suspected that it was Gu Fanmu's hand? Why did he still beat the person to death? Why did he beat him to death in front of him? Isn't this an obvious way to make people believe that he did it? Just now, he had witnessed Emperor Yu winking at the two of them. He thought that he believed him, and was just gesturing to them not to beat him to death. Just to scare them. How could he have known that he was signaling for them to secretly kill him? He had always thought that his good father was indebted to him. At this moment, he only felt that his father was so heartless. Emperor Yu felt bad as soon as he met Bei Hung Yuan's disappointed eyes. With the witness dead, Ji Lin Feng looked particularly agitated. It's you who poisoned my father. I beg your majesty to do justice for the Ji family. Ji Lin Feng knelt on the ground with a thud. The three officials behind him also assisted Jiyushu to kneel on the ground together. Shut up. As soon as the palace maid died, Emperor Yu instantly panicked, standing up from his chair with a prancing motion. It was enough to see from Bei Hongyuan's gaze that he, his father, had deliberately allowed the witness to be beaten to death, making him unable to defend himself. Was he preferring to sacrifice him, his son, in order to appease the Ji family? Ji Lin Fenghart coldly laughed and said, "Today's matter is already evidence. If the dog emperor still want to use the year's means to tang Ji family, I don't blame the Ji family for being cold-blooded and heartless." Prime Minister Liu really for Ji Lifeng pinched a sweat. Clear-eyed people can see that Emperor Yu is trying to cover up for the third prince. He's doing well, always rubbing salt into Emperor Yu's wounds. How can people not be angry? Bei Hongyuan suddenly coughed violently until he coughed up blood. "Father, this matter really wasn't done by my son. You have to believe son." Son's servant. Bei Hongyuan nearly fainted, but put on a stubborn look to hold on. Quickly summon the imperial physician. Emperor Yu had a panicked look on his face as he asked someone to summon the imperial physicians. The two imperial physicians came in hot pursuit, one checking Bei Hongyuan, the other checking the blood-covered palace maid. The former was furious and the latter was powerless. The person was really dead because of Xiaozhu's death. Emperor Yu was furious. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. How did he know that she would die after only 10 or so beatings? Emperor Yu was so furious that he asked the royal doctor to check if the courtesan was suffering from any other illnesses or had taken anything abnormal. As a result, the person was just beaten to death after a round of examination. Now, the third prince was unable to defend himself. Emperor Yu had nowhere to vent the fire in his heart, so he turned his anger on imperial doctor who quacks, simply quacks. This person is obviously sick. Otherwise only a dozen boards down why died. Come on people. Give me drag down caning. Another person to come. Spare your life, ah emperor. Everyone's physique is different, ah emperor. Imperial doctor who knelt down and begged for mercy. Hearing this, Bei Hongyuan's face grew colder. Emperor Yu's actions were all about covering up his motives for wanting to kill someone. He just wanted to break his back. When the Yushu incident happened, he had secretly warned the second prince, saying that the Ji family was loyal and quite prestigious in the hearts of the people. It could only be appeased, not moved. Now, the Ji family is in trouble again. He can't settle the people's hearts without coming up with some means. Imperial doctor who was escorted, and Emperor Yu signaled the other imperial doctor who came along to examine the courtesan. And the result he got was still beaten to death. Emperor Yu nearly pouted. This bunch of animals. He has made it so obvious, but still cannot check that the death is due to disease. It was simply foolish. You go die too. Emperor Yu fumed and kicked at the imperial doctor. The empress and the crown prince exchanged glances in the shadows, and together they stepped forward to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, one eunuch found out the cause of the disease, so perhaps it can be said that it was a misdiagnosis. But if two people have the same result, it is possible that they really did die from the stick. At this moment, Emperor Yu was really riding a tiger, glaring fiercely at the empress and the crown prince. One was his wife, and the other was his son. Could the matter not be seen as difficult for him? Exasperated with him, Jiyushu saw a gap and sincerely begged, Your Majesty, this matter is already very clear. Please ask Your Majesty to seek justice for the Ji family. Emperor Yu was furious, looking at the Ji family as if they were looking at a dead person. Ji Lifeng caught it with sharp eyes and clenched his fists. If you dare to touch the Ji family, I will change the dynasty for you. The Empress and Crown Prince also sensed Emperor Yu's dissatisfaction with the Ji family and were filled with worry. Emperor Yu held back his anger and turned black and white upside down. The one-sided words of a mere palace maid. Do the two gentlemen believe them? Today was to appease the Ji family. If he were to become angry, it would really have a bad impact. Only had to suppress his temper and say, Why don't you believe it? The person was captured by eunuchda, and the testimony was heard by everyone. There is still false? Jiyushu did not say it, using silence to show the Ji family's dissatisfaction. The murderer has been found, and now they are still saying that there is a difference. Isn't this treating the Ji family like a monkey? Dare I say that if it wasn't a royal person, anyone else could be the murderer. Laughing to death, Emperor Yu's complexion was as cold as ice, and he directly concluded, The words of a palace maid cannot be trusted in full. So I think there are still a lot of doubts in this matter. So let's stop here today. And we will discuss it again later when we find other evidence. Regardless of how Emperor Yu helped him to defend himself at this time. In Bei Hung Yuan's opinion, he was just stalling for time. In his heart, he already had a grudge against him. If the Emperor said that he would discuss it later, then he would discuss it later. And no one else could have any objections. Or else they were questioning the king of a country. Emperor Yu's action was similar to how he handled Ji Yushu's leg injury back then. At that time, the evidence also pointed to the second prince. But he was concerned about the face of the royal family. So he twisted the facts. He let the Ji family get cold feet. Doesn't Emperor Yu know that the more he covers up for North Hung Yuan, the more people will feel that the third prince has problems? Who would go and bite a sick prince for good reason? At this time, Bei Hung Yuan's face is called an unpredictable. Mu Cheng didn't even know that the poison had been switched. If the Ji family did not want to suspect the empress, they would have to suspect Mu Cheng's head. Thus, it will be eliminated. Then the matter would come to an end. But right now, the situation has already developed to an uncontrollable point. Today's situation, no matter what, is a dead end for him. No matter what he said, the Ji family would believe that he was the murderer behind the scenes. The Ji family was coming for him. Could it be that the Ji family had really found out that he had poisoned them? This rumor came from either the Ji family or the crown prince. What he thought was the perfect setup was the one that pushed him into the cage. Now, except for himself, he was surrounded by enemies. And even his father, who had always been caring to him, had become ruthless. Bei Hung Yuan hung his head low. No one could see the layers of murderous intent at the bottom of his eyes. Emperor Yu rubbed his temples with a headache. It made him realize in hindsight that this move was quite a bit biased in favor of the third prince. And even the way the crown prince and the empress looked at him changed. With the witness dead, the case continued to be investigated. But the Ji family seemed to have decided that the mastermind behind the case was the third prince. And the look of desolation on his face when he left that he couldn't fight with the heavens made Emperor Yu almost vomit blood. Later on, even if it was really found that it was Gu Fanmu's doing, a large portion of the people would think that this move was done deliberately by the Tian family in order to force the issue. Because the witnesses are dead. Saying more is all pale and powerless. Marquis Ji had spent half of his life in the military and had many disciples. Once this news spreads, the court is bound to cause turmoil. Emperor Yu was hating the person who secretly poisoned him and vowed to catch him. After Bei Hung Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood again, he was helped back to Yuwa Palace. Because of the suspicion, Emperor Yu banned the third prince's feet in order to appease the Ji family. He was not allowed to step out of the Moon Palace until he found out who was behind it. Chapter 110. The Ji family has a bogeyman. Before leaving, Emperor Yu once again emphasized that the palace made Xiaozhu's empty words were unconvincing. The only way to prove it is to find real physical evidence. Today's purpose was to make the third prince under suspicion. And the next step was the real fight. The blood that Bei Hung Yuan vomited was fake. But what Emperor Yu vomited was real. Eunuch immediately ordered the people below to bring black pills for Emperor Yu to take, which made him feel better. The black pills were specially made for Emperor Yu by Master Ci Feng. They not only relieved his headache, but also gave him better vitality than before. After taking the pills, Emperor Yu was in a good mood and called Eunuch De. Xiao Detsi. When the human witnesses are dead, go find physical evidence. I won't believe that the poison got into Marquis Ji's cup without a sound. I'm not confident in leaving this matter to a bystander. So you go and do it yourself. Yes, Your Majesty. Come back. You have someone go to the Ji family again and check to see what kind of poison it was. If someone destroys the physical evidence, you should know what to do. Right? Emperor Yu opened his mouth and called out to Eunuch De, who was about to leave. Also, go and send some nourishing things to Lao San for me. I'm worried that he'll think too much. Eunuch De's eyes rolled slightly before he understood. Old slave knows. In the sovereign's palace, the second prince, who got the news, was greatly surprised. It's hard to believe that the sickly child has thoughts about that position as well. If he really had this idea, then could the previous Jizhou incident have been his doing? Was it planted on Mother Consort's head because he wanted to get rid of the Jiang family's power? The second prince's figure shifted twice as he stood unsteadily. Yes, must be. Otherwise, why has not been able to find evidence? With this association, Everything before was explained. Ha 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 ha. The second prince suddenly rose up laughing so loudly that tears came out of his eyes. Mother consort. We were all tricked. Tricked by that sickly child. Mother consort, don't worry. Child will definitely avenge the entire Jiang family. If one wanted to avenge the Jiang family, the first step was to find a way to leave the sovereign's palace. On this side, the crown prince kicked everyone out and voiced the conjecture in his heart. Mother consort. Third brother's illness is most likely intentional. Combined with Ji Linfeng's words, and then once he thought about his father's concern for the oldest three, and the Jizhou matter, he instantly realized. He was trying to use the illusion of poisoning to cover his ears, wanting to get Father Emperor's favor by doing so, thus achieving his own purpose. Today's plan was considered successful and complete. The Ji family showed their suspicion of the third prince in front of everyone. From there, the onlookers would then gather their eyes on the third prince. Those who had always preferred to remain hidden behind the curtain were most afraid of sunlight. The empress pondered for a long time and dissected everything about the third prince along with the crown prince's words. Finally snapped to mind the state master's sentence. The third prince's life should not be destroyed. There is a nobleman in his life. Nobleman will appear in the last sea festival. And then the third prince really brought back a nobleman. This nobleman is also a medical woman. It is said to have gone out for his poison to think of ways to go. If this nobleman thought of a way, then the third prince's body poison can be solved. Once the poison is lifted, the third prince will have a chance to compete for the throne. The empress rose up from her seat, looking at the crown prince with fear and trepidation. Emperor's son, we have really underestimated the oldest three. The crown prince was also stunned. Obviously also thought of the key. What should we do next? Lao Sen had been pretending for 6 long years, and had long since taken root in his father's heart. Without substantial evidence, he would not easily believe the words of an onlooker. As of now, it was true that he was poisoned. This alone would not convince anyone that he was pretending. Furthermore, there was also a highly respected state master by his side to help him. At this moment, the crown prince only felt that the third prince was incomparably terrifying. After all, no one in their right mind would joke with their own lives. And this had been going on for 6 long years. The oldest at that time was only 10 years old. My God, how deep of a city does one have to be to think about something so long ago? Imperial son, our opponent is very strong. Do not take it lightly. The empress reminded in a deep voice. My son understands. My son will go and make arrangements. When he sent Ji Yushu and the others away just now, he had already learned some details of Marquis Ji's poisoning from Ji Yushu. It turned out that the poison was from Lao San's men who had borrowed Mu Cheng. Since that day when he learnt that Lao San was not in his right mind, he had planted hidden lines around him. At this time, in order to clear his name, Lao San must have made a move. He just let the secret line keep a close eye on the people around him. Compared to the prince's methodical side, Bei Hung Yuan, who had just returned to Yuhua Palace, was not so calm. Bei Hung Yuan just sat down. Behind him resounded the low voice of the state master. This state master has already deduced that the natural enemy of the third prince is the Ji family. At this moment, the state master's face was full of gloom, and no one knew how he came to the Moonflower Palace. Lone Wolf hurriedly called away the people outside the room, closed the door with his backhand, and personally guarded the entrance. Bei Hung Yuan's eyes were as deep as ink. The state master continued. This state master's nightly observation of the heavenly phases divined that the Ji family had a bogey star. And this bogey star has disrupted all the trajectories of the original specific, including the matter of your mother consort, which is all because of this bogey star. Hearing these words, the killing intent on Bei Hung Yuan's face suddenly appeared. No wonder. No wonder the recent plans have been repeatedly unsuccessful. Can you tell who it is? The state master shook his head. Not sure yet. This state master will continue to deduce. No need to be so troublesome. Just leave no one of the Ji family behind. This was his next plan. The original plan was to deal with Ji Lin Feng after dealing with Marquis Ji. But now it seems that none of the Ji family can be left behind. If you can't use a dog for yourself, you must abandon it. Listening to this, the state master said with a face of opposition, cannot be. The Ji family's bogeyman is a bit special. Before deducing exactly who it is, please ask the third prince not to move the Ji family for the time being. After getting rid of this person, the others will naturally not be a problem. The third prince was one to listen to advice, and immediately nodded his head and agreed to resolve the baneful star first. At the end, the State Master also said to Bei Hongyuan, "Third Prince, go ahead and do as you please. Your father will only believe that you are innocent, and the final victor must be you." Hearing this, Bei Hongyuan's eyes turned slightly, knowing that he had already laid his hands on that person. The final victory could only belong to him alone. Shortly after the State Master left, a black-clothed dark guard appeared behind him unnoticed. Reporting back, he said, "Master, Mu Cheng's death was not by poisoning, but by Ji Lingfeng's hands." After Marquis Ji was poisoned, Lady Ji hurriedly rushed to the Ji family, thinking that she suspected Mu Cheng. When Mu Cheng found out that Marquis Ji didn't die of poisoning at the banquet, he was a bit angry and wanted to poison old Imperial Dr. Mu immediately. I didn't want Madame Ji to arrive at this time, so in order to make Marquis Ji regret his death, he wanted to kill Madame Ji. Unexpectedly, Ji Linfeng appeared in time, which killed Mu Cheng. Listening to this, there were two doubts in Bei Hongyuan's mind. One was, why did the Ji family not suspect the Empress as the first to do it? The second was why Ji Linfeng was able to arrive at the Mu mansion in time to save Lady Ji. Judging from this incident, the Ji family seemed to be very certain that it was not the Empress doing, and did not even suspect it. Could it be that the problem lies in that fatal star? Is that fateful star even more powerful than the State Master, that it can even deduce the future? No. No. If the Ji family really have such a powerful character, will be able to deduce the beginning of the Mu achievements want to do, instead of waiting to be poisoned before suspecting Mu Cheng's body. Then what is the reason? Bei Hongyuan only feel that the heart of the doubt is quite deep. But no matter what, there was absolutely no way that the Crown Prince would speak for him. It is possible that today's matter is exactly what he has made possible. True or false? False or true? He has been unable to get out of it. Chapter 111. Deputy Third Prince reveals his cloven foot. I have met Eunuch. Outside, Lone Wolf's voice rang out, and after the dark guard gave a slight nod towards Bei Hongyuan, he turned around and entered behind the screen. Not a moment later, Eunuch walked into the inner room with a smile on his face. He respectfully saluted towards Bei Hongyuan, who was lying quietly on the soft couch. "Third Highness, Eunuch is courteous. I don't know what you're here for." Cough. Bei Hongyuan coughed lightly. Eunuch looked at the two subordinates in the room, wanting to speak. "You all go down." Seeing that the people had all gone down, only then did the Third Prince breathlessly say to Eunuch, "There are no outsiders now. Eunuch, please speak." Only then did Eunuch whisper, "His Majesty is worried about Third Highness's body, and specially asked his old slave to send some nourishing things. These are all good things that have been imported from the Southern Kingdom, and His Majesty has always been thinking about Third Highness. Even the Empress didn't give them. In fact, His Majesty has always loved Third Highness in his heart, and has been thinking of finding a famous doctor to solve the poison in your body day in and day out. Today's matter of that palace maid is purely coincidental. His Majesty doesn't know that the woman's body is so weak. Just now, His Majesty also said that he would once again send an imperial physician to the Ji family, and when the cause of the poison is found out, he will convict Gu Fanmu." Eunuch said while observing Bei Hongyuan's countenance, and only put his heart down when he saw that his face showed pleasure. Eunuch has the heart. Turn around and relay for this prince to his father. This matter was not originally done by this prince. This prince has no shame in his heart. Yes. Third Highness, don't worry. This word old slave will definitely convey to His Majesty. Please also ask Third Highness to take care of your body. Old slave will leave. Only after receiving Bei Hongyuan's approval did Eunuch bow and leave. As soon as Eunuch left, Lone Wolf entered the room. Seeing that Bei Hongyuan's face was cold, he asked, "Master, do you want to help Eunuch? Well, go ahead and do it cleanly." Meanwhile, the Ji mansion. After hearing the news brought back by Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng, Ji Tranquility fell into deep thought. The news was said by the Ji family, and the rumors were also deliberately created by the Ji family. Ji Yushu used a secret letter to tell the Crown Prince that this matter was related to the Third Prince. The Crown Prince was truly intelligent, and quickly thought of a way to draw the scourge back to the Third Prince. Didn't the Third Prince want the Ji family to suspect him? He would return the favor and make him speechless. So, after lunch, an imperial decree came from the palace saying that the real murderer of the poison had been found. The two dukes of the Ji family were summoned to go. The murderer was found by eunuch himself with his men. And Emperor Yu was convinced of it. This was because he himself felt that the matter had nothing to do with the third prince, and that the palace maid had been bribed, which was why she had casually climbed on the third prince's back. Such tricks were common in the palace. He wanted to force the palace maid to tell the mastermind behind the scene in front of the Ji family. One could appease the Ji family and eliminate the suspicion of the third prince. He thought that even if it wasn't Gu Fanmu who was the most suspected culprit, the courtesan would still give up other murderers. He thought that even if Gu Fanmu was not the most suspected culprit, the palace maid would have given up the other culprits. He even suspected that the empress was responsible for this, because his favoritism towards the third prince was seen by everyone. It had upset the empress. Only then did Emperor Yu confidently call the person to the royal court for a personal trial. However, he did not expect the palace maid to die within a few blows. At this time, Emperor Yu panicked. Bei Hongyuan's face full of disappointment and shock only made Emperor Yu feel even more guilty, desperately trying to prove that this matter had nothing to do with the third prince. The witnesses were all in front of him. Yet Emperor Yu still had to find ways to defend the third prince. It could be said to have chilled the hearts of the loyalists. The Ji family would have to make a statement at this time that they had to believe Emperor Yu because of imperial power. Those in the know would surely recall that the Ji Yushu incident was also because of imperial power that they had to compromise. Emperor Yu's move had truly chilled the hearts of the Ji family and Marquis Ji's disciples. In this way, the third prince would not be able to retreat even if he wanted to. The attitude of the Ji family was very important in this whole matter. As long as the Ji family bites the third prince to death, naturally, people would think of the third prince's character and motives. People couldn't help but think, why would a sickly prince poison Marquis Ji? The second prince had already entered the sovereign's palace, so it was just him and the crown prince. Could it be that he also wanted to compete for that position? The third prince will definitely make his next move in order to clear his name. At this time it is up to the crown prince. Today's play acted really good. Not only let the third prince exposed to sin, at the same time also let the crown prince on his poisoning of the matter of suspicion. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Next, we don't need to deliberately spread rumors. The people will spread it by word of mouth. A sickly man who had been living behind the scenes for a long time was suddenly outed for poisoning a loyal man. Such an abnormal move that had to cause people to think deeply. The last thing that concerns that position is intrigue. As long as the crown prince gets the actual evidence, the third prince will surely bear the reputation of mutilating loyal people. Ji Yushu spoke up, interrupting Ji Tranquility's contemplation. Big brother has a point. And next, Emperor Yu will also have people think of ways to find physical evidence to facilitate his framing Gu Fanmu. Since Gu Fanmu has the most motive, directing the evidence towards him is the best way. The third prince will definitely let Emperor Yu find the real physical evidence. I hope the crown prince won't let us down. Now that the third prince has been exposed, it's impossible for him to remain hidden behind the curtain. If he were to cure his illness at this juncture, it would only further solidify the rumors of wanting that position. Even if he found a fake nobleman, what would happen? It would still be a wasted effort. The third prince wouldn't have dreamt that he thought he could poison Marquis Ji, but ended up getting double-crossed instead. If Marquis Ji was standing in front of him alive in a couple of days, wouldn't he be so angry that he would pout over? Ji Yushu hard-cold smile. False nobleman's purpose is to solve the third prince's poison. After today's incident, if he wants to cure the poison, he is afraid that he will have to push it back a bit. If he can make Bai He disappear, he can also make this fake nobleman disappear. Mu Yun and Mu Cheng are siblings. Sooner or later, Mu Yun learned that Mu Cheng's death was related to the Ji family. So this Mu Yun is also a hidden danger. He would not allow another incident like Mu Cheng's to happen. When it was almost dark, Sister Zuho, who was taking care of Dr. Mu at the Mu mansion, returned and brought back a message. With a worried look on her face, she said, "Ma'am, Mu Yun came back today, and instead of caring for the old master, she even had a big fight with him. She also said that she wanted to carry the young master to the Qi mansion to raise him. How is this possible? That little guy doesn't know anything right now, and might be taught by Mu Yun to become a killing machine. For Mu Cheng's matter, Mu Yun definitely knew about it. So she also hates the Qi family. This is a big hidden danger. Although in the original, this Mu Yun didn't have much of a part to play. But that was when Aunt Su and Mu Cheng were still around. Now it's different. Aunt Su is dead, and Mu Cheng is also dead. The hatred in her heart is not less than that of Mu Chung. It's a big hidden danger. Lady Ji and Ji Yushu and the others did not know that Mu Yun was a big hidden danger. So they had to find a way to suppress the Minister of War. Lady Ji instructed Zuho, "You are still young and doesn't recognize people. So you take good care of him, so he can spend more time with his father. Do not pretend to be someone else. Do you understand? Everyone knows that Mu Yu is now the only support in Dr. Mu's heart. He cannot let anything happen to him. Let alone let Mu Yun carry him away and teach him to be a child with a heart full of hatred." Chapter 112. The Wan Muyi's Dream. In everyone's opinion, Marquis Ji's coma is no different from death. Especially in the eyes of the third prince. Lady Ji's medical skills are no longer strong enough to undo the poison of the Western secret medicine. As night falls, the palace once again sends the imperial physician to see Marquis Ji. In order to make the frame-up seem genuine, it was inevitable to know the source of the poison that Marquis Ji was suffering from. But to his disappointment, the toxins in Marquis Ji's body had all been removed. Of course, this will not let the imperial physician to see out. Mrs. Ji used a special method to make Marquis Ji in a coma, but also allows people to diagnose because of the poisoning caused by coma. The imperial physician only said that this poison was very overbearing, and he was not sure if it could be detoxified. Then, he hurried back to the palace to resume orders. Lone Wolf, who got the news, this side began to take action. The real did not know that everything he did was seen in the eyes of the other two parties. Don't be impatient when the sky is dry. Be careful of the fire and candles. The night watchman who appeared on time passed by the Mu Mansion's outer street, not noticing a black figure wearing a bucket hat in the dark alley. This figure was no other than Lone Wolf. After waiting for about half an hour, another man appeared. If Lady Ji was there, she would have recognized this man as Little Wang, the Mu residence's domestic servant. This man waited by Mu Cheng's side. "Sir, I've switched the medicines as you requested. So please be generous and spare my family." "Right." The man pleaded towards Lone Wolf as soon as he arrived. Lone Wolf held his sword in his arms and looked down on the little king. Under his breath, he said, "Sacrifice you alone or your family. Your choice?" The man's body trembled uncontrollably in fear, and he finally chose to sacrifice him alone. That person he really couldn't afford to offend. After that, the two of them spoke for a long time until Little King had memorized it. And only then did Lone Wolf feel relieved to leave, and handed half a packet of unused medicinal powder to the houseboy. Before he did so, he repeatedly instructed, "Remember, tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to let you enter the palace. Before you meet Eunicta, don't say anything. And if you do well, you will also have a chance to live and be appreciated by that person. Understand?" "I understand." "All right then. You go first." Xiao Wang nodded his head and put half a packet of medicinal powder into his arms and turned to leave. Only when Xiao Wang's shadow could not be seen did the Lone Wolf's figure disappear into the night. With a heavy heart, Xiao Wang returned to the low-tiled house at the end of the alley, and as soon as he pushed the door open, he was met with a large knife at his neck. "Keep quiet. I'm here to help you." Little King was so scared that he was about to wet his trousers. "Pavilion. Your Excellency, can you put the knife away?" Little King swallowed nervously. The man in black didn't make a move, but said in a cold voice, "Give me the half packet of medicinal powder in your arms, and I will not only let you go, but also save your family." Although Xiao Wang was scared, he did not move. He didn't believe that this person in front of him could fight that person. The man in black seemed to have guessed what was going on in his mind, and once again coldly hummed, "But a prince? You think he can fight the crown prince?" The young king was shocked when he heard this. You are the crown prince's man?" The man flashed his Eastern Palace waistband. Ji Yushu stood in front of the window with his arms crossed and waited for a full hour for the agitated Ji Lifeng to return. "Well?" Ji Yushu propelled his wheelchair forward. "It's done. My little sister was right. The medicine was switched, and the person who switched the package was one of the Mu Mansion's house guests. This person's wife and son were locked up by Lone Wolf's order. Just now, when the prince's people went to contact, I followed Lone Wolf all the way to discover the place where his wife and son were held. I've already had people guarding it, just waiting for the incident to occur tomorrow to save the person." Ji Yushu nodded. "Yes, second brother. Well done this time." Ji Lifeng hemmed and hawed, adding, The crown prince's people found me and asked me to bring word that Xiaozu, who convinced the fake death medicine, had already been sent out of the palace by an eye, telling us not to worry. The crown prince was also a meticulous one. Fearing that the Ji family would feel guilty because of Xiaozu's death, he specifically asked Ji Linfeng to convey a message. The night passed quietly. The Ji family members, who had eaten breakfast, each went back to their own courtyards, waiting for news from the crown prince while busy with their next plans. Ji Yushu was busy revising that water treatment map. Ji Linfeng, on the other hand, was leading a group of people in the backyard to teach them the Dark Pavilion solo killing techniques from memory. Ji Linfeng's plan was simple. He wanted to take over the Dark Pavilion. The Dark Pavilion not only receives assassination missions, but also buys and sells information all over the world. If you want to control the whole situation, you learn about the world's affairs. In the beginning, Marquis Ji and Ji Yushu's method of dealing with the third prince was to see what was going on. Now it seemed that it was time to change tactics. Madam, Miss Duanmu seeks an audience, saying that she has something important to tell Madam in person. The maid Ji Dong came to report. The maid Ji Dong was Ji Li's younger sister, and the two sisters were the Ji mansion's domestic slaves. Ji Li had to recuperate from her injuries during this period of time, so Ji Dong had replaced her in her chores. Lady Ji's injuries were less severe. Plus, she had to preside over the general situation, so she did not rest. Invite the people in. Lady Ji just happened to be dressing Ji Tranquility. Hearing that said Duanmu had come, she hugged and headed for the living room. Ji Tranquility was distressed that Lady Ji was injured and did not want her to run. Lady Ji then ordered someone to move the soft couch to the living room. At this moment, Ji Tranquility was pulling on the armrests of the soft couch, looking at the maid dressed Duanmu with a stunned expression. What happened? Lady Ji's eyes were filled with surprise. As soon as Duanmu sees Lady Ji, she anxiously kneels down and says in a shocking way, Lady Ho, resign? Resign and go back home to Jizhou. Duanmu's face was filled with fearful colors. Perhaps because she ran too fast. Her hair and temples are messed up. There is no longer the old girl's appearance. Duanmu thought very simple. As long as the Ji family resigned to return to Jizhou, the storm clouds above the court cannot roll on the Ji family. Ji Lifeng even less jail. Because of the matter of Marquis Ji's poisoning and not waking up, she is more and more worried about the fate of the Ji family. Whether Lady Ji said she was crazy or treasonous, at this time, she only wanted to preserve the Ji family. Lady Ji looks at Duanmu with a shocked expression, not reacting for a long time. What's wrong with second sister-in-law? Why does she look like she's possessed? Can you even say such treacherous words? What if mother feels that second sister-in-law is acting out of character and breaks off the marriage contract in a fit of rage? She had only risen a short while ago and was still a little sleepy. After hearing Duanmu's words, drowsiness instantly disappeared. What happened? Sit down and speak slowly. It had to be said that Ji Tranquility had overthought things. Lady Ji didn't feel displeased by Duanmu's recklessness. Instead, she helped the person up with a heavy heart. Duanmu was a child who knew the right thing to do and knew how to behave. So he definitely wouldn't have made these remarks like this for no reason at all. Something must have happened. Duanmu thought that Mrs. Ji would chastise her because of her impudence, and would even say that she was not worthy of being the Ji family's daughter-in-law. But she hadn't expected to be so understanding. In the dream, Lady Ji treated her like her own daughter, and she was particularly fond of Ji Tranquility. Thinking of Ji Tranquility, Duanmu snapped her gaze to Ji Tranquility's body, looking at the latter's eyes. Whoa! What kind of eyes is this for second sister-in-law? It's so scary. Ji Tranquility let go of the armrests and hit her body towards the soft couch, a face full of trepidation. Lady Ji also saw the look in Duanmu's eyes, and her doubts deepened. Not waiting for Lady Ji to speak, Duanmu knelt on the ground again with a thud, and then once again spoke out shockingly, Lady, forgive me for being so bold. I suspect that Miss Ji is not really Miss Ji. Lady Ji. Ji Tranquility. Chapter 113. Duanmu follows Zhang Shijun. Second sister-in-law, this situation is not quite right. Does she know something? The day before yesterday at the Empress's banquet, I saw that she was not quite right. And today this abnormal behavior is even more unbelievable. It looks as if she knows about the plot of my being switched. Seeing Lady Ji's frown, Duanmu clenched her teeth and told what she had seen in her dreams these days. She initially didn't know why the crown prince was fine, and the one who ended up on the throne would be the third prince. Last night. Just last night. All of that vague fragment became clear. It was the third prince. Everything was a plot by the third prince. He wanted that position a long time ago. Used the G family. Used the second prince. And finally forced the crown prince to die. He became the final victor. Even the emperor died. This was all made possible by the third prince. His poison will soon be cured. And then, he will be able to overthrow the crown prince and the second prince as if it were a bolt from the blue. After hearing Duanmui's words, Lady G and G Tranquility both froze in place. My God! Is second sister-in-law reborn? Knowing everything about the plot. Heavens! I can't believe that second sister-in-law would learn about all the plots in this way. The most crucial thing is that after learning about the G family's end, she didn't choose to withdraw from the marriage, but chose to advise the G family to resign and return to Jizhou to save her life. She is really looking out for the G family. It may be that after learning about her father's poisoning and coma, she was afraid that all the drama would turn out to be true. That's why she panicked and ran to the G family to inform her mother about the dream to know. Oh, this is good. With second sister-in-law's dream, the G family will be able to turn things around. However, the direction of the plot seems to be turning around now. All because of Big Brother who branched out. If Big Brother was still as disheveled as he was in the original, the G family's ending wouldn't have changed at all. But then again, would Mother believe second sister-in-law? Would she think second sister-in-law is crazy? Father is so popular with the people. Would the third prince really dare to touch the G family? It has been proven that the third prince dares. So, I guess Mother should believe second sister-in-law's words. Plus, Big Brother has long suspected that there is something wrong with the third prince. With this dream of second sister-in-laws, the people of the G family will only hate the third prince even more. From there, their hands will not be soft. I won't worry so much. I'll just drink milk and eat melons for the rest of the day. This is the correct way for a little baby to open up. Duanmui looked at Lady G apprehensively, afraid that she wouldn't believe her. This is already the best way she can think of. She is a small minister's daughter. She is not a person. She is not able to turn the tide with her own strength. The parents at home, after hearing her words, all thought that she was bewitched. Do not believe her. Even Jichio thought that she was too eager to marry into the G family and imagine things. When she learned that Marquis G had been poisoned and was in a coma, she thought of coming to the G family to inform Lady G of the matter. However, Mrs. Duanmu did not allow her to come out on the grounds that the wedding was imminent and that it would not be a good influence. That is why she sneaked out today. Lady G came back from her shock and said with a grave expression, I believe you, because we have already found out that this incident is related to the third prince. And he just wants to stir up the clouds in the court. For this matter, do not mention it to outsiders. After all, it's too unbelievable, and no one will believe it. Duanmui was so excited to hear this that she burst into tears. Lady G believed her. Believed her. The heart she had been carrying for days could finally be put down. Hearing that Duanmui had arrived, Ji Lifeng flew back to his own courtyard and took a wooden hairpin out of the box as if it were a precious treasure and looked at it again and again before putting it back. Then he summoned a maid. You go and give this box to the Duanmu family's young lady. You must observe her expression, okay? The maid respectfully took it and then prepared to leave. Ji Lifeng spun around in place twice, feeling that giving this matter to a maid did not seem sincere enough. Forget it. It's better if I deliver it myself. Twisting and turning was not like his style. On this side, Duanmui chatted with Lady G for a long time, and the content of the chat was much the same as G Tranquility's heart. Lady G was shocked, but at the same time, she was very fortunate. This way, more risks could be avoided. The matter of Mu Chung was indeed an oversight on their part. However, the Mu Chung incident also gave them a chance to expose the third prince. In the future, it would be impossible for him to stay behind the scenes. Ji Lifeng waited for a long time on the necessary path before seeing Lady G personally send Duanmui out. Ji Tranquility was being held by Jidong. Under the four eyes, he actually blushed. The way of greeting that had been enacted several times in his mind had instantly dissolved into clouds and dissipated. Lady G looked at Ji Lifeng in amusement. Duanmui forced herself to hold back the sourness within her nose. It couldn't be helped that as of after having that dream, when she saw Ji Lifeng, She remembered the way he was beaten and covered in blood in the prison. It was really heartbreaking. G Tranquility giggled. Since second sister-in-law also dreamt of the original plot, she should have had a dream after marrying into the G family. Although second brother doesn't cherish second sister-in-law much, the respect that should be given is given in place. Not to say that the Chin and Sepals are in harmony, but at least they respect each other as if they were guests. Adding to this, the second sister-in-law originally had this second brother in her heart. After having this memory, she would only cherish it more. Regardless of whether it was the Shaanxi festival incident or the horse farm incident, second brother showed his joy for second sister-in-law, and she should be able to feel it. Therefore, with both of them cherishing each other, their married life would only become more loving and beautiful. Thinking of this, G Tranquility laughed extra loud, and Ji Lin Feng's face turned even redder. This is for you. Ji Lin Feng shoved the box to Duan Muyi with an embarrassed face, and without looking at what expression she had, he fled as if he was running away. Ha ha ha. Second brother seems to be shy. Lady Ji's face is full of smiles, looking at Duan Muyi with endless tenderness in her gaze. That child has been jumpy since he was a child. Miss Duan Mu, take it easy. After saying that, Lady Ji couldn't stop smiling. She thought of the end of Ji Lin Feng and Duan Muyi. She added, "Don't worry, child. With your dream, the Ji family will pay attention at all times. We will all be fine. Also, Tranquility is the Ji family's young lady. As good as fake." Hearing this, Duan Muyi reddened her eyes. It's so good that the Ji family's young lady hasn't been switched. Something happened to the Qin family as well. Although some things have deviated from the dream, what has not happened must still be guarded. Not long after Duan Muyi went out, Lady Ji had someone call for Ji Lin Feng. Fenger. Mother guessed that Miss Duan Mu had sneaked out, so follow her and secretly send her back to Duan Mu mansion safely. I also guessed that second sister-in-law is sneaking out. After all, she hasn't even been married yet. So how could Lady Duan Mu allow second sister-in-law to come to the Ji mansion? Much less allow her to come to the Ji mansion alone. Therefore, second sister-in-law came here secretly. She didn't bring any maids with her, so it's not very safe. It would be good for second brother to go and see her off. It had to be said that Lady Ji's worries were well warranted. Duan Muyi thought that there wouldn't be any accidents if she took the shortcut. How could she have thought that something would happen? That person seems like the vice commander of the Forbidden Army. What is he doing sneaking around following a beggar? Duan Muyi was stoic, because that dream was about the life and death of the Ji family. In the past 2 days, as soon as she was idle, she spared the contacts around the third prince. Especially this Zhang Shijun is not a good person. Chapter 114. Female Beggar Su Yu. When Duan Muyi turned east and west to catch up with Zhang Shijun, he had already fought with someone. What surprises her is that Zhang Shijun is actually in the same gang as the beggar. At this moment, he was dealing with a masked man. The beggar from the figure is a woman. The clothes on the body, although tattered, but does not show dirty. The face is wrapped only a pair of eyes. Zhang Shijun and beggar Kung Fu are not weak, and moves to life. A potential to be masked man killed on the spot. Seeing that the masked man was getting more and more invincible, Duan Muyi was a bit anxious. In her opinion, all those who were enemies of the third prince could become friends. Just as Zhang Shijun flew up with a dagger in his hand ready to deal a heavy blow to the masked man, Duan Muyi stepped on a branch very carelessly, and a clicking sound occurred. It caught the duo's attention. Who? In the split second that the duo froze, the masked man seized the right moment to lift his chi and swept up the wall to escape. Zhang Shijun chased out, while the female beggar chased out towards the movement outside. The result is empty, but found a row of small footprints on the ground. It was evident that the party eavesdropping was a little girl, thinking that it was her first time in Shengjing. No one knew her. Plus she was masked. The other party could not possibly remember her. So she turned around and left with peace of mind. Above the roof, Ji Lin Feng held his breath while not forgetting to cover Duan Muyi's mouth. Duan Muyi knew that she had almost caused trouble. She didn't dare to move and allowed Ji Lin Feng to cover her mouth. The distance between the two was very close. So close that she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. She could also feel the hot temperature of his body. Feng Kai. If not, Ji Lin Feng came in time. She must die today. Seeing the beggar's figure disappeared into the crowd, Ji Lin Feng only retracted his hand, wrapped his waist to pick up the person, and jumped down from the roof. Just now I Don't talk first. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. With those words, Ji Lin Feng left without saying a word, holding Duan Muyi's catkin. Feeling the blazing temperature coming from Ji Lin Feng's hand, Duan Muyi actually blushed. Ji Lin Feng sent Duan Muyi to the back street of Duanmu Mansion. Here, yourself. As soon as Ji Lin Feng turned around, he was confronted with Duan Muyi's reddened cheeks. And as an afterthought, he realized that he was very naturally holding her hand. He instantly shook it off, like a hot potato. After shaking it off and realizing it was inappropriate, he was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to place his hands and feet. Thank you for today. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. Duan Muyi saw Ji Lin Feng's embarrassment and opened her mouth to interrupt him. A smile full of tenderness. Ji Lin Feng's white face was solemn. I won't let anything happen to you. She was his destined wife. How could he possibly let anything happen to her? He would take his life to protect her. The two looked at each other like that. Duan Muyi only felt that the Ji Lin Feng in front of her was different from the one in her dream. The one in the dream had a dodgy look all day long, following Qin Hai around in all the famous places in Shengjing. They were both known as the #1 playboys in Shengjing. Even after marrying his wife, he didn't stay at home. Later, Mrs. Ji punished him severely for this, after which their relationship improved. However, the matter of molesting the princess and going to jail came up soon after. Thinking about this, Duan Muyi's face changed at once, and he hurriedly said, "Promise me to stay away from the second princess." Okay? Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Feng was stunned on the spot. Just now, when he heard his little sister say something about a dream, he was shocked and confused, thinking for a long time without understanding. Now that he heard her say so, he understood. It turned out that she had dreamt of the so-called plot that her little sister had spoken of. This might be the destiny that little sister spoke of. Ji Lin Feng laughed and said, "The second princess has gone mad. So, there won't be anything like that again." It was only then that Duan Muyi remembered the fact that second princess Bei Hingju had gone mad. But her heart was still uneasy. When they were about to part, Duan Muyi reminded Ji Lin Feng to be careful of Zhang Shuren, and added, "I feel that the female beggar from the party is a bit out of place. So you should be careful too." A touch of tenderness appeared on Ji Lin Feng's face. "Then I'm leaving. Don't you ever do anything stupid like that again." He would be in danger if he didn't arrive in time. Duan Muyi pursed her lips before nodding her head, then stood still. She was going to watch Ji Lin Feng go first. Ji Lin Feng understood and turned around to leave with 3 steps. "Go back." He waved his hand at her. Back at the Ji mansion, Ji Lin Feng hurriedly rushed towards Wutong Courtyard. When he arrived, he saw that Ji Yushu was also there. Marquis Ji had also woken up. Lady Ji was talking about the matter of Duan Muyi's dream. Seeing Ji Lin Feng return, Lady Ji asked, "People sent back?" "Sent back? There was a small accident." Ji Lin Feng walked into the house, poured himself a cup of tea to drink and finished it before slowly saying, "She met Zhang Shijun. I guess it was because of the dream that she followed Zhang Shijun and was almost discovered." Marquis Ji was shocked. "Bad? I have sent someone to track Zhang Shijun. Isn't this a bad thing for her?" Upon hearing this, Ji Lin Feng was certain in his heart that the masked man was someone from the Ji mansion. However, Ji Lin Feng shook his head. "No, not only is it not a bad thing, Miss Duanmu even saved him. The guard that father sent was discovered by Zhang Shijun. If it wasn't for Miss Duanmu, he would have died or been injured. Zhang Shijun chased him out. I don't know if he escaped. I also saw a female beggar. This person is probably the person Zhang Shijun is waiting for these days." "Female beggar? Let me think about who this person is." Ji Tranquility was eating melons. When she heard Ji Lin Feng's words, she immediately sat upright, thinking carefully about the female beggar in the original text. Before Ji Tranquility could think about it, a knock sounded on the door. "Marquis." It was Yin Ning's voice. "Come in." Yin Zheng pushed the door open and was not surprised to see the number of people in the house. Ever since the birth of the young lady, Marquis Ji did not cover up anymore, no matter how big or small the matter was discussed with him. He had long since become accustomed to it. Yin Zheng backhandedly closed the door before respectfully saying, "Marquis, Zhang Shijun's matter has been found out. The person he was waiting for was a woman who was coming to Xingjing for the first time, and her registered name was Su Yue, 18 years old. Upon hearing this, G Tranquility's face was filled with astonishment, finally remembering who the female beggar in the text was. So it's her. Her real name isn't Suyuyu. It's Beihungyu. The few people who heard the heartbeat were shocked. With the surname Beihung crowned with Beihung, wouldn't she be a royal person? G Tranquility's later words confirmed the several people's guesses. This person is the daughter of Emperor Yu. Her mother was just a courtesan, and was killed by Qin Guifei's order on the day she gave birth. After that, she has been raised in a small county in Qingzhou. There was also someone who specialized in teaching her kung fu. This person was born in the same year as the crown prince. His mother was the empress accompanying maid. She is very loyal. During that time, the empress cold-shouldered Emperor Yu because of the painful loss of the grand princess. Emperor Yu came to Fini Palace because he was drunk and took that maid for the empress. The maid never dared to mention it in front of the empress until she found out she was pregnant in January. That maid already had someone she liked outside and didn't want to be trapped in the palace. So she begged the empress to help her leave the palace. At that time, the empress happened to also find out that she was pregnant. So she said that she would put the child she gave birth to together with the crown prince, pretending to be a dragon and phoenix child. And then she would release the person from the palace. Where did she know that a few months later, the empress got the news that the palace maid had died due to a difficult labor, and the child was not preserved. Chapter 115. Angrily beating the Dangwen drum. What actually happened was that after Qin Guifei, who had just entered the palace at the time, learned of the incident, she came up with a poisonous plan. The maid was killed, and the child was raised under the name of a side branch of the Qin family in Qinzhou and named Suyu. From a young age, the idea that the empress was the mother's murderer was instilled. So, this Suyu is specifically here to kill the empress. The third prince would secretly create a scene that would allow Suyu to have a chance encounter with Emperor Yu, thus allowing Emperor Yu to discover that she was the royal princess left behind. After recognizing Suyu, she cried in front of Emperor Yu that the empress had killed her mother and deliberately prevented father and son from recognizing each other. Emperor Yu had wanted to take back the power of 100,000 soldiers from the empress's mother's family. So he took advantage of the situation and was furious and wanted to abolish the empress. People only said that the crown prince knelt bitterly for 3 days outside the imperial study to keep the throne of the empress. The heart of filial piety is touching the heaven and earth. After the deed was done, Su Yue was crowned Jiayan elder princess. After hearing Ji Tranquil's heartfelt words, each of the Ji family fell into deep thought. A person who had been instilled with hateful thoughts from a young age. It was hard to imagine how deep the hatred in his heart was. Since Zhang Shijun is the third prince's man, this person must not be retained. Yin Zheng, go and find out if Zhang Shijun has committed any offenses. Then pass the evidence to the crown prince, so that he can take action to get rid of Zhang Shijun. This plan had occurred to Marquis Ji earlier. It was just the right time to borrow Duan Muyi's dream to bring someone to justice. In this way, there would be no need to explain in front of Ji Tranquility why he wanted to deal with Zhang Shijun. Ji Tranquility was overjoyed at his words. Ha! It seems like father and brothers believe in that dream of second sister-in-law. That's really great. So father and brothers will be more wary of the third prince. It would be best to welcome second sister-in-law into the house early, so that we can know in more detail. Catch the third prince off guard. Lady Ji and Marquis Ji glanced at Ji Lifeng without a trace, and the latter blushed. Ji Yushu smiled faintly. Yin Zheng went down to do his business. The people of the Ji family waited until noon without waiting for news from the crown prince, which made them a little anxious. Ji Yushu immediately proposed to go for the second plan. The second plan was a last resort. But at the moment, it seemed that there was fear of change. Ji Yushu guessed correctly. There was indeed a change in the crown prince's plan. To be precise, it was Emperor Yu who had a change of heart. Just half an hour ago, the crown prince learnt that Eunuchda had brought people to find half a packet of secret medicine that was deliberately hidden in Yuhua Palace. The crown prince thought that the third prince now had all the human and material evidence. So let's see how he could still argue. He waited for a long time without seeing any action from Emperor Yu. And only then did he come to the imperial study to check the situation. Before he went in, he heard the words of Emperor Yu in the room. This matter cannot be Yuan's son. It must be Gu Fanmu to find someone to hide the evidence in the Moon Palace. You're an old man by my side. Can't even see through this tactic? Emperor Yu wasn't even skeptical. Eunuchda opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing. Emperor Yu had already made up his mind. and all he had to do was dump the evidence on Gu Fanmu. The crown prince was furious. So he raised his voice and said, "My son begs to see father." Eunuch Do was surprised for a split second. The crown prince's actions were fast enough. The crown prince was eager to help the Ji family find the real culprits. So it was understandable for him to keep an eye on this side. Just how much did he hear? Come in. Emperor Yu had also thought of this layer, and was more or less unhappy in his heart. Therefore, after the crown prince came in, his face did not look too good. "What is the matter?" The crown prince's face eased, respectfully bowing towards Emperor Yu at the top before saying, "Father, my son heard that Eunuch had found physical evidence in the Moonflower Palace. I was shocked and have come here to seek proof." Emperor Yu's face was tinged with thinly veiled anger. "Who did you hear this from?" "Just now." Eunuch's movements were not small, so I can guess. If this matter is really the work of third brother, I still hope that Father Emperor will report the public execution. Give the Ji family justice. The crown prince had a righteous look on his face, looking at Emperor Yu full of anger. "How dare you? I still need you to teach me how to act? Are you so sure that this matter is Lao San's doing? Do you know that the face of the royal family is greater than the heavens?" The crown prince was also furious, but did not lash out, but instead said in an unassuming manner, "Father, my son only knows that if I let the Ji family down again, I will surely be centrifuged by both the ruler and the minister. At first, my son didn't believe it could be third brother's doing, but right now the human and material evidence all point to him. I can't help but doubt third brother's intentions." Hearing this, Emperor Yu's face became even more somber. "You think that if you give the Ji family justice, they will be grateful to you? Have you ever thought about how the people will view the royal family, and how the subjects will view me? An emperor who can't even teach his son well." When Emperor Yu became angry, his head ached. Eunuch Do was very perceptive, and immediately had someone go down and bring pills, and signaled towards the crown prince not to say anything else that would make Emperor Yu angry. And at this moment, the crown prince's heart was chilled. His father wanted to substitute the offense to someone else this time for the sake of the royal face. He still wanted to cover up for Lao San in the end. And even when he found evidence, he didn't bother to suspect Lao San's intentions. Oh, what a good father who loves his son. If Marquis Ji really died of poisoning, what should be done? Soon, a small eunuch brought the pill over, and the crown prince saw that it was a black pill. The medicine seemed to have a miraculous effect, and soon after Emperor Yu took it, he had no more headaches and his face was rosy. The crown prince was surprised. He remembered that this medicine came from the hands of the state master, and the state master was invited down by the third prince. Could there be any unknown secrets in this? Having taken the medicine, Emperor Yu leaned back in his dragon chair with a cozy face and waved his hand towards the crown prince. "You go down. As for that physical evidence, it is naturally false. You should know the consequences of disobeying me." Consequences? The consequences were nothing more than threatening him with the position of the crown prince. The crown prince suddenly knelt down and said word for word, "Father, haven't you ever thought about third brother's behavior? There was a palace maid who identified herself with her death. And then, there was physical evidence recovered from Yuhua Palace. If this matter is really third brother's doing, hasn't father thought about his motives?" Emperor Yu's brows furrowed tightly, as if he was torn. Did his Honor really poison Marquis Ji? What was his purpose in doing so? Why did he want to deceive the king? But soon, his thoughts were dispelled by a voice. No. Honor is a child with a pure heart. He would never do anything to deceive the king. As for taking action against the Ji family, it was even more impossible. There is absolutely no conflict of interest between the two. Alright. You go down. This matter is definitely Gu Fanmu's doing. The crown prince was so angry in his heart. After all he had done and said, he still couldn't make Emperor Yu suspect the third prince. In the end, it was still that matter that affected him. The crown prince had no choice but to go back to Fengyi Palace to think of another way, but did not want to front foot just stepped into the Fengyi Palace. The back foot is rumored to be someone knocking Dangwen drum. Quickly go to find out who is banging the Dangwen drum. The queen hurriedly let people go to investigate. The crown prince said the physical evidence to the empress to listen to. After listening to the empress is also angry. Huang's son, do not panic. This Dangwen drum in time. Mother consort think. Afraid is Ji family do. Not show a few moments they go out to spy on the palace people came back. Empress. Crown prince. The person who knocked on the drums was Dr. Mu, accusing the third prince of poisoning his son. A large number of people have already gathered outside of the afternoon court. The two sons of the Ji family are also there. It was the second son of the Ji family who helped Imperial Dr. Mu to sound the Dingwen drum. The Empress and the Crown Prince glanced at each other, both seeing joy in their eyes. Chapter 116. The Evil Ji Family. Outside the noon court. It was crowded with people watching, including some official scouts. Imperial Dr. Mu held a bloody book in his hand and held it high, kneeling in the direction of the Son of Heaven. Under his breath, he painfully said, "I beg your majesty to do justice for the Ji and Mu families." Many of the onlookers exchanged words. Yesterday, rumors spread that Marquis Ji and Lord Mu were poisoned by the third prince, and I didn't believe them. Now there's even a blood book. It's 80% true. Yes. I really didn't think that a sickly prince would do such a thing. You guys, what is the purpose of the third prince doing this? That goes without saying. Of course, it's for that position. But he won't live to be 30. It's useless to want that position? That's not true. Even though he won't live to be 30, he can marry his consort and have a son before he's 30. And then his son will carry on his father's work. In this way, the third prince's motives were made clear. Shh. Keep your voice down. You can't say this. It's punishable by death. After this person's reminder, the voices of a few people talking were much lower. In the past, those who sounded the Dingwen drum were guilty before they spoke. Now it's different. The emperor, to reflect the love of the people as his son, specially abolished the law that the person who rings the Dingwen drum will be beaten 20 big boards first. Don't stop this, madam. This madam is going to go on a rampage. Ah Chum won't write any blood letters at all. Madam, you mustn't go ah. What evidence can you prove that the blood letter is not from the hand of the male son? The eunuch is already dead. Whether he wrote it or not is still not up to the master. Mu Yun heard that Dr. Mu was banging the Dingwen drum outside the Wu Yamen and ran here, wanting to avenge Mu Cheng's death. She couldn't care less about trying to go forward to stop him. As a result, she was pulled back by the maid, unaware of the fact that there were two people from the Ji mansion staring at her right next to her. Mu Yun looked viciously at the two Ji family brothers, her face full of killing intent. She had to admit that the maid was right. She couldn't go up and reveal that the blood book was fake because it was all just her guess. The one who sounded the Dingwen drum, the saint would have to personally interrogate. And once she couldn't produce any evidence, what awaited her would be her demise. Now she could only watch as the Ji family took Mu Cheng's death to task. When Emperor Yu learnt that Imperial Dr. Mu had sounded the Dingwen drum, the black pills in his hand fell straight to the ground. With incomparable anger, he said, "What a revolt against the heavens! Xiao Detzi, you personally go and bring the person in. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Slave will go now." Eunuch Do was on fire as he led the people outside. When he brought the people to the imperial study, Emperor Yu had a huge fit. It was nothing more than accusing Imperial Dr. Mu of banging the Dingwen drum and not putting the royal face in his eyes. Ji Yushu and Ji Linfeng laughed coldly in their hearts. You dare to turn black and white upside down? I still have to take your royal face into consideration. Do you really think that my Ji family is easy to bully without military power in hand? Now that all the evidence points to the third prince, I want to see how Emperor Yu is going to handle it. The Crown Prince and Empress had also arrived, both here to pressure Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu looked at the two Ji Mu families with an icy expression and asked knowingly, "What is the matter with the Dingwen drum?" Imperial Dr. Mu presented the blood book, and Emperor Yu signaled Eunuch De to come forward to take it. And after reading it, his expression was grim. Is this blood letter really written by Mu Cheng? 1,000 times true. Imperial Dr. Mu kowtowed with a sad face. What made him even more grieved was that Mu Cheng had actually killed him, his biological father. He also found out that An Su was a member of the Qin family, and marrying into the Mu family itself carried a conspiracy. Therefore, when Ji Yushu found him, he didn't hesitate at all to agree to write a letter of blood. Mu Cheng was personally taught by him, so his handwriting he knew very well. The content on the blood letter was that the third prince had bribed Mu Cheng to deal with Marquis Ji, and after being rejected by Mu Cheng, the third prince then wanted to get rid of him altogether. The medicine used to poison Marquis Ji came from the west, and ordinary people simply couldn't buy it. Emperor Yu was furious beyond measure. He probably believed what was written in the Book of Blood. because the powder that eunuch seized from Yuwa Palace this morning also came from the west. The crowd thought that Emperor Yu would summon the third prince. But they heard him directly order in a cold voice. The third prince will be temporarily imprisoned in the Palace of Patriarchs, waiting to be sentenced. Such a simple conviction was a surprise to Ji Mu's two families. The Empress and the Crown Prince exchanged glances, not knowing whether Emperor Yu's move was a delaying tactic, or whether he really wanted to wait for his release. Ji Yushu, however, felt that it would be great to have the third prince locked up in the Patriarch's residence, and that no matter what he did next, he would have countless pairs of eyes watching him. The taste of being exposed to the sunlight was not pleasant for him. When the imperial decree was transmitted into the Moon Palace, the third prince was drinking medicine. The one who came to deliver the decree was Eunuch Da, who added, "Third Highness, His Majesty asked the old slave to bring a message. His Majesty said that being at peace is the king's way." Upon hearing this, the third prince's face was appallingly white. How could he not know that Emperor Yu believed in the contents of the bloody book? Did he or did he not know that the warning would only push himself into the abyss? After Eunuch Da left, the third prince lost his temper. The persona he had maintained for several years collapsed. Fateful star. It must be the work of that fateful star. If not, why is the Ji family dead set on biting this prince? The Ji family simply has no evidence that can prove that this matter was done by this prince. On what grounds does he have? He had already heard that Eunuch Da had found evidence from Yuwa Palace. And even if the evidence was there, Emperor Yu didn't believe it. Instead, he even harshly accused the crown prince. Before he had a chance to be happy, in the twinkling of an eye, Imperial Dr. Mu took out a bloody letter and angrily beat the Dangwon drum. He said that it was written by Mu Cheng's own hand. Joke. How Mu Cheng died. No one knows better than Ji Mu two families. This is in front of his face to make a false statement. However, even if he knew that the blood book was fake, he couldn't say so, because what was written in the blood book was true. If he continued to weasel his way out of this, the Ji family was afraid that the next step would be to bring in the Westerner who sold the medicine. This was something that shocked him beyond measure. Mu Cheng didn't even know that the medicine had been switched. And even if he did, there was no reason to suspect him for no reason. It was all as if someone had already known that he was going to make a move against the Ji family. He couldn't deceive himself any further. The Ji family really had an expert even more powerful than the state master. Every time, he was able to calculate his next move. In that case, did he still have a chance of winning? Someone go and urge the state master to find a way to get rid of the Ji family's bogeyman as soon as possible. Also, have Su Yu change her plan and go directly to approach Lu Qingyan. The previous plan was to have Su Yu approach Ji Yushu. But now, he didn't dare to mess with the Ji family. The Ji family was so evil. He was afraid after all. The second day after the holy decree was issued, Bei Hung Yuan moved into the clan residence, living next door to the second prince. The day he came in, the second prince had a dog's tail grass in his mouth. Looking at him with an icy expression, tentatively opened his mouth. "Oh, really the wind and water turns. Don't think that your little trick is unrecognized." At those words, a layer of killing intent enveloped the bottom of Bei Hung Yuan's eyes, but ignored him. Thinking of the Jiang family's death, the second prince's face turned vicious and suddenly struck out at Bei Hung Yuan. Chapter 117. The state master dives into the Ji family at night wanting to make a move on Ji tranquility. The lone wolf next to him received a sign from Bei Hung Yuan and raised a foot to kick him down. The second prince fell to the ground, covering his kicked ribs in pain. Bei Hung Yuan coolly looked at the second prince, with no intention of covering up on his face. "So what if you recognize it? I have never treated you as an opponent. Without the matter of Jizhou, you will also come in sooner or later." Hearing this, the second prince was shocked. You didn't you come up with a reason after half a day?" Bei Hung Yuan added without changing his face. "You what? Didn't you recognize it? In this life, you don't want to get out of the sovereign house." The second prince was furious, and at that moment, he made another move towards Bei Hung Yuan. This time, the lone wolf stood without moving. The second prince was overjoyed, thinking that he could injure the third prince. But instead, he saw that he was extremely fast and dodged away, and took the opportunity to give him a backhanded slap. You have kung fu in you? Now, the second prince understood everything. He was hiding his clumsiness. He had been hiding his clumsiness all along. You weren't poisoned at all. You've been deceiving father all along. The second prince was shocked and furious. The end result was that the second prince was beaten up by Bei Hung Yuan. The kind that couldn't get up for days. The second prince vomited blood and fainted under his anger. And Bei Hung Yuan directly ignored him and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped into the house, he saw the uninvited state master sitting at the table. Seeing the state master, Bei Hung Yuan's face was full of displeasure. Didn't Lord State Master say that Father Emperor would trust this prince unconditionally? The State Master generously did not put the dissatisfaction on the third prince's face in his eyes. He now needed the third prince to do things for him. It wouldn't hurt to let him play a little. Today, your father only took 1 pill. I was thinking that I'm afraid the dosage is not enough. Then just increase the dosage. There wasn't a bit of emotion to speak of in the words. Bei Hung Yuan then added, the matter of the bloody book. I'm sure Lord State Master has heard about it as well. This prince guessed that it was that fiend of the Ji family who made the move. What percentage of certainty does the State Master have in getting rid of this person? The State Master didn't answer at first, but instead nodded his fingertips back and forth like a magus. Finally, he concluded, 50%. Bei Hung Yuan's face turned dark in an instant. Lord State Master must know that we are now on the same boat. If this prince loses, you also lose. Please also do your best. State Master. That's not necessarily true. The State Master thought this in his heart, but his face was heavy as he said, I will think of a way. But please don't mess with the Ji family during this period of time. Third Prince. I'll sneak into the Ji family now to investigate for a second. The State Master came and went without a trace. And it would be perfect for him to personally travel to the Ji family to probe. Bei Hung Yuan knew that he wouldn't move the Ji family. But the Ji family wouldn't let him go either. At the time when the moon was in the middle of the court, the State Master dressed in black sneaked into the Ji family as a black smoke. Ji Tranquility, who was huffing and puffing, suddenly opened her eyes. She was actually dreaming of her dead grandmother. In her dream, she was asleep in bed, and her grandmother was anxiously waking her up, as if something big had happened. Ji Tranquility was trying to recall the scene in her dream, wanting to take another look at her grandmother's face. When she inclined her head, she saw a black mist float in. That black mist condensed into a humanoid shape in a split second. With such a bizarre appearance, Ji Tranquility's scalp went numb and her eyes were filled with horror. The State Master discovered Ji Tranquility, and was now looking at each other with 4 eyes. Both of them looking surprised. Heh. The little one actually woke up. Ji Tranquility didn't cry or make any noise, staring at the approaching State Master with a pair of ebony eyes. To the State Master, she was just curious. This meow is a ghost, ah. A ghost from the Northern Kingdom. I guess it doesn't have a high level of Tao. Otherwise it would have sneaked into the Ji mansion a long time ago. When I save up 10,000 points, I'll clean you up. The State Master looked back and forth at Ji Tranquility, muttering in a low voice from time to time. Is this little dot the bogeyman? Wait for me to divine it. Ji Tranquility. You're the bogeyman. Your whole family is the bogeyman. Thinking that the State Master's divination skills were excellent, Ji Tran immediately tapped on the gold finger maul. He exchanged a transfer talisman. After Ji Tranquility's talisman was exchanged, the State Master was still there tapping his fingers back and forth. It was evident that his divination skills were not the peak of the rumor mill. Snort. So it's a person who sells his reputation. Ji Tranquility took advantage of the State Master's inattention to pull the corner of his coat, taking the opportunity to strike the talisman paper into his body, only to see the State Master frowning, inclining his head towards Ji Tranquility. Ji Tranquility returned a milky smile to him, not at all embarrassed at being caught on the spot for doing something bad. In her heart, however, she muttered, but don't ever notice it. The fact proved that the State Master's divination skills only had 2 brushes and no more, only to see him looking at his hands with a puzzled expression, muttering, the bogeyman is actually myself? Ji Tranquility. Pahaha. Ji Tranquility really wanted to laugh, but she was afraid that the State Master would see something, and held her tongue. The State Master disbelievingly went to the green bamboo garden again, and the result of the calculation was still himself. He did not go to Ji Lin Feng's courtyard. In his opinion, there was no way that Dushabag could be a bogeyman. If it really was a furious star, it wouldn't be in jail. Strange. Really strange. The State Master, who had returned to the Wutong courtyard, once again kept muttering. He couldn't figure out why the bogeyman he had counted out would be himself. Obviously, the bogeyman he calculated yesterday came from the G family. So how did it become himself tonight? Unable to understand, the State Master dropped his gaze on G Tranquility, who hemmed and hawed and giggled at the State Master. For a moment, he felt that the child in front of him was a little weird. However, he quickly dispersed his thoughts. A 4-month-old baby. Why would it be weird? It's just that everything looks fresh. The master of the country did not know what to think of. Actually, 2 hands to do neck choke. Towards G Tranquility ferocious pinch too. G Tranquility cannot laugh out. He. It can't be that he wants to strangle me. Right? My God. I'm still a baby. How can I withstand a choke? Stop it. Stop it. You bastard. Even though G Tranquility was screaming ah, it didn't help. Just as he was about to use his cries to wake up Mrs. G, a strange scene happened. Only to see the State Master's 2 hands strangling G Tranquility. But it was not G Tranquility whose face was twisted in pain, but the State Master himself. The Master of State seemed to have seen a ghost, and violently loosened his hands. He looked at G Tran with horror in his eyes. This. Is this still a person? Only then did G Tran react with hindsight. So it was because the rebound talisman had not yet expired. Ha. Kill me. Come kill me. I've washed my neck and waited. Ha. G Tranquility's cackling laughter was extraordinarily eerie in this dark night, frightening the State Master to the point that his face changed drastically. Even Yin Zheng, who was patrolling outside, shrank his neck in fear, seeing the State Master fall away. G Tranquility laughed even louder. Ha. Little man, still calling yourself a ghost? Actually so timid. Proper Tao is not enough. Divination comes to the rescue. Lady G was awakened by G Tranquil's laughter, and was busy getting up to pee on her, only to hear, ha. Mother. Fong was really funny. That State Master was scared off by me. He actually tried to strangle me to death, only to be scared away by one of my rebound talismans. Hearing this, Lady G was so shocked that she could barely hold G Tranquility. Gwa? The State Master had come? But in that case, wouldn't the State Master have discovered his daughter's difference? Chapter 118. The wedding date. The State Master who came out from G Mansion had a horrified look on his face. At this time, it happened that a drunken man fell on the roadside. The State Master immediately turned into a black smoke and went forward. After sizing up the man, he extended his hand, until he strangled the man to death. He didn't feel the bizarre pain again. He came to the conclusion, in that case, that little girl has something in her that is against me. This object not only affects my divination techniques, but also makes the power bounce back. What could it be? The State Master couldn't figure it out, but he wanted to once again look for an opportunity to sneak into the G family to find out. What? Mother, you said the State Master came last night? At the breakfast table, Lady G informed a few people to know what she heard last night. Ji Yushu's face was filled with astonishment when she heard it. Ji Linfeng busily gets up to check on Ji Tranquility, who is still sleeping, and finds her unharmed before he secretly breathes a sigh of relief and returns to the table to sit down. With palpitations in his heart, he said, "This person, the State Master, is incredibly bizarre. Wanting to kill someone is simply a matter of convenience. Last night, if it wasn't for my little sister scaring away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, Father didn't sleep in the main room, or else he would have been discovered by the State Master." Ji Yushu, however, was thinking more, and heard him say, "The State Master probably found out about his sister's difference, and there is no way for us to know what tactics he will use against the Ji family next. What then? We can't just sit back and wait for death. Right?" Ji Linfeng said with some anxiety. "What else can be done? Against a person, we can still have a chance of winning for the time being. Against someone who isn't a person, there isn't the slightest chance of winning. Right now, we can only pin our hopes on Sister's what's-her-name soul-collecting talisman. All we have to do is deal with the third prince. Now that the third prince is also imprisoned in the sovereign's palace, it's the right time for us to lay out our plans. And it's about time for Father to wake up," Ji Yushu said, seeing that empty spot. The scene of Marquis Ji's poisoning that day was still in front of his eyes. Ji Yushu's eyes deepened. Since the State Master has a secret liaison with the Northern Kingdom, then why is he helping the third prince? Ji Linfeng was suddenly blessed with the thought of this question. and he looked at Jiyushu with a face that begged for an answer. Lady Ji finished a mouthful of porridge and also looked at Jiyushu. He was recognized as the smartest person in the Ji family. He must be able to figure out the key. Jiyushu took a sip of tea and then thought carefully. A possibility came to mind within a short while. And he said, perhaps he wants to sit back and reap the benefits. We might as well make a bold guess. If the state master was really taken over by a Northern Kingdom person, then he wouldn't just stand by and watch Gu Fanmu being put under house arrest in the palace, and would inevitably rescue him. There's also a possibility that Gu Fanmu was put under house arrest voluntarily, so he would have an excuse to stay in Shengyu, thus joining forces with the state master to disintegrate Shengyu's internal affairs. Of course, this is just my speculation. However, no matter what, these two must be eliminated. Grandmaster Ci Feng was an authentic Shengyu native, so trying to uncover the identity of the state master as a northern nation could not be done at all. Big Brother's analysis is extremely correct. I think it is necessary to tell the Crown Prince about this matter. Let him be prepared. Good. Jiyushu agreed. After breakfast, several people were about to leave when Sister Zuho, who was looking after Imperial Dr. Mu, hurriedly came back and told everyone a piece of news. It said that Imperial Dr. Mu had submitted his resignation papers. He had agreed to wait for Ji Lin Feng to get married before resigning and returning to his hometown. But now he had moved it up. Imperial Dr. Mu was expressing his dissatisfaction with Emperor Yu. The third prince had poisoned and killed 2 of his ministers. Yet Emperor Yu had only lightly placed the man under house arrest in the Patriarch's palace, chilling the hearts of more than just one minister. In Emperor Yu's opinion, Dr. Mu was threatening him with resignation. What he hated most was being threatened, so he was bound to agree to Imperial Dr. Mu's return to his hometown. This would also achieve what Imperial Dr. Mu wanted. Mrs. Ji raised her hands in favor of this. As Dr. Mu was getting old, and with the third prince being forced to reveal himself to the public, he might do something even more vicious. Dr. Mu's resignation is a wise choice. Return to Jizhou is also good. Have Chen Chongyan in Jizhou. She rest assured. Jiyushu also thought of this point. Then said, Jizhou also has the Jiang family's property. There is also a good set of mansion. Grandfather will go and live there. The old Mu family mansion was long gone. Then we'll wait to eat Fenger's wedding wine before we leave. With this in mind, Lady Ji sent Xiao He back to the Mu residence to return the message. She also ordered people to look at the wedding date for Ji Lin Feng and Duan Mu Yi. In the original, it was originally an October wedding date. But this time, they directly saw the 10th of May. There is only a month or so before the wedding date. It was too late to embroider the wedding clothes. Everyone was surprised why the Ji family was in such a hurry. Some said it was because they wanted to give Marquis Ji a rush, in case the person woke up with joy. Sure enough, as soon as the wedding date was set, the Ji family rumored that Marquis Ji was showing signs of waking up. When Bei Hung Yuan heard this news, the white porcelain cup in his hand fell straight to the ground. How could that be possible? That was the most poisonous Western secret medicine. As long as one dabbled a little, there was no possibility of survival. In his opinion, Marquis Ji had died a long time ago. The Ji family's claim that Marquis Ji was unconscious was just a pretext for the Ji family. But he hadn't thought that not only was he not dead, but there were signs that he was going to wake up. Suddenly, he thought of the Ji family's bogeyman. If the star really knew that Marquis Ji would be poisoned, how could he not be prepared? If there was a defense, then it was impossible for Marquis Ji to be poisoned. The fact proves that Marquis Ji is really poisoned. That day he saw clearly. The Dark Lion also saw him drink the cup of tea with his own eyes. But why was he just unconscious afterwards? And why the strong suspicion on his head? Bei Hung Yuan frowned tightly. His mind so chaotic that it was about to suffocate him. He couldn't figure out at all. What exactly was the situation with the Ji family? He, who had always prided himself on his intelligence, couldn't even figure out what was wrong with it. It was fine to suspect the Empress, or the Crown Prince, or Mu Chung. But the Ji family did not follow the common sense, and suspected that it was him. This made him feel incomparably evil. Last night, the State Master went to the Ji family, and came back to say that he was going on a long trip. And he didn't say where he was going? What secret was the Ji family hiding? But right now, he didn't dare to move the Ji family. Even if he learnt that Marquis Ji was alive, he wouldn't dare to touch the Ji family again. He only hoped that the State Master would think of a way to get rid of that so-called bogeyman. Hee hee. Mother reckons that it's because second sister-in-law has that dream that she wants to welcome someone into her home so quickly. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can fight 100 battles without danger. This is also good. Second sister-in-law will be entering the house soon. I'll be able to stick it out with a fragrant and soft second sister-in-law. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be a little aunt in a year's time. G. Tranquility giggled alone on her cot. Once the wedding date was looked after, Lady G sent a slight message to Lady Lu, who was the matchmaker. She was told to make another trip to the Duanmu mansion. In the afternoon, Lady Lu returned the message, saying that everything was done, just waiting for the wedding day. Also said that the Duanmu family is very surprised that the day is set in the 10th of May. Once the news came out, who is not surprised? The Marquis married a minister's daughter. As if a slow-step daughter-in-law will run away like. This impatient look, how can people not be surprised? For the rest of the time, Ji Lin Feng had been secretly teaching the guards solo killing techniques. These were all people who had followed Marquis Ji into battle. Having a foundation in martial arts, they learned it rather swiftly. Ji Lin Feng had chosen a total of 20 people, and these 20 people were then preparing for the next assassination of Qin Wan. Chapter 119. Catching a turtle in a jar. When the time comes, they will all be dressed in uniform dark cabinet clothing, and then pretend to be members of the dark cabinet to assassinate Qin Bowles. The third prince would only find out that it was someone from the dark pavilion who did it. From there, he would be able to restrain the dark pavilion and not let them find the pamphlet first. In order to disrupt the third prince's plans, Qin Wan had to die. That afternoon, Ji Linfeng's spies planted in the Protectorate Temple finally brought back good news that the second prince was preparing to make a move on Qin Wan. The killers hired were none other than those in the dark pavilion. Ji Lin Feng knew that the opportunity had come. His aim was then to blend in and help the second prince. Tonight is the best time to take action. We will not only take advantage of the chaos to assassinate Qin Wan tonight, but we will also take action against the people in the dark pavilion. If we can kill one, it's one. To prevent accidental injuries, everyone tie a black band around their wrists. Understand? Ji Lifeng gathered 20 people in one place and arranged in a low voice. Understood. The 20 people replied neatly and confidently. Good then. Go down and get ready. After saying that, Ji Lifeng closed the door behind him and raised his steps towards Wutong courtyard. By the time he arrived, Ji Yushu had only just had his tea. Marquis Ji and Lady Ji as well as Ji Tranquility were all there. Is second brother ready to leave? Be careful. The group of dead soldiers raised by the third prince are not vegetarians. The news that the second prince was preparing to make his move was already known to them. In order to successfully kill Qin Wan to make the third prince confused, the Ji family was bound to help the second prince. The so-called courtesy and reciprocity. As the plot changed, so much was off track. There are too many uncertainties. And Ji Tren expressed some panic, for fear of something happening to Ji Lin Feng. She thought and decided to exchange a life-preserving talisman for him. Second brother, come over and hug me. I'll give you a life-preserving talisman. In the cot, Ji Tranquil screamed towards Ji Lin Feng. Little sister, is this wanting to be hugged by second brother? Ji Lin Feng looked at Ji Tran. The smile on his face gentle like water. Yes. Yes. Come and hug me. With this life-preserving talisman, even if the state master is there, he won't be able to hurt you. Ji Tranquility redeemed a rebound talisman. No matter what kind of damage is received, it will bounce back to the other party. It lasted for 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the bottom of the eyes of the 4 people in the room lit up slightly. They said in their hearts, good stuff. Because she had to save up her points to exchange for the Soul Collector talisman. She wouldn't normally waste it for non-emergencies. Ji Lifeng held Ji Tranquility for a short while before putting it down. Sheng Jing was still some distance away from the Protectorate Temple, so he had to rush there first. Second brother, be careful. As Ji Lin Feng was about to leave the house, Ji Yushu suddenly said, Qin Wan was surrounded by the third prince's dead soldiers, and should not be underestimated. Don't worry, big brother. Doesn't he know how to run if he can't beat them? Besides, with his little sister's life-preserving talisman, nothing could happen to him. On the other side of the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince had similarly received the news that the second prince had hired an assassin to assassinate Qin Wan. He was also ready to bring people to the Protectorate Temple. Luckily, the two parties did not leave at the same time. When they arrived at the foot of the Protectorate Temple, Ji Linfeng taught them the Dark Pavilion's motto and said seriously, "Keeping your life is important." Upon hearing this, a few people's hearts warmed. Once Ji Linfeng gestured, the group of 20 people dispersed. By the time the people sneaked up the mountain, the second prince's men had already fought with the dead soldiers protecting Qin. The sheer number of people took Ji Linfeng completely by surprise. How could there be so many people? And all of them were not weak in martial arts. There were less than 10 of the third prince's dead soldiers. But these people were able to fight 1 against 3. Still, it couldn't change the ending, because the second prince had said too many people, counting as many as 30 people. Qin in the house was so frightened by the situation outside that she screamed repeatedly, "Quickly! Quickly protect me back to the palace!" At this point, she was scared, and would rather live in the cold palace than stay here anymore. A masked woman protects Qin behind her. "Madam, there are too many people here tonight. If the slave girl has a shortcoming, you will run. No, you can't die. If you die, I won't be able to live either." Qin tightly grasped the woman's arm. Just as the words were finished, the person was stabbed to death with a sword by another person who broke into the room. "Ah!" Qin screamed. The dead soldiers outside who heard the commotion rushed in 2 more people. But they didn't want to be followed by more black-clothed people who rushed into the room. Ji Linfeng was hidden in the shadows, his sword brows frowning tightly, because he saw that there were 2 people whose martial arts skills were not like those in the Dark Pavilion. Could there be another group of people? It couldn't be the Crown Prince's people. Could it? In that case, he would not need to make a move. After a little more than half an hour, all the dead soldiers were killed. And more than half of this party was also killed or injured. Just as victory was in sight, dozens of archers suddenly appeared on the roof. The man at the head shifted his face and shouted, "All of them are from the Dark Pavilion. Not one of them will be left behind. Kill them for me." He seemed to be particularly emphasizing that these people were all from the Dark Pavilion, and that they should all be killed. Many people stepped through the tiles on the roof and jumped into the house, raising an arrow. They shot one of the men in black, who was preparing to assassinate Qin. The men in black above the roof forced the people below to not dare to enter the house again. Whether it was the Crown Prince's people or those in the Dark Pavilion, they were not spared. Ji Linfeng was hidden in the shadows and didn't rush out. He felt that tonight was not like the second prince assassinating Qin, but rather like the third prince's catching a turtle in a jar. Perhaps his purpose in arranging Qin here was to catch a turtle in a jar, not to protect her at all. If that was the case, this third prince was really as ruthless as he was, even taking advantage of his own mother. "Damn it. We've been tricked. Protect the master and go first," someone shouted in the panic. The Crown Prince was protected by a group of black-clothed men as he retreated. And when he retreated to the edge of the mountain pass, an arrow shot towards him as if it had eyes. In the nick of time, Ji Linfeng struck. Dang. He flew up and split the arrow with his sword. Seeing Ji Linfeng make his move, the people in the shadows were no longer hidden and revealed themselves to join the battle with the crowd. The Crown Prince's eyes darted to meet Ji Linfeng's, saying nothing, but seeming to see something in his eyes. Ji Linfeng did not recognize the prince, but he could guess that it was one of the prince's men, which was why he chose to step in. At this moment, Dark Eagle was being beaten by another group of archers without the ability to fight back. Damn it. He seemed to have been taken advantage of by that one. It was true that that person was killing people to silence them. And it was also true that he was using him to lure the Crown Prince's people here. I'm afraid that none of them will be able to leave tonight. Tonight was supposed to be his last order before he escaped from Shangyu with the Dark Cabinet. The Dark Cabinet fooled the Crown Prince with a fake roster. And the Crown Prince was already angry. So he took it out on them. Plus, the Dark Cabinet knew too many of the one's secrets, and wanted to kill and silence them. When he learned about it, he passed the news to the Crown Prince. Where did he know that that person set up a game within a game? Wanting to get rid of both the Crown Prince's people and the Dark Pavilion. Thinking about this, Dark Eagle rolled on the ground and rolled into the inner room. The short knife in his hand quickly flung towards Qin, who was cowering in the corner. Want to kill him? How also have to take away some interest is not. Dark Eagle action at the same time. Ji Linfeng also rushed into the house. Under the four eyes, Dark Eagle actually recognized Ji Linfeng's identity. Dark Yin? Dark Eagle was shocked. Chapter 120. The Woman Who Likes Dark Yin. Dark Eagle recognized himself as Dark Yin at a glance, which was unexpected by Ji Linfeng. He instantly moved towards Dark Eagle. Dark Eagle seemed to read Ji Linfeng's meaning, completely treating the lone wolf and Wu Laosan in the room as air, and concentrating on his moves with Ji Linfeng. Lone Wolf has known for a long time that Dark Eagle has betrayed the Dark Pavilion, and he expected to meet and fight at this moment. Just as the two of them were fighting closer and closer, Lone Wolf suddenly shouted, "Quickly stop them." At the same time, he slapped a palm towards Ji Linfeng. It was too late and too soon. Ji Linfeng and Dark Eagle actually had a very tacit understanding that one of them resisted, and the other drew down a short sword and stabbed at Qinwan. The latter was determined to kill Qinwan even if he was injured. He hated Dark Yin for stealing that booklet. But right now, he would rather that booklet appear in the hands of the Crown Prince. In the past few days, the Dark Pavilion had killed and injured quite a few brothers, all because of Wu Laosan. He hated. Qinwan was dead, stabbed to death with a sword by Dark Eagle. And Dark Eagle was also going to die, pierced through the chest with a sword by Wu Laosan. Ji Linfeng and Lone Wolf fought. Dark Yin, too. In the future, the Dark Pavilion will be yours. That booklet, you must give it to the Crown Prince. The Lone Wolf, who was fighting with Ji Linfeng, heard this and his brows furrowed. What booklet? His intuition told him that the booklet was detrimental to his master. Where would Dark Eagle pay attention to him? Spitting blood out of his mouth. Dying, he said to Ji Linfeng. I intended to hand over the Dark Pavilion to you from the beginning. But and yet you failed my trust. Ji Linfeng was dumbfounded. He knew that Dark Yin was bent on killing Dark Eagle and then taking his place. How could he have known that this guy had long wanted to give him the position of Dark Pavilion Master? If he had known this, what was he doing stealing pamphlets? In a roundabout way, he still got the Dark Pavilion. Just now, he signaled Dark Eagle with his eyes that he would talk about any grudges after the fact, and that he would be united at the moment, worthy of being a Dark Eagle who had worked together for several years. He read it instantly. Ji Linfeng and Lone Wolf were on an equal footing for a long time, and Wu Laosan stabbed him with his sword. Wu Laosan wanted to take advantage of Ji Linfeng's unpreparedness to engage in a sneak attack. Be careful. Dark Eagle was startled, and in the next second, his face showed surprise. He saw that Wu Laosan stabbed Ji Linfeng's neck with his sword. But the person who fell to the ground injured was not Ji Linfeng, but Wu Laosan. He was just testing Ji Linfeng. But right now, he believed that he was Dark Yin. Because Dark Yin was sometimes this weird. He was sometimes injured and his injuries would somehow heal. What made him feel most surprised was that Dark Yin never took the antidote. Because of this, he was prepared to hand over the Dark Pavilion to him. Where would he have thought that this kid would run away and steal the pamphlet? Ji Linfeng took advantage of Lone Wolf's moment of surprise and backhanded a thrust, stabbing Lone Wolf in the abdomen. If it wasn't for his little sister giving him this life-preserving talisman today, his little life would have to be handed over here. Lone Wolf was surprised by Ji Linfeng's weirdness. He didn't dare to fight anymore and jumped out of the window with a wound. Ji Linfeng wanted to chase after him, but was called back by Dark Eagle. Don't go. I don't line up. I'll give you the Dark Pavilion. He only saw him take out a token. A token from the Dark Pavilion symbolizing the identity of the Pavilion Master. He placed the token in Ji Linfeng's hand and said his last words very painfully. The third prince doesn't know about the pamphlet, but the Dark Pavilion knows too many of his secrets. Coupled with Dark Chi's deception, the third prince is narrow-minded and doesn't want to tolerate us. You will give the pamphlet to the Crown Prince. You can't let the third prince succeed. Otherwise the Dark Pavilion has no way to live. Once, the third prince wanted to recruit the Dark Pavilion for his use, but he refused. I will give the booklet to the Crown Prince. But I am not Dark Yin. But Ji Linfeng. Ji Linfeng cupped the token in his hand before approaching Dark Eagle to slowly say these words. What? You? You clearly. How could it be? How could it be? He was clearly that similar to Dark Eagle. If he wasn't Dark Yin, why would he know the Dark Pavilion's unique killing technique? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Poof! Dark Eagle died on the spot under a rush of anger, with a strong sense of unwillingness. Those dead eyes stared greatly. Ji Linfeng shrugged his shoulders and thought about the token in his hand with an innocent face. Whispering, he muttered, It wasn't me who killed you, ah. There's a head for the grievances. There's a head for the debts. If you turn into a ghost, go and find the third prince. You killed the pavilion master? Jilin Feng was about to get up with the token, when suddenly a terrified female voice came from behind him. As soon as this voice rang out, Jilin Feng's tiger body shook. Before he could turn around, he felt the other party's intense murderous aura coming at him. Jilin Feng's body slightly shifted, and only after another turn did he see that it was two women who had come in. One of them directly moved towards him. The other, with a face of shock plus surprise, said, You're Dark Yin? Jilin Feng did not say anything, but fought with the other woman. Jirong, stop. He's Dark Yin. The woman tried to stop, but the woman named Rong pushed her away, insisting on avenging Dark Yin. I don't care who he is. Whoever kills Dark Eagle will die. Not to mention he's a traitor. All the more reason to die. Jirong's face was fuming, and his moves were deadly. Jilin Feng searched for information about this duo from Dark Eagle's memories, as he fought the woman. Soon, he learned about the duo. The woman named Jirong was Dark Eagle's woman. She was also an orphan that Dark Eagle had rescued from the outside, and her full name was Wen Jirong. The other woman's name was Su Yaqing, and she was the person that Dark Eagle valued the most. It was worth mentioning that this person had been admiring Dark Eagle for many years. Dark Eagle has never responded, because he does not need feelings. As an assassin, feelings are the most deadly. I don't know what came to mind. Jilin Feng froze for a moment, and it was this moment that gave the other party an opportunity. At that moment, he slapped his palm. Be careful. Su Yaqing saw Jilin Feng froze and didn't move. She didn't hesitate to step forward, wanting to block the palm. Jilin Feng woke up and subconsciously protected Su Yaqing, who was pouncing over behind him, and used his back to face Wen Jirong, only to hear a muffled thud ring out. Wen Jirong, who flew out backwards, was pierced right through his body by a standing sword. He was too dead to die. Jilin Feng, however, was unharmed. Su Yaqing looked at Jilin Feng blankly. If not for the mask, Jilin Feng would have seen a haunting red on her face. Jilin Feng realized that the posture of the two of them was not right, and busied himself with holding the person steady, and indifferently said, The party was just in a hurry. Don't think too much. Did he think she thought too much? Su Yaqing froze and nodded her head. It was fine if she didn't nod, but at this point, Jilin Feng only felt that he couldn't explain it with 10 mouths. He had someone he liked, and was about to get married. She is simply on two different paths. Jilin Feng stopped looking at her and turned around, ready to leave. Su Yaqing suddenly called out to him. Dark Yin, I've been looking for you. Hearing this, Jilin Feng only felt two big heads. Su Yaqing knew that Dark Yin was a man of few words, and didn't mind if he didn't answer, but also said with a look of consideration for him, I won't denounce you for killing the pavilion master and Wen Jirong. Now that you've got the token, you're the next pavilion master. I will be on your side to help you clarify that the pavilion master and Wen Jirong were not killed by you. Jilin Feng, Dark Eagle wasn't originally killed by me. Wen Jirong is to blame. Chapter 121. Pro-appointed pavilion master. Su Yaqing looked disbelieving and said, You betrayed the Dark Pavilion before, and the pavilion master died in front of you. If you say he wasn't killed by you, who would believe it? Jilin Feng. Seeing Jilin Feng not speaking, Su Yaqing brainstormed that he had acquiesced. So she added, Don't worry. The pavilion master had said early on that the position was reserved for you. And if it wasn't for your sudden betrayal, the position would have been yours long ago. Now that I'm speaking from it, they're bound to believe it. The entire Dark Pavilion knew that Su Yaqing was the person the pavilion master valued the most, and knew quite a lot of inside information. And the antidote for everyone in the Dark Pavilion was in her hands. The corner of Jilin Feng's mouth twitched, acquiescing to Su Yaqing's statement. Afterwards, he said, I still have things to do, so you can take care of the Dark Pavilion for the time being. After saying that, he was about to head out. When will you be back? Su Yaqing hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Jilin Feng's sleeve with a shy face. Jilin Feng had a vicious chill in his heart and pulled his sleeve away from her. The power of the Dark Pavilion was important to him right now, and he didn't want to expose himself yet. As for why this person was so sure that he was Dark Diffusion was out of his consideration. It's impossible to say, since the third prince wants to kill and silence him. He is our enemy. As soon as we have news of him, Report it immediately, Ji Lifeng said indifferently. What about that booklet? You can give it directly to the Crown Prince. It would be fine for him to deal with that one. Su Yaqing looked at Ji Lifeng with a deep look on her face. And the look coming from the latter's eyes had always been icy cold. Lost it. You secretly ordered someone to find it. He believed that Su Yaqing would help him, because she was the one who took the most care of Dark Yin in the Dark Pavilion. She was also the first person to hand Dark Yin a steamed bun when she was starving to death. But that was Dark Yin. Not him. Su Yaqing. When the two of them went out, the people outside were divided into two factions. One faction was the members of the Dark Pavilion, and the other faction was the people brought by Ji Lifeng. At this moment, the two factions were at swords drawn. All the bodies lying on the ground were in black. And apart from the Ji family, there were dead and wounded on several other sides. Seeing Ji Lifeng come out, Go Yuan stepped forward and whispered into Ji Lifeng's ear. Second Prince, the people on the opposite side are all members of the Dark Pavilion. And there was a group of people in the party whose moves were very similar to the martial dragon guards. That group of people went after the third prince's dead soldiers. The martial dragon guards were the dark guards of the Eastern Palace, an escort that the Crown Prince's maternal ancestors' family had trained just for him. Ji Lifeng nodded. He had guessed just now that it was the Crown Prince's men. The purpose is not difficult to guess. Most likely with the same idea as the Ji family to secretly help the second prince kill Qingwan, at the same time getting rid of some of the third prince's dead soldiers. Weaken his power. To see Qingwan died. The third prince will not break the cauldron. Ji Lifeng held up the token representing the identity of the Pavilion Master and said to the crowd, I am Dark Yin. The Pavilion Master is dead. He gave me the Pavilion Master position before he died. As soon as the words fell, there were people who expressed their disbelief. And those who followed Ji Lifeng immediately knelt down and shouted, My subordinates see the Pavilion Master. The original Dark Pavilion members. Su Yaqing also followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting, Subordinate Su Yaqing pays her respects to the new Pavilion Master, adding, If you hadn't arrived in time tonight, we would all be dead. She meant to remind the crowd that his life was saved by him. And he had the Pavilion Master's token in his hand. So there was no excuse for him to be the Pavilion Master. But Dark Yin had betrayed the Dark Pavilion. Someone was unconvinced. Without waiting for Ji Lifeng to speak, Su Yaqing stepped forward and crossed her eyes. Don't you want the antidote? Dark Eagle, in order to prevent these people from betraying, each person has to take a poisonous drug, which strikes once every 3 months. And if they don't take the antidote in time, they will die through their intestines. Su Yaqing then added, Dark Yin has his own forces now. And you all have seen the group of people he brought with him. All of them are highly skilled in martial arts. We still have a chance of winning if we follow him. Otherwise, we can only wait to be approached by that one. We want to see Lady Wen. She has already gone with the Pavilion Master. So if any of you also want to go with him, you can settle it on the spot. These words could not be described as ruthless. Some of them could even guess that when Jirong had been killed because he had disobeyed Dark Yin as the Pavilion Master. A group of people looked at me. I looked at you. And finally chose to follow Ji Lifeng. Being used to being killers, where could they go besides the Dark Pavilion? Su Yaqing was right. Although Dark Yin had betrayed the Dark Pavilion before, he had really made a name for himself in the past few months. He also has his own forces. Dark Diffusion had always been an ambitious person. In a short period of time, he was able to gather so many strong people for him to use. So it can be seen that he is a talented person. Following such a person would definitely lead to a good life. Although Ji Lifeng didn't know why these people were so sure that he was Dark Diffusion, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had taken down the Dark Pavilion. In the future, Su Yaqing will be the Vice Pavilion Master of the Dark Pavilion, in charge of all things big and small. Also, in the future, apart from handing over a portion of the proceeds from the missions, the rest will be arranged on your own. I only have one request. No innocent people shall be harmed. If you don't, you won't be able to get the antidote. This Pavilion Master will even issue a kill order. Hearing that the proceeds of the mission could be arranged on their own, each and every one of them got excited. No one wanted to lick blood from the mouth of a sword. It was just that they wanted to live. To live with self-respect. What was the prerequisite for having self-respect? That was to have silver. They fought to the death for those few taels of broken silver. Let's go! With those words, Ji Lifeng left with the 20 people from the Ji mansion. Without taking a few steps, Suya Qing hurriedly caught up with him and called out to him. Dark Yin. If I have something to find you. 2. How do I contact you? Just leave a mark in front of the door of the Yulian. After saying that, he left without looking back. Completely without looking at Suya Qing, who was in love behind him. On the other side, the Crown Prince led his men to surround Lone Wolf and the other 3 injured dead soldiers to the side of the cliff. Looking at the black-clothed men pressing in front of him, Lone Wolf knew that tonight's plan had failed again. This plan had been devised from the moment Qin Wan was placed in the Protectorate Temple, only waiting for the second prince or the Crown Prince's men to take the bait. Thinking that victory was in sight, how could he have anticipated that there was still a group of people in the dark? The arrow that was shot at the Crown Prince was from his hand. He never expected that the Crown Prince would condescend to come in person. I know that you are the third prince's person. If you are sensible and come forward to identify the third prince, this Crown Prince will definitely plead for you in front of the saint. The Crown Prince's exit words did not have a trace of warmth. There was also no intention to cover up his identity. He personally came tonight to determine whether the poisoning of the third prince was true or false. The Lone Wolf slowly retreated towards the cliff. He was a secret guard that the Qin family had cultivated since he was a child, with the sole purpose of assisting the third prince. He would not betray him. Lone Wolf smiled ruefully. Identify the third prince for what? He is a good and kind person. But he was wrongly accused by you guys into the sovereign's house, and also took advantage of his absence to assassinate his mother consort. Oh! Such behavior. There is a loss of the style of a great man. The Crown Prince has always been benevolent and loved the people. But behind his back, he is such a little two-bit man. It really is an eye-opener for me. At those words, the Crown Prince's face cooled a few points. Said, oh, in terms of being a little man, this Crown Prince is not half as good as Lao San. Since you don't say it, then I can't keep you. Make your move. Without waiting for the Prince's martial dragon guards to make their move, Lone Wolf took the lead and jumped off the cliff, with the remaining 3 following closely behind. Lone Wolf is dead. Qin Wan is dead. Lao San, how will you cope? Chapter 122. Emperor Yu faints. Along with the news of Qin Wan's and Lone Wolf's deaths that reached Bei Hongyuan's ears was Marquis Ji's awakening. Bei Hongyuan appeared calm. Unusually calm. He asked Emperor Yu for a favor, wanting to bury Qin Wan in the mountains behind the Protectorate Temple. Emperor Yu granted the favor. After returning to the palace, Emperor Yu used the fact that Bei Hongyuan was overly sad and could not live for a few days to release the person from the Patriarchate, coupled with the fact that Marquis Ji was unharmed. No one said much. Last night, Ji family members have been waiting for Ji Linfeng straight until the latter part of the night to see people return safely. Early this morning, Ji Yushu decided to release the news of Marquis Ji's awakening, because there were already signs of awakening in front of him, and it was only natural to release the news of his awakening at this moment. What happened during this period of time was enough to give the third prince a pot to drink. He would never have dreamt that he thought he could use Mu Cheng's hand to poison Marquis Ji. But in the end, he put himself in a desperate situation. Lone Wolf died, and he wondered what exactly happened last night. Obviously, everything was prepared properly. But in the end, it was still a heavy loss. He borrowed the name of going up the mountain to bury Qin Wan to find out the cause of Lone Wolf's death. He wanted to know if all of this had anything to do with the Ji family. Of course, the people of the Ji family had no idea what Bei Hongyuan was thinking. And even if they knew, they weren't worried, because he couldn't find out anything. At most, he could find out about the Crown Prince's martial dragon guards. Next, Ji Tranquility guessed that Bei Hongyuan would be silent for a while to think about his next plan. The Ji family also had time to busy themselves with Ji Linfeng's marriage. Turning to the end of April, there were only 10 short days before the wedding, and both the Ji family and Wanmu family appeared to be very busy. But at this time, an appalling news came out from the palace. Emperor Yu had fainted. All the royal doctors in the palace were unable to find out the cause. So the empress specially asked Eunuch De to come to the Ji residence to invite Lady Ji to come. Lady Ji was known as a miracle doctor and thought she could find a solution. When Eunuch De came, the family was having lunch. It can't be poisoning, can it? If the state master had evil intentions, he would surely have this trick up his sleeve. Didn't we hear some time ago that the state master was working on an elixir for Emperor Yu to prolong his life? Upon hearing this, Lady Ji took this matter to heart. Then without taking G tranquility with her, she followed Eunuch De to the imperial palace. When they arrived at the Qianqing hall, they saw both the empress and the crown prince waiting in front of the bed. The empress comes forward to welcome Lady G with a worried face. The imperial doctors were all at their wits' end. So this palace thought of you. Lady G nodded. Let my wife take a look first. Whether or not I can tell the cause of the illness. My wife is not sure. Upon hearing this, both the empress and the crown prince's faces looked grave. Lady G placed the medicine box on the footstool and knelt down to check Emperor Yu's pulse through a layer of gauze. After a long time, she couldn't come up with a clear answer. She guessed that Emperor Yu was poisoned. So she went to explore that side, but found no signs of poisoning. This was unbelievable to her. How? The empress and the crown prince saw Lady G withdraw her hand and hurriedly went up to ask. Forgive my wife's lack of talent and knowledge, and I can't find out the cause of the illness. Lady G had a puzzled look on her face. Upon hearing this, the empress and crown prince were shocked. Even Lady G, who was known as a miracle doctor, couldn't find out the cause of the illness. What could be done? The crown prince thought of seeing Emperor Yu take a black pill earlier, so he asked Eunuch De what was wrong with that medicine. Eunuch De was so scared that he fell to his knees. Yes, it was a medicine prepared by the state master for His Majesty, saying that it could relieve headaches. His Majesty felt that the medicine was quite effective after taking it once, and has been taking it ever since. The empress then asked him to bring that pill to Lady G for her eyes. Eunuch De complied and quickly brought the medicine over. Lady G carefully identified the pills, and also invited Imperial Dr. Mu to identify the pills, and agreed that they were indeed pills to relieve headaches. There was no problem with the pills. So where did the problem come from? Regardless of whether there was a problem or not, the empress felt that this state master could not be trusted. So she took it upon herself to have Eunuch to stop the medicine. Who knows? Emperor Yu woke up at this time. Upon hearing that the empress was going to stop the elixir that the state master had prepared for him, he looked very grumpy. Whoever dares to stop my medicine, I will chop off his head. After saying that, Emperor Yu's huffy gaze fell on Lady G. Lady G, is there a problem with the pills? There is no problem. Lady G was terrified. She had already checked. There was no problem inside the pills. Not only was there no problem, it was also very beneficial to the body. Upon hearing that there was no problem with the pills, Emperor Yu was furious to the extreme. He immediately suspected the empress of having bad intentions. The empress cried out in vain. Emperor, you suddenly fainted. As your wife, I was worried. The several imperial physicians at the imperial hospital failed to find out the cause of the illness. It was only then that I found Mrs. G to diagnose you. Humph. I think it's you who can't wait for me to die early, so as to give way to your son. Hearing Emperor Yu's words, a crowd of people clattered to their knees, terrified, and the empress and crown prince were even too terrified to speak. The guts are really not small. How dare you casually bring people into the palace without my permission? Have you ever put me in your eyes? My own body, how I am still not clear. Get out. All of you get out of here. Fearing that Emperor Yu would do something, the empress hurriedly called for people to send Dr. Mu and Madame G out of the palace, leaving Emperor Yu alone in the subterranean hall to go mad. Mother! Father Emperor! Returning to Fengyi Palace, the crown prince asked worriedly. He thought there was something wrong with the state master's medicine, but it turned out that there was nothing wrong. He could feel that Emperor Yu had changed, becoming irritable and easygoing. Emperor son, as you can see, your father has changed. That's why we have to be prepared as well, the empress said with a heavy face. Of course, the crown prince understood what the empress was talking about in terms of preparation. But mother, my son found that there is something wrong with Father Emperor. Just now, he even had murderous intentions towards us. At this time, we can't go back to angering him. Let's just do our part and do nothing else. Thinking for a moment, the empress felt that the crown prince's words had some truth to them. She then gave up the idea of returning to her mother's home. Afterwards, the crown prince talked about Emperor Yu taking the medicine, and also emphasized that the medicine was developed by the state master, who was the person invited down by the third prince. Not knowing what came to mind, the empress' face abruptly sank, saying, Emperor's son should know that we have only one purpose. More so, you must know that a person pretending to be asleep can never be woken up. If Lao San really dares to mess around, he is plotting treason. If the name is not correct, he will only eat the consequences. As for your father, as you saw just now, he has already fully believed the words of that demonic Taoist. In the past, Mother also had great admiration for Master Si Feng. But as of the moment, she was persuaded by Lao San to come down to the mountain to become the state master. Mother has had an unexplained feeling of repulsion towards him. Emperor Yu's quest for immortality, and being used by the state master was something that no one could stop. Anyone who dared to stop it was disrespecting the monarch. It was to harm him. The fact that the pills did not turn out to be a problem could only mean that the state master's methods were brilliant. Lady Ji returned to the Ji mansion with a worried heart. Marquis Ji hugged Ji Tranquility and rushed forward. How is it? Lady Ji shook her head gruffly. The cause of the illness could not be found out. And His Majesty appeared furious after waking up. He didn't even give face to the Empress or the Crown Prince. Moreover, the State Master had long ago developed a good elixir for His Majesty. And I've seen that medicine as well. There's no problem with it. Lady Ji briefly explained the events of the party. Ji Tranquility was so surprised that her small mouth slightly opened. Chapter 123. Who is Su Yi waiting for? The fact that there is no problem with the medicine does not mean that Emperor Yu has not been poisoned. According to his condition, this medicine makes people irritable and easy to get angry. The purpose of the State Master wouldn't be to turn Emperor Yu into a tyrant, would it? Yu Di is now convinced of the State Master, and he can't even get close to him if he wants to help him. During this period of time, father must act carefully. Don't go and anger him. A bad one will end up with his whole family killed. Nowadays, Emperor Yu doesn't care about that much. As for when Emperor Yu started taking the medication, only his close confidant, Eunuch knows. If the Empress and the Crown Prince didn't want anything to happen to Emperor Yu, they should start with Eunuch. If they don't want to save it, then the Empress and the Crown Prince will have to make preparations. Of course, this is all just my guess. Whether or not mother and father can think of this, I don't know. Aye. As the plot changed, Ji Tranquility herself didn't know what the State Master's true intentions were. The third prince was very quiet during this time, only learning that Emperor Yu had fainted and visiting once. The rest of the time he had been in the palace reading books and painting. He has really kept his peace and quiet. After Emperor Yu fainted, he seemed to be much more energetic. Every night, he used all the concubines in the palace in different ways. Except for Fengyi Palace, of course. Other than that, Emperor Yu had really become a tyrant. Someone reported that Zhang Shijun, the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, had been enriching himself and embezzling military pay. When Emperor Yu learned of this, he killed the Zhang family without even checking, even involving the Zhang family's side branches. Zhang Shijun was beheaded in front of the civil and military officials. Since then, Emperor Yu had gained the name of a tyrant. Although Zhang Shijun deserved to die, it was a bit unkind to involve the side branches. The officials of the various families in the imperial city were careful and cautious every day for fear of upsetting the emperor. The third prince who learned of this matter only slightly paused, and then continued to paint, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The Ji family, however, could not be happy. Some people either die in silence or explode in silence. They believed that the third prince belonged to the latter. Ji Lifeng and Duan Muyi's wedding date was approaching, but hopefully nothing would happen. On this day, the sun was shining just right, and Lady Ji and Ji Yushu took Ji Tranquility out for a rare trek. Not far to the east of the city outskirts was a large peach blossom garden. Every year at this time, it would welcome many flower-appreciating ladies and young ladies. This year, Mrs. Ji also wanted to bring Ji Tran to join in the fun. Just after getting off the carriage, Ji Tran was stunned by the sea of pink flowers in front of her. Peach trees are not high, rows and rows on both sides, in the middle of the path for people to walk to enjoy the flowers. The pink peach blossom petals bloomed all over the branches, so breathtakingly beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of them. There were many servants from the mansion carrying blueprints to pick up the freshly fallen petals on the ground. Peach blossoms are very useful. You can make peach blossom porridge, peach blossom drink, peach blossom cake, peach blossom wine, and so on. The most popular ones are peach blossom wine and peach blossom cake. There is a restaurant in Shenjing that is famous for peach blossom wine. Mrs. Ji was holding Ji Tranquility, and Zuotong was pushing Ji Yushu, slowly walking along the path. The women beside her were laughing and giggling. There are so many swallows and warblers today. It's really dazzling. The second brother will soon have a family. And the eldest brother is still unsettled because of his leg. If someone looks at Big Brother at this time, that would be called true love. It's a pity that a lot of mediocre fans are only looking at the G family lineage. Thinking about the original, Ji Yushu did not get married. G Tranquility's heart was saddened. Lady G couldn't help but sigh. Although her son's legs are not easy, his talent is really good. Not to mention whether he wants to have a family or not. As a mother, she didn't want to settle for too much. That would be too much for him. A few people are walking. A woman in front of the open space came a woman's voice. Stinking beggar. This place is not for you to come. Hurry up and get out. That is, your appearance is simply an insult to our eyes. Which one is not a dignitary to come today? You a beggar to do what here? Peach Blossom Garden is a private property. The owner of the garden did not state who comes and who can't come. But because every year will come to many official ladies. The common people are busy with their livelihood and come less. Over time an unwritten rule was formed. That is, the Peach Blossom Garden is only open to the official family. Today, a little bit of green from all the flowers will naturally cause the ladies to look at it differently. As the woman's voice increased, more and more people gathered around. Mother, let's go and take a look as well. Shall we? Lady G knew that her own precious daughter was a melon eater. With a good show to watch, she definitely wouldn't miss it. When a few people arrived, they saw a female beggar dressed in rags squatting on the ground to pick up flower petals like no one else. Picking up petals that have been floating down for several days. It looks pathetic. The woman in red stepped on the petals that the woman was going to pick up and taunted her. This is so hungry that you have no food to eat. So you have to pick up petals to fill up your hunger? TSK. Really pitiful. This lady is in a good mood today. How about rewarding you with a piece of peach blossom cake? After saying that, the woman in red then touched a piece of peach blossom cake from the blue and threw it on the ground. And laughed and said, "Eat it. Reward you. It's much tastier than flower petals." Many of the young ladies beside her covered their mouths and laughed. And some of the ladies also took pleasure in this. G Tranquility had been sizing up the female beggar. This person reminded her of Princess Su Yu, who was raised by the Qin family in Qingzhou County. Although it was just a debt owed by Emperor Yu from a one-night fling. But it was also royal bloodline anyhow. The female beggar raised her eyes, and coldly swept her eyes over the crowd of madams and ladies who were laughing at her. However, she did not see the person she wanted to wait for, and was a little disappointed. The woman in red laughed loudly. "Eat ah. Not hungry? Quickly pick up and eat ah. Ha ah. You quickly see ah." This beggar was born with a few looks. It won't be that he wants to come here to hook up with a male gentleman. Right? Hearing this, G Tranquility anxiously dropped her gaze on the female beggar's face. Unlike the dirt on other beggars' faces, her face is white and clean. Only her fluffy hair and tattered clothes made her look like a beggar. G Tranquility tried to recall the description of Su Yu in the original story. A curved willow leaf eyebrow. A pair of eyes that turn and look amorous. And an air of innocence. When looking at the female beggar again, G Tranquility's eyes stared round. My God! Isn't this Su Yu? Who is she waiting for here? Suddenly, G Tranquility's blessing came from her heart. Remembering the part where Su Yu met Ji Yushu. I remember. It was in front of an inn. Su Yu was selling her body to bury her father at the door. Of course, selling her body to bury her father was fake. Deliberately approaching Big Brother is real. The reason she approached Big Brother was because she wanted to use him to show her face in front of Emperor Yu. Big Brother only gave her silver money to bury her father at that time, and did not agree to sell her body. Su Yu insisted on following Big Brother back to the G Mansion. As a slave or a servant, but was lost fighting spirit of the Big Brother refused. Later, before the G family was exiled, Su Yu even came to give Big Brother a ride, saying something about how Big Brother was the kindest man she had ever seen. It's just that creation has made them opposites. Chapter 124. Su Yu changed her plans without permission. But, how did we meet here today? There is also no such thing as selling one's body to bury one's father. What's going on here? Hearing this, Lady Ji and Ji Yushu's eyebrows moved slightly. So she was Su Yu. Ji Yushu was wondering if the third prince had changed his plans, and not to start with him. Then who was her target? It was true that those who came today were either dignitaries or prominent people. It was not impossible to want to rely on these people to get close to Emperor Yu. No matter what Su Yu's current status was. Sooner or later, she would be recognized back by Emperor Yu. So would a hallowed princess be taunted by a group of worldly ladies? Su Yu did not pick up the piece of pastry, but prepared to get up and leave. The woman in red, however, seemed to find great pleasure in teasing Su Yu, so she did not want to let her off so easily. Coldly humming, hee. Isn't it just a beggar? What kind of innocence do you pretend to have? Not eating peach blossom cake at this moment. It can't be waiting for us to leave, and then come back to look for it. Oh! Really cheap. In G Tranquility's opinion, the woman in red was just madly playing dead on the brink of death. One must know that Su Yu was a killer. A killer who had been trained since childhood. Wanting to kill someone was a matter of minutes. The woman in red didn't see that Su Yu's eyes had already been dyed with a layer of killing intent. Just when the woman in red did not comply, Ji Yushu suddenly had a flash of light and thought of a good idea. Opening his mouth, he said, "Heaven has the virtue of good life. Please ask this girl to keep her mouth shut." The woman in red was about to scold Ji Yushu for being nosy. When she turned her head, she saw him sitting on top of a wheelchair. Also born as a chiropractor, his temperament was especially outstanding. The only young man in Shengjing who sits in a wheelchair is the Grand Prince of the Marquis. The red-robed woman immediately bowed to Ji Yushu and Lady Ji. "My daughter has met Lady Marquis and the Grand Prince. I have no intention to offend. Please forgive me." Fearing, as if the Marquis was going to convict her, she hurriedly left. The woman in red is also a smart one. Afraid of being settling scores. Even the lintel does not report running away. Snort. Still have some brains. Otherwise, Su Yu must kill the door. Thinking that Ji Yushu helped Su Yu, G Tranquility had a worried face. Big Brother spoke out to help her out. "I'm afraid I'm going to be relied on by this person. Once relying on her, she will use the G family as a springboard to the throne." Hades is considered to have harmed the Empress. This time, Su Yu did not sell her body to bury her father. Not at the inn. The two still met. There seems to be a heavenly will in the underworld. Listening to this, Lady Ji was also a little anxious. But on second thought, her own De Lang could also hear her daughter's heart. He must have his own considerations in doing so. Su Yu froze and looked over towards Ji Yushu. This moment of astonishment was heavenly. Is this person the Ji family's eldest son? He was indeed as dazzling as the rumors had it. Subsequently in the heart secretly said a pity. Such a bright and beautiful person. Why would be a waste of time? Listening to the third brother said, she should have sold her body to bury her father's lonely identity to approach the Ji family's Grand Duke. Afterwards, for some reason, he changed his mind and asked her to come here to wait for the Liu family's daughter. Today, it seems that the Liu family's daughter didn't come. Instead, she met the Ji family's Grand Duke. This person really has a good appearance. She can feel that this person's bones are permeated with a goodness. She couldn't get close to the Liu family's daughter today. So why not approach the Ji family's Grand Duke as she had planned before? I'm sure third brother wouldn't blame her if he found out. Regardless of who she approached, there was only one purpose, and that was for her to return to the palace, to honor her status as a princess, and then use this matter to pull the Empress down. Third brother was helping her, but she wanted to return to her father's side on her own. Although her mother consort is only a small palace maid, that is also the queen's side of the big palace maid. The identity is also the next person cannot compare. Wrong is wrong. Mother consort wrongly believed the Empress. Thinking about this, Su Yu's eyes revealed a look of determination. It is settled. She should not approach the Liu family daughter. The Marquis house seems to have a better chance to face the saint than the Prime Minister's house. It is said that there will be a wedding banquet in the Marquis mansion in 10 or so days. If the Holy Spirit will come then her chance will come. Thinking of this, Su Yu directly knelt down towards Ji Yushu. Many thanks to this gentleman for his help in relieving the siege. My little daughter is willing to serve as a slave and a maidservant by the side of the gentleman, to repay today's kindness. Su Yu's behavior like this made many of the ladies watching on the side scoff. When the woman in red said that she wanted to seduce your son with her face, they did not believe her. In the end, the woman acted on it. The woman in red said that she wanted to seduce the noble gentleman with her face, and they didn't believe it. Since ancient times, there are no ugly people in the heavenly family. This Su Yu was indeed born with a beautiful face. Don't agree, big brother. G Tranquility worriedly went to tug on Ji Yushu's sleeve, and the latter gave her a soothing look. What does big brother mean by this? Ji Tranquil said that she didn't read it, but she was anxious. And at this time, Ji Tran thought of Duan Lui. Oh! If only second sister-in-law was here. She would be able to tell Big Brother that this woman has ulterior motives. Second sister-in-law would have been able to recognize Su Yu's identity as a princess based on her dreams. What should we do now? If Big Brother really took someone back, he would be the third prince's accomplice. Oh! Ji Tranquility was so anxious that she babbled for a while. Hating that she couldn't speak. Instantly heard, get up. Just right. This son of the side of the lack of a tea pouring water. You will accompany this son of the house to serve around how? Upon hearing this, the sound of women huffing and puffing was all around them. I really didn't think that the Ji family's eldest son really wanted to save this dirty beggar. This vision is really no one. What kind of person is the Grand Duke? Shengjing City is recognized as a jade tree. Talented. There are many people who want to marry into the Ji family. Although the Grand Duke's leg was later crippled, and some of the ladies gave up on the Grand Duke, there are still many women who secretly covet his identity. People can't. The identity is there. It's always not bad. It's just a pity that people always look like they are not close to women. Today is to let the big fall eyes. Save a female beggar. Egu. Really anxious me. Big Brother cannot care about this idle matter. Although this Su Yue just wants to step on Big Brother to get to the top, and won't make a move on the Ji family. The Empress's defeat has a lot to do with her. If Big Brother helped her, this would indirectly help the third prince. Oh! Big Brother is smart for a lifetime, but confused for a moment. Ji Tranquility was so anxious that she scratched her ears. This matter, once it was spread, many people secretly sighed. Bei Hung Yuan was even so shocked that he dropped the teacup in his hand. Damn it. Didn't I tell her that there was a change in plans? Why did she still go close to the Ji family without listening? Today's Ji family has too many variables. He doesn't dare to mess with it. She's good. She posted herself up. This if there was another variable, all his plans would be lost. Bei Hung Yuan brushed down a note and anxiously summoned the secret guard. You go and pass this note to Su Yu in some way. Yes. Master. Wait. Has Lone Wolf's corpse been found? He went to check the cause of Lone Wolf's death. But it was only the Crown Prince's martial dragon guards. Reporting back to my lord. Not yet. Bei Hung Yuan waved his hand at the dark guard in annoyance, signaling for him to go down and continue to track it down. Ever since he could remember, Lone Wolf had accompanied him. And rather than being a dark guard protecting him, he was more like his eldest brother. Whether he was alive or dead, he would find him and bring him home for a proper burial. As for his revenge, he would avenge him fiercely. Thinking back to this, Bei Hung Yuan, who had always been cold and aloof, actually reddened his eyes. Uncle Fu was dead. Lone Wolf was also dead. And even his mother had gone with him. He even felt for a moment that he should give up. Give up all of this. But after sacrificing so many people, he could no longer turn back. There was no turning back. Chapter 125. Ji Yushu's plan. Su Yu gathered her sharpness and warily followed Ji Yushu and the others back to the Ji mansion. This one is? Marquis Ji happened to have finished his official business and came out from his study. Seeing the beggar following behind a few people, he had a look of astonishment. Su Yu did not introduce herself. So when Marquis Ji asked, Lady Ji and the others could not answer, and all looked at Su Yu. Su Yu then will be long ago choreographed speech. One by one recited, My name is Su Yu. Is the Qinzhou County people. I came to Shengjing to look for my father. My mother died the year she gave birth to me. And I grew up with my grandmother, who left me last year. Before she died, she told me to come to Shengjing to look for my father. Grandma said that my father went to the capital to take the examination and hasn't returned yet. Finished. But also make a look of sadness and pity. Now I am penniless. I only beg the good people to take in 1 or 2. When I find my father in the future, I will definitely repay him. Oh! She is lying. Father and mother brother don't believe her. Ji Tranquility bared her teeth at Su Yu for a while. But the latter completely treated her as air. As soon as he heard the 3 words Su Yu, Marquis Ji was slightly stunned. He glanced at Lady Ji, who moved her eyebrows in an unnoticeable manner. Marquis Ji then understood that this was a deliberate attempt to bring someone home. Several people knew that Su Yu was lying, but they wouldn't try to break her down. Ji Yushu answered, Father, Mother, My child's green bamboo garden is lacking a maid to serve tea and water. So let her serve my child. The corners of Marquis G's mouth twitched. Letting a princess serve tea and water. You can think of that too. But he would not refute Ji Yushu's words. At this time, they would have to come as if they didn't know Su Yu. Furthermore, to be close to the Ji family, Su Yu was also begging for it. Alright. It's up to you to arrange it. Yes. Child knows. Just like this, Su Yu stayed in the Ji family. In the afternoon, Ji Lifeng returned to his house after a day of training. Just as he walked outside the door, he saw a sneaky man wandering around outside the Ji mansion. When the man saw Ji Lifeng looking at him, he turned around and ran away. Ji Lifeng's eyebrows jumped as he turned around and entered the house. Big brother. Big brother. I just saw a man outside the door. The word sneaky froze before he could say them. He saw a woman standing outside Ji Yushu's study. The woman was tall and had a pure and lovely appearance, like a little sister next door. Big brother's maid? Ji Lifeng had a look of astonishment on his face. Ever since Big brother's leg was crippled, he had dismissed all the maids in his courtyard. What's up with this woman? Second brother. Come in. Ji Lifeng was just wondering. Just then, he heard Ji Yushu's voice from inside the study. It was warm and soft. Very pleasant to listen to. Su Yu's eyes moved and she flicked her body towards Ji Lifeng. Greetings, second duke. This person was Ji Lifeng, the second son of the Ji family. After she came to Shengjing, she had probably made a brief understanding of some of the characters in the capital. Ji Lifeng ignored her and pushed the door into the study. The first thing he said after entering was, Big brother, didn't you say you don't need maids to serve you? Then what's with the one outside the door? Ji Yushu took a pen and wrote 2 big words on the rice paper. But on his mouth, he said, her name is Su Yu. She came to Shengjing to look for her relatives. I saw her being bullied in the peach garden, so I brought her back to my home. When she finds her relatives, she will be let go. Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Lifeng's gaze fell on the few words on the rice paper and winked at Ji Yushu. Wordlessly, he said, awesome, big brother. To actually want to turn this person against him. This idea is good, but there are risks. In the evening, Ji Yushu secretly asked Swatong to pay attention to Su Yu's every move. He, on the other hand, was pushed by Ji Lifeng to head to Wuzhong courtyard. When he arrived, his parents were already waiting for him. Both wanted to know what he had planned next. Ji Yushu was a smart man. It was impossible for him to lead someone home after learning that Su Yu's intentions were impure. There must be a plan of his own. At this moment, Marquis Ji and Lady Ji desperately wanted to know the contents of the plan. The main thing was that all afternoon today, Ji Tran had been acting agitated and fidgety. And Lady Ji was really worried. It's not like they could explicitly say that they could hear her heart. They had been on the defensive against Su Yu long ago. Seeing her daughter getting more and more agitated, Lady Ji then winked at a few people, signaling that it was time for them to act again. Several people understood in seconds. Ji Tran, on the other hand, nestled in Lady Ji's arms, staring with a pair of puffy eyes. Afterwards, one still figured it out. AI, who asked father, mother, and brother to be virtuous, unable to see people's families suffer. Forget it. Forget it. Big deal. I'll just save up more points for unexpected situations. Ji Tranquility nestled insipidly in Lady Ji's arms. Just as she was about to squint for a while, Ji Lifeng's words could be heard coming from her ears. Big brother, just now I saw a maid standing outside your study. Aren't you not fond of maids serving? How come you found one today? Have you checked her background, just in case? Marquis Ji's eyebrows twitched as he answered. Fomer's right. The third prince failed to poison me, and will definitely find another way. Therefore, no matter what, one must be on guard. Hearing this, Ji Tranquility was happy. Great. Great. So brother and father know to guard against the third prince, The matter of father's poisoning was a case of being light on precautions before he was struck. Now, one can't be so careless. One must take precautions everywhere. Eldest brother must listen to second brother, and have someone go to Qinzhou to check this person's background. It won't be difficult to find out that this person is an adopted daughter, who was raised in the Qin family's side branch. As for whether or not we can find out this person's true identity is unimportant. Being able to find out the head of the Qin family was enough to prove that this person had bad intentions. After finding out, It's best to reveal the news to the Crown Prince. After the last poisoning incident, the Crown Prince and Empress were also wary of the third prince. Coupled with Su Yu's news, the Empress would be more or less suspicious. It won't be hard for her to find out what happened back then if she investigates on her own. Ji Tranquility also didn't know how Ji Yushu would arrange it, and perked up her ears to listen. Ji Yushu lightly coughed twice and lied, "Don't worry. Last time when I heard second brother say that Zhang Shijun was waiting for a female beggar, I had already had people go and check her identity. Yesterday, already got the news that this person is an adopted daughter of the Qin family's side branch and knows martial arts." "What? So, she lied just now?" Lady Ji made a face that was hard to accept. "Then that means she appeared at the Peach Blossom Garden today with the purpose of waiting for us?" Ji Yushu nodded in agreement. Whether she was waiting for them or not, he didn't know. But right now, the play had to be finished. Marquis Ji and Ji Linfeng also looked stunned, each acting like they were. Ji Tranquility was completely convinced. "My God, Big Brother is really smart, causing me to worry for nothing. He. I'm sorry, Big Brother. I was wrong to blame you for everything just now." Ji Linfeng gave a thumbs up towards Ji Yushu. "In terms of cleverness, it's still Big Brother all." Ji Tranquility laughed in an eating manner, opening his little fat hands towards Ji Yushu. He asked for a hug. How could Ji Yushu refuse? Big Brother must have a plan, since he knows that this person is ill-intentioned and still leads people home. "Quickly tell us what the plan is. I can't wait to hear about it." The others also looked like they were all ears. Chapter 126. Su Yu has another uncle. Ji Yushu's plan was to let Su Yu know the truth about that year. That the Qin family was not her savior, but her mother's murderer. The Empress was the one who really wanted to help her. But right now, they should act like they didn't know Su Yu's true identity yet. Or else they couldn't explain it. Such a big secret story. If they didn't plan for it properly, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ji Yushu pondered for a moment and only said, "Use the trick." Using a trick to turn Su Yu against her. Letting her know that the Qin family is her mother's enemy, and then together they will deal with the third prince. Lady Ji picked up. "I always feel that this person is not that simple. Could she still have an unknown identity? An adopted daughter of the Qin family is approaching us. What is her intention? Is it possible that you want to deal with the Ji family with just an adopted daughter? Is the third prince underestimating us too much?" Ji Yushu's eyes lit up with a look of sudden realization and said, "Mother's analysis is reasonable. In case this person has other identities, I'll send someone to investigate again. Why don't we let the Dark Pavilion go? It's much easier for them to do these things." Ji Linfeng said. "Feasible. Leave this matter to Fenger. Remember, don't expose the identity of the second son of the Ji family," Marquis Ji said with a grave expression on his face. "Understood." Ji Linfeng had a smile on his face. The several people took advantage of the fact that Ji Tranquility hadn't noticed and blinked at each other with a "how am I acting" look. Ji Tranquility didn't know that the several people were acting, and really thought that they were analyzing Su Yu's matter, happily clapping her milky little chubby hands. He. Even if the older brothers are smart, Mother has also become smart now, and knows to pay attention to these details. Su Yu really does have a second identity. Suddenly, Ji Tranquility's eyes lit up. "If we investigate that Su Yu is a princess, we can do so, letting her know that her mother's murderer is the Qin family, and that the Empress is the one who wants to protect her. In that case, wouldn't we have an extra helper on our side?" Hearing this, several people did not move and glanced at each other again. It coincided. One could only say that Ji Yushu was smart enough. Then he heard Ji Tranquility's heartfelt words come through again. Su Yu's matter also has to be investigated from the Zhou family groom's death case. Su Yu's mother consort was in love with Zhou family groom before she was born, and was waiting to come out of the palace to discuss the marriage. The woman was waiting to come out of the palace to discuss the marriage. How did she know that she would come out early and be pregnant? But the Zhou family groom was truly fond of her, so he didn't say anything and just waited for the child to be born to get married. But he didn't know that the Qin family had it all under control. On the day of the birth, the Qin family stormed into the Zhou family and killed all of them, only taking the child with them. At that time, the case was tried by the Qin family's disciples, so it was hastily ended as a vendetta case. The enemy family was at large. However, the Qin family missed one point, which was that at that time, Su Yu's mother consort also known as Lin Xiu's maternal elder brother. Lin Xiuxing also lived in the Zhou family. Lin Xiuxing saw it all, but each one was masked and unrecognizable. Over the years, Lin Xiuxing has been secretly investigating. But the good times don't last long. He was eventually discovered by the Qin family and died tragically at the end. I remember Lin Xiuxing found a job pouring night incense in Shengjing. He has now found out about the Qin family. But because the Qin family was raided, he started investigating Qin Wan. Now that Qin Wan is also dead, I don't know if he will investigate further. It was useless to investigate further. The enemies were almost all dead, and the third prince had nothing to do with what happened back then. All he had to do now was to identify with Su Yuyu. I guess Su Yuyu probably won't identify with him as her uncle. After all, there is a difference in status. But now, we have to find this person and inform Su Yuyu of this matter to know before she acknowledges her family. If we let her know after she recognizes her family, she probably won't believe it. Not so much before that. After all is said and done, these matters still need to be decided by Emperor Yu. So that means that nothing can happen to Emperor Yu yet. But this person is now too poisoned to get close. Ah? Hearing this, Marquis Ji shook his head in distress. He had gone to the court once after he awoke. And not only had Emperor Yu become irritable, his suspicions were even more heightened than before. As long as someone impeached an official, that official would either die or be crippled. He didn't listen to anyone at all. He is self-centered. He is heading in the direction of a tyrant. Of course, there is an advantage to this. That is, those officials who usually jump high will have to keep their tails between their legs. No one would dare to touch Emperor Yu's brow. Turning Emperor Yu into a tyrant would not be beneficial to the people of Shengyu, but rather to the other two countries. The Empress and the Crown Prince had to take action after figuring this out. And sitting on the sidelines would only aggravate Shengyu's decline. After hearing this, Ji Linfeng's brows tightened. He opened his mouth and said, "Father, Mother, Elder Brother, when I came back just now, I saw a man sneaking around outside the mansion gate. I don't know who he is. Could it be Su Yuyu's uncle? But it could also be someone from the third prince." The three people who heard this looked at each other, and all saw gravity in their eyes. Ji Tranquility was taken aback. It can't be Su Yuyu's uncle? Could he have seen Su Yuyu come to the Ji mansion and wanted to get close? Or perhaps the third prince? If Lin Xiuxing could look into the Qin family's head, of course he could also look into the Qin family in Qizhou County. Therefore, since he knew that Su Yuyu was his niece. After all, after checking for more than 10 years, how could he have found out something? Hearing Ji Tranquility analyze it like this, there was a high possibility that the man outside was Lin Xiuxing. When several people thought of this, Marquis Ji asked Ji Lin Feng to secretly investigate, while he also asked Yin Zheng to pay more attention to the neighborhood. This Lin Xiuxing was a key figure. Don't let the third prince find out in advance. Meanwhile in Fengyi Palace, the Empress listened carefully to the informant's report. "Your Highness, the slave girl witnessed consort Rong handing news out. The news has been inquired by us, saying that His Majesty has become a tyrant under the spell of the demonic path, and that they can join forces with the Northern Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the Empress' face abruptly became heavy as she heavily slapped the desktop. How dare she? She Nandong Yen has great guts. It seems that this person cannot be retained. However, let her bounce around for a while now, and then get rid of her together with Gu Fanmu of the Northern Kingdom after the evidence is confirmed. This palace would like to see how arrogant she can be in someone else's territory. Then thinking of Emperor Yu's situation, he directly became at a loss. Because of Yudi's change, the State Master had been instilled with the name of Demon Road. But the State Master seemed to be completely unconcerned, not even stepping forward to clarify. She was now in a bit of a dilemma. On the one hand, she wanted to wait for the third prince to force the palace, and then take the person down in name only. On the other hand, she was worried that Emperor Yu's condition would worsen, and she would be all on the side of the third prince. Of course, forcing the palace was the most unwise. Therefore, she had to plan for the worst. In the evening, the Empress sat in front of the bronze mirror, allowing the palace staff to remove the heavy beaded hairpin from her head. She looked through the bronze mirror at the palace men behind her who were removing her headdress, and suddenly fell into a bit of a trance. "Ru Qiao, Xiaoyi has been gone for 18 years. Are you really not out of the palace?" Mentioning Xiaoyi, the Empress' face was again sad. Ru Qiao and Xiaoyi are from the same hometown. and are also the maids who came to the palace with her. The two are even good friends. Chapter 127. Leaving from the Ji family. Your Highness, the slave girl will accompany you in the palace for the rest of your life. When she thought of Lin Xiaoyi, she also felt a pang of sadness. The Empress knew that Ru Qiao was willing to give up everything to accompany her, because she was afraid that she would be alone in the palace. While her heart was touched, she could not help but feel guilty. But she had already advised her many times to leave the palace and get married. But she just insisted on staying in the palace with her. She also gave in. By the way, have you entrusted someone to find Xiaoyi's elder brother? The Empress suddenly remembered this matter. She wanted to find an errand for Lin Xiaoyi's elder brother in the palace. The Empress felt more or less guilty in her heart about what happened back then. She thought that if she didn't release Lin Xiaoyi from the palace, she wouldn't have died in childbirth. After all, there were skilled eunuchs in the palace. That's why she thought of helping Lin Xiao's family. But how could she not find the Lin family? The Empress did not see Ru Qiao's eyes behind her flash. Listening to her, she said, still haven't found him. According to the villagers, big brother Qiuxing has never returned to the village. Xiaoyi's parents also died early because of her death. Big brother Zhou, who had a marriage contract with little E, also married someone else. Don't give up. Continue to ask people to look for Xiaoyi's elder brother. The Empress said. Yes. Slave girl saves. Ru Qiao looked up and saw the Empress placing the blood jade at her waist in front of the dressing mirror. Then she smiled and said, Empress, this blood jade is a gift from His Majesty for your birth. It is an imperial gift. The slave girl thinks it's better to carry it with you. The Empress already had preconceptions about Emperor Yu in her heart. And along with that, she didn't like the things he gave her very much. So what if it's an imperial gift? Those who are emperors are ultimately thin-skinned. After saying that, he put on his middle garment and went up to the couch. Without looking back, he waved his hand towards Ru Qiao. You also go down and rest. Yes. The Empress gave her word. Ru Qiao did not stay any longer. At night, a black figure silently scurried out from Ji Mansion. It was Su Yu who had changed her clothes. Su Yu's body was like a ghost as she traveled through the roofs, and then stopped at the alley where she had met with Zhang Shijin before. A man in black was waiting there. Su Yu was very confident about this plan. In her opinion, all of Ji's family members were very kind, especially the eldest son, Ji Yushu. Not only is he quite talented, he treats his subordinates with humility and courtesy. Such a man was something she had never seen before. Adding to the fact that the Ji family's status was quite high, the chances of being able to meet Yu must be higher than the Xiongfu. As soon as Su Yu saw the man in black, she gleefully wanted to tell the plan in her heart. But she didn't want the man to give no face to her as soon as he saw her and angrily reprimanded her. Yu, why did you take the liberty of approaching the Ji family? Do you know that such an act could miss that person's big event? In order to be able to make you recognize your identity as a princess. How much effort have we made? Do you know? I know. But? The man mercilessly interrupted Su Yu and added, then you should listen to that person's arrangements. Do you know that the real reason why the Qin family was copied was because the Empress wanted to find you and drive you out? She did not want you to return to His Majesty, because His Majesty was very fond of your mother consort back then. The Empress was afraid that your mother consort would steal the position that should have belonged to her. And that's why she killed your mother consort. If you return to His Majesty's side, you will definitely know the truth about the year and take away everything she has managed so hard. What we need to do is to expose the Empress's crimes. These words, the reason why Righteous Father mentioned them again is because he is afraid that you will forget the blood feud on your body. Do you understand a piece of Righteous Father's heart? Seeing Su Yu's silence, the man sighed deeply, patted Su Yu's shoulder like an old father, helplessly said, one day, if you really return to the palace, and rightly identify as a princess, forget about your righteous father. Your father is the current saint. If the saint learns that you still have an undesirable righteous father, he will definitely not be happy. Righteous father. Su Yu choked rather sadly. Righteous father. Yu Yu's life was saved by the Qin family, and all her skills were taught by you. You will never forget. One day, if you really enter the palace and recognize your identity, Yu will definitely kill her enemy and vindicate the Qin family. She'll even help third brother take the throne. Once a teacher, always a father. Not to mention you are my righteous father. I will never forget your old man's kindness to me in my life. Hearing these words from you, righteous father is relieved. You think of a way to get out of the G family. Other than that, righteous father will think of another way. The man looked at Su Yu with a pleased expression. The latter, however, hesitated and heard her say, righteous father, Yu thinks that the Ji family has a better chance of winning than the Xiongfu. Ji Xiaoshan is a marquis. His prestige in the hearts of the people is quite high. The chances of meeting His Majesty with the Ji family's identity are greater than the Xiongfu. You can't figure out why she must abandon the Ji family and choose the Xiongfu. In fact, the man also couldn't figure out why the third prince didn't choose the Ji family instead of the Lu family. But he knew in his heart that the third prince was a smart man and must have his own considerations for doing so. The man thought for a moment and said, You don't look at the surface when you look at people. The Ji family is not at all what you think it is. If not, that person wouldn't have lost to the Ji family in multiple encounters. Su Yu also knew that one should not look at people on the surface. But her intuition told her that Ji Yushu was a decent person. The reason why the Ji family supported the crown prince was because the crown prince himself had the status of the future crown prince. Secondly, because the Ji family was deceived by the superficially gentle crown prince. The man wanted to persuade Su Yu to leave the Ji family to proceed as planned. But when he saw Su Yu's intention of not wanting to leave the Ji family, his heart couldn't help but sink. You wouldn't have fallen in love with the Ji family's eldest son, right? Ji Yushu's not only character or talent was one of the best in Shengjing. It was hard for an average woman not to be charmed by him. If it wasn't for the leg injury, the Ji family's threshold would have been stepped on by the noble women in the capital. Su Yu's eyes widened. Righteous father, where did that come from? I just think that the Ji family has a higher chance of winning than the Lu family. I didn't mean that. Her heart and eyes are full of revenge right now. Where would she dare to think about these lovey-dovey things? Hearing Su Yu say so, the man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As soon as possible, you think of a way to get out of the Ji family. That person especially has instructions. Don't get involved with the Ji family. Today's Ji family is different from the past. Su Yu's doubt crawled all over her face, but she still nodded her head as she was told. Seeing that the two had the intention of separating, Zuotong and Yin Zheng in the shadows quietly concealed their figures. As expected of the Grand Duke, this Su Yu is not simple. Thinking so, Zuotong exchanged a glance with Yin Zheng and returned to the Ji family one step ahead of Su Yu. In the backyard of Ji House, a middle-aged man dressed up as a beggar, lying on a tattered mat, seeing with his own eyes. Su Yu, who was dressed in night clothes, flew back to the Ji family. This man was none other than Lin Qiuxing, who bore some resemblance to Su Yu's mother, Lin Xiaoyi. However, there was a long scar on his face that was left from his escape from death back then. This scar was the witness to the tragic death of the Lin family's parents. Back then, not only did the entire Zhou family die tragically, the Lin family's parents were also brutally murdered by a group of black-clothed men. He didn't need to think about it to know that this group of black-clothed people had nothing to do with the Qin family. He hated everyone in the Qin family. Every day he knelt down and prayed to heaven to take away the Qin family. Finally, the heavens did not let the bitter man down, and took pity on him. The Qin family was taken away. Over the years, he has been trying to get close to Su Yu, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. Because the Qin family generally does not allow Su Yu to go out alone, saying that the Empress had been secretly sending people to look for her. So much so that he did not have the opportunity to recognize her. When he learned that she was close to the Marquis Ji family, he was jubilant. It was because the Ji family were good people, undefeated warriors, who would surely help him. Now, he had to find a chance to blend into the Ji family to do so. It would be best to work as an errand boy in the Ji family. Chapter 128. Luring Lin Qiuxing into the Ji family. Lin Qiuxing felt like the heavens were favoring him, because he only thought about how to mix into the Ji family last night. This morning the Ji family had posted a notice to recruit a group of carpenters to build a separate playground for the Ji family's young lady in the open space of the east courtyard. It was specially emphasized that they should be able to work. Lin Qiuxing was overjoyed because he used to study carpentry. In order to enter the Ji family's door, Lin Qiuxing purposely went to a ready-made clothes shop to buy a better ready-made clothes, and then went to the bathhouse to take a bath. If you want to work in a big family's home, you can't be too slovenly in the first place. After picking up, it was nearly noon. Lin Qiuxing early to Ji's back door and so on, holding 2 dry buns in the gnawing. In a few moments, there were about 20 people, one after another. There are still people following. He thought there would be a lot of people, because the Lu family wage is not low, and also food and lodging. Naturally, they want to do, but they only need 10 people. In this case, they will pick and choose the ones with strong abilities. What to do? Although he knows carpentry work, but also does not belong to the kind of top talent. With so many people competing, it would be easy to be brushed aside. If someone wanted to go through the back door through some means, he would have even less of a chance. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoxing had a despondent look on his face. Not long after, the number of people increased from 20 to 30. And there were even people coming over. The Ji family's door opened and someone shouted, "Line up! All line up! We're only recruiting 10 people. The next one will be chosen by my family's Grand Duke himself." When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. What? This kind of small matter is still handpicked by the Grand Duke? That's something you just don't understand. Right? Miss Ji is the jewel of the Ji family. And when it comes to something that concerns Miss Ji, of course you have to do it yourself. So if we are chosen, everything we do has to be done carefully, with no room for error. Upon hearing this, some of the people who felt unable to hold their positions beat a retreat. It's fine if nothing happens. But if something happens, they can't afford it. Forget it. Ability is limited. Or do not go into this muddy water. All of a sudden went away 10 or so people. The remaining people are full of confidence. Lin Xiaoxing was a little apprehensive, but he still lined up as he was told. He was the first to come, so he stood first as a matter of course. Who knew that just as he stood, he was screwed out of the queue by a burly man. "You? That's you. Get in the back of the queue for me." No eyesight at all. Lin Xiaoxing just wanted to dislike a few words back. When he heard the people behind him muttering in a low voice, "This person has the reputation of being the #1 carpenter. It is said that he made a table and chairs for the royal family and the Qin family. And his craftsmanship was even complimented by the Xian Wang himself." Once Lin Xiaoxing heard this, he immediately went to the back of the queue. The queue couldn't be seen at a glance, and he frowned anxiously. On this side, Ji Yushu arrived late holding Ji Tranquility. The one pushing the wheelchair is Wutong, followed by the Koi Suyu. She thought about it all night last night, and felt that it was not good to leave right after she came in, and that she had to repay the favor before she left. Let's wait for 2 more days. After 2 days, she will leave Ji Mansion on the pretext of finding her relatives. Grand Duke, the people are all outside. The butler came to Ji Yushu and respectfully said. Ji Yushu nodded, then distribute a piece of wood to each person. First simply carve a style, and see how the craftsmanship is? Yes. The butler answered and went down to do it. Ji Yushu then quietly sat in the wheelchair and waited. Ji Tranquility had a curious face. Is Big Brother really going to make me a playground? Hee hee. That's really good. I want the kind that has a merry-go-round, a pirate ship, Thomas the Train, and a rocking car, etc. Ji Tranquility counted on her fingers, making Ji Yushu dizzy. Finished also said, at that time, I can also invite other little friends and stinky kids over to play. But there has to be a fee, like 1 or 2 silver pieces to sit once. You also have to charge for tea. Ji Yushu. Little sister, I haven't heard of any of what you're saying. Where can I do it? And charging money is even more impossible. The reason why he suddenly wanted to build a place for her to play today is just a front. What he really wants to do is to draw Lin Xiaoxing out. If the person Ji Lin Feng saw yesterday was really Su Yuyu's uncle, then this person would definitely find a way to enter the Ji Mansion and get close to Su Yuyu first. Therefore, he discussed this matter with his family this morning. He didn't want to. The family raised their hands in favor of it. And Ji Tranquility was so excited that he couldn't sit still. Immediately said, immediately. Now, must repair. Mrs. Ji's heart aches for her daughter. So she urged Ji Yushu to hurry up and take action. So, Ji Yushu then let Wutong will notice posted. He did not know that Lin Xiaoxing could do carpentry work, but he could use other reasons to recruit people in, wanting to enter the Ji family to get close to Su Yuyu. This was his only chance. But he didn't know Lin Xiaoxing, so he brought Ji Tranquility with him, wanting her to help identify him. Ji Tranquility was completely unaware that she was now a tool person, and was still giggling non-stop. He. Big Brother really loves me. moving me to the point of snot and tears. Jiyushu. Half an hour later. Everyone in the queue handed in a small object. Jiyushu double-checked. Is it everyone who has handed it in? Yes. Grand Duke. There are 39 people here. All carpenters. Jiyushu smiled, thinking that Lin Qiusheng was also a good woodworker. That would be even better. Then he said, then call them in one by one for questioning. The ones that fit the I will stay. Let my little sister see which one is Lin Qiusheng. Jiyushu asked the butler to distribute the objects. Then he passed them out one by one. The first person to come in was that big, burly man. As soon as he came in, he scared Ji Tranquility to death. This man is so vicious. It looks like he can't do detailed work. Don't. Jiyushu's gaze fell on the man's face and shook her head. No. Next. The man was confident. But he didn't expect to hear these words, and immediately felt that Jiyushu must be judging people by their appearance. He busily said, Grand Duke, don't look at the little one's looks. But he is a good hand at his work. The carvings are even more lifelike. For example, the little wooden horse the little dog can be comparable to a real dog. Jiyushu still shook his head and called the man down. As the butler went out, he tried to sneak in some silver to get the butler to put in a good word for him, and also emphasized that he had helped the Xianwang mansion make tables and chairs. The butler glanced at the man, really not wanting to blow him off. But from Miss Ji frowning that little bit just now, he knew that it was because he was too shabby looking. Don't you know yet? It's not that your craftsmanship isn't good. It's that your looks scare my Mississippi. The man couldn't cry. Wasn't he just a bit taller? With a wider face? A longer beard and a scar on his face? What's so scary about him? There was nothing he could do about it. But he couldn't rely on them. The first one was eliminated because of his lack of face value. And the next one instantly understood. This is not only to find a good hand, but also not to scare Miss Ji family. The news from the front did not reach the back, and Lin Qiusheng was incomparably apprehensive as he lined up. Yeah, I remember. That Lin Qiusheng seems to have a scar right on his face. Hearing this, Jiyushu straightened up. Little sister, why didn't you say so earlier? What if that person was Lin Qiusheng? Chapter 129. Yu, I am your uncle. Jiyushu was about to ask the butler to call that person back. Then with the interstices heard Ji Tran's next heartfelt sentence come through. But Lin Qiusheng is not as tall as this man. And his face is not as wide as this. He was born to be a bit more svelte. Jiyushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 10 people came in a row. And Jiyushu was listening carefully to Ji Tranquility's heart. This chicken carved on this person's hand is not bad. Although it is only a prototype. The style is cute. Leave it. And so, Jiyushu left this man behind. From the calluses on this person's hands, we can see that this person is a hard worker. Can stay. So, Jiyushu left another person behind. Seeing that the number of 10 was coming up, Ji Tranquility had not recognized Lin Qiusheng either. Jiyushu was a little anxious. So he immediately called all the remaining people in. There were 10 people left, but only 2 were picked from inside. Lin Qiusheng was as anxious as a hot pot of ants at the moment, praying all the time in his heart. Pick me. Pick me. Ji Tranquility is also serious in helping himself to pick the right carpentry master. Really want to create an ancient board amusement park. Not to say catch up with the modern version of the advanced. At least the wooden horse child to be able to turn it. Hee. This person has a scar on his face here. It can't be that he's Lin Qiusheng, right? Jiyushu was busy looking over, and indeed saw that Lin Qiusheng had a scar on his face. What's your name? Jiyushu couldn't wait to ask right away. My name is Lin Qiusheng. Hearing this, Jiyushu's heart was so excited. It was really better to come early than coincidentally. Everything was guessed by him. Ji Tranquility was also so excited that she was dancing around. Mother! It's really Lin Qiusheng. Quick. Big brother will choose him. This person's reason for mixing into the Ji family must be to get close to Suyuyu. If he informs Suyuyu of what happened back then to know, he will also be considered to be doing us a big favor. Ji Tranquility excitedly went to tug Jiyushu's sleeve, so anxious that his little chubby face turned red. Fearing that Jiyushu would not choose him, he hated to speak. Jiyushu pacifies Ji Tranquility while pointing out the 2 of them in a pretense of casualness. The 2 of you stay. The others go back. Among them was Lin Qiusheng. Big brother is so discerning. Jiyushu was also happy, After all, it wasn't a waste of effort. As for Lin Qiusheng, his face was filled with excitement after learning that he had been chosen. He instantly turned his gaze to fall on Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu was able to feel Lin Qiusheng looking at her, and although her heart was a little displeased, she did not show it in front of people. After selecting 10 people, Ji Yushu then asked the butler to bring them down to arrange for food and accommodation. He, on the other hand, carried Ji Tranquility back to Wutong Courtyard for Madame Ji. Lady Ji looked at his happy face and knew that it was a success. Sure. Have you made the arrangements? Ji Yushu of course knew another layer of Lady Ji's meaning. So he smiled and nodded. All arrangements have been made. For the rest, he would create opportunities for the two to meet. Mother. After the third prince's affair was exposed, he has many grudges against our Ji family. For fear of him planting people in, my son should still have someone investigate the background of these 10 people. It's still sure who thinks well. Go. Big brother is really meticulous. This investigation will inevitably find out that Lin Qiusheng is Su Yuyu's uncle. Ji Yushu already knew Lin Qiusheng's identity, since he would not really investigate. Returning to his study, he proceeded to draw pictures. Since he was building a playground for his little sister, he had to build it in a decent manner. Little sister just said she likes carousel. He had to find a way to make the wooden horse rotate, as well as the pirate ship, seesaw and so on. In this way, 2 days in a row, Ji Yushu are busy drawing drawings. On the morning of the third day, he thought of handing the drawn drawings to Su Yuyu, so that she could send them to the carpentry masters, who were busy cutting wood in the east courtyard. As soon as the door opened, he saw Su Yuyu standing outside the door with a look of having something to do, but being too shy to speak. Just in time. You are here. Send this drawing to the carpentry masters, and tell them to just follow this style. Su Yuyu met Ji Yushu's gentle brows. Her expression was stunned. How was she going to tell him that she had found a relative to leave? Was it considered cheating for her to do so? He was such a good person. But why did the heavens take away his legs? I heard that he was also a talented scholar 3 years ago. He should have a lot of ambitions in his heart. Right? The fact that he didn't fall apart because of his leg shows that he is a person with an extremely good heart. Will definitely understand her. Su Yuyu didn't know what came to her mind? A blush flew across her face, but it quickly disappeared. Su Yuyu took the drawings in Ji Yushu's hand and owed him. I will go now. She was not a real maid in the Ji mansion, so she did not call herself a slave girl. Ji Yushu also agreed to this matter. Su Yuyu thought that she would do one last thing for Ji Yushu, and after that, she would be leaving. Seeing each other again, it was estimated that her identity had already been made public. Hopefully, by then, he would not be too surprised. If they weren't opposites, she might have a good life with him. Right? After thinking about things for a little while, he arrived at the east courtyard. Lin Qiusheng was cutting wood with a few carpenters. When his afterglow skimmed Su Yuyu walking over, he immediately put down the work in his hands and walked towards her. On his lips, he said, Miss Yuyu, do you have something to do? The opportunity was rare. He didn't want to miss any chance to meet her. Seeing Lin Qiusheng walking towards her, Su Yuyu raised her willow eyebrows. The way Lin Qiusheng looked at her that day made her very unhappy. And today, he wanted to come up to accost her. It was really annoying. Su Yuyu did not think about how Lin Qiusheng knew her name in a short period of time. Just when Su Yuyu wanted to choke Lin Qiusheng for a few words. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiusheng spoke first. Yuyu, don't be alarmed. I am your uncle. Your mother's name is Lin Shaoyi. My name is Lin Qiusheng. I am here to find you. Su Yuyu froze on the spot, while Lin Qiusheng had already walked away after saying this. Obviously, he did not want the bystanders to hear. However, after Su Yuyu woke up with a start, she went up with an anxious face, determined to ask about the doubts in her heart. You said your name is Lin Qiusheng. Are you really my uncle? I want to know. Lin Qiusheng didn't want the onlookers to know his identity, because he knew that the Qin family had been looking for him, just wanting to decimate him. Lin Qiusheng did not answer Su Yuyu and turned around to walk away. Su Yuyu then reacted that he didn't want to expose his identity in the Ji family. The group of workers looked at her with puzzled faces. The Ji family's housekeeper was even more uncertain. Su Yuyu smiled awkwardly. I was the one who recognized the wrong person. Sorry. After saying that, she handed the drawings in her hand to the person in charge, and glanced at Lin Qiusheng once again, before turning to leave. At this time, her heart was not calm. She thought about how Lin Xiaoxing looked at her that day. It was evident that he had blended in because he had appeared at the Ji family. But why didn't he come to find himself before? Was he really his uncle? He could say his mother's name. He shouldn't be wrong. Great. Great. She wasn't alone. She still had her uncle. She had so many questions she wanted to ask him. So she would come back to him at night. Thinking like this, Suyuyu left the east courtyard in an excellent mood. Unbeknownst to Suyuyu, Lady Ji was standing not far away holding Ji Tranquility, taking in the interaction between the two just now, deliberately muttering. What were these two talking about just now? Ji Tranquility was leisurely playing with a gold leaf in her hand. What can be said? Of course it is to tell Suyuyu about his identity. Lin Xiaoxing rarely sees Suyuyu once. If he doesn't hurry to tell her about her identity, he is afraid that she will go astray. Seeing Suyuyu's surprised look, she should have believed 7 or 8 points. Chapter 130. Willing to curb your sharpness for you. Lady Ji pulled the corners of her mouth and carried Ji Tranquility towards Lin Xiaoxing's side. Madam. The housekeeper as well as everyone else put down the work in their hands and saluted towards Lady Ji. Lin Xiaoxing's heart was a little weak. Just now he had said that. And in the turn of the head, Lady Ji came. He was worried that she had seen it. Lady Ji, however, only glanced at him lightly, and then said, "Do it properly. Do it with all your heart. There is no room for sloppiness when it comes to Mississippi." Yes, the crowd responded. The entire Shangjing city knew that the Ji family loved this little youngest to the bone, and took her with them everywhere they went. It is said that the youngest son of the Xian Wang house is quite happy with the youngest of the Ji family, and also threatened to let the empress give the marriage. This is the supreme honor. Who does not envy it? This Lin Xiaoxing looks a bit similar to Suyuyu on closer inspection. It's also true that Lin Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxing are siblings. So it's not strange for a niece to resemble her uncle. Mrs. Ji secretly sized up Lin Xiaoxing. Not to mention, there are really a few similarities. It's just that no one thought in this direction and couldn't notice this. On this side, Suyuyu was in a good mood as she walked towards the green bamboo garden. I don't know if it is because she is happy to know that she has an uncle, or because she is happy to be able to stay in the Ji family for a while longer. From afar, she saw Ji Yushu painting in the pavilion. Suyuyu's eyes lit up. So she carried the pastries and tea on the stone table towards the pavilion. Back, Ji Yushu knew it was Suyuyu just by hearing his footsteps. Well, things are all done. The wood is almost cut. As I see it, construction will begin in a few days. Suyuyu poured a cup of tea for Ji Yushu and placed it next to him. Then she knelt down on his right side to help him ink. Ji Yushu faintly mumbled. After that, both of them did not speak. Suyuyu carefully looked at the paintings under Ji Yushu's brush. Amazement flashed past her eyes. As expected of a recognized talent of Shangjing City, this painting could be described as lifelike. Ji Yushu painted a lotus pond in front of him, with lotus flowers, koi carp, and dragonflies resting on the lotus leaves. After painting the lotus pond, he spread out another piece of rice paper and prepared to paint a second one. The second painting. The painting is a pavilion, including a man and a woman in the pavilion. The man is seriously painting, the woman's hand in the ink, but the eyes fell on the painting. They seemed to have a marvelous meaning. Painting of the man in a white suit of snow, floating, elegant demeanor, woman dressed in pink, posture of leisure and elegant. The corner of the mouth with a smirk that seems to be there, as if these two were born as a pair. As the painting takes shape, Suyuyu's smile at the corner of her mouth is already very obvious. Her eyebrows and eyes are full of joy. Then looked up to see the lotus pond not far away. Heart all joy. This feeling of joy towards something is very wonderful. She felt that since she could remember, everything in her life was dark. So dark that she couldn't see other colors. But now, she saw other colors. Colors that she fell in love with at first sight. She felt that Ji Yushu was a colorful light in her life, shining on her whole heart. Not only did it shine, it gave her warmth. The painting is done. How about you take a look? Ji Yushu set the brush aside and admired the painting. But the more he admired it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Suyu felt that Ji Yushu was different towards her. Ji Lin Feng said that he disliked women serving, but she did not see dislike or other bad things in his eyes. He would even ask for her opinion now. It was not like treating an inferior at all. Suyu didn't know that something was slowly sprouting in her heart. Very well. If it was possible. She wanted it very much. But she knew it was extravagant. Is it really good? But I don't like it much. You take it and throw it away, Ji Yushu said with a look of disgust. Su Yuyu's face was filled with surprise. Really? Really throw it away? But I think it's really good. Ji Yushu shook his head and said, It's far worse than this Gongzi's past paintings. You haven't seen my other paintings. It's normal that you don't know. Su Yuyu opened her mouth. Only after a long time did she gather the courage to say, If Grand Duke feels that this painting is not good, can you not throw it away? Just give it to me. After saying that, Su Yuyu tried her best to show that she only liked the painting. Ji Yushu smiled faintly. If you like it, then take it. It's not a good thing. Su Yuyu was infected by Ji Yushu's smile. The whole person became relaxed. Even the hatred in her heart was a few points less. After spending a long time with such a person, she felt that even the deepest hatred would be reduced to nothing. She is also willing to converge all the sharpness in front of him. Ji Yushu converged the strange colors in her eyes, and continued to paint. At dinner time, Ji Yushu was pushed by Zhuotong towards Wudong courtyard. Jidong habitually sends away the subordinates in the house. Only after the people left did Marquis Ji ask about Ji Lin Feng, who had just sat down. Feng? That matter? How have you investigated it? Ji Lin Feng froze for a moment before remembering which matter Marquis Ji was asking about. He had recently been busy finding something for the Minister of War to do, and had forgotten about this matter. However, it wasn't as if he hadn't looked into this Qin family. There is a little bit of a frown. Ji Tranquility, who was playing alone on the cot, sniffed, and busily threw away the weight drum in her hands, sidling up her ears to listen to the breakdown. Ji Yushu lightly coughed twice and continued. I found out that the name of the Qin family's side branch family head is Qin Zhuang, who is Su Yuyu's adoptive father, and has now also come to Xingjing. This person's wife's surname is Su, hence the name Su Yuyu. Then, he heard Ji Yushu add, Su Yuyu was precisely the one that Madame Su carried back. And I also found out that it was carried back from a family with the surname of Zhou. Ji Tranquility was surprised. Second brother is great. He actually found out about the Zhou family. Keep on checking. This Zhou family is the one who has a marriage contract with Lin Xiua. And the Zhou family lives in Qinzhou County. The Dark Pavilion's information network is really good. It's so quick to find out. Ji Yushu didn't move and said, Second brother will start checking from this Zhou family, and find out what the two families are related to each other. Okay, big brother. All as you wish. After a few moments of silence, he heard Marquis Ji say with a worried look on his face. His Majesty has become more and more irritable and restless in recent days. And now he can't get close to anyone except for Eunuchta. Even the palace concubine isn't summoned anymore. And Nandong Yin and Gu Fanmu are even more foolish. It is said that the state master has left Xingjing for many days. Father thought that it's better to think of a way to wean His Majesty off the medicine. How about a stealing heaven? Father means to have the Empress make a move to switch the medicine? Ji Yushu exited in horror. That's right. If His Majesty continues like this, under the control of the state master, a holy decree will come down, and it won't even matter if the Empress or the Crown Prince is abolished. Our Ji family will suffer along with him. I was thinking that the third prince must also be waiting for a chance to get better. So, while the state master was out, he changed the medicine. When the state master returned, once he found out that something was wrong, Emperor Yu was bound to find out what was wrong. This matter was extremely risky, depending on whether the Empress dared or not. They also hadn't communicated with the Empress, and had no idea whether the Empress would save or not. The Empress's mother's family is very powerful, holding 100,000 troops, not to mention that she also controls the imperial examinations as well as half of the weapons manufacturing.